Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
How sick to your stomach did you feel when you saw the Sox catcher Kyle Teal limp off in the second inning, unable to put any weight on the lower leg, the left leg?
I mean, I was bummed. I was really bummed.
And now there's some concern for Kyle Teal, and it is his left leg that they are working on. Oh man, this is not a good sign. Kyle Teal will have to be helped off the field.
And, you know, you don't know what it's going to be, but when a guy's helped off the field and he can't put weight on his foot, that your mind goes to dark places. Ugly. Your mind goes to dark places, and then if you ever mess around on the internet, people go to darker places than you were even going to. And you're thinking,
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But you're in the midst of a special season, because if Kyle Teal is out for a long period of time and you fear that it is, then you can't squander. You can't just look at that and concede. You've got to react. So this is going to be the source of a lot of conversation and speculation moving forward. They still need a pitcher. They still need a reliever. But now I think they need a catcher.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
Sox fans, it's okay to think big.
oh, please.
I'm just saying.
Please.
What?
Mr. David is patting Sox fans on the top of the head.
No, I'm not.
Let's go.
They need more of a hug today. Mully and Haugh, 104.3. The Score, I mean, the Cubs showed you how to score your runs. They gave that 6-run first on the way to a 10-0 Vic. That's how you handle life.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Wednesday. Yeah,
White
the Cubs were
Sox.
scoring runs in droves last night. Came easily against Framber Valdez, who did not have it and looked ticked off about it.
Great guy.
Oh, terrific teammate.
Sad to see him leave in the
really,
first.
that's a shame. It's a shame to see A.J. Hinch marching out there to take the ball away. Did he take the ball away, or did Framber Valdez shove it to him when he left the mound? Cubs score runs easily. The White Sox, not a great night.
The Cubs shoved it to Framber Valdez.
They sure did.
That's for sure.
That was fun. That was a fun day.
From the leadoff hit, if you call it a hit.
Every day
the leadoff triple all the way
different.
through.
PCA starts things off with a triple. I love it. Pat called it thinking 3. He's thinking triple.
Oh, yeah.
And it was.
And I love Ron. Like, once the ball bounced, you were like, just sit back and watch him run. That was the best thing he does.
He was on base 5 times, and he made one of the best catches look routine.
Yep.
And he rolled kind of into the wall gently rather than – he has such good body control. He is the guy who – I think it was last Thursday night at the – Lovable Reunion Live, Miguel Montero told Pete Crow Armstrong he would buy a ticket to watch him play. Last night, you were reminded why. Yeah. That guy is something.
Yeah, he's something special. And you were reminded immediately because that was just what an inning. I mean, what a great way to start a game.
Yeah.
Then all the pressure's off, relax, enjoy your night. You don't have to worry about anything.
When you have a first inning like that, you have made it easy on your starting pitcher. And David Peterson looked relaxed and in command. And, boy, you'll take that from him. Ground ball outs. He looked like he was in rhythm. He was not threatened. And the Tigers just walked away with the tail between their legs.
Yeah. It was a rout. It was an old-school rout. It wasn't even – that game was never – in contest. It was almost as if the Cubs were frustrated by the night before and just said, all right, here we go. Let's just get this out of our
Tigers kind of helped, though, because Valdez couldn't locate. His replacement was even a little spottier. And did you see the way the wind wreaked havoc with a fly ball to right field? It just was this, should have been an out, dropped for a single, and everyone on Detroit's side was like, ugh. You could just see him deflated. And it was, again, one of those series that the first game of the series, pretty discouraging if you're watching as a Cub fan.
Yes.
Last night was a rout, and tonight, if they win the series tonight, you're like, okay, there we go again.
Yeah. I don't know that I love the formula, lose the first game and then win the series.
I don't like that at all.
But
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it was certainly a familiar formula. I'll give you that.
Boy, did Valdez look ticked, though. He faced 10 batters, and he threw 42 pitches, and then he was done.
That's incredible. 42 pitches.
There had to have been something behind that.
Yeah.
There had to have been something that
Wasn't he coming
A.J.
back?
Hinch was like, I'm not going to let him stay out there. Maybe he took him out because he was afraid he was going to start buzzing the tower and throwing at people.
Oh, my God.
Because he's a little bit erratic.
A little bit?
He's got that reputation of having, maybe not the easiest guy to manage.
Whack job? Is that the reputation? How would you define it?
Is that a technical term? Not quite sure. But he did look very, very unsettled.
Yes.
And the Cubs had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was just getting through the game. And getting through the game and padding your statistics. I like the fact that Michael Conforto, he's had himself a very productive season as a bench player, a role player, and now he has 4 pinch hit home runs. And anytime that he does something, I think it was 1999 was the last time a Cub had 4 pinch hit home runs. And Dustin will remember this player very well. Do you remember who that was, Dustin?
Carl Tuffy Rhodes?
Glenn Allen Hill.
Oh, Glenn Allen Hill, yes.
Glenn Allen
Alien.
Hill. Not alien. Glenn Allen Hill.
Didn't he say alien?
Yeah, I think he
sounded
did.
that
That's
way.
what you called him. That was one of his.
He could hit the ball just prodigious power.
He had like balls on Kenmore. Like I think he had like Kingman. Him and Kingman
Doesn't he have the longest recorded home run at Wrigley Field? Perhaps have to check that.
Yeah.
He hit one that must have been almost 500 feet. He had Kingman like power. King Kong like power. Kingman, he could hit the ball a mile too.
Oh, he could also miss it.
Yeah, he was like the first triple outcome guy.
Yeah, he was. He was like pure power hitter, one or the other. It was amazing how often he could strike out when he wasn't hitting his prodigious homers.
How much do you put into David Peterson's performance, 6 2/3? Because the Tigers almost were non-competitive after the first inning.
Yeah, the first text we received this morning was a guy saying, if he puts the ball up in the zone like that again, there'll be nothing but homers. He was lucky that the wind was still. I feel like he had a huge lead and he could do whatever he wanted to do. And he's got the defense behind him, and it showed. And I don't think he had any concerns whatsoever.
And you look at it in terms of the timing of that outing, and they needed that after using 7 relief pitchers the night before.
Exactly right.
And so that was a welcome outing.
And Trent Thornton, still unavailable. We'll find out what happened. Did you read that thing about him using the shoes from 2019? He apparently has these Mizuno
I didn't see that.
shoes.
Well, hold on. Where did I miss this?
This is beyond belief.
Where did I see this?
I don't know where I read it. It was on
Trent Thornton in 2019 shoes?
He has 2 pairs of these baseball shoes that he wore with the Blue Jays in 2019. And he broke those babies out, and he feels like they saved him.
Really?
Isn't that amazing?
Because of the way that it hit the...
It hit apparently where there's a pad on them that you don't have on the new model. These are out of style or out of commission, but he's got 2 pairs of them that he wears this year. And
the ball struck the heel of a cleat exactly where the shoe features a thick, hard protective shell. Okay, and it's from 2019. Exactly right. Mizuno baseball cleats.
I mean, it was like the greatest advertisement.
It is.
It was not since the Timex watch have we seen something sold this
Take
fashion.
a licking and keep on ticking.
That's right. It's the shoes.
That's one of the best ad campaigns ever, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, I just
Timex watch.
it.
Takes a licking, keeps on ticking.
But how about the 2019 shoe bailing you out? That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And good for him and good for the Cubs because that looked nasty.
It did.
And when it comes off the bat at 108.9 mph,
that's right.
You know you're in trouble, and there's nothing you can do.
And apparently the X-ray's clear, the MRI, everything seems clear. They're not doing anything. He's still kind of limping, but they figure with the Thursday off day, maybe they can avoid an IL stint. But Craig also said that where that is located in the heel, it's really hard to read. Like you can't.
Well, he made it sound like they weren't out of the woods yet.
No, he made it sound like
wait till you see the X-rays once the swelling subsides.
Exactly.
And that made you a little bit cautious.
Yes.
Because you just don't know, regardless of how protective those 7-year-old shoes are. By the way, nobody's going to throw out any shoes now anymore.
Never again.
Never again. Oh no, honey, I'm going to keep those because you never know when I might be needing them to protect me from a broken bone.
Oh, are we playing soccer this weekend? Let me grab my 1989 Sambas.
That would be cool. Oldest pair of shoes I probably have. I think I still have somewhere some high tops from probably 20 years ago.
Oh, at least.
At least.
Oh, I got some Jordans that I bought.
The high tops I used to wear like during a lunchtime.
I've got some barely
basketball situation.
I have some barely worn shoes that I still hung on to.
Those are collector's items.
Those are collector items.
You're going to sign them and you're going to hang them someday.
Yeah, someday.
We're going to be walking into a sports bar in 10 years, and there's going to be like a pair of Mully soccer shoes autographed.
It's funny. Like my buddy's son got into basketball shoes, and I'm like, oh, I've got some of these old Jordan ones. I'll send him. He was like, no, you hang on to those. And I'm kind of like, I can't keep moving with all this stuff. It was like I had a record. I had a picture disc. Do you remember those? Mm-hmm. This is from 1,000 years ago of Joy Division. Before Ian Curtis killed himself and they became New Order, I had this picture disc of Ian Curtis. And I'm telling you, as the thing spun around, you could kind of see him almost dancing on it. Uh-huh. And I was going to give that to a guy who refused to take it.
It's a collector's item.
That's what I was
It's
told.
A collector's item.
I know, but I'm not a collector. It's just something I happen to buy.
Speaking of collector's items, it was kind of fun talking before the show with Mitch about Rush being in town.
Oh, that is hysterical.
And the line on Monday night, I was telling you, it was so long and out the door and along Wood Street at the United Center.
They're not just in town; they're like in residence, right?
I find it funny because they performed Monday night, but last night it was empty and dark because they took the night off. But they're back tonight.
They can't go 2 in a row.
That's load management.
That's load management.
At this stage of their careers, they don't go back to backs.
How long has Rush been around? That's a
long time. I felt like I saw them every other summer at Alpine Valley in like the 90s. Seriously.
They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
They were.
Are they in the?
They had their longtime drummer Neil Peart had passed away, and they now have a female drummer, and I'm told she is just killing it.
Sheila E.
No.
Rush originated in August 1968.
Wow.
In the Willowdale neighborhood of Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah, I knew they were Canadian.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is remarkable.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
And
they formed in 68?
It says that they originated in 68.
So they're
some alterations along the way.
What would they be? Like that you're 20 years old when you're starting your first band?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, maybe.
They've got to be late 70s. Mid to late 70s, I would think, unless they were teenagers. Still, they're in their 70s, maybe a couple guys in their 80s, not quite sure. Maybe they have they've changed lines a couple times like a good hockey team, but end up in Canada. But they probably are still.
When you say Getty
Lee is kind of the face of the band.
Yes.
He's 72.
72.
How about that?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bassist, lead singer.
It's a great run.
Yeah.
They're back tonight. I imagine there were a lot of guys in black T-shirts and blue jeans standing in line.
How old were the men in black T-shirts?
They were probably contemporaries of the band. Yeah, there we go. Now we're going.
Well, I mean, this is one of the all-timers, this one.
It's an all-timer. It's an all-time band.
Name the movie, Mully, that this song is in.
Oh, you
Come on, one of your and I's favorites that we play a great quote from on this show.
Uh-oh. What?
Vision Quest.
Vision
Vision
Quest.
Quest.
The wrestling movie?
Oh
This
my
song
God!
is in Vision Quest.
That's David's girl.
Madonna.
She was just in the World Cup.
Yes, Madonna. That's a Madonna movie.
Crazy for You.
Doesn't she have a big hit
Yes.
out of that movie?
Crazy for You.
Crazy
Yeah.
for You. Great song.
Great
Madonna,
song.
1986.
Better
Well,
song.
Who was the
Better
actress?
song, this song.
I
Who
don't
was
know.
the actress in that movie? Who was the
Actress, yeah. Matthew Modine is
Rosanna
I know-
Arquette?
No. She was like this super sexy actress that did about 5 movies, and then
I think it was
she was
Rosanna
gone.
Arquette, wasn't it?
No. She was in. You're thinking of
Linda Florentino.
Okay.
That's
Carla.
her.
What am I thinking of the other one?
You're thinking of the one, Desperately Seeking Susan.
Yes, thank you.
Wow.
The other Madonna movie.
That's got Aidan Quinn in it.
Yeah, thank you. Linda Florentino. Yes. Oh, back in the day. Yes.
Remember that? I'm just saying.
I do remember
she
that.
was a beautiful woman.
I do remember that. Matthew Modine. Vision Quest was quite the 80s movie.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
It was a great movie.
That's a
Let me
great.
tell you, kid, it was pretty
Oh,
glorious.
that scene. That's what we've played before. That's the guy who takes the night off from his.
He's the cook at
the cook at the hotel
that he works at.
and he goes to see the kid wrestle, and he tells him a story about seeing Pele hit a bicycle.
Well, I bet you that tonight, when I walk out of the United Center around 6:30ish or 7, that there will be a lot of people in line that I could quote Vision Quest movie lines, and they would know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's
Feb
hysterical.
15 of 85 release date.
All right. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. I start crying.
Oh, yeah.
Very underrated movie.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
it's. I
Totally.
mean, that's a very underrated sports speech.
coming of
Yes.
age, great speech.
Vision Quest. That's hysterical.
80s good decade for movies.
I can
Really
see,
good decades.
I could see Dustin in the day getting on the, doing
We
that
used to
climb
carry,
up
we
the.
used to
yeah.
carry a railroad tie up a hill at Crestview Park in Elmhurst because the guy that Modine,
was wrestling again.
Shoot.
Yes.
Shoot. I think his nickname was Shoot. And we
Yeah.
used to put a railroad tie on our back and we would walk up a hill at Crestview Park.
That can't be good for you.
No.
I mean, I've done some crazy things in conditioning back in the day.
Did a lot of conditioning
but
things that were not good
the
for me.
railroad tie on your back is a good way to crush your back.
155 to 118 in 4 weeks.
You lost 37 pounds
4 weeks.
as a teenager in 4 weeks?
Going into
Were your parents on vacation?
it's interesting. My dad was actually working in England for a month. Well, it ended up being like 12 weeks, but he was gone for a month. Yeah.
Where was he in England? Just out of curiosity.
He worked for Mars Candy Company.
Right, that's what I'm
And he was
wondering.
I don't remember what
That's-
part. He was teaching them. He designed the one by one candies that you get for Halloween.
Yes.
So he created that line. He crafted it. And so he went there to teach them how to do the same line. So he was back and forth, but he was gone for like 5 weeks straight.
Well, that is not to disparage your parents, but
Well,
if you have
football
a
back then, there
teenager
was no-
going from 155 to 118, that would be
grade.
concerning as an eighth grader.
Eighth grade.
8th grade.
Going into eighth
How
grade.
much did you weigh in 8th grade?
155.
Holy
That's husky.
cow. Yeah.
That's a husky.
I had those
That's a
corduroy,
husky
I had
teenager.
those Russ corduroy pants from Zayers to prove it.
That's
Yeah.
a husky teenager.
Sayers.
You had to be. There was no stripers then. If you wanted to play, you had to be 118, and then
Wow.
you got a pound a week
Okay.
to go up. 1 pound a week.
Wow.
But I have to stand there basically with my jock strap in the middle of the park to weigh in, and then throw all my gear on to play.
Brandon, you're going to have to cue Glory Days, another 80s guy, as Dustin talks about his wrestling career.
That was football.
Oh, football.
Yeah.
All right.
That was dropping weight to play
Both.
football.
Both.
Oh, what was the dumbest exercise you tried for football? Did you get into taking the tractor tires?
Oh,
and
we used
turning
to move the
those?
tires. Yeah,
Yeah.
we used to have this hill, a la Walter Payton, the training hill.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
And we would
yeah.
wear our the most comfortable farm boots, and we would have to run up and down the hill in farm boots, and it was quite a scene.
I remember doing a thing where we wore like the equivalent of combat boots running on a beach. Mm-hmm. Same thing. Just the idea of like running in sand on kind of weird.
But now that you say that, now I'm imagining you in that scene in Rocky with Apollo Creed and Rocky, and you are running side by side with your soccer teammates. And then at the end of it, you are hugging and jumping. And
if you want to imagine
elation.
me and Rocky, think of the character that kept catching shots to the face. and eventually went down.
in their half shirts.
The guy, I can take a bunch. Oof.
Don't want no rematch. Don't want no rematch. All right, those were the days.
It's so great.
Anyway, back to sports. What's tonight? What we got tonight? The White Sox. We haven't talked about the White Sox yet.
I thought we had decided that was.
We're going to decide we're going to ignore that until they figure out what they're going to do about their catcher.
No, they got really good news on their catcher.
No, they did not.
For some of us.
They did not.
That was good news.
How is that good news?
Because it's compartmentalized. He's got an injury. It's an ankle injury. It's going to be a high sprain, so it's a minimum 6 weeks. It could be longer than that. I mean, 6 to 12 weeks is just, he's done. So whatever it is, it means that it will just be in the 2026 season, and he'll have an off season, and he'll be able to come into spring training, and he'll be fine.
I will not begrudge you from trying to find a way to make this
initially
palatable.
From reading Sox Twitter, I thought it might have been an Achilles. I didn't know if anyone knew anything, but it looked bad. And that is a 1 year from the point of the injury.
Well, if you were thinking Achilles, then I could see why you would say that.
And I'm not happy that they've lost him, but there is a possibility he could come back in 6 weeks. I'm not saying he will, and it looked like it was more serious than that. The guy's in a walking boot.
We are in,
for the love of God,
the middle, near the end of July.
It's still July.
And we have, in 2 months from now, will be the end of September.
Yeah.
And that's when we're talking about
him. He'll be fine. 2 months, the guy will be running the beat.
Okay, so he could be back in the playoffs.
You are,
Thank you.
First of all, 2 things. You are somewhat sounding like you're in denial.
Denial is not just a river.
I know. And we just celebrated the 2016 Cubs, where Kyle Schwarber came from the Arizona Fall League to the World Series, and I think that was epic and legendary. So I think you want to leave out kind of possibility.
He's going to plant one on the roof over at the cell.
So if we want to live there in that space, okay, I get it. But you have to acknowledge that's not realistic.
When did realistic ever come into play in sports radio?
Can you picture Kyle Till like coming back, hitting the like monstrous home run, and in post game like mentions like, I remember that guy in the score, David Haugh, wanted to trade Hunter Goodwin, and that just motivated me to come back.
That's so awesome.
I don't think we heard anything yesterday that would discourage the idea of trading for a catcher.
But this has nothing to do with David wanting a specific catcher. He just wants to get rid of all the farmhands.
That's not true either. You guys are totally misrepresenting my point of view on this whole thing with the Sox. This is a fun season. Last night aside, do you think they had a letdown last night? Do you think the whole Teal?
No, I don't think that.
Do you think?
I think Colson Montgomery was ready to play, and they even announced him in the lineup, and I was like, "Oh my God!" Well, the years of Louis Robert and Eloy are over, and you can take your Moncada and smoke that thing.
Late scratch, gotcha.
And then he scratched, and I was like, "Gulp!" Oh boy,
a little bit of a letdown.
Yeah,
but
I don't think
they can still win the series.
They lost. It's okay.
Yeah, it happens. But I don't think the news on Teal.
He's not going to be the
Teal wasn't surprising news, but I feel like it was a little. I was disappointing anytime you see somebody who's had that kind of a year, came in with high hopes and expectations.
Yeah, but he hasn't been a part of it all year. How long did he actually play? I mean, he missed like 2 months.
5 weeks. He came back June 7th, and probably 6 weeks.
Doesn't feel like it.
Well, he came back. He played.
I don't think he even got into his season. I don't think he really. What did he have? 2 homers total?
Yeah, 2 homers.
I'm just saying, it's not the end of the world.
Well,
I'm trying to be positive.
I think that I'm positive. I've been positive about the White Sox. I just realistically, the news could have been better.
I don't argue it. It could have been a hell of a lot worse, is what I'm saying. And I was prepared for the worst because
I do think that we'll talk about this, but what do you do now if you're Chris Getz?
Well, we're going to have
to. Dare I mention the Rockies catcher without Brandon checking me, or the A's catcher? Goodness sakes! I mean, why would you want guys who might hit 25 home runs?
Is Mooney going to do that? That'd be fun.
Is he going to homer again?
Yes.
Will he ever
Oh,
hit another
there was a
moonshot?
headline I saw on the Sox website that said his power is just a matter of time.
Okay.
He's coming back. He's getting better already. He's timing it up. Everything's great. He just hadn't quite timed it up last night. That's all. Everything's great. Everything's
Tonight's
fine.
the night.
Everything's magic.
Everything's going to be fine.
Don't anybody, me worry? All righty. We will be right back with the Pick Six. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago baseball fans. 104.3 The Score is your MLB trade deadline headquarters.
Will Chris Getz and the White Sox be aggressive as they contend for a playoff spot?
We're going to look for opportunities to help this future now.
Will Jed Hoyer make a splash for the Cubs and acquire some much-needed pitching?
You can't have enough pitching. You never have enough.
Keep it here as we approach the August 3rd MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.
The problem, here's the problem you got here is I see this right here, this spike, that goes in the hole. That's your problem right there.
So they needed a whole commercial break to get that thing back in the hole in the proper way.
Do you remember Little League Baseball, at least when I played baseball, like of course they didn't have the professional bases with the big spike in it. They would have like 2 thinner spikes, and the bag was super loose. At least the one that I played in. They're just tiny little bags that they weren't the major league bags.
Wait, the bags didn't move? I thought you played in the olden days where the bags, like, actually, they just put the bags down, and home plate was the only one that was actually out there.
Just hope it's 90 feet. By the end of the game.
One step up from Sandlot baseball.
Yeah, not that old, but definitely the ones with the 2 thin spikes that would go in it. So I was sitting there watching that and laughing aloud as Bill Miller just felt very comfortable telling everybody where the spike must go in the hole.
It all felt very, to your point, Mark, minor league-ish.
Yeah.
Like the whole operation.
Yeah.
Because it's a minor league ballpark.
Right.
The Sacramento River Cats still play there. You know?
The plug that sticks in the hole got stuck.
The plug that sticks in the hole got stuck. I want to have Bill Miller on. Bill, tell us more about this. Well, it just got stuck. You saw what happened. The hole in the plug got stuck.
Did that require an explanation, though? Because it wasn't like something happened on the field. That throat clear is going to be a drop.
In all honesty, I appreciated that there was an explanation, because if you're watching the game, you're like, what the hell is going on? It was nice. It was nice to get like a very specific answer from Bill Miller right there.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
any delay in the action. I like the transparency, even if it's going to be as entertaining as that, I guess Bill Miller should be doing them all.
It'd be nice if he it literally explained everything in reverse. What happened was you got your leg down here, and the glove went on top of the leg, and you weren't able to get under it, so the guy's out.
I need one strange incident every game that guy is a part of.
No doubt. I will say, you were talking about the NBA refs in those situations. They're pretty good. Maybe I don't watch enough
I think
NBA.
they have real media training because I tell you, they pull up to that scores table. Like you said, they give a little lean, all right.
This is my time to shot.
Time for my close-up.
This is my one shot.
Time for my close-up. And then they go, and they let you know in a very succinct manner what has happened, sometimes a little flair, sometimes just straight up. They all have their different ways of doing things, and I appreciate an NBA official on a call that is confirmed or a call that stands or a call that is overturned.
Yeah, I mean, they really get that zeroed in shot, that's more NBA referees, NBA officials are more like a TV show host than any of the other officials. Yes, you're getting zeroed in on, but you got this wide shot. For the NBA guys, it's like they're looking right at you when they're explaining those rulings.
You guys saw the Walt Weiss tackle, right? And the whole melee. I was wondering,
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. 6-run first for the Cubs on their way to an 11-2 win over the Tigers. Pete Crow Armstrong reached base 5 times on 2 hits and 3 walks. David Peterson now 5-7, got 6 2, third innings of work, 3-hit ball. He struck out 4 and walked 1. Same 2 teams tonight as the Cubs look to win the series. It's a 6:35 pregame. We're the only local broadcast for Cubs baseball tonight. White Sox, they are still in first place by a percentage point, despite getting shut out for the 6th time this year by the Rangers, this time 10-0. Noah Schultz allowed 5 runs on 11 hits in 3 2/3 innings of work. Kyle Teal hits the IL. It's a high left ankle sprain, could be out 6 to 12 weeks. Edgar Caro called up to replace him as part of the catching duo on the south side. 49 days until the NFL kicks off, and Robert Lewandowski scheduled to make his Fire debut tonight down in Miami. The Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What was the best part of the Cubs' 11-2 blowout of the Tigers, and how can a team be so frustrating one night and fulfilling the next? What happens tonight?
Yeah, I think they win again tonight, to be honest with you. I think what happened, the best part was that it was over immediately. The best part was the first inning. If your team puts up runs like that, they just take any question out of the game. That's how you break a team, by beating them as quickly as they took the lead, and then it was over. I mean, did anyone for a second think Detroit was coming back after that first inning? I don't believe so. So I think that there was no suspense to that game whatsoever. It was really good on the nerves after the night before. You take it, you tie the game, you go down, you got a chance to win, and then you have a heartbreaking loss. It was a great reaction, I felt, from one day to the next, and it was probably the proper response, but it wasn't a very exciting game. And it raises the question of whether you want a team to be competitive or you want them to just beat the hell out of someone. And I think that at that point in the year, at that point of this week, it was the perfect response. But I think the best thing about it was that it was absolutely no suspense whatsoever. From the minute the game started, you knew what was going to happen. When a guy gets a leadoff triple I mean, I guess you could say that a leadoff homer would be a better result, but I would argue that because now you got to get him in. So that focuses everyone. And when you start getting guys on bases, that's how you get really nice rallies. It's rare that you'd hit a home run and then that means you're starting a rally. Sometimes that a guy can give up a home run and then settle down and focus better. But I think with the man on third, that just was an unbelievable start to the game.
I think it's the leadoff triple by a mile. I mean, just to get it going. And then to your point, Mully, it gets everybody focused in. Now, we got to get this guy in. You can't have that kind of excitement in the ballpark coming off of a extra inning loss the night before, as the question points out. A team can be so frustrating. But this is, again, why this is a team that is 13 games over 500. And you wonder, are they any good? Like, it's amazing that you feel that way, but I still feel they're fun to watch, but they have been such a roller coaster this year. But PCA's leadoff triple was the highlight by a mile to me.
It was the highlight, but I don't know if it was the most important. The most important thing that happened to the Cubs last night was David Peterson going 6 2/3 and not giving up a run and getting 9 ground ball outs and looking like a guy that they acquired from the Mets to do exactly what he did. And that is to get your bullpen get him some rest and to perform so you can stay in the game. And he was in command. And then he turned it over to Savale, who mopped up and gave up, meaningless home run. But that was, I think, the best thing about the Cubs game last night was that the bullpen, after using 7 relief pitchers on Monday night, could finally just sit back and relax and recover and heal up after wearing the right shoes. So if you're Trent Thornton, you got another night to just rehabilitate that injury, and maybe David Peterson gets himself another start out of this, because when they get healthy, you wonder how he fits. So I think that was good. The rest was fun because offensively, you saw PCA on base 5 times and just make another argument for why he is as valuable as he is, as valuable as any player is to any team. I did like the Conforto homer because I do think that he has been a very quiet contributor in a way that has been important. So it was just a fun night after a very frustrating opener to the series.
So when you just asked that question, I started racking my brain. Off the top of my head, I don't even know.
That's the voice of Tommy Haugh, Cubs pitching coach, joining Mully and Haugh at 9 this morning. The Tigers started using position players as pitchers in the 7th inning, making a mockery of the final 2 innings. The score was 9-0 at that time. Did that detract from the game for you, or was that the smart move by the Tigers to preserve their bullpen?
No, it was embarrassing. It was awful. It was an exhibition, non-competitive. They're making a mockery of a Major League Baseball game, and McKinstry's up there lobbing the ball 35 miles per hour, the eephus pitch, and then he's trying to throw one down the middle, and it was ridiculous. And it was the 7th inning. Rob Manfred, if a team is ahead 10 or more runs, the game is over. Rob Manfred, if you are going to go to a position player, you cannot do it before the 8th inning. These are things that should be in place. Last night, bringing a position player to throw in the 7th inning was making an entire mockery and threatening the integrity of the sport. Every at-bat was compromised. It was ridiculous. No fun to watch. So, I think it did take away. It was a great victory for the Cubs, a great night for PCA and David Peterson and Conforto and everyone. But I'm with what Mookie Betts said in Sports Illustrated. If you are ahead by 10 or more, game over, because nobody wants to watch what we had to suffer through the last 2 innings.
I know Pat Hughes doesn't like it. Sounds like PCA didn't like it either.
He looked ticked.
It is just kind of a mockery. So much for every game being a Game 7 for the Tigers, right? I thought every game the rest of the way was a Game 7, so I guess they've been eliminated. and in a very strong fashion as well. They were eliminated in the first inning from the postseason play. So they're trading. So they're now so Skubal's available, right?
Jeff Passan says 60% chance that Skubal's getting traded.
Skubal's available, and you can thank the Cubs and Framber Valdez for that star pitcher being available. Yeah, I don't like it. If there's a moment where you're trying to have some fun, I mean, so to get rid of this, would you want the game to end early if a team got up 10-0, or should they expand the rosters by one, but it has to be a pitcher? Like, one more pitcher is allowed so that, you don't get into the burning out of the bullpen.
Owners never go for that.
Because of money?
Yeah. Extra roster spot.
Well, okay, but are owners going to go for shutting the game down in the 6th and no more hot dogs, no more nachos, or really chips and cheese? You really don't have nachos unless you're down at the Rangers game. See that miscue by the play-by-play voice of the White Sox last night, dropping the nachos at the game. I don't like it one little bit.
I think that I think that it was a joke. I don't like seeing that. I don't know. The very fact that you're talking about whether or not you need to put rules in place just tells you it's wrong, and everyone should know that, including A.J. Hinch. I mean, that's just nonsense. I get the idea of defending your bullpen or whatever. Get the game over with. Get out of there. Don't waste a game. Don't waste our time like that. Now, did you see that, like, Flaherty, after Monday start, he goes on the IL on Tuesday? He had some kind of injury. Apparently, Mize got hurt on Sunday, and they're worried that he's got a repeat of an injury. I just wonder what's going to happen. I like the idea of the Tigers being done for the year. Are they going to can they start having position players start games? Is that what they're staring down? And if if they're going to trade any of their starters?
That's like Little League.
I just wonder how that will damage them moving forward, just because you got me aware of them and worried about them in the division. And it was good to see them run afoul of those problems. I said I thought the Cubs would win tonight, in part because I thought the way they closed off that game, the way that they surrendered, it just looks bad, and it makes you feel like they don't really care. Oh, well, the Cubs are better than us. Here's the white flag. Okay, we won a game, though. Did you see that? That it's like they got what they wanted out of the series. Pathetic.
Well, okay, next question.
That, of course, is the voice of Ozzie Guillen, joining the guys at 8 this morning. What's your take on Kyle Teal going on the 10-day IL with a high ankle sprain? He's wearing a boot. He'll miss 6 to 12, depending on the diagnosis, according to the skipper, Will Venable. Is it odd to celebrate the news since it will limit him, but it's compartmentalized by the 2026 season? Edgar Quero, recalled from AAA Charlotte. Is that enough?
Again, that is my vision of it, is that it's compartmentalized. I love the idea with players in all sports, if they suffer an injury, they have the injury, they understand they have to get over it, they treat the injury, then they get back, and then it's left in that year. It's not something that will hamper them in the offseason, will damage them coming into the next year. I was very afraid. That looked like a really serious injury. I'm not saying a high sprain isn't a serious injury, and we know, generally speaking, that's a 6-week injury. Certainly is in the NFL, and that's when you're doing everything known to man to get back. So it's going to be a problem for him to get back. 6 to 12 weeks, that is not really, I've never heard that kind of a real diagnosis. It's a minimum 6 weeks.
That's from Dr. Venable.
That's what they're saying. Dr. Venable, they obviously don't know yet how long the injury is going to be, but 6 to 12 is a little bit over the top, right? I mean, 6 to 8, you'd be, okay, I got it, 10 to 12, oh, okay, so it's more serious. 6 to 12, that's just too much leeway in that one. I hated that the guy got hurt. I hated that happened. I felt mildly pleased that it's not bleeding into next year. I know that's worst case scenario stuff, but I was thinking, my God, have they lost their young catcher? Period, end of story. Do you have to wait till this time next year to see if the guy, how shaky he is? Are you talking about a guy losing 2 seasons? I was very worried about that. And that was because I got over my skis on how serious it was. So I feel significantly calmer now. It's not a good thing. I don't feel great about it. You really would prefer to have him. He's one of their best players. You thought that he was their best young player after last season. Now you got more guys and more still, so maybe you feel differently about that because of Vargas's breakthrough, because the unbelievable year Colson Montgomery has had, because you got Mooney in the house, because you've got a lot of new draft picks coming up. So I get it. I understand that you're not just, well, at least they got Kyle Teal. But I like the fact that hopefully it doesn't bleed into next year.
So this was confusing yesterday. We thought there could be worst case scenarios, and that, thankfully, that's the overall good news, that we're not there.
Right.
But the first tweets about this was the 10-day IL, and that's where it sat for a little bit. And then we had the pregame.
Yes.
And then we got, he's in a boot, and it's a high left ankle sprain, and it's 6 to 12 weeks. And we heard from Kyle Teal, played a little bit of that in the pregame show this morning. So is a 10-day IL just a formality? Is that so
buys
that
you time before you need to make another roster move?
So it allows you to bring up, but I'm saying, I think at one point you were like texting your buddies that you're Sox fans with and like basically high-fiving and fist bumping through text, like, oh, that's it? 10 days? That's awesome. And then all of a sudden, pregame comes like 90 minutes later. I mean, if you were a Sox fan, I felt like you were on a roller coaster of emotion. Like, oh, so it's not Achilles. But awesome news.
Yeah, but if
10 days, no big deal.
You knew it was longer than 10 days if you watched the guy walk off the field. I mean, that's just the way you have to get a guy up. So you had to manipulate the roster.
I was shocked that it was 10-day IL. I mean, and then I'm just saying, I thought maybe that's all the information that people had at that point. It seemed weird that it went from 10-day IL to 6 to 12 weeks.
Bottom line, for Kyle Teal, it's important for him to maintain a recovery and rehabilitation process that puts him in a position that maybe he can think that he can contribute, or whatever the case is, compartmentalize the injury, if you want to refer to it that way. He's got to chase that, because that is the way that you recover from injuries like this. So that's from the player's perspective. From the team's perspective, 6 to 12 weeks is a wide range, but in 10 weeks it will be the end of September.
Yeah.
And you have to realistically proceed as if he's not returning. And you have to move on from a baseball perspective, because you owe it to the rest of the players in that organization and your fan base and everybody involved to pursue this, replace him, and still have the expectation that you can play into October. Losing Kyle Teal hurts. It doesn't hurt as maybe you thought it once would, because you have one without him. That's not being that's disrespectful to his contributions, but I think it's just being realistic in what you're still capable of doing, even without a guy that we came into the season thinking that he was one of their best players. He is, but he's not their best player. Other guys have emerged. It's a different setup right now. So bad news for the individual, not catastrophic news for the team. If you're Chris Guest, this just gives you one more thing to be concerned about, as you are now 11 days or so, 12 days from the trade deadline.
Well, you have to ask yourself this question.
Lots of questions for Bruce Levine, 725, and how much concern is appropriate for Noah Schultz after he was rocked by the Rangers? Should the Sox consider either using Schultz in relief or sending him down to Charlotte to work on things? What's the right move here?
That's a question that's hard to be definitive about because Noah Schultz has given you the worst news is that he's given you reason to make that a legitimate question. That it's not just something you can shrug about and say he'll be fine. He's one of the top prospects. He'll be good because he hasn't been. He hasn't been consistent. He hasn't had that command. And when he has nights like last night, you do wonder about the development versus winning equation and how you balance those things in a season that has really its context has changed. And how many more outings can you afford that are, I don't want to say non-competitive, but disappointing? And he's a guy that when you look at Shane Smith in Charlotte, you have to see how he has done in his last outing, Hagen Smith getting healthier, and certainly the trade speculation, which will continue to percolate up until the deadline. You wonder what that means for Noah Schultz. I wonder how he would be out of the bullpen. You certainly have a need for lefties in the bullpen, out-getters, if you will, bulk inning relievers. Is that a role he could play? He's got the stuff, but he lacks the command and the consistency. I do think he can contribute at the major league level to a team that can get to the playoffs. I just don't know if it's going to be a guy getting the ball every fifth day.
Well, the command part is where you have to say, well, wait a minute. Can you bring him in a high-leverage situation and let him allow free passes? That's definitely not what you want in those situations. So, he didn't walk anybody last night, which is interesting, but he only struck out 2 guys. Too many hits, too many balls over the white part of the plate last night. I might send him back. I might send him back to see if he can get something before I consider moving into the bullpen.
It's interesting that you say that, Dustin, because we've talked about this 1,000 times about the dual purpose of this season. So this season, they're starting to win, and you're starting to feel it. And how are they going to make the playoffs? Are they going to be this team? How long can this last? Are these pitchers going to hold up even for this entire season? They don't have that leverage behind them of past years. But I think that with Noah Schultz, it's the other part. It's the player development part. It's what we were told early in the season, that you got to keep yourself from getting frustrated because it's really not about winning. It's about bringing guys up and giving them a runway and all. I mean, if you really looked at this and said he wasn't Noah Schultz, the future of the organization, their Randy Johnson, if you will, then you'd be like, well, David Sandlin had a bad start and you sent him back down. But that's not the purpose with Noah Schultz, the high, what you're trying to get out of him.
Yeah.
It's a totally different deal. So he's part of your future, and you want to do right by him. But what is right by him? Like where, how are you going to use him? How does he fit in to your other plan? You've got 2 masters. One is get to the playoffs. The other is player development. Are they in contrast now because Noah had a bad outing and hasn't really kind of been as good as he was the first time you brought him up? And I just think that you've got to be patient, and you can't send him back down. And he's not a player that you look at and you say, all right, who's next? Who can do it then? Give me the ball, son. No, you're not the guy. You got to view him differently, and you got to be more careful about it.
Up until you trade for a guy who might be a top of the rotations guy.
Well, then
he might be the odd man out.
Then you kind of would use him in a different way.
And then you're answering, you're not there yet. But if you make that trade in the next 2 weeks and get that pitcher, he might be the someone who gets the tap on the shoulder and either heads to the bullpen or to Charlotte.
And you may end up kind of double teaming him with someone else. He may be an opener, not 1 inning opener, but he may be the first guy up and go 4 innings, and then, or he may be the guy you bring in for 4.
He might
I don't
be
know how
Fetty's
they're going to do it.
piggyback partner.
Yes, that could potentially, you could see that happening depending on how things go. But, right now I'm giving him the next start, and we'll see what happens from there.
Okay.
That's kind of my attitude toward it. And again, I thank Bruce for preaching that to me early in the year, because I'm not a very patient person. All right. We've got to take a quick time out. We're in the midst of the Pick 6. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, tonight the Cubs take on the Tigers at Wrigley. And 104.3 The Score is the only local broadcast, so get all the action right here.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone.
Pre-game coverage on The Score starts at 6:35. First pitch with Pat and Ron, 7:10. Tonight's only local broadcast of Cubs versus Tigers. Of course, it's right here on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network, official radio home of the Cubs. And in Chicagoland, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This know if an umpire came on, much like an NBA official would after, and explain, like, these are the players who are called out. Usually it's just like they just point and go, and there's no real, as you said.
They sort it out the next day or whatever to find out.
I wonder if they're doing that now in MLB. That's my next question, because that's the next logical step, right?
I needed it to be Bill Miller. Reynaldo Lopez hit Jorge Soler in the face with a baseball.
He got him pretty good. There was one return hit that didn't necessarily land, but he got him in the hole.
Can you imagine?
Walt Weiss took him down.
So Acuna comes to the White Sox. I don't know where he is in terms of his development, how ready he is for the majors, but also Truman Pauly, a right-hander who was a 12.
Pauly.
I love that.
Come on. Finally, we get to cheer it again.
Pauly.
How did he have that already? Brandon Fryer at the top of his game this morning. It's like he was up all night since the trade, working tirelessly to bring us the best in White Sox trade hype.
Truman Pauly is totally going to be nicknamed the Professor.
Can I tell you this, though?
Yes.
This guy, to me, is Will Venable's contribution to this trade. Saying, guys, Chris, I need an Ivy Leaguer.
That is exactly what he is.
The Princeton man gets the Harvard guy.
He's a Harvard
guy. Can you
guy.
imagine those plane rides?
He pitched at Harvard.
Yes, I know.
I'm trying to get that through my head.
The spin rate conversation is going to be out of this world.
He's kind of anybody that goes to the Ivy League is called the Professor.
Yes.
That is just how it works.
This is, then when you say that,
yes,
you think that the White Sox just traded for a future Kyle Hendricks.
I don't know much about Truman Pauly, other than he's got a chantable name.
Yes, he does.
We know that.
Yeah.
And he's a well-educated man. I think he left after 3 years, was it? I mean, he didn't get his degree from Harvard.
That we know of.
But he probably could just mail in and
correspondence courses.
Yes.
These days you can get a lot done via Zoom classes.
It's hard to get into Harvard.
It is. It's hard to finish Harvard.
It's hard.
So maybe
Congratulations.
he, in the offseason, has been working toward that degree.
How do you play baseball and go to school at Harvard?
Well, it's difficult, but those guys can balance that. They're high achievers.
All right.
And I think you've got
very pleased with that piece of information.
A bright young man.
Yes, he will think it through.
He will think it through. He's 22 years old, was a 12th round pick by the Mets out of Harvard, where he struck out 91, walked 48, and 70 in third innings. He was a draft eligible sophomore.
That's what I mean. What does that mean?
He's a long way from the majors. Yeah. So he'll be cracking the books in places like Kannapolis, on the road.
And
in Birmingham.
I am appreciative of a man that has that kind of brain power. I'm not making fun of it. It's just a fact of the man's life.
Well, when you lead with the prospect they got is a Harvard product, I don't think we're talking about his fastball or his great breaking stuff.
Right.
And that's the most interesting thing about him. But Will Venable gets a smart guy for the clubhouse if he makes the Sox at some point. So he broke camp last year with the Mets. He has 175 major league at-bats, and he's a speedster.
You know, and I'm not, look, I hope he's.
16
a great
stolen
player.
bases. Wow.
Yeah, 16 out of 17.
16 stolen bases.
Out of 17.
Sox got
attempts.
faster.
Well,
Little
they got
speedy
a lot
guy.
faster. But like in Major League Baseball, and I don't know any of this, but is there? I would always imagine that on draft day there's like a line on the wall, and it says, must be this tall to ride.
That's a shot.
It's like a guy getting on a roller coaster.
The Mydroth meter. You just have it right there. If you can't be taller than Chase Mydroth.
See, that is so mean.
It is Luis Angel Acuna. Luis Angel Acuna. That's the way you say it.
Luis Unleash Hell Acuna.
There we go. That's a good nickname. Pass it along to Schriffen. Get him going on the nicknames early.
Paulie.
That's the other guy. That is
Paulie.
Truman
Paulie.
You go with Paulie. I'm going to go with the Truman Show.
Truman Show's good.
The Truman Show. And we'll find out when that will debut in Chicago.
He's going to suddenly realize that he's not at Harvard, that he's actually playing for the White Sox. That's the big surprise at the end of the show.
This is a move for the future.
Nothing about television.
Okay. Trying to keep focused here.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm making too many bad jokes.
Matt Snyder's with us from CBS Sports. Damn good hat wall behind you. Really impressive.
Yeah, we need to talk about that.
I've got the championship one right above my head, if you can see. Right there.
Folks are watching you on Twitch and on YouTube, so I've got some questions about this.
Good, me too.
Is this form or function? Like, do you actually pull caps from there, or is this your set for when you come on and hang out with people like us?
It's a great first question.
It's the set.
Okay,
it's just there.
Confidence should never cost you a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
These are concerns and questions that people are asking.
That is the voice of Kyle Davidson joining Mully and Haugh, the Blackhawks general manager, 8:25 this morning. How do you feel about online rumors that the Blackhawks have an agreement in place with Patrick Kane and a deal will be announced in the next couple of days? Will Kyle Davidson break the news with us later on this morning?
I'm saying no. I don't believe he will. But, hey, be fun. Be a nice thing to do. He should consider it. If it's going to happen, let's go.
He'd be on CHSN?
It's a perfect venue.
Perfect.
Come on, Kyle. Spill. No, I hope they do. I really hope they do. I think that they can use his services. They need something to give him a lift right now. It's going to be really fun to get a chance to talk to him. I'm so pleased that they got the Bedard contract done. But, there is also concern about when he exactly is coming back. And, you never know with injuries how long they take or how quick people heal. He seemed very upbeat about it when he did his little performance news conference / phone call. It was great. Video call. Enjoyed seeing him and hearing from him. And, when a guy gets hurt like that in the off season and you just see some grainy video of a guy falling down and find out he had surgery, I'm sure if he's signing a contract, they had plenty of physicals and they know all that is needed to know. But I would love that if that happened. And I was suggesting to David that maybe we should ask Kyle Davidson to call Gary Bettman and tell him, hey, Gary, why don't you tell Kaner he's got to make an announcement for the schedule, even though the schedule's already out.
I'm really confused about this. One of the things that I'd love to hear from Kyle Davidson, and I saw a clip again. If it's rumors, I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I saw the quote. The door is open for Patrick Kane to come back. Wait a minute. When did it open up? Because and I know I've said this before, but I think it's important. The door was slammed shut on that era of Blackhawks hockey, and why all of a sudden is it possibly opening? What changed? I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just curious from an organizational standpoint, what changed? Why is the door being open? We've also heard about Connor Bedard, who said, one day, and you would assume he's going to be the captain of the Blackhawks. I don't think he's going to be the captain of the Blackhawks next year. And would Patrick Kane be the captain for the next 2 years, assuming this 2-year deal that's out there on the internet, Mully, you mentioned, is accurate? Would he be the captain? And would that be like a step too far from like, no, thanks for everything you guys did, doors slammed shut, oh, welcome back, and oh, by the way, here's the C on the sweater. So I think it's really interesting. I want him back personally. I'm just surprised that the organization has done a 180 on this.
But I think that people are permitted to change their philosophy and policy and thinking about certain things. Over time, you can't stay rigid, and because you said something in 2023, it's still, you're going to be held to that in 2026. Everything changes season by season, week by week. It's flexible. You adapt. I think what you're referring to is when they slammed it shut, they traded him to the Rangers, and he ended up with the Red Wings, and then he's been away for a while. But when they got rid of Patrick Kane, they were closing a door on a chapter in their history they wanted to move on from. And also, Connor Bedard was not here yet, and when Connor Bedard was maturing and coming in here as a rookie, you wanted to give him the room to grow into being the hockey player he has become, a franchise player that he is. $15 million a year, that identifies him as the clear-cut leader of this franchise. So when Patrick Kane walks into the room now, there's no ambiguity. And there's nothing that you're going to get except for the benefit of his skill, of his leadership, and his institutional knowledge of the organization. They allow Patrick Kane to train at their indoor facility or at their practice facility in the offseason. This is a relationship that is maintained a healthy
That came out
status.
yesterday. What was that reaction?
I'm just saying, but what changed? That was a bit when that story came out.
I don't know. I think you're overstating how it was like a bitter parting. It was a move to move on and to start over. But I don't think that there was ever bitterness. If there were bitterness, Patrick Kane would not be welcomed into.
And
well, who would be bitter? I'm not saying there's bitterness.
But what you learned yesterday was that they clearly have made him an offer.
No doubt. I'm not doubting it. The question is, what changed? When did the organization pivot?
When Connor Bedard became the player that they drafted him to be. And he is now the guy that is the unquestioned leader and the focus of everything. And he will continue to be that, even with Patrick Kane, if we're lucky enough to see him come back for his final lap.
Again, to be clear, I want him to come back. I think it's a good idea. I'm just curious when the organization decided to open the door back up. Because Bedard blossomed?
Yes. You asked a question, I'm answering it.
Okay.
Why do you not accept the answer?
Pick six. There's your ball game.
Robert Lewandowski is scheduled to make his Chicago Fire debut tonight in Miami. The moment Lewandowski steps onto the field, where does he rank in terms of Chicago sports athletes and their career achievements?
Well, it depends if Patrick Kane's here.
Gosh, you stole my thunder, David.
Well, Patrick Kane would be the most accomplished player in his sport, although I think you could get a good debate from soccer experts and fans. Robert Lewandowski, I don't think people realize or recognize just how big of a deal this is in terms of it's what I think you refer to. It's a typical MLS deal. You're getting a legend coming to America to join an MLS team near the end of his career to kind of prop it up a little bit and to give it some recognition, to give it some credibility, to give him some offense. This is a guy that's regarded as one of the best strikers of all time. Certainly the best player to ever come out of Poland, and somebody who is going to be an asset to the Fire. So I think in his respective sport, there's nobody in the Bears that qualifies. There's nobody on the Bulls, certainly. No, not on the Hawks until Kaner arrives. And in baseball, I think that you have a lot of very good players that could stake claim to being all-star caliber, but no one of the stature of Robert Lewandowski.
No, in his sport, what he has done other places, he would stand alone as accomplishments based, looking at the other guys in town. If Kaner all of a sudden gets the sweater this afternoon, then I think you could argue that as a 3-time Cup champion. Also found it interesting, I looked this up. So Lionel Messi will not be part of the match tonight because there is a mandatory rest period after the World Cup, but he could be back as soon as July the 25th. So it's just unfortunate that those two would miss each other, basically, I'm guessing, by a game on the schedule, because that would have made that even bigger, right? I'm curious. I'd like to see him play, but Mully, you got to tune Apple TV for that? Is that how you get that nowadays? Don't know, okay? So I'd like to know how I watch Robert Lewandowski's debut with the Chicago Fire.
Yeah, I can't answer that, sadly, Dustin. I don't follow the league as closely as you would imagine. I'm more of a single team fan than I am a particular. I've seen a lot of him play, and I know how good a player he is. And I like the Patrick Kane reference because he is not the entity that he once was. He is now on the back end of his career, undoubtedly. And what happens at the end of your career, you got two choices. You can go to Saudi Arabia where you make a lot more money, or you can come to MLS where maybe the lifestyle would appeal more to your family. I just think that it would be, it should be a lot of fun to see how he does here. But this is a guy who was, very recently playing for one of the best teams in the world. And it's not like he is that far removed from being an excellent player, but he's on the back end. You age and you slow down, and I think all the things that you recognize in professional athletes, it happens over time. But, this is a legitimate number 9 player. In other words, he's like a striker, as David mentioned. He's a guy that will score goals. He is a very dangerous player in so many different ways. And it would be kind of fun to see how he does. But this is not the same quality within their league. I think the problem MLS has is that if you're talking about the best teams in the world, you have to perform all the time, even in practice, to be able to keep your starting position. And I think that we hand that out and we think of it as kind of a lineup, like in baseball, this guy bats third. Why did you move him? And we argue about lineups. That's not the way it's supposed to go. And it's not the way it does go with a lot of these world teams that have but there are certain players that are locked in, and he's been locked in his position for a very long time. So I think he'll be a ton of fun to watch, and he will be able to dominate this league. And I think that if you like the Fire, it'd be a lot of fun to see it. But
it is Apple TV tonight.
It is on Apple TV. Okay. Yeah. I have Apple, but I couldn't watch it on my television for some reason over the weekend. I had to watch it on my device. You don't want to hear my tale of woe. It is a tale of woe. All right, we got the extra point next. We're going to be right back with that. It's Mully and Haugh. It's 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
The White Sox wrap up the road trip with the Game 3 against the Rangers tonight on Chicago Sports Network. Tune in to
I don't really wear hats So yeah, it's just a set. I pretty much you can see a bunch of the World Series ones.
Yes.
I buy them when I go to the World Series there. And I went to Indiana University. So this one is new and it's my pride and joy right now.
Yeah. For anybody who can't see, there's 8 rows of baseball caps and there's a lot of Cubs hats. The entire row on the left, other than a Twins hat for some reason.
Well, there's the White Sox Batterman.
The
White Sox Batterman cap is my question, Lawrence.
The Homestead Grays.
Yeah, well, is beautiful.
Well, it was my wife actually at an insurance seminar got it autographed by Jason Benetti. You can see the autograph.
The White Sox hat?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what we're wondering. You're an avowed Cub fan, an open and comfortable Cub fan with a White Sox hat on your wall. I was going to ask you to explain yourself.
I don't hate the White Sox that much.
Good for you.
Yeah. I hate the Cardinals. You won't see any Cardinals stuff anywhere.
See, this is where I feel like White Sox fans and Cubs fans can shake hands.
They can.
And be like, you know what? I don't like them neither.
What, the Cardinals?
Yeah. But the Cardinals Cardinals fans try to attach themselves to the White Sox, and they're like, hey, we don't like the Cubs either. And we're like, no, our neighbors are fine. Get out of here, hayseed.
We're all Bears fans, so we can just talk about football then, and that's
There's a Bears hat on the bottom of row 7, as a matter of fact. But
There's a couple behind me too.
I echo the fact I have a couple of those World Series destination hats, or certain rivalry. Yeah, I mean, there's the 2 that I've been to that in the stands. The Red Sox Dodgers in 20. What year was
18.
that? Yeah, 18, and the Cubs Cleveland one in 2016. But those are good commemorative hats. I have like Stanley Cup hats from being able to be at Blackhawks Stanley Cup hats. Those are excellent buys.
So what's the bacon cap?
The Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
Yes.
Gosh, it would have been like 2013 or 2012. They had a promotion where they had bacon uniforms, and I wrote about how cool it was. And they just emailed me and said, do you want a hat? So I was like, hell yes, I do. I'll put it up here.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful cap. So now that you have opened the door, let's talk about the Bears. What was your favorite Caleb Williams moment this past year, Matt?
I think the 4th down to Rome. No, because, gosh, there were so many. It's tough to – maybe the playoff 4th down, but that came at a loss.
Yeah. 4th down touchdown. 4th down touchdown.
And then you think about the walk-off touchdown to DJ, but that was regular season.
Yeah.
Maybe the DJ touchdown against the Packers, because that would have been like
Saturday.
A playoff game, knocking the Packers out. We don't lose in the playoffs to the Packers. So maybe the Packers game clincher to DJ is probably that.
I think that's a great answer, and I think history will probably point towards that one on the top of the list. The only one I would add is the bootleg left touchdown to Cole Kmet in Philly.
I think that's my favorite.
Oh my
Black Friday.
God, the Black Friday. It was just like after managing the game all day and getting his Jalen Hurts on, he had to be special, and that throw was special. And they announced themselves as we can beat anybody.
Yeah.
There were just so many. That's why that season was so great.
Yeah. And that's why our Chris Tannehill decided to tune in to Green Bay Packers post-game radio.
That's right, folks. Sometimes you love sports so much you got to have more sports, even when your team's not playing. But I will check out because I like to know about the North. Sometimes turn the page is not enough for me to learn about the North.
It's an old score move to use the app.
Usually it's meant for bigger games than that last night, but I was in the mood to have to enjoy that a little bit because when you can check out our guy Mark Tauscher, who is I've been a fan of his for years. These Packers offensive linemen, that's the thing that sucks. They have so many great former linemen that are great in media.
Bulaga's a great dude.
Exactly, yeah. So I was checking them out and just enjoying the callers and people they're so over Matt LaFleur up there.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah. Well, I'll let the audio tell the tale here, but here's one caller's theory on what's going on with Matt LaFleur right now.
Jason, you're in Tosa. You're on with Mark Tauscher. Let her fly.
So I've been calling in since the Cleveland loss in Game 3 to say Matt LaFleur was not a coach who will ever get the Packers into a Super Bowl, and been asking Couch to tell me why I was wrong. Does Matt LaFleur even want to be the coach in Green Bay anymore? And I'm serious. He's giving off Mike Holmgren last season in Green Bay I know I'm going to, and I want to be in Seattle vibes to me. I think Matt LaFleur, there's a phrase out there, quiet quitting. He doesn't look like he wants to be there. He's been the worst part of the entire team all year.
Wow.
Wow, that is.
The quiet quit is being accused of one Matt LaFleur.
Tanny, this is what happens when you
For
don't
the
like
Extra
Holmes.
Point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
What head coach in the NFC North enjoys the most job security? Or, asked another way, whose seat will get the hottest if they miss out of the playoffs?
Maybe it's just me, but I keep looking at Detroit, and I think if the Lions miss the playoffs, Dan Campbell is going to feel a little bit of heat. I don't know if they would get rid of him, but I do think that it's a big year for him after last year's disaster when he lost both coordinators and seemed lost. Took over play calling duties, then he didn't, then he did, then he didn't. Then he was like, they were bad offensively, and they missed Ben Johnson in a big way. Up in Detroit, up in Green Bay, they gave Matt LaFleur a contract extension. What does that mean? Multi-year extension. How much are they committed? If they miss the playoffs because Micah Parsons is never healthy or maybe try to come back too soon to meet the Bears in week 5 and, oh boy, he rushed back, they're average defensively on the line without him. Meanwhile, Kevin O'Connell, if he's playing, the right quarterback, is he playing the wrong quarterback? What's next for the Vikings? Is there certainty there? The most secure coach in the division is Ben Johnson. He's got the paper, he's got the roster, he's got the pedigree. Ben Johnson has arrived, and I do think that he is the most secure quarterback in the NFC North. Even though it's full of guys who are capable of leading their teams to the division title, I'm not sure there's anybody that will go to training camp this weekend, and your summer is over, and there won't be a more secure coach in the NFC North than Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson is the most secure head coach, and Dan Campbell's contract goes through 2027. I think if they have a down year, and if they end up being last in the division somehow because this coordinator thing hit them hard. It really did. And they're obviously getting older as a roster, right? So they had a window, and I wonder if the way the Bears have come on, if that window has been slammed shut. And if it has, then Dan Campbell could be the one that's out.
Bears got to beat them, by the way. It's
that's
important.
Right. Yeah.
But if that does happen, Dustin, and it has, things do change in the way that you portray there, I think the easy answer to this question is Dan Campbell. And it's because he's been here. He's done a really good job if you look at it. But he's done so well that he's lost coaches. And he last year was a train wreck for them. Now, could they be right back? Do they have tons of talent? They had a window. You thought they were going to do very well for themselves. That window does look over. I think that Ben Johnson might be as good a coach as there is. He's certainly an independent figure. He doesn't belong to any other school. He doesn't connect to anything else. I think he's his own man, and he is the guy that you have to have moving forward. And I think people are really pleased with him, and I think the reason is because he's pushed as hard as anybody. Not that all football coaches aren't kind of half-whacked, don't get me wrong, but I think that the Bears are blessed to have this guy is kind of the way I feel. And I think that he's still in a honeymoon phase with everyone, and we haven't really seen any bad things go on. It's been nothing but moving forward.
People respect that drive.
I think you need it in football.
Do you feel like that Kevin O'Connell, because he's got a new general manager, could encounter any kind of issues?
That's an interesting question.
Because that happens in the NFL, as you know.
Yes, I think that there was a question as to whether or not he was going to stick around, and I feel like he may have won the power battle just from a distance. I don't know. I haven't talked to anyone up there as to exactly how that is broken down, but I think he is the most powerful figure in that organization because of the way that they managed to get rid of the general manager, and now they brought in another guy who now is basically working for him, in my opinion. And I think they may get better because I think they've got a quarterback in there, and I think they can easily blame the guy they fired for JJ and try to wash their hands of it if indeed they feel a need to do that. I think he's bought himself some time.
And if indeed he was the one who handpicked Kyler Murray.
Oh, that's a very, if he did, then that's good for him.
Well, then I think you have to look at it as he has a little writing on Murray's success as well.
I agree.
Which could be scary too.
And it could be a 1 year for sure success story, or maybe it works out. I don't know. But I think they're in a pretty good spot. I like what you said about the flower. I don't want to be disrespectful to him ever because,
we total respect.
He matters a lot to me.
We put him a little bit on a pedestal.
Oh, we do. We love him. He's not some fragile flower of a man. He just is named Le Fleur. But Ben Johnson, I think, has the most positive going from. These things change as the year goes on, but Dan Campbell in the most trouble, in my opinion. All right, Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
This segment sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
It's Jack Webb at PackyWeb Ford with big news. New F-150 buyers get 1.9 APR financing for 66 months plus $1,000 bonus cash. For details, visit PackyWebFord.com.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the Chicago community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Step into a world of flavor at the new Hollywood Casino and Hotel in Aurora, where Giada brings a modern California twist to classic.
Yeah, what's that record? If they're 0-2 since he said that.
When you're feeling the pressure of Ben Johnson, who calls you out, and it clearly triggered him. Remember all those times that he would bring it up? Yeah, I don't know.
It really bothered
Ben
him.
Johnson, I don't even know him. Why did he bring that up?
What's with that guy?
Yeah.
What's going on with him?
He's coming for you. The floor wants you to cram it up your cram hole.
This is the call that followed up very soon after, which I really enjoyed.
Let's go to Jeff in Milwaukee. Jeff.
Hey, guys. Unfortunately, I couldn't be less surprised by this performance.
Because
I don't think Matt LaFleur is a good coach. LaFleur is so inferior to some of these other coaches in terms of designing a game plan. When you look at some of these other teams, I'll tell you who's got a really good coach, you guys. The Bears. And you just better admit it. Because I'll tell you, Ben Johnson, the coach of the Lions, the coach of the Rams, the coach of the 49ers, these teams take on the personality of their coach. You can see it. They're aggressive, they're not afraid of anything, and they have this attitude like they're going to win. And the Packers lack all of that.
Wow. Folks, this is the dream.
They're afraid.
Hell yeah! I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a long time coming. And we've all dreamed, however that dream is supposed to look. Maybe John Fox will be the guy that takes us back over the top. I mean, Lovey did hit the ground running, and he wanted to beat Green Bay and said so.
He won a lot of games against the Packers.
He did. And there's been moments and flashes, but the idea that you might be passing them by and they're jealous of our coach, they're jealous of our offensive system and the way our team plays. Oh. So here's something that happened earlier, is that I was doing that interview, Grote.
Yeah, thanks for including me, too.
It was kind of a technical cluster bleep as we it got a little rushed on us. It was earlier than expected, and then it was short, and we didn't have a chance to get you there technically in there. Apologies, but
and you bolted Grote out of the room.
I did. Wanted to make sure that Grote couldn't get in there, and then you still got in there, asked 4 questions, but I made sure that Tanny edited those out.
Right.
Made sure that he edited those out. No, do you know what happened to me at the end?
No.
They cut off Bilal Nichols, and I didn't realize they did.
Oh no!
So I just kept going.
Oh,
and then
what are the lost questions?
Oh yeah, here you go. Chris Tannehill decided that should see the light of day.
You've been playing this game since you was a child to have fun.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it so well and playing so well and being in a good headspace and a pleasure to watch. No doubt that's going to continue. Bilal Nichols, when you do sign that deal, where's the celebration dinner? If I told you downtown Chicago, money is no object, and you can go have a meal at a restaurant for you and all your family and all your friends.
Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 49 days until the NFL season kicks off. The Bears rookies, they're in town on the 25th. The Vets are up at Hallis Hall on the 28th of July. Robert Lewandowski scheduled to make his Chicago Fire debut tonight down in Miami. Tonight, right here on 104.3 The Score, 6:35 pregame. The only local broadcast of Cubs and Tigers. And Colin Ray will get the start for the Cubs, who dominated the Tigers last night. The final was 11-2. Cubs scoring 6 times in the first inning. They're 57-44 overall. White Sox fall to 53-47 after Noah Schultz tagged for 5 runs, 11 hits, and just 3 2/3 innings of work. Shut out by the Rangers 10-0. Had just 3 hits last night. Cal Quantrill, Anthony Kay, the pitching matchup in the rubber game of that series. Kyle Teal's got a high left ankle sprain. According to the Sox skipper, he'll be out 6 to 12 weeks. Edgar Caro called up to be part of the catching rotation. The Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
1-2 the count to my draw. This one grounded to short. And that's going to do it. The White Sox will get shut out in Game 2 of this series. 10-0 versus the Rangers. The 6th time the White Sox have been shut out this season.
Here comes the 0-1. Fly ball, left center, pretty well hit, but it should be playable. Dean is there. Cubs win the ball game. The Chicago Cubs even up the series with an 11-2 win, and they get to 13 games above 500 again, and they still have a chance to win this series, Ron, and if they can do that, it'll be their 4th consecutive series victory.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Yes, indeed, there were really... I mean, listen, I'm used to mixed results, but those were one team blowing out an opponent and the other team getting blown out by an opponent.
And both teams have an opportunity today to win their series.
Yes.
That's the main thing.
Okay,
if you're
good.
the Sox and you're on the road, you were bound for a letdown. I do wonder, Mully, a young team prone to ups and downs, the emotions. Was this a letdown in response to losing Kyle Teal? Was this I don't know.
No.
It's a long season. No?
I don't think that.
You dismiss that? Okay.
I don't dismiss it.
I'm looking for reasons.
I mean, it's
I'm looking for reasons.
They didn't have it either.
It happens.
Defensively, the pitching was not good, and certainly their hitting wasn't
Noah
good.
Schultz was not good.
And my fear is they're going to get bushwhacked tonight by Quantrill's Raiders.
You think so?
I think that's what those guys did in the Civil War, post-Civil War. And the Civil War hero, Cal Quantrill, comes in. Doesn't that guy sound like he's right out of the Civil War?
Yes,
Quantrill.
sir.
Quantrill brought his troops in. Sir, we must stop him. Why would a Confederate want to stop a Confederate?
These are questions I don't know the answers to.
But the name Quantrill does sound as if I'm offended, sir, that you and your Raiders would bushwhack my White Sox.
Is he going to be the pitcher tonight for the Rangers?
I believe Quantrill is on the bump. Yeah.
Okay. That's a little bit of a shift then.
Bushwhacker.
He's not listed on the MLB's probable pitchers.
Oh, who is?
Tyler Alexander.
Hey! Is it Alexander Tyler? We better double check that.
Yeah, better double check that.
Dustin, didn't you say
I have Cal
Quantrill?
Quantrill is the probable starter.
Okay. We'll double check
And I'm
that.
trying to say it just like Mully.
Anthony Kay, though. Do you have faith in Anthony Kay?
Hello? Who's this? What did you ask me? Anthony Kay, let's go. I need the White Sox to win this game. It'd be nice. I'm worried that, whenever you get caught in the standings, whenever you're sharing first place, it's preferred to have it outright.
Sharing first place in a very good spot. They got some bad news about Teal, but they can still do something about that with 12 days, 11 days, 13 days, whatever. What is it? Trade deadline's August 3rd.
12 days. We're on a countdown. Yesterday was 13, right?
I believe so. So they have a chance to get a catcher, get a pitcher, get a relief pitcher, whatever the case is. They need to be active.
This is a lot. You're asking for a lot.
Well, I know, but you should ask for a lot. You're in the midst of a season where it's okay to ask for a lot. The shift has happened. The shift has happened. We had the conversation. It's an ongoing one about development versus winning. That question has answered itself. The White Sox are in a position to prioritize winning.
First of all, the shift has been banned. And so is touching prospects.
Oh, okay.
None of that.
You don't start prospect hugging again. I mean, really.
I like their prospects.
By the way, before we get to the Cubs, I want to mention this on X because I do think it's relevant to our conversation about what the White Sox approach will be at the deadline. Bill Madden is a fine, award-winning New York Daily News baseball writer and columnist. He's been a longtime guy.
Yes, sir.
Talks to a lot of people around the league. So there was a tweet out there on X that had 3 realistic trade packages for Mason Miller. And it had the Yankees, it had the Seattle Mariners, it had Pittsburgh. Got teams with prospects to be in a position to give up what it would take to get Mason Miller, the Padres relief pitcher.
Yeah.
And Bill Madden quote tweets that and says,
best relief pitcher in baseball.
Don't rule out the White Sox.
He said that?
Yes. He said that.
Wow.
Don't rule out the White Sox.
Well, did you say he's got 2 or 3 years left under contract? And he would fit their timeline perfectly.
A pitcher as dominant as Mason Miller with contract control would take a considerable number of prospects, I believe, but he also would give whatever team gets him an edge in the postseason.
How about this
decided edge?
How about you take the haul that you got for Dylan Cease and you give it back to them for Mason Miller? How does that sound? Now that sounds like a promising deal that I'd be willing to make.
Well, I don't think it's realistic. Because that haul that you got is imaginary. That wasn't such a great haul.
That wasn't a haul.
No, I think the Sox are in a position, though, to get a guy with control if they were to pursue that conversation. Look, we're swinging. I don't want to speak for both of us. I think when you talk about the big trades out there that you think could be made by the deadline, guys who are available, Mason Miller, Hunter Goodman, catchers, who have some power, top of the rotation starters. These are conversations that I would hope include the White Sox because they are where they are because of the kind of season they've enjoyed. So that's all. When they hear speculation about Mason Miller, it's interesting to me that a guy as respected as Bill Madden would say, don't forget the White Sox.
Okay, but I mean, I would love to have that guy play for the White Sox. He'd be phenomenal. I just want to know what you give up to get him. And
it's a fair question.
I think that haul would be phenomenal as well.
Yeah, it might have
quite
to be
a lot.
Yeah,
is the answer. And
Meanwhile,
it's not one or two. It would take you quite a bit.
The Cubs are shopping in the same aisles for the same things: starting pitcher, relief pitcher. Did David Peterson going 6 2/3 scoreless innings last night do anything for Cub fans in terms of maybe alleviating some concern over the starting pitching?
No.
No. Okay.
Do you think so? I mean, the first text we had this morning was a Cub fan saying that he had the ball in his own too much because he had a lead and he's going to get rocked the next time. I think he did very well, and I think this team fits him if he's throwing ground balls because their defense is outstanding.
He got 9 ground ball outs last night.
I'm
that
aware.
was exactly what they got and what they wanted from the Mets. And I think when you look at that, I don't know which one to believe: the David Peterson that was out there last night, or the one that got rocked at Wrigley. Before.
He's had mixed results, but he's had 2 excellent starts. He's had 1 good start, and he got rocked one time.
Yeah, and you didn't give up much to get him,
No.
so I think he has fulfilled. He's served a purpose because of all the injuries you've had as a rotation. And you wonder right now, though, based on just the last spin through the rotation, he was much better than Jameson Taillon.
I would say he was much better than JMO. I would say that the Cubs have more ambition than to settle for whether it's JMO coming back from injury or whether it's David Peterson. I just believe that they have bigger fish to fry, and if they really want to make they're one of the top teams in baseball, despite all the losses they've had, and they've got. We talk a lot about the starting pitching. They got 7 guys out of the bullpen that have been on the injured list.
Yeah, I know.
So I think that's as big a deal as any.
It is.
And I think they're probably, like I have said before, I think the White Sox and the Cubs may be looking for similar items, but I think they're shopping in different stores. I think that the Cubs are more down on North Michigan Avenue looking to see if they can get something from, and I don't even remember what stores exist anymore, so I don't want to embarrass myself by naming like a sack store that no longer exists on Michigan Avenue.
Along those lines, I'm not going to ask you to name a store. That's okay.
But the Sox
the
are
analogy
definitely
is a
on
good one.
Amazon deals.
It's okay. I think when you look at
what's on sale,
what the Cubs are shopping for, and what they did last night to the Detroit Tigers, they helped themselves perhaps, because
that's a
Detroit
good point.
looks lost and embarrassed now. That was ridiculous. A.J. Hinch going to a position player to throw in the 7th inning, and Framber Valdez walking off the mound and looking like he wanted to, just let it all out. He just looked like he was frustrated beyond belief. This is a team on the verge of falling apart, and you wonder if they are closer after a loss like last night to trading Tariq Skubal.
Well,
and if they are, the Cubs have to be in that conversation.
That is a very excellent point, because the reality is you got a former Cy Young winner, multiple Cy Young winner, who is out of contract. Are you going to pay him? Can you keep him? Why would you lose him for nothing?
Wouldn't it be so cool to come in here on August 4th? I think it's a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
It
is. It's a Tuesday. The 3rd is a Monday. It's a week from Monday is the trade deadline.
If we come in here August 4th talking about and evaluating and analyzing the Cubs getting Skubal and the Sox getting Mason Miller.
Well, I mean, if we're really going to play this fantasy game, then why don't we come in here and talk about the Sox getting both Skubal and Mason Miller?
No, because I think what I'm just suggested is that the scenarios we just discussed both came through in the way that we talked about. So the Cubs get Skubal, top of the rotation guy, fits. They got him out of the designer handbag store that you talked about. So this is what they get, and the Sox pay the King's ransom for Mason Miller.
How do you know that there is still an existing designer handbag store on North Michigan?
Just a guess. Just hazarding a guess.
All right, we got a lot of people
Yeah,
who
we
want
do.
to check in. We
Yep.
got a lot of people with a lot of interesting questions about stuff we were discussing earlier.
During the pick six?
We'll start with Patrick. He's in Gage Park. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
First-time caller, long-time listener, texter, and remote attendee. Hi, Mom. So, yeah, you guys been butchering Lewandowski's name. That's all. I've been texting Dustin. He told me to come on the air. It's Lewandowski. It's not Lewandowski. The W is like a V. The E is short.
Yep.
The O is long.
Yes.
So
Lewandowski. That is correct pronunciation of his name.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Patrick.
He makes his debut tonight against Miami.
Patrick?
No.
Oh.
Lewandowski.
Yeah.
Robert, the most accomplished striker in the sport and the most accomplished Chicago sports athlete who was active until Patrick Kane re-signs with the Hawks.
Well, we did have a texter, David, I told you about off the air that I thought brought up a pretty good point.
Protector of the Year, Joe Tooney.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at least it should be talked about in the conversation, right?
You know, I think that we may well discuss it if you need to.
No respect. The safety, the Hall of Fame Indiana State football player, State of Indiana football player.
Multiple Hall of Famer.
No respect for offensive linemen. You heard him giggle at the idea that a guard could be an accomplished athlete.
There wasn't a
Did you hear
giggle.
that giggle? I thought I heard a giggle.
You brought this up, and the problem.
Oh, that's why there was a giggle, because I brought it up.
No,
Okay,
no, you just.
Am I going to be allowed to talk? And I was not giggling. I was maybe slightly scoffing. I don't think, as accomplished as Joe Tooney is, that even though he's going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, he's the best at his position in the NFL right now. I don't think he means as much to his sport, football, as either Robert Lewandowski or Patrick Kane mean to theirs.
A goal scorer, a match winner. I mean, that's the difference.
That's all.
If it were,
I didn't mean to show any disrespect to anybody.
It just
sorry.
You would
sorry.
You would probably
Glasses off.
You'd probably need to
poker
talk
face
about
on.
like one of the great ball winners of all time. You know, one of the great defensive stalwarts. If you're comparing Joe Tooney to him, you see what I'm saying? This is a different position where there's more points.
Joe Tooney will never be named the most valuable player in the NFL.
He will be Protector of the Year.
He will. That's not what I said.
I know.
But Patrick Kane has been the MVP of the NHL.
Yes.
Robert Lewandowski has been known as the best player to come out of a country.
Yes.
Both Kane and Lewandowski have that distinction. Patrick Kane arguably is the best
greatest
North American
hockey player.
Or the best American hockey player ever.
Yeah.
Joe Tooney, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. Great guard. The best guard ever.
As Dustin might say, likes to say, same church, different pew.
I do like to say that.
Let's try Jeff. Jeff's on the Odyssey app. I like this subject. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. To borrow a line from A Few Good Men, I strenuously object to Noah Schultz going to the bullpen for sure because of his difficulties with control. A couple weeks ago, I called about the same thing, and it hasn't changed with him. He is not major league ready right now. He does not have the control that we need in the strike zone and outside the strike zone. He's terrible right now with that. If we're looking at it as he is a project that we want to develop, I think we need to send him down because if we have the body down there, Sandlin, bring him up if he's ready, if Smith is ready. But I think we need to look at that. And here's a hot take for you. Would you, looking at the way Schultz is pitching, if you could get Mason Miller and include Schultz in the package, would you do that?
Oh, boy.
Jeff, that's a really good question.
Excellent question.
Because I do think you're talking about that kind of price for somebody of that caliber.
Yeah.
A couple things. Number
That's a
one,
really good
I don't know that I disagree with his assessment of Noah Schultz, although I do think it's different when you're talking about a first-round draft pick and playing the shuttle back and forth to the minors than it is like, say, David Sandlin.
Yes.
So I think you want to be a little more careful with somebody like that. Now, including him in a package of that caliber for that kind of a pitcher.
That's what it would take.
That's what it would take.
Yes.
But I do think it might be a price worth paying, as hypothetical or unrealistic as it might be.
It would take like him and Caleb Bonham.
It might be.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I would
hesitate.
Probably hesitate. I don't know, man. I mean, you're putting me on the spot.
No, I'm not. That was Jeff.
I'm trying very
Jeff
hard.
did that.
I'm trying very hard to hang on to the future.
I know you want to. I respect that because it's been the Sox are in a position to be good for a while.
That's what I'm thinking.
But they can still be in that position, I think, because they do have. I don't want to say a surplus of prospects, but they're certainly rich with young prospects.
Let's try Marcos. Marcos is on the road. Hey, buddy.
Hey, man. I was concerned about what you guys were talking about earlier about Kyler Murray coming to the Minnesota Vikings. Short, fast quarterbacks really spooked me, man, as far as our win is going to be concerned. How concerned are you guys about the Bears getting another defensive end opposite side of Montez Sweat?
Good question. I don't know that that's realistic right now because the guys who were available are available for a reason. The guys who they would sign to maybe help rush the passer are likely 20 to 25 snap a game guys. And Kyler Murray could be a problem if he stays healthy.
You know,
he's going to be a problem for everybody.
Listen, multiple dimensions, as the Bears learned watching their quarterback play last year, really freak out a lot of people. When somebody can buy time, when somebody can take off, and then when they obviously can throw well, that creates massive problems for defenses. It doesn't matter how good you are if a guy can't be tackled in a certain situation and can buy time. That can really do damage to any defense. And that is Kyler Murray's career. He's made a career out of doing that. And I got a feeling that he's gonna be excelling in that with the Vikings,
especially with something to prove.
I really believe that.
Yep.
So it's definitely something to keep yourself up at night over. All right, we got our guy Bruce Levine. We'll bring him in next. We'll talk over some of these issues with Bruce, and he could tell us what do you do with a problem like Noah Schultz. That was a takeoff of Maria from, the Sound of Music. So I'm updating this into a holiday story. We'll talk to Bruce next. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
For Caleb Williams, it is the combination of knowing he can will to win a game, where you run 26 yards behind the line of scrimmage before you pass the touchdown to Cole Kmet is the best example of it. It's also the example of the undeniable arm talent.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's sports radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Going. What's your place?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Bilal, you there? All right, man. I drop an all right, man, even though he's definitely not there.
That's what I would have dropped.
Bilal, you there? All right, man.
Bilal. That's hilarious. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. You would have been going, it was Bilal.
Hey, no way Bilal Nichols would have hung up if I was involved in that.
Could be.
Interview.
I don't think it was his all choice. Your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
I'm a big Joe West fan.
Phew.
Olin, we had a great conversation with Matt Bowen this week, your buddy, our friend Matt Bowen, about coaching and about the bond that gets created between the coach and the players, especially at the high school level, and how one win in the playoff season can buy you 7 more days of just getting to hang out and bond and connect and watch these kids grow. And I just wanted to see if that resonates with you like it resonated with us. We've been thinking about it all week long.
Yep, I knew we were getting to Spiegel's Feelings Corner at some point. So here we are. I am at the Feelings dinner table. I can at least use a Crown Royal shot before we get going here. But listen, Matt Bowen does a great job, man, coaching his kids. You help these guys through this, and you use football really to teach life. And that's it for my Spiegel's Feeling Corner.
Hey, man, give yourself a shot of Crown as soon as the segment is done. You earned it. You earned it yourself.
I'm going to need it.
Oh, we appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend, sir.
Lawrence, how do you deal with all those feelings every week, man? You know what I mean?
Question. Good
He's
question.
singing music, doing art, wants to talk to you about your feelings all day.
I know.
Listen, man, I know we're in this era now where that's all okay. I'm not the guy.
Noted. I'll never put Olin in a feelings corner again.
No, we have to do it. You got to be you, Steve. We got to do it, man.
That's
Every
right.
time
You
I
gotta
come on,
be you.
Spiegel's Feeling Corner.
Hey, man, you get to critique my center technique, you know? And then you got to come into the feelings corner. It's like it's a little give, a little take.
One day we'll do karaoke too, and I'll sing La Bamba for you. That's my karaoke
Yeah,
song.
let's
Oh,
go.
that's a great.
Let's
That's
go.
a great one.
Now we're getting
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, La Bamba. You just scream it, man. You don't even got to sing it well.
Now we're
Garza
getting
Shocked. That's my song. Roberto Garza used to be shocked. That was my song.
But Warren Sapp would have probably guessed it was your song, right?
I'm going to tie the room
This is
together.
good stuff.
Oh,
man.
All right, we'll talk to you, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, Olin, you've referenced it a couple times. 2 weeks ago, you called me out for putting you in a corner, for putting you in Spiegel's Feelings Corner. And then last week, you said...
I didn't call you out. I just named it. I just named what you do to everybody.
Thank you. All right, that's noted. Noted, sir. And guilty.
Also, I'd like to say, Lawrence said something earlier. I thought about this. Wildfire is good, man. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's delightful.
Wildfire is excellent.
Yeah. But last week, you asked for a song. You said, Speaks.
I can't wait.
Speaks, do we have a song for the Feelings Corner? Because, if you're going to
By the way, Speaks,
yes.
I saw you on Twitter singing with your band. You're awesome, man.
Oh,
for real.
you.
I enjoyed that.
It's very kind of you.
Yeah, you got your moves and singing way better than your stance.
I'll take that. But Olin, we were talking about it. Me and the band, me and Tributosaurus were talking about it. And Kurt Morrison, my guy, said, I can do a little something for Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Here you go.
Feelings. Spiegel's having feelings. Trying to make people feel feelings too.
This is awesome.
Corner.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Wanting even athletes.
The 2026 World Cup final smashed North American viewing records, pulling a massive 66 point.
To feel the way we do.
I do want you to feel the way we do,
Feelings. Whoa, feelings. Whoa, feelings.
Go ahead.
Sing along, everybody.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Feeling.
Come on, sing along.
This is really, really good.
Oh, it's awesome, man.
There's a little Spanish guitar going on there?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner.
I thought it was Santana.
The great Kurt Morrison. The great Kurt
That's
Morrison.
awesome, man. That really is awesome, Speaks. I appreciate that.
Hey, man, thanks for branding a segment. Now we can
Yeah,
just,
for sure.
we can do there, and Lawrence can leave if he needs to. You know?
Well, now we just got to get a sponsor.
no.
We got to get some sponsorship. And I think maybe Wildfire might be the perfect opportunity for Spiegel's Feelings Corner with Olin. Get our guy paid, get him fed, all of that good stuff.
Kevin, I have some bad news. Unfortunately, Marshall.
Our friend Bruce Levine.
All right, guys, I'm here with Michael Conforto. And Michael, in a blowout game, you see a lot of different things, but let's start tonight with David Peterson. Obviously, an old teammate of yours from the Mets. What did you see tonight, and what was he doing right?
I just saw him attacking the zone, trusting his stuff. He's not a guy that walks a lot of guys. He's always around the zone, but I think he was just on the attack, and I'm sure he'll say that it makes it a lot easier when the offense is doing what it's doing. But that's what I see when he's on and when he's right, and he can be a really, really big piece for us down the stretch, and I think he will be.
From Michael Conforto to Mully and Haugh, Bruce talks to everyone, and Bruce Levine joins us now on 104.3 The Score. Shout out to everyone watching on CHSN. Got the hat on, buddy. I don't know if you noticed.
Nice hat.
Great to talk to Bruce. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency. Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Takeaways from yesterday. Blowouts with both the White Sox and Cubs. One went the right way. Where do you want to begin? Cubs, Sox?
Cubs is a fun story. Why talk about anything else? They looked off. When you get 6 runs in the first inning, when you run off a pitcher, when you play the way they played, the opening triple, just watching that guy run the bases, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, he's catching up on those MVP stories that we were talking about the last couple of weeks with Ohtani no longer pitching anymore. And the idea that he's having a great year for normal people, but for Superman, not quite the same year. So that's going to be fun to watch that race go down to the end. But more importantly, the type of at-bats that he's having is not just showing that he's one of the best players in the game, but he's leading that team by taking a lot of pitches, yesterday walked 3 times. I don't think he ever had a game last year or the year before where he walked 3 times in a row. Hardly walked 3 times ever in a week or 2 weeks. So just the magnitude of his play. And then every time after a game, Counsell was talking about, well, maybe this catch was the best catch he's ever made this year. So you're seeing, the making of a MVP and an all-around player who is just fun to watch. But team-wise, guys, they have the highest walk percentage of any team in baseball, and they pretty much have started that from the beginning of the year. Quality at bats. Earlier in the year, you weren't seeing them do much with it. Now they're starting to score some runs.
We've seen both sides of David Peterson, one where he couldn't get anybody out, and then last night where he didn't let anybody score. That was what they wanted when they traded for him, but I don't know if he can sustain it. What's reasonable to expect from David Peterson? We heard Michael Conforto say he will be good for the Cubs down the stretch. Are they counting on him to be good down the stretch?
Yeah, Counsell held up when asked about that. Someone asked him to elaborate on how good he can be the rest of the year, and he will be good. And Counsell he put up his hands, put the stop sign up, talked about the idea that, hey, 3 out of 4 games that he's pitched for the Cubs have been really good. Last night, everything was favorable. Not to take anything away from Peterson, but they scored 6 runs in the first. The wind's blowing in. It's ideal for him. And then he settles down and he throws a really nice game against the Tigers. So one at a time is the way that Counsell is looking at it. He's pretty happy about what he saw yesterday. And they really needed that length from him and Savali, who finished up, mopped up for him for the last 2 2/3 innings or 2 2/3 innings that he had a pitch. So fresher bullpen for tonight's game. More importantly, a day off tomorrow. Everybody gets rested. I think you might see Swanson sitting and getting 2 days off, and Nico playing shortstop. So I think things are going pretty well in the Cubs' direction right now.
Bruce, as far as the The White Sox are concerned. We had a conversation this morning about Noah Schultz. What do you do when you've got a guy, and you did a great job of explaining sort of the dual purpose of this season. Obviously, they're probably winning more than they anticipated. They're probably in the mix a lot more than they thought, but they also are trying to develop players, and he's a very important part of their future. How do you handle Noah Schultz in terms of moving forward? If you were to make a move for a pitcher, would he be a guy that was his role would change? I mean, would you move him to AAA? Would you try to fix whatever's going on, or is this just growing pains of being a starting pitcher?
This is a difficult time for the White Sox because, we do talk about player development with Schultz, and they still are very high in him. But after the Houston series, the White Sox come home and they play Houston and the Yankees, okay? After Houston, they have the Yankees, Tampa Bay, Boston, and Cleveland all in a row. 13 straight games against the teams that are the best teams in the American League with the best records. So are you fortified, and are you feel that it's to the best of the young pitcher like Schultz and the team to go into that period of time? You're going to know how good the White Sox are by the end of the second week of August. And if they're still in the position that they are right now, obviously the trade deadline is before that, and hopefully they go out and get a veteran pitcher or some pitching help. But you're going to know how good the White Sox really are after they get through this stretch of the best. These are the only good teams in the American League right now that they're going to play them in succession. So the Schultz issue is one for the White Sox of, again, player development, as opposed to we have a chance to go into the playoffs and maybe go deep into the playoffs. We make a couple stealth moves here. Is Schultz a part of that? And this weekend, I think Chris Getz on Friday when the team comes back, and Will Venable, the manager, will be answering those type of questions as we get towards this very important time of the year for the White Sox.
That's a good way to put it. Bruce, back to Wrigley Field last night. Wanted to know what you heard post-game from the Cubs in relation to the Tigers going to a position player to throw as early as the seventh inning, what you thought about it, and just the overall decision by A.J. Hinch to get 6 outs from guys who were position players.
So this is a Major League Baseball problem, right? The ridiculous rule of 13 and 13, which we've talked about before. You must have 13 pitchers. You must have 13 position players. Why don't you guys tell me why?
Why? I don't think that it makes sense. We're with you on that one, I think.
So the idea is you should be able to have more pitchers when you need them, right? And you should have a taxi squad of guys that you don't have to put on the. You don't have to put them out there on waivers because right now they're out of options. Okay, so the whole antiquated system is impacting what you asked me, David, directly, and that is when I talked to Michael Conforto about them facing some guy throwing a 34-mile-an-hour curveball in McKinstry yesterday. He wasn't happy about it. Okay, I don't think a lot of guys were happy about the seventh inning in a non-professional Savannah Banana type situation. It's not good for baseball. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but people pay good money to see the full baseball game, guys trying to win a game, and that's not it in the seventh inning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone liked that. It was just tough to watch.
Pete Armstrong looked visibly upset during his at-bat. He looked like he was ticked off at the way that they were just lobbing the ball up there.
It's not Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's exhibition ball. It's something you see in spring training, maybe, although you have as many pitchers as you want then. It's just, it needs to be addressed. There's a general managers meeting every year in November. They discuss the rules. That's one of them that they have to go away from this 13-13 antiquated system that they have, and that they need to also have a squad of extra guys that they don't worry about getting service time that can be available to them when they need extra guys. They don't have to fly people in from 1,000 miles away that morning. Let's modernize the game a little bit.
We talked this morning about the Kyle Teal injury, and I felt it was comparative good news from what I was fearing. In other words, you don't want to lose a guy for 6 weeks, let alone 6 to 12. I don't know what that diagnosis means. But at least it is limited to this year. It doesn't seem like an injury that requires surgery, recovery, and an entire off season where you might not get him back till this time next year. So it was, I was pleased for him that it was not as serious. I'm sure he's gutted. He's in a walking cast and things were just going his way. But at least it's not an Achilles. It's not whatever people were speculating about. It's not as dark as that. And yet he would be unlikely to come back in time. Does that change your priorities when it comes to the trade deadline?
Well, I think you look at it not only for 2026 but beyond.
Yes.
Carroll, who was supposed to be the equal and as good as Teal as far as being a prospect and a top catcher, a year ago we were talking about these two guys coming through the system, and that they have this luxury of two outstanding young catchers that are going to be there for a long time. Carroll's not necessarily being looked at as that anymore. He didn't even hit very much in the minor leagues when they've sent him back. He's been back down there for 3 to 4 weeks. So I think they have to reevaluate what catching is for them. You do count on Teal, who's had 3 leg injuries this year, and you say, well, we still think he's going to be one of our top hitters on our team. Is it time, to look at a different position for him? Is that going to be getting the best out of Teal rather than looking at all these leg injuries and going, is he the catcher of the future? He didn't really hit very well this year either. So with all of that in mind, can they go out and acquire, a Goodman or a Langoliers?
Yeah.
How much would you have to give up for that? But when I talk about that, I'm not being flippant about the idea that they might need catching, but can you, if you're going to make a move for somebody like that, are they the starting catcher of the future for the White Sox? Do you have to be open-minded about what you thought a year ago isn't necessarily transpiring right now?
Great stuff, Bruce.
Yeah, excellent, Bruce. Appreciate it.
Guys, have a great day.
That's our guy, Bruce Levine.
Did you see the report from Jeff Passan and ESPN.com that Adley Rutschman is now a potential trade candidate for the Orioles? An all-star catcher? Another guy on the block?
Langoliers was in the all-star team.
I know, but you have 3 big-time catchers that are all been rumored as a source of speculation in trades.
I would imagine that one would be insert arm and leg.
I do. I think that might be a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you could shop.
Yeah, I suppose.
You're going to have to consider all these kind of options because of what Bruce just said. Kyle Teal moving forward, though, I don't know where you put him.
Well, apparently he takes over from Andrew Benintendi, if I was listening closely enough.
Possibly.
All right. Lot to think about there. We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now,
Run onto the field in advance of the last game that we talked to you about.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I just didn't want to spend a night in jail. That was really
classic Marshall.
Yeah, my bad.
You know, I just pulled through the Taco Bell drive-through, and I've got a couple of big, nasty Supreme burritos right here waiting to be eaten. And I know that they're going to go down a little bit more difficultly now because Marshall is not going to be in that scenario. Now, that doesn't mean we can't create it out of thin air, but in my mind, I might be able to digest my food a little bit easier, not picturing that in my mind.
Maybe
It might help.
Maybe this will help. Our friend and yours, our boss actually, Mitch Rosen, would like us to say hello to you, Kevin. I've taken care of the boss.
Hey, are you guys going to an FM station beginning in early February? Did
Yes,
I read that
sir.
someplace?
That's us. February 2nd.
Congratulations.
You
That's
would
great.
sound
That's
great
good.
on that FM station, Kevin, if you ever want to join us for some more talk there.
Let's bring it, Layla. Let's bring it home, baby. Let's get this thing on. Let's put it on the books, and let's ramrod our way right into it.
Kevin, please tell me that your Taco Bell, did you go through the drive-thru? You said you were driving.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but the first thing they ask you now, are you using the app? The app? No, I just want my burrito. I don't want to use an app. I want
Cheers,
the
brother.
burrito.
I would love.
Bring a lot of mild sauce because I'm going to squirt it all over the place. It's going to be right there.
Just be careful of that witch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She'll be rearing her ugly head on Sunday night. Let me tell you.
I just can't. I know somebody has probably gotten your drive-through order, and they're like, "Why does that voice sound so familiar?"
You're the best, man.
Is that the default
Thanks,
order? Is the
guys.
burrito, Kevin? I have to know.
What's that?
Is that the default order? Is the burrito for you? Everybody has a default Taco
I'm
Bell.
getting it for the boss. I'm getting it for the boss, and she'll have a couple bites, and then I get 1.5. So it's easier because sometimes you give the order and they mess it up. You get home and you open it. I go, what? They got the wrong thing in there. So it's on the menu. It's right there. It's easily understood, and you get a couple of those in you, and you're set for the day. And you just kind of wonder where the wind's going to blow.
I know one direction it's going to blow.
Yeah, it's going to blow right in our booth on Sunday night.
Seriously.
Steve, what type of ball player were you?
I played in college, Division III basketball. I was pretty good.
Wow.
I could play. I played in the Garden my senior year. Then I lived in Vegas for many years, so I played with all those guys, Larry Johnson and I know Greg Anthony since he was in high school, and Ricky Sobers. And there was one place to play in town, which is, I'm not joking, it was called the Sporting House. It is now Sapphire's Strip Club. That is where everyone played. And you had everybody there, all the UNLV Rebels, all the guys, if they would come to town, they would play. And it was some great runs there. Yeah.
Who's the best famous actor ball player that you've played with?
Woody Harrelson thinks he's good, but he was no good. He played with us. No good at all. He thinks he's good. I think Adam Sandler's okay. When he was younger, I think David Duchovny could play a little bit.
Did you ever play at Larry Sanders' house? Larry Sanders used to have those.
Yeah, they used to have a game, but I don't know if they were any good. I mean, Sarah Silverman was in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, she could be good. I mean, I don't know. I like Sarah. I like them all, but they used to play on Sundays there. Yeah, I don't know. Woody Harrelson really thought he could play. He's a way better actor than he is ball player.
And of course, I meant Gary Shandling, who played Larry Sanders. But yeah, those were legendary games. So we're going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. Our good friends at Circa are bringing us to Vegas, and I didn't realize you were the talent booker at the Riviera for a long time. Is that true? That's insane. Who's some of the big acts that you booked at the Riviera at the time?
Dennis Leary, Bill Maher, Richard Belzer, Rosie O'Donnell. That piece of garbage, Ellen DeGeneres, David Spade, Rob Schneider, George Lopez. We could go down the line. Ray Romano, Kevin James, Drew Carey.
Wow. You've had
on and on and on, you know.
You've had a few different lives there.
Well, that's how I started acting. I was booking the comics, and then Bruce Baum, Kevin Pollak put me in a couple of their HBO special and Fox special, and kind of got the acting bug, took some lessons, started auditioning, and that's kind of how it all started, like that. But it was those guys. I worked with comic Bruce Baum, and he was very helpful for me at the beginning. And, then I just started taking it from there, and then I came to New York for a wedding, and I auditioned for The Sopranos.
when you're in Sopranos while it's going on, not looking back, did you know that you guys had struck gold with the cultural importance of the show? Like, it just seems like the acting was so good on every level that it would have been hard to not believe that it was going to be a success.
Well, if you talk to the guys that were there from day one, I mean, I came on the second season. If you talk to Michael and Jim, used to tell me, and nobody knew that. Michael even thought it was like a farce, like it was a comedy.
Very frustrating. It's not how I anticipated this year to go. I put a lot of work in this offseason. I just want it really bad. It's very unfortunate, but I'm not going to sit around and feel bad for myself. I'm just going to keep pushing every day and do everything I can to help this team win when I'm back.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is the voice of Kyle Teal. That is the voice of the White Sox catcher, who is now down with his third injury of the season. Obviously had the hamstring, suffered in the World Baseball Classic, and then had a setback, hurt his knee while recovering from that, and lo and behold, the ankle is the latest. He's got a high ankle sprain and put on the 10-day IL, but he's wearing a boot, and they say he's going to miss 6 to 12 weeks.
Well, that's the diagnosis, prognosis, guess. That's the best guess.
Yes.
And that's a wide range.
It is.
But I believe that when you say 6 to 12 weeks and you're sitting here July 22nd, you essentially are ruling him out for the season. And you're talking about a season that only lasted 19 games for Kyle Teal. That's all he played in this year for the White Sox. 2 home runs, batting average of 190, OPS was not what you wanted to be at 589. This was not the Kyle Teal you expected. Certainly you heard the disappointment in his voice. Doesn't really change anything, I believe, about his future, unless you disagree. The one thing that I think you have to watch out for is what Bruce alluded to. If the third leg injury that he suffered this year impairs or limits him from catching on a regular basis, do you worry about him being injury prone if he goes back behind the plate? Or will it be in his best interest to find a different role or position for him to play on this team?
Yeah, I think that I think the guy's a catcher. I think that he's been a catcher. I think they were talking about playing him somewhat in the outfield because they thought they had 2 catchers and they were looking for another position for him to play. I think whenever a guy goes into an off season and kind of changes their body in the way that he did, you worry about soft tissue injuries. And when I saw him at Sox Fest and he was talking about all the muscle he put on and he looked bigger and all that stuff, that worried me a little bit. We had discussions about that, just about when you're doing that sort of thing that can lead to unexpected consequences. I was hoping that he could restart his season and he could have like a really good second half that would help him moving forward with this team. But now that he's been injured, I think you do kind of reassess things. Hadn't thought about it the way Bruce raised it, and I don't know what to say about that because I don't know where he would then play. He's a pretty good athlete.
Well, you just don't know yet because it's an interesting suggestion, but to consider it fully, you need more context than we have right now. You don't know what the Sox are going to be facing next offseason. You don't know who they're going to replace him with this year. So if you go out and you trade for a catcher who's still under team control, that may change the dynamic as well.
And you raised the prospect to open the show about a certain Cubs player who may have been a catcher at one point, but was basically a DH, and how he came back from an injury and ended up winning a World Series.
Well, I did suggest that scenario. If the White Sox are to play into October as we hope and expect, perhaps, then you have the Kyle Schwarber scenario in play.
Oh,
he went from the Arizona Fall League to Cleveland to play in the World Series, and he was. I think he was a factor in that World Series.
Somewhat of a factor.
So
shades of Kirk Gibson, maybe limping up to the plate.
Maybe. I mean, that would be a great finish, storybook ending. Yes. But I don't know that. I don't know that you want to wait that long necessarily to get Kyle Teal back. But I do think that they're going to have to, realistically plan without him.
We'll run this by Ozzie. Ozzie has seen everything in his life in baseball. Just do you make any conclusions? Do you worry about that sort of thing? Do you think about positional change with a guy with leg injuries? We'll bring Ozzie Guillen in next. It is Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Nico Horner here with us. We can't ignore the fact that you have 10 hits in your first 4 games after the break. Doing anything differently?
Good line drives, like we've always talked about. Not hitting the ball particularly hard, but just flush contact all over the field. Different pitch types, different types of pitchers, different situations, and sometimes you can't control for results. But when I'm doing that, I feel like I give myself a really good chance.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give all clothes.
What to think of it, on paper. And Jim figured he'd just do the pilot, make some money, and move on. He didn't think it was going to be a hit. And then the reviews came out, and they were the most glowing reviews that you could ever get. It was incredible. They were saying it was the greatest thing in pop culture ever, and on and on and on, all these big publications. Now, by the time I got there, I remember early on I was shooting. I happened to be shooting that day, and that's the day they were the first cable show to be nominated. 16 Emmy nominations. It was the first cable show, and it got nominated for 16 shows, and that kind of took it to a whole nother level. And so as you're doing it, it's really good stuff, really good material. It's just kind of incredible. You're looking forward to getting the script. It's that good, So as time went on, it took a little while, but, don't forget, they shot that first season. Nobody even knew who they were,
It's amazing.
They're shooting on the streets and nobody knew who they were.
It really kind of kicks off this entire era of prestige TV on cable and on HBO, and the whole concept of the anti-hero, which was not like a brand new thing, but really building a show around it. Because then you get Breaking Bad, you get even shows like The Shield, and like other shows started to pop up where the anti-hero was the thing. You're a sports fan, you're a sports guy. Do you root for the anti-heroes? You root for the bad guys who are great, or do you root for the good guys who are nice and clean, seemingly?
Bad guys in what way? Poor performers or bad people?
Bad people. They're human.
Dennis Rodman?
They're human flaws. Their frailty is obvious, like Tony's was. You know what I mean? Do you root for those people?
Listen, I think Tony Soprano, he didn't look like a TV star at all, right? Here he is, the star of the biggest show. He doesn't look like that. Usually it's a slick, good-looking guy. Here's an overweight, balding guy, looks much older than what he is, but yet he's a tremendous actor. Tony Soprano is a terrible person. He does everything under the sun. He kills people, he steals, he does drugs, he gambles, he, cheats on his wife, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet we want this guy to succeed. We root for this guy. We love this guy. And I think that's mostly in the performance, of course, and the writing.
I guess what I'm asking is if you're an Aaron Rodgers fan.
You know what? Believe it or not, I'm not a football fan. I'm a big Yankee fan, a big Knick fan. I don't follow football. I just don't. Even though I got a movie coming out in December, Hallmark movie with the Buffalo Bills. We shot in Highmark Stadium, which was a lot of fun. But I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is kind of an ass, right? I don't know.
Nailed it.
That's what I read.
Nailed it. Way to play to the Chicago crowd, Steve. You nailed that. Killed it.
Listen.
How about Russ Dorsey telling Layla and Mark yesterday that a scout called him last year while looking at the White Sox prospects and told him that the shortstop, Sam Antonacci, is his favorite guy.
My favorite scout texted me and was like, yo, I'm scouting the White Sox right now. And the kid that everybody needs to keep their eye on is not one of their big boys. It's not Colson Montgomery. It's not Caro. It's not any of the pitching prospects that he's like the guy that's I can guarantee you will play in the big leagues for 12 to 15 years is Sam Antonacci.
Wow. Sam Antonacci, a 12 to 15-year big leaguer.
Come
on the south side?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
That goes back to one of my other pet peeves, and you'll love this, Dustin. Like, when we predict success for prospects, what can we just kind of 5 to 7 is fine. I'll take 5 good years, man. I'll take 5 good years.
This isn't a prediction, David.
Okay.
It's a guarantee from an unnamed scout.
Think about what he just said. 12 to 15 years. In the year, where are we now? Okay, in the year 2041, Sam Antonacci is going to be waving to a crowd wherever the Sox are playing at that time, in the 78 or in Hammond or wherever, and it's going to be like a standing O for Sam Antonacci. What? Okay, here's where I want to take a deep breath. Sam Antonacci is exactly who Russ Dorsey described him as. He's one of the best prospects in White Sox camp right now. So he has a chance to contribute this year. I would love to see him. I know you'll hate this. I would love to see him converted to an outfielder so he can play left field and they can find a spot for him. Because if he's got the bat and he's got the speed, I love the fact that he flipped his bat after taking Tyone deep. Wasn't it Tyone he took deep, I think?
No one can take 12 to 15 and turn it into 5 to 7 like Mr. David.
I know. I'm exaggerating too. I know I get carried away, but like 12 to 15 years, dude. How many prospects in the last 20 years have had 12 to 15 careers, 12 to 15 year careers for the Sox or the Cubs?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
So Antonacci bats in front of... Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. 6 to 12 weeks for Kyle Teal dealing with a high ankle sprain. Edgar Quero called back up to help the Sox behind the plate, and they will need a little help to beat the Rangers tonight after losing 10-0 last night. Noah Schultz roughed up, allowing 5 runs, 11 hits in 3 2/3 innings. We've got the great Ozzie Guillen next, joining Mully and Haugh right here on 104.3 The Score. The Cubs scored 6 in the first on their way to an 11-2 win over the Tigers. Cubs are 57-44 overall. They look to win the series tonight with Colin Ray on the bump. He's 7-6 with a 4.74 ERA. It's a 6:35 pregame right here on 104.3 The Score. We are the only local broadcast of this game. 49 days until the NFL kicks off. Robert Lewandowski is scheduled to make his Chicago Fire debut tonight in Miami. The Hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Ozzie Guillen.
How's the White Sox baseball?
White Sox pre- and post analyst for Chicago Sports Network.
The future is better. Why? Because I see guys on the field, very young, very hungry, playing the game the right way. They're for real. They're not faking it.
2005 World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Charges throws out, and the White Sox have won the World Series.
No-hold-barred baseball opinions.
That 2005 World Series winning manager, Ozzie Guillen, will be honored on Saturday, August 8th.
Another bobblehead?
With a special ceremony retiring his number 13 uniform.
No way. I don't know how to react, how to say thank you to the White Sox organization.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Ozzie Guillen. He joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. We're also broadcasting on CHSM. We appreciate your viewership. Ozzie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Very good. Very tough last night. But, hey, we got to get up and continue to fight. I know the fight's going to be very, very interesting this year in that division. And that's what baseball is all about. Just a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of things we got to see very positive.
And as we talked a lot about the kind of dual purpose that this franchise has going. In other words, they're trying to get to the playoffs. They're in a great position. They're also trying to develop players. And you get young players that sometimes will run afoul of problems. You know, we talked a little bit about Noah Schultz and how you handle a young pitcher who is struggling a little bit. He certainly didn't have the greatest outing yesterday. You wonder, does he fit into what they're doing? Does he fit in to the rotation they have now if they were to somehow acquire a pitcher at the trade deadline before the 12 days of mystery? Does he still fit? Does he go back down? How do you handle what's going on with Noah Schultz moving forward?
Well, we're going to put a little bit doubts about it because, listen, he went back to the mound with 9 days rest. I don't know how many people can handle it. There's a lot of days without seeing a hitter. I know he's been throwing the mound. He was doing his work, but it's a little bit different. Game time, we just in the throwing the mound. Okay, I got to wait to his leg start to see how it handled it. It was a little struggle. It had been pitching. Be honest with you guys, maybe two good games, and last start before last night, it was better. But I see his velocity a little down, maybe because they don't want him to throw harder, maybe because they want more control, more strikes.
Right.
But right now, I have to wait to see the next start, how he handle it. Then we have to make the decision. I don't think he continue to struggle like that. Unfortunately, they got to do something about it, or just say, you know what, just keep it in here and see what happens. Hopefully, we straight him up. But right now, he's not throwing the way people should be throwing the big league level.
Ozzy, what was your reaction to the Kyle Teal injury news, and what is your expectation of the way the White Sox will try to replace him?
Wow, guys, I feel sad for the kid. He's a great kid. He want to be on the field. I know for a fact. I talked to him before he came back from the knee injury. How desperate he was to be on the field. You don't want to miss this. You don't want to miss these moments when you're in the pennant race, when you lose 100 whatever games you missed the last couple of years. You want to be part of the ball club, but unfortunately that happened. The team got to continue to play. Would you be honest with you? He only played 17 games, and it was good. I don't think so. We had a couple RBIs, a couple home runs. It wasn't offensively. It wasn't playing that well. Okay, that's one thing about it. To me, the biggest key right now is Carroll. Now you got to show people. He got to show himself. Can I play in the big league level? Can I be a consistency catcher with a very consistency and not a backup guy? Right now, it's a great opportunity for him to show the White Sox you don't need to do anything out of here. I will handle it. Behind the plate had been okay. Offensively, last year, this kid gave a lot of hope. And a lot of people was happy about the way he went by his business offensively. The White Sox went for like 3 catchers, like they don't know what to do with it. Now they don't have anyone. That's how crazy. That's how crazy baseball is. But I think I'm taking positive way. I myself, I have Teals and Murakami be the key of this offense, right. The offense to take care of business and help the rest of the guys. Now they know how Teals. Murakami swing the bat better yesterday. I like it I like what I see. But without Teal, they got to go out there. They have to be careful who they're going to bring because the best thing they have right now, believe it or not, because a lot of people talking about Vargas, Montgomery's, but people forgot they're pitching very well right now. And the reason they are what they are because I think the pitching hold them up to last night, having a terrific second half of the season or good after the All-Star break.
I hate to link things the way I'm about to. But when you think about the many years of Luis Robert getting all these soft tissue injuries, when you think about Eloy in and out of the lineup with injury, Moncada, you name anybody, you look at what's happened thus far this season with Kyle Teal, and it's 3 different injuries, and they're all leg injuries. And then you wonder, like, in terms of his long-term future as a catcher, is it fair to wonder if maybe they should do something else with him and try him somewhere else? Or are these leg injuries unrelated to catching? Could they gang up on him at some point? I'm so happy that his injury is limited to this season. It's not some kind of surgery that would keep him out next year. But you do have to wonder how their long-term catcher situation is impacted by these 3 injuries.
Well, I don't think this kid he can play anywhere else. You know what I mean? A lot of people say, well, he can play at first base. He can play the outfield. I don't know about that. You know what I mean? Obviously, when you say, well, Atanashi played the outfield, yeah, but Atanashi is an athlete. He's a good baseball player. He can do. You put Atanashi playing shortstop, we will resolve the problem. I don't think he can have another position. The difference between Roberts and Jimenez injury was muscles injury. That come from different scenarios. This kid's got a freaking injury, only one muscle with a pretty hamstring in the WBC. The next one was ligament problems. When swing the bat, very weird. And by the way, it was out of contest. They don't have any contact. And yesterday, 2 nights ago, when I saw that play, I said, you know what I mean, because we see the replay like 1,000 times. And I said, man, I don't see any twist. I don't see any ugly function in his feet, nothing. He just clean. I don't know. He got hurt without the reason, but it's a 3 different thing because this is a muscle, this is a bones. Now it was a ligament. Now it's a bone. Very weird way to. You know, the problem is, man, when kids coming to the big league. And people getting in his brains, oh, you got to get bigger. You got to be stronger. That's a new era of the big league. I remember, I just say this thing because I don't hear about anybody. I remember Ed Farmer. The White Sox want to get rid of me. You know what I mean? I think for some reason, whatever it is, a general manager wanted, you know, and Ed Farmer is being my friend, rest in peace. He say, hey, you got to lose some weight. Now I told Farmer, I said, Farmer, wait a minute. When I got to a big league, they want me to give weight. Now they want me to lose weight. I said, Ron Chulis just not like me. That's it. They're not because I want to get it. I'm not heavy. I just old. I'm older. They said, don't give me like I got to lose or get weight because my weight is when you get older, you get more weight. Then I never changed anything in my career. Never changed my career. The same eating, same drinking, same, you know, live my life normal. And when the season was over, I was straight back to my house in Venezuela, to my beach house, and drink the many scotch and coconut water I could drink. But I not changed my body for. I went to play Winter League, you know. But I know just going to say, oh my God, I got to get stronger to hit 5 home runs. There should be 1 or nothing. I understand I got to change my body. I got to change everything that can happen to myself. And that's right now. That's the problem with players. Players want to add 2 miles in the fastball. Players want to add an extra couple feet to hit home run, and they forgot this is not a baseball. And when your body change, all of a sudden it's kind of like it's same thing when you eat something. When you eat something and your stomach go, that thing's weird in this. You know what I mean? I never taste that, and your body your stomach start reacting about that. That's the same way. I don't know, for one reason or another, people need to be stronger. You will be stronger getting with age, and I think that's happened to him. You know, he got bigger. He got a little bit bigger when I even remember that now. I see 2 pictures from the first day here, then now.
Right.
I know what to say that. I know what to say that was the problem because this kid got hurt. But I'm very, very sorry for him. I feel very sad, and that happened to that poor guy.
Ozzy, didn't you once say that you can't pull fat?
That's it. Not never. John Crow played 30 years in the big league without pulling fast. What's the catcher for the Toronto Blue Jays?
Kirk.
He know run fast enough to pull something. You know what I mean? That's one thing about it. Listen, guys, when you are a young guy, you just want to look good in uniform. I'm telling you, just want to be. They just leave alone. You got here for a reason, and somebody go say, like I say, working extra hard. That's good. Good. Okay, those guys are workaholic. I guarantee that. But they don't play baseball. Last year, you know what, guys? Listen to this. What I say very carefully. Last year, I'll be honest, Winter League, and I see a lot of players, the Acuñas, the guys represent the Venezuelan team, and they was playing a little bit of Winter League. I said, those guys going to get hurt. But Valencia, this kid for the Cubs.
Yeah.
Daniel
Palencia, the reliever.
Yes, and I saw him and said, man, that kid going to get hurt. Hopefully not. Look at what happened. A couple of days in the IL, recovering his body. Because when they now play Winter League, or they just sit home every day, working out, throwing ball, hitting the cage. It's not the same. It's not the same, guys. It's not the same. Your body has to continue to be playing, do activities, and that's why you have a long spring training. Okay? When they go to a spring training, after WBC game, all of a sudden they change everything. I got to get ready. Then you got to go spring training, then come back to a spring training to play those games. Then you play those games in high intensity, and that's the reason I said people got hurt, because they change the body every like for a month. They change everything, and you have to be careful with that. You have to really, 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 really be careful with that. They can try to prevent anything, but pitching wise, no play him, pitching him 1 inning. You know what I mean? Baseball is different. Baseball is like your body's on and off, dying, working.
As we mentioned, we're 12 days away from the trade deadline, and there's been all sorts of speculation about going after pitching. Do you buy the idea that the White Sox have played so well that somehow the players deserve to get another pitcher in there, or they deserve to get a better relief corps in there, or that the organization needs to trade some of their assets in order to help the group that's there now? Would you rather hang on to players, or how do you feel about it?
That call, very tough call, because when you're going to get a guy can take you to a next level, you got to lose one you prospect. You're going to lose somebody you have. Baseball people right now, they like, well, you need this guy? I want that guy. And the other song is a conversation. By the way, those conversations start maybe 2 weeks ago, like, to see how they react, to see how they do. And all of a sudden you have to overpay to bring somebody up here. You got to be careful, because all of a sudden that guy, promise you to take you to the place you want to be. That's why you have to be careful if you lose your prospects, you lose the big boys. Because a lot of people go to ask for big boys. They're not going to ask like, okay, I give you guy, and then they just give me Pedro Perez in double A. No. Those guys, to give somebody something with the good, cost you a little bit. I hope it's in money wise. I say, you know what? I paid the contract and I give you a round pick next year. Yeah, one next year. Because I will lose half.
Hey,
I think
we're running into some sound issues with Ozzy.
Sound issues and
thanks
running
a ton, Ozzy.
Thanks,
Great
Ozzy.
talking to you.
Great
we appreciate
perspective.
it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And it's kind of what we were talking about earlier when he showed up at Sox Fest and his body looked different.
Kyle Teal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ozzy's right. I mean, sometimes when you're working out with this idea, and there's nothing wrong with guys working hard.
It's tough because
but
you want your
change
players
yourself, and you have other issues.
It's professionalized more than ever, and you want these guys to be in tip-top shape so they can avoid the kind of injuries that are nagging ones.
Agree. Yeah.
And, for a catcher, you want him to be able to have the durability.
Yes.
So, it's hard intellectually to think of like, oh, well, you're in too good a shape.
You
know what I mean?
I understand it, but is he saying there's a difference between, baseball shape and getting in shape? There's
Absolutely.
Sometimes if you're changing your body shape and you're adding more muscle, you're not
There's more muscle to pull.
There's more muscle.
And there's more opportunities to tweak something.
One of my favorite Ozzyisms. You can't pull fat.
I know, and it's hilarious. And baseball players can get away with it. And not every baseball player that succeeds looks like somebody who has a chiseled physique.
And what's funny is that if a guy doesn't have a chiseled physique and he stops playing well, the immediate complaint is, well, look at his body. And of course, he's not hitting anymore with a certain Cubs player. Look at he's carrying too much weight. How do you know?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, look at Luis Robert Jr., your example. He looks like an NFL cornerback. He looks like a guy that could be sit there and you put him in the slot and he could play. But then
he's such an elegant athlete.
Yes,
he just looks so tall and lean and graceful
and fast.
But what's the value if you can't be healthy?
Because he's got all of those muscles that are more likely to be pulled.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's talk hockey.
I think it's difficult to decipher. We're going to bring in Kyle Davidson, the general manager of the Blackhawks, and we will talk to him about some very exciting things that are going on, including getting Connor Bedard under contract and perhaps adding a former Blackhawks star to the mix. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking the signals? Yeah, it doesn't usually end very well for him. The same goes for investing, making big financial decisions with
or behind Rock Chalowski.
No, there's a guy.
Can we write up a little? Can we do a little batting order? How many shortstops can the White Sox have? And does one end up playing shortstop, one plays third, one plays second?
Don't you dare forget Billy the Kid Conrad.
That's right. There you go. He's the best defensive shortstop of all of them.
He's going to be there for 12 to 15 years,
too. He's going to be there for 18 years.
How many years will he be on the South Side?
Yeah. Well, before they trade him? Is that what your point is?
Right. Like, will he play 12 to 15 in the Bigs or 12 to 15 with the Sox? And could they be the Hammond Sox?
Yeah.
Bill Carlson. I'm sorry. Billy Carlson.
Billy Carlson.
Not Carlson.
Billy the Kid. I know who you were talking.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, he was. They drafted him out of high school, and he's supposedly the best defensive shortstop.
Where's he going to play?
They can play anywhere, all of them. The problem is you're stuck on a certain second baseman that might not be able to continue to line up there if the shortstops keep it coming.
It's a worthy chase.
Yeah. Look, I love that idea. I thought it was a fun conversation that they had yesterday. Russ Dorsey started talking and saying it, and he got like 15 different guesses, mainly from Grote, about who he could be talking about. So that was kind of amusing. And eventually he did get Sam Antonacci. But I think it just underscores that the kid has done some good things at camp. He's a guy that BRA Matt checks in. I'm worn out from all the Sam Antonacci talk. Touch them all, Matt. It's great stuff. I just love hearing that somebody is going to be okay, someone's going to be good, that there's more on the way, that there's a possibility of guys being in a top 100 list and making it and actually playing and all the rest of it. I'm all for it.
But Dustin's onto something. Antonacci leads off. Rock bat second.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we're doing
Montgomery third. Mooney fourth. Let's go.
Wow.
Teal fifth.
Now that's next year?
As soon as we want.
Is that?
Where's Acuna?
When is that?
He's batting ninth. Speed.
Yeah.
Speed at the bottom.
No,
switch hitter.
no, power. He hit the dinger yesterday.
Yeah, he hit a dinger.
That's right.
You're at the bottom of the order. You want your switch hitters batting ninth.
All right. Okay, we got to take a break. This is exhausting all of us. This constant talk about sports. I can't hear it anymore.
The White Sox.
But you know what my issue with the story is? That I'm tired of hearing about the environmental study. I'm tired of it, Lawrence. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? I know we have to talk about it, but what are we doing? And here's some other things as to why this is the worst story ever, okay? It is distracting us from a legitimately interesting and largely optimistic Bears offseason. It is distracting us from that. And two compelling baseball teams. How about the Bulls having the 4th pick and a loaded draft? We haven't even mentioned that in like 3 weeks because we got to talk about this worst story of all time.
Every time that there's a headline for this story, everyone thinks that the story is over.
Right.
But the story's not over.
It's never over.
I
don't think it's ever.
And it's never even close to over. I would say it's 80% close to being over.
I don't think it's ever going to be over. And in the end, what are we headed towards? We're headed towards an outcome that essentially is only going to make billionaires richer. Like, that's what's going to happen. There'll be an elevated, an exciting experience for some fans to go to the new place, but a lot of fans are going to miss Soldier Field and the lakefront. So it's not even like that's a big win. There's no win.
Ball world waiting. Despite growing pressure from front offices and a public plea from the commissioner, LeBron James is still taking his time. His agent, Rich Paul, doubled down, says we will not be rushed, and who knows if today's the day. Where does he go? I'm Drake Toll.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WSCR all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. And I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
We'll see. You know, I mean, all I can do is everything in my power to get it right as quick as possible. And whether that's quicker than that, 4 months, I mean, you know, there's obviously that timeline right now. But you know, I'm just gonna, you know, do everything I can day to day to try to get back as quick as possible. But end of the day, you gotta be safe and gotta feel, you know, comfortable with it. So whenever that is, it is. So that, you know, I'm gonna do everything I can for sure.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. That was Connor Bedard talking about his new contract extension agreed to over the weekend. 5 years, $15 million per year. And that brings us to our Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Joining us is Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson. Good morning, Kyle. How are you?
Hi, Kyle.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate your time this morning. We heard from Connor Bedard. We know what happened over the weekend. We've been talking about this for a very long time. We know the negotiations have gone on for a while. What brought it to a head? Why this weekend, and how satisfied were you with the result?
Yeah, no, we're very, very satisfied with the result. I think, there was no reason why this weekend as opposed to a different time. It just, that was the course the negotiations took, and, we reached a conclusion, obviously, over the weekend. But, it's a really exciting moment for I know Connor, but also certainly for the organization. And, it was a really important piece of business for us here moving forward. And, just really, really happy with the result and where we landed.
I'm very curious, Kyle, how or did his injury play any part in anything that went on? I mean, you've been talking about this, you've been working on it. Did it aid in getting it done? Did it hinder any of the process? And can you just give us a little background on how quickly this finally was resolved?
Yeah, it certainly didn't impact any of the discussions, with respect to the terms of what we were working on. Mm-hmm. Perhaps it slowed discussions a little bit, only just because it occurred, and then we kind of shifted focus to make sure, the proper care and you seeing the proper people, not out of any level of concern moving forward, just strictly from the standpoint of making sure that we got him to see the right people and getting the right information for him to and us to make the right decision on repairing the injury. And so, but certainly nothing that caused any trepidation or anything like that moving forward. This is, you don't no injury. You never want your player to get injured, but in terms of surgeries and recovery, this is something that we've seen, players go through and come back from with high levels of success. So it was nothing that changed the framework of the deal we're working on. Maybe just pushed the timeline because we had to shift focus onto a little bit of a care situation when it occurred.
Kyle, in talking about this Monday morning, I said that Connor Bedard signed a 5-year contract extension, and that to me suggested that in that window, in that 5-year plan, the Hawks ideally are playing in a Stanley Cup final by the end of that term. And that's the idea, because you have to have that kind of ambition. Is that realistic, and is that part of your thinking?
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with the term of the contract. I think that's your ambition and your intention anyways. Whether it was the term exceeded or came before that. That's, when you're building a hockey team and we're going through this rebuild, I think we're reaching a point now where we expect to ascend up the standings and grow into, you have to, there's levels and there's steps, a playoff team, a perennial playoff team, and then through that a contender. But I wouldn't draw any correlation between the term of the contract and our timeline on ambition. I think that's the ambition is there, regardless of the term of, Connor's contract. And we expect to be pushing up the standings this year and certainly in every subsequent year afterwards.
Yeah, I think that the work that you've done has been admirable. We've seen kind of the tear down and the build up here and all the players that you've been able to draft. And I'm just wondering if the winning time frame has been altered by that, by the trade that you made this year, by what you have built to this point, or if it's been damaged somewhat by Bedard not being able to start the season. Is making the playoffs the goal for this year, or is that too far in advance?
Well, I'm a firm believer that that's got to be the goal of the team, and certainly management, players, and coaches coming into the season. That's what you're pushing for, and that's what we believe is a realistic expectation. Before certainly Connor got injured, but then even Frank Nazar broke his jaw shortly after Connor went out with his injury in last December, we were right there. We were right in the race and firmly in the mix. And so, again, we're a better team with Connor Bedard in the lineup, and missing him to start is not something that certainly makes us a better team. But we feel that we've got a group that's growing into this league and growing into their capabilities to help stem the tide and put us in a position that we do get some wins out of the gate, and we do get some results early on for when Connor does return and helps the team take that next step once his injury is healed. Then we're going to be in a good spot to continue that with that motivation. And so we're of the belief that we're entering the season with playoff aspirations and being a playoff contender. That's the mindset all of the players voiced to us that they were expecting when they returned in the fall, and I'm sure their work in the summer has not changed that, and that's the expectation from management and coaches and the players is to push for playoff hockey and very meaningful games later in the season.
Talking with Blackhawks general manager Kyle Davidson here on The Score. So let's go back earlier this summer. It was an aggressive move to trade the 4th overall pick for Bo Byram, who ended up signing a contract extension. It gives you that number one defenseman that I think all contenders do want to have. It was aggressive, it was bold, and I think somewhat unexpected because you got a lot of reaction. Maybe not so much to the player because you love the player. The price was high, and yet you can look at it and justify it, Kyle. How did you justify it, and what are the reasonable expectations for Byram this season?
Well, we've got a great deal of belief and expectation placed on Bo Byram. He's a player we've liked for quite some time, and when you're acquiring a player that's in that 25-year-old age bracket, they're not only in the prime, but they're still getting better, and so that's going to cost you. And a player that's got the capability and skill set that he does to play up the lineup and play huge minutes in our league is a very, very expensive asset. And so, it was something that we felt would not only make us better in the short term, but is going to make us a better team over not only the course of his contract, but hopefully even beyond that, because we see him as a long-term piece here. And so, when you are acquiring someone like that, it's a high price. And so, his 4th overall was certainly that's a big piece, but there's also a certain level of confidence that we possess in our young players, with also the understanding that, a lot of times at 4th overall, you're hoping that player turns into what Bo is presently, and you're in ways just fast-forwarding that timeline. That development time that player that you're drafting is going to have to take, you're pushing that and just, cutting to the chase. You're getting to the finish line a little quicker with the development of a player. And, so it made a ton of sense for us. We feel he's exactly the type of player and the style of player that can really, really help us and elevate our group. And he's got the personality that's really going to elevate our locker room. And so we're really, really excited to bring Bo in.
I'm just curious, the decision on that player. Obviously, you've liked him for a while. He's going to help you on the power play. He'll help you in defense, obviously. I'm just wondering, was there a winger that you liked, or was there what goes into the decision? Are you looking at the entirety of the roster? You feel like you have a goalie, you feel like you have a centerman, and you got to improve the defense, or everybody keeps talking about needing a winger to pair with Bedard. Did you come close to any of that kind of thing, or do you not feel that way?
It's not that we don't feel that way. It's more so this, you have to deal with what's available and rather than what I'd say publicly people want to be available. And I again, like behind closed doors, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The player availability pool is as deep as people may believe, and so you're dealing with just what's available to you. And this was a situation where we felt it was a very, very high valued position, something that we feel is essential to building a Stanley Cup contender. It is a very strong and deep defense. We've seen that in the past year. And this was something that solidified that, both in the short and long term. And we felt it was something that we couldn't pass up, certainly in hopes that something else could be available later on or elsewhere. And so, I think it's very few instances do you see high quality players like this available, and you want to strike when it does happen. And honestly, there's just also a great deal of internal belief in a lot of our young players coming up that are going to be playing up front. It doesn't mean we're not looking to add up front. Doesn't mean we're not always looking to add to improve the roster. We certainly are. But this was just a situation where there was an available player in an age bracket that really, really made sense, and we couldn't pass it up. And so it was something we acted on and something we were aggressive with.
Kyle, a week ago on this program about now, Chris Chelios told us that Patrick Kane was down to the Blackhawks and the Sabres and making a choice about where he wanted to sign. Where do negotiations with Patrick Kane stand in terms of you and the Blackhawks and Kane are coming back? And what, if anything, changed about a shift philosophically in being willing or interested in bringing somebody back who represents so much of the past?
I didn't hear anything about that Chelly interview. I haven't heard that at all. I think it goes back to my previous comment is we're looking to improve the roster. We're looking to get better. We're looking to continue to take steps. Adding is some offensive talent is essential to that. Now, I don't necessarily think it's productive for me to advocate one way or another or kind of disclose anything publicly. I think Patrick knows where we stand, and his understanding and the path we've taken over the last number of years has been something that was obviously communicated to him when he was here last time. And I think everyone was just in a different place at that time in terms of what we were looking to accomplish, what he was looking to accomplish. But, as of now, it's again, Patrick Kane's seen as a Blackhawk. We feel he's a Blackhawk for life. He knows where we stand on it. And it's the player's right to make these tough decisions and decide where he goes and kind of, both professionally and from a family standpoint. And so we're going to leave him to that decision. But again, we've got such a great deal of respect and care for Kaner that I think it would be I'd be derelict in my duties to not at least consider the option and to explore the possibility.
Do you have a date in which you're going to announce it? I'm joking.
Announce what?
That he signed. There are rumors all over the place. I mean, it's kind of fun. Everybody is desperate to jump the gun on it. He's got two things he's deciding between, and, we'll find out. But it's kind of, I think that the fan base would love it, if that means anything.
Yeah, well, we live in an interesting time when it comes to rumors and what's going on and who we're trading for. Believe me, I hear it all the time. I walk down the street and found out we're trading for some guy I didn't know was available. So, that's the world we live in now, and everyone's got a scoop, and sometimes they're breaking news to the guy that's supposed to break it to everyone else. And so, that is what it is. It's a fun time. It's maybe a confusing time for some, but you have to have fun with it too.
Quickly before we let you go, is Anton Frondell going to stay at center this year?
That would be the expectation. Certainly out of the gate, that's where I would project his position to be. As we enter camp and break camp, to be honest, obviously with Connor being out the first little bit of the season, where that's a position we're going to need to fill. But I just think Anton's reliability, his the way he processes a game, his strength down the middle is something that's very valuable to us, and we see a great future in him down the middle, and so I would believe that that's where the starting position will be for him.
Great stuff. Hey, thanks so much. We really appreciate your time, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yep, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That is Kyle Davidson, the general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll discuss it next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
I'm obsessed with Walks setting up better at bats against the starting pitcher. The White Sox, they're very good about working at bats. A fruitless inning that on paper and in a box score looked like it didn't produce much. But then once you watch and you see these at bats and how they set themselves up to really get a good look at a guy, I'd much rather have a 9-pitch at bat than a 3-pitch at bat. The second time around, we see the fruits of the labor.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And live on...
It's just the worst story ever.
Here's the crazy part, and I expect that Caleb Williams will have a long, successful career, will make a huge second contract that'll probably be $500 million. But it's possible he's not your quarterback when this thing is built.
Caleb's going to be wearing the gold jacket, like breaking ground at the site. He's going to have gray in his hair.
After a couple of Super Bowls and all of the Pro Bowls and all pros that he's won in his 10-year career, he's calling it quits.
After he gets his ownership stake that he wanted, right?
And the ground is breaking in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Caleb's going to be the coach at USC, and his son is going to be playing quarterback.
Do we all agree, whether you're on one side of the political spectrum or the other, that if we just allowed Ben Johnson to be in charge of this, it would be done?
100%. It would be over. And to the texters who were saying that the Penn State story is worse than the Bears, I would argue this. At the end of that story, the righteous indignation and power of the media deposed that guy, Paterno, and made sure that dude, Sandusky, went to freaking prison. Like, there was an end game to that story.
We are hopeful that there will be some people who end up in prison after this story's over.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that there's a bit of hyperbole that's going on here. We're not talking about crimes.
No.
Like, we're talking about actual stories that we've had to cover that have to do more with Chicago that have been more laborious than this. There aren't any.
But I've said before, like, when the freight train of hate and indignation, when Boers and Bernstein leaned in on Penn State, it was phenomenal radio. It was tremendous. It was brilliant. It was journalistic. It was angry. It was
healing
vital
for many people who had gone through abuse themselves. Yeah.
Yes. It was real. It was meaningful. This is not meaningful. There's nothing that's even close to meaningful or even thoughtful. That's why we have to laugh at slag heaps.
And most of it is not real.
Most of it is not real.
It's not real.
I will give a lot of credit because I think that Thomas McDermott is a very compelling listen and a good advocate for his city. And the fact that he was able to laugh at the concept of having the Indiana Bears T-shirt on underneath his Chicago Bears jersey.
Oh, God.
That was funny to me.
Yes.
Like that was like that to me. That was someone who gets the bit. But the other thing is they haven't figured out a site. And even him, like, he was on with Mully and them boys earlier today, and he's like, yeah, well, there's another site actually. Like, there's another place that we might be thinking about presenting to the Bears as a place where they might want to build their place.
That's currently occupied.
they got to cover their butt in case the slag heap is indeed toxic.
Yes.
Like if it's a problem. In the spirit of we have to find things to laugh at, okay? And Slag Heap Day, one of the great days of our recent radio lives. I mean, that was...
And yet here you are saying the story's the worst, and it gifted us Slag Heap.
It really did. Well, that's why we have to lean into those moments when something happens.
Let's go to Bob. Hey, Bob, you're on the score.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good, Bob.
I got a good story to tell you about what kind of guy he was. Back in the early 90s, my daughter entered a contest to be a ball girl for the Bulls at old Carson Perry Scott store, and she won. And so we got up to the stadium, and the guy from the Bulls come and he says, now she's got to stay under the basket. It can't go on the court. He says last year Bill Cartwright reached up for a ball, and the kid was below him, and he hit him on the head with his elbow. So they had to stay under the basket. But then they said, one of the Bulls is going to come out at halftime, and we're going to take your daughter out to center court, and he's going to come out and take a picture with her. He says, I don't know who it's going to be. I'm going to go in and find out. Well, my daughter's name is Stacy. And so he come out to me, and he says, I went into the locker room. I says, well, we got a little girl named Stacy. And he said, Stacy King jumped up and says, oh, no, that's me. I'm going out there. I've got to take this picture with Stacy. And he ran out there, this mountain of a man, picked her up, gave her a hug, and shook her hand. And to this day, that was really I probably remember it more than my daughter does. But that's the kind of guy he was. He didn't have to do that, but he said, "Oh man, she's a Stacy. I got to do it."
Oh, that's tremendous, Bob.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful.
That's
the goods right there. And like that moment of niceness and kindness.
My 8-month-old daughter, she was in a body cast.
Of course, I thought of that. One of the greatest
non
things ever.
sequiturs.
Oh, one of the greatest things ever. Now you got to play the whole thing. This is when
Mike in his truck says here you got a Hamp story you want to tell us.
Mr. Hampton, it's an honor to talk to you, sir. I met you with my 8-month-old daughter about, got to be 26 years ago at the Old Navy Pier, and she was in a body cast. The only thing free from her were her hands and her legs, and you were talking to me, and she put her arms up deep for you, and you picked her up, and she put her arms around your neck and gave you a kiss on the cheek, and I saw a smile come across that.
It's been an interesting time when it comes to rumors and what's going on and who we're trading for. Believe me, I hear it all the time. I walk down the street and found out we're trading for some guy I didn't know was available. So, that's the world we live in now, and everyone's got a scoop, and sometimes they're breaking news to the guy that's supposed to break it to everyone else. And so, it is what it is. It's a fun time. It's maybe a confusing time for some, but you have to have fun with it too.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is the voice of Kyle Davidson, the general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks, and he didn't say with certainty whether Kane was coming.
No
or
Patrick
not coming.
Kane news. No, but he was maybe referring to the Jason Robertson rumor that was out there all summer long about the Stars winger coming to Chicago in some sort of deal. He re-upped with the Stars for 1 year, and I think that rumor will be put to bed at least for another offseason.
For 1 year.
But Patrick Kane and the Blackhawks is a possibility, just as Patrick Kane and the Sabres is a possibility. They are respecting his space and his timeline, and I think that's wise. And they don't really have another option necessarily. I don't think it's going to be Patrick Kane, or they're going to go to Tarasenko like the Sabres might do for an alternative. But Kyle Davidson was as honest as he could be. I like the fact that he looked at next year like he says every year, but as a playoff with playoff aspirations.
Well, it's an intelligent answer because he gives himself a little wiggle room if they don't make the playoffs. He talks about last year they were on track for maybe making the playoffs had nothing happened to Frankie Nozar and had Bedard been healthy all year. There's probably some truth to it. But I think that now you look at them and they've brought in a defenseman who answers a major question and can be they believe, a number one defenseman. They've got Bedard when he comes back, who's a in their mind, he's paid like a number one center, and obviously they're very pleased with the goalkeeper that they traded for and believe he's a number one.
Spencer Knight, Bowen Byram, and Connor Bedard, those three players are at the center of everything the Hawks feel good about. And they're the foundation on which they will build a playoff team. That's what Kyle Davidson believes, and you understand why. That's what every team needs before they start to build around that core. And it's a good, solid core. They have some young prospects. They need some offense, which is why Patrick Kane remains a possibility. And so they could integrate the past with the future, and they've got enough in the present to feel very good about next season being a possible playoff season.
Frondell, you asked about him. I'm very curious about Roman Kanserov. How will he fit in? Can he be a guy that helps to produce offense for them? Where are you at with guys like Oliver Moore? Frankie knows. I mean, you gotta see more from him than we have yet to see.
Well, yeah, he's got to stay on the ice. He's got to avoid injuries. That's tough to do. It has been for Nazar. I think Oliver Moore is a guy that has some speed galore and somebody who Matthew Tkachuk said that he loved playing with him in the U.S. On the U.S. national team at the tryouts. And so I think you look at some of these things, the vibes are positive and things are headed in the right direction. The Hawks have a lot of young talent. They just need to mature quickly and at the same time.
All right, we're going to be right back with our guy, Tommy Hotovy.
Looking forward to talking to Tommy. And right now, you can be the sixth caller to the Scores contest line at 312-540-0670 and win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses with special guest Public Enemy, July 29th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater, provided by Live Nation.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Now the 0-2 on the way to Crow Armstrong. Hit in the air to right field. It's deep. It's back toward the wall. Beavers at the wall. That ball is gone. It's a home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
Get ready to win big at Grand Victoria Casino, the ultimate Caesars Rewards hotspot with 27 table games, over 700 slot machines, and a World Series of Poker room. Plus, bet all the game day action at Caesars Sportsbook. With Caesars Rewards, visit over 50 destinations.
Face of yours, and it looked like you almost dropped a tear. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And to this day, she's 24 years old, and she still has that picture on her wall. And my question to you is, why do the Bears want to keep Jay Cutler in a pocket when, to me, it seems like he's much better when he's on the move?
Oh my God!
That is the perfect encapsulation
of scoreness
and bearsness.
Oh God!
That is so perfect.
Yeah, the alien time capsule. Just put that in there. Try to explain sports radio and the Score.
If you'd like to understand why this station has been what it is for 34 years, here you go.
This is it. That's an all-timer, man.
It's our guy. He has left us, but amazingly, we still have access to him.
To Heavenly Doug.
We are the only show in town, the only media entity anywhere that has access to Heavenly Doug. And what a thrill it is to welcome him to the Zoom. He's on Zoom, too, which is incredible.
Yeah, we never thought that.
Heavenly Doug knows how to use Zoom.
We're on? Are we good to go?
We're good.
Are we back?
We're back.
We're live from 670 at 6 Heavenly The Score. I know we're not supposed to call it that. What are you guys, 104.96 or... I don't know. Go to the calls all the same. It still works. If I'm pushing, I dropped it. I dropped your Zoom. Stop yourself, Matt. I see you, little pal, laughing at me. You think I know how to do technology? No. I know how to talk to men like they're boys and make boys act like men.
Well, go ahead.
And I'm happy to do it.
Do that. Go ahead and do that. Do whatever you want.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay. All right. I got in a hell of a fight 2 nights ago with Brett Favre's dad and Paul Horning up here because they want to tell me that they still got something over on the Bears. I'm going to tell you right now, you got none, zero, nada, nothing, okay?
Are there post-game shows in heaven, Doug? You deserve
I'm running them right up here. Majestic third star to the left and straight on till morning. Brought to you by Black Poles Gentlemen's Club, or Black Cats, or Pole Jacks.
Something like that. I figured. Hey, if you want to take some calls, go ahead. You go right for it. It's your show.
Let's go to Eric in Wakanda. Eric, are you on? No.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
Hey, that's fine. We'll go to Steven in Milwaukee. Let's see if somebody with half a brain cell moved north of the border. I'm going to tell you something else, too, about these Chicago Bears. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Jerry Angelo, okay? You can call yourself anything you want, but you can't call yourself likable. That's what other people call you. You got to earn that.
Why did Jerry... I'm confused. Oh,
Did he
no.
hang up?
I guess Steven in Milwaukee hung up. Yeah,
Let's go to Donna on the 355 extension. Donna, I'm going to answer your question before you answer it. Okay. I'm going to tell you this. I still don't know why we signed Mano Money Luna, Manamaniolo, whatever his name was. That guy was a waste of money and cash. Give me that and a half a sack of garbage, and I'll buy some soup that we can all drink out of a can.
Doug, you spent a lot of years in Rensselaer, Indiana, doing camp. How would you feel if the Bears went to Indiana?
Oh, it's a good question.
Don't care where the Bears go. First of all, half the people living in Portage say they live in this city anyway, and they can't afford to even do the coat check at Gibson's, but they more than welcome want to claim the city. And if any other Packers fan wants to come at me who lives in Illinois and say, how dare you, your team crosses state lines, all of a sudden you care about a state line and whether or not you can be a fan of that team? Because I see you on the way to Rockford driving between two lanes, and I got to go in the shoulder to get around you with your Packers decal. That doesn't stop you from having an Illinois plate. So I don't care where the Bears go. I'm going to follow them. Now, if you want to make them the New Orleans Bears, maybe I'm not as much of a fan, but when I go to New Orleans, I'll be wearing a big C when I'm walking around the Big Easy. Okay, that's my team, no matter where I am or they are.
Luke Getsy interviewed for a head coaching job this past cycle. He's doing a great job, clearly, with Justin Fields. I am worried, Boomer, about Getsy taking a head coaching job, so much so that yesterday I suggested I would fire Eberflus to keep Getsy for continuity for Fields. People hated that. Yeah, they hated that take.
That didn't go well for him.
I hate that too, Danny.
Yeah.
I hate that too. That's a Narpian take, just so you know.
Narpian?
Yes, yeah, non-athletic regular person.
Yeah, well, that's exactly who I am. That's exactly
That's
what I am.
good. I've been calling him. He's also an anti-defensive coachite. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't.
Narpian rolls better off the tongue.
Sure, maybe, but he can be both. But like he does. He didn't give Pete Carroll any credit before or now. Really, it's all about Geno Smith.
Bill Belichick's a defensive coach.
Yeah, look what he's doing without Brady.
See?
I don't know. He just passed Papa Bear Hallis for second all time. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's fine.
Narpian is outstanding. That's just.
I call my guys that I work with in the morning. I call my guys in the morning that I work with a bunch of narps.
FreeTeeth.com. Confidence should never cost a fortune. The hour brought to you by Menards. Just save big money at Menards.
Pitching coach Tommy Haugh of the Cubs wearing the blue pullover.
Tommy Haugh, pitching coach for the Chicago Cubs.
You're transitioning from being a player to kind of getting into baseball. You take an online class, was it at Boston U, Sabermetrics 101?
Yeah. I was a finance major in college, and I had an economics minor. A lot of it was I'm going to refresh all my econ knowledge, and I'm going to do it in a baseball course. It's like one of the best things ever.
There's just a lot of trust there with Tommy. We know he's such a hard worker. He puts in all the hours and really, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to pitching.
Tommy Haugh, breaking down the starting rotation and bullpen on the north side with Mully and Haugh.
I'm here for one reason. I want to help these guys get better, and we want to win baseball games.
Tommy Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Tommy. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Tommy Haugh. He joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Good morning, Tommy. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah, we're doing great. Really enjoyed last night's game. Boy, I mean, I can't imagine, but if you're a pitcher and you take to the mound with 6 runs in your hip pocket, it's got to take a lot of pressure off of things. You got to feel pretty good.
No, it definitely does, especially for a guy, new to the organization. He's had a couple starts here with us, trying to get better, improve every single day, and trying to be a big part of what we need to do, down the stretch when the offense goes out and does what they did yesterday in that first inning, man. It really takes the pressure off of you, and it allows you to kind of settle into some things you want to work on. I think throughout the course of the year, there's guys do a lot of work in their bullpens and their midweek stuff, and then you get in the game and it's very much compete mode and do what you got to do to win the game that night. And I thought it allowed him to kind of settle into the game and work on a few things that he knows that's gonna help him down the stretch.
Your bullpen challenge gets greater, it seems, every week because of a different injury or a delay or just something that comes up, Tommy. And I don't know how this season compares to others. We've talked about that throughout the year. But now you get Aaron Savale, somebody you know well. He fills in last night to maybe get reacclimated, readjusted. How does he fit into the mix? And how would you describe the latest wave of injuries that you have to deal with?
Yeah, I mean, I think, each year presents its fair set of challenges. It's funny, we just had the 2016 reunion team in town this weekend, and I was looking back at that team, and we had a total of 25 guys pitch for us that year. Aaron Savale was the 34th of the season already this year. So when you talk about putting things in perspective of where you've been, that's kind of just what the season has brought to us. But I think first of all, he has a starter mix. He can pitch deep. He can give you a lot of length and coverage. But there's some swing and miss in there, and getting him kind of on a good path to success. He moved on the rubber to kind of help give him a little bit more angles. And his curveball and cutter have always been really good. And you always wonder, as you get back to more, like C-level type pitching, where you're going to pitch more in the central, where you're not quite as much elevation. And Sacramento does have quite a bit of elevation out there where he was throwing. So pitches move a little bit differently. You get a little more break on your pitches. And he noticed that immediately last night on his breaking stuff, that there was more movement. And so I do think there's some things he can continue to work on and improve on and provide us length over this stretch. But yeah, when losing, kind of getting to a point with Maton that we knew we were dealing with a knee thing most of the year, just needed to get it figured out, needed to get it dealt with, because a lot of the issues that he was feeling and having were drive leg issues in his delivery that were affecting his pitch shapes and his execution. And we could have kept fighting it all year and all along, but at some point you kind of need to get it taken care of before you can take those next steps.
It was interesting to listen to Peterson after the game, because he talked about how you specifically had told him that you weren't going to tinker with anything. You were letting him to get to know his teammates and figure out how he was pitching before you offered him suggestions, etc. I wonder if that's different with each guy. Did you know Savale better and felt easier doing that? Or is it important to let people settle in a little bit and then figure out what's going right or wrong?
Yeah, it's very case-by-case basis. Like, Savale came in right away. We were immediately pulling up kind of track skeletons and pulling up some pitch stuff for him, just because you had that relationship. And he was searching for some things that he didn't feel like he was quite getting, in the other organization. So kind of had that relationship right away. But when you're adding new guys, I think it's very important to get to know them, understand how they process information, what makes them tick, what what type of information they like. Are they more a visual learner? Or can they process, oral cues and take them and make them things that they can immediately implement? Those are very important ways to learn how a person, learns, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. So I think for Petey, we really wanted to get to know him, what he'd been exposed to, and I'm glad he said we didn't tinker too much, because we've been tinkering a lot over the last 10 to 12 days. And we had a little bit of the break and the All-Star break and an extended time between his outings to work on some stuff. And he did a fantastic job of making the most of that time.
When you look at Matthew Boyd, the last couple times out, he has looked like the guy that I think your team needs him to be, and certainly the one that looks familiar from parts of last year. What's different, if anything, Tommy? Is it just a matter of health? Is it just a matter of understanding that he does need to step up, or a combination of everything?
I think it's a combination of everything. I think Matt knows where we are in the season and what we've dealt with, and he's been out to prove everything. And I've told him from the get-go, coming back, like, don't feel like you got to go out and earn all that time back in the first one or two starts. Guys, when you have an injury like that and you want to fight to get back quick, guys want to go do a lot. And so we've been talking a lot about this, just continuing to build every single outing and every single mound session, leading up to these games. And for Matt, as much as anything, when it's a drive knee, injury that you had, I want to make sure that we're very diligent about what we're trying to accomplish, so we don't create any bad habits down the road that we're looking back in September and saying, why didn't we address it, when we were, coming back from, at the beginning. And so I think Matt's done a really good job of competing, number one, when he's on the mound, and when he has the ball, he's such a bulldog and can attack hitters, but also knowing what he needs to continue to refine as we keep going, because we want to be peaking in September. We want to make sure that we have everything where we want it to be for that stretch run. And it's so nice having a guy like him back and himself, and a guy can beat any lineup.
I was fascinated reading all the Trent Thornton stuff, how the 108.9 mile per hour comebacker that hit him, how he had the correct shoes on. He said he apparently has avoided serious injury. I think I think Craig called it a heel contusion. I think he called it a bone bruise. And I guess that, Craig implied that you're not out of the woods yet, because you can't really know with heels. It's difficult to see in there until the swelling comes down, whatever. But he seemed pretty pleased that it wasn't more serious, and he was crediting his shoes. He said that he had two pairs of shoes from 2019 that he kept, and that he was wearing a pair, and that it has like a protective spot where he got hit. And I was wondering, like, what are my oldest pair of shoes? That is so odd that he kept these shoes and he's still wearing them. Apparently they're out of model or something.
Yeah, they're an old pair of Mizuno cleats. I was a Mizuno guy too when I pitched back. I mean, mine would be a lot older than his. Mine back to 2011, 2012. Those were some of those years. They made like kind of speed models for some of the position players, but they made some models of pitching cleats that felt like cement shoes. I mean, they were heavy and they were thick, and they were meant to, like, you wanted, at the time, you felt like you wanted to have a lot of stability in the drive leg. So a lot of those models have gone away because guys want more flexibility and feel on the mound. They don't want as much of that stiff, rigid feeling. But for Trent, the biggest concern for me was the foot he got hit on was the Achilles that he ruptured last year. And so making sure that, we are diligent and make sure that inflammation gets out, that we're watching him like walk around and move and make sure that you have an opportunity to take a look at what is going on there. He is a tough little SOB though. I tell you that. He's not like he was doing things way ahead of schedule with the Achilles rehab coming back, and a lot of those things just become pain tolerance, and he's tough. He was already begging yesterday before the game to see if he could throw off the mound today to test it. I'm like, you haven't even seen you walk around yet. So let's just take one step at a time. But I think signs so far seem to feel like we avoided a big blow there.
Last we heard from Craig Counsell regarding Daniel Palencia and Edward Cabrera, it sounded like mid-August might be the target for one or both, but it sounded like maybe Cabrera first, then possibly Palencia. It seemed as if Palencia might have had a little bit of a setback. I'm not quite sure about that, Tommy, but those are two guys that if you guys are making a run for a playoff spot are going to be integral parts of your pitching staff. Where are you with those two guys?
Yeah, I think so. I'll start with Cabrera. I do think he's closer. He has a pretty high intent bullpen today, and we're hoping for a live BP by the end of this week. All that goes smoothly. I think we're looking at him making a couple rehab outings, or at least starting his rehab outing process next week. So, really positive and encouraged with how that's going. Obviously trending in the right direction there. As far as Danny, I wouldn't call anything really a setback. I think it was more just communicating how he felt recovery after every bullpen or mound touch. He's now thrown 3 bullpens, and after every one, I feel like he's getting better. He's feeling better. And he's in Arizona. We're going to get another bullpen I think in the next day, and then hopefully we're talking about him facing live hitters as well. So definitely trending in the right direction. Danny's was much more about how he was recovering. The first few he wasn't recovering great, but by the time we would get to that next mound session, he would feel better. And so we're definitely trending in the right direction for both those guys.
How did Jameson Taillon come out of his start? Obviously had some difficulty in the first inning. You never can tell when a guy's coming back, whether he's feeling it, whether he's trying. It's a feeling out process, just what to anticipate and how they feel after.
Well, he was great after the first 13 pitches. After that, I mean, and honestly, he gave up 5 hits. I think he gave up 1 hit after that second homer,
right.
The rest of the game. And look, like you always want things to go smoothly, and JMO knows that the homer bug has been there throughout the course of the season. And it always comes down to execution with JMO. Like there's some pitch selection stuff in there from the other day that we feel like we could have been better from the jump street, but it's execution. It's he threw 2 breaking balls to Colt Keith, and 1 hung, and he hit it for a double. And then the next at bat, he fell behind 0-1 or 1-0 to Riley Green, then left the heater up. He was trying to go down away for a homer. And then the Dylan Dingler homer, he was trying to throw like a 3-2 kind of backdoor sinker, which is not really JMO's strength. Something he can do, but not something that, that's something that you try like as the game goes on and you've got rhythm, and it ran all the way back across the plate and hit it out for a homer. And I think after that, it's kind of like, I don't know. I related a lot to playing football when I was growing up, and I want to be on the kick return team because I want to get hit in the mouth. I want to get popped before I have to go play quarterback because I wanted to just like get in the game like that. That's getting hit, that's getting popped. And then it's like, all right, I got to get back to what I do and just execute my pitches. And he did good. He did great the rest of the game. But we don't want to have to be down 4-0 in the first for that to happen. How do we continue to find ways to take that same approach, that same mentality, from pitch one. And I'm proud about, the way he went about it. He didn't get discouraged because it was the first inning and 13 pitches, and he settled in nice. So, we'll just keep building off that.
I love that analogy. So, Tommy, how mixed are your feelings when you're watching the Tigers go to position players in the seventh inning, understanding that they're doing it to preserve their bullpen, and yet it turned the game into a kind of farcical episode of whatever, because I didn't like it. I don't know. I think some people probably were bugged by it, but maybe it's something we have to all understand. But from your viewpoint, how did you see everything, and how difficult is that to avoid when you are on the wrong end of a score like that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're on the wrong end of a score like that, there's a lot of things going through my mind. At the time, if we're the pitching team doing that, that means things didn't go that well that day. I mean, it's hard because you understand why you do it. You want to protect your team for the next game, the next few outings. You don't want to cover one game and lose other ones because you didn't have the pitching that you needed. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't really know what the right answer is to how to get through those innings and get through those games. But it's very happy for us for our offense and for the day that those guys had. So I think anytime we're facing a position player throwing, it's going to be great.
Would adding a pitcher do it? Would adding a roster spot?
Yeah, I mean that would definitely protect you. I still think there'd be some teams that would still pitch position players, and who knows, maybe some of that will come up in the next CBA discussion. I think there's a lot of things that'll come up, not even like salary wise and all the things that they're gonna talk through and in this next round, but also on-field stuff. Like Dansby getting hit in the face the other day because a guy ran in the grass and put his glove up and the ball hit off his glove. Like those are the things that you just don't want to see in the game. Mm-hmm. At least in my eyes. I know people, some of the hard-nosed old school people be like, that was a baseball play, and yeah, but you don't want to get people hurt. You want to go outside of whatever those bounds are. So, I'll be interested to see if any of that comes up in the next discussion talks.
We're getting a lot of complaints from viewers because they're trying to scout that pitching staff for you, and it's hard to do when the position players jump in.
Yeah, no, I mean, Rogers was up to 84 yesterday, the catcher. So I mean, you never know if you not be able to grab.
Hey, Tommy, are you working with Rick Sutcliffe because he's going to be pitching for the Savannah Bananas Sunday? You going to have a session with Sut?
Oh my gosh, I can't wait! I can't wait to see that. When he told me that, I just started laughing. Because no one's Sutcliffe. He'll find a way to scheme up something to where he's going to throw a ball behind the guy and then he's going to charge the mound and maybe he'll do the Sutcliffe a headlock something. But no, it'll be fun to watch. Such a good character and a good sport, and he should have a ton of fun doing it.
And he's connected to the Beatles, so we'll love him forever.
That's right.
Yeah, I wonder what song he's going to come out to during the Savannah Bananas game.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah. Tommy, you're the best.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Tommy.
Guys, thank you. Have a great day.
Yep, you too.
That is the Cubs pitching coach, Tommy Haugh. Great stuff.
Yeah. What will be the walkout song for Rick Sutcliffe?
It's a really good question. It's got to be a Beatles tune, doesn't it? Just in honor of his family connection to that group.
I think so. We covered a lot of ground with Tommy. I think he is in a tough spot. It's a difficult question for him to answer as far as the position players go pitching because.
But he's obviously thought about it. He had a really good answer to it.
When we come back, we also will hear how Pat and Ron
reacted to that.
Yeah, last night when that happened.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite team should be the new Toyota Unedens. You'll score big savings on their big lineup of new Toyotas, plus a newly expanded service department with extended service hours, Saturday service, and Uber pickup and drop.
And sometimes their take on things like Danny's is Narpian. So, and I think that's a very Narpian take on your behalf there, Danny.
Roy, I got to ask you, and I know that you've talked about this on stage. I've seen you talk about it in interviews, but for the Score audience, can you please share the story of your dad and Don Cornelius?
Oh, you did some homework. So my dad moved to Chicago when he was 5 and eventually worked his way up and ended up back in the city working at WVON in the 60s. And he gets pulled over one day for running through a stop sign, and the cop gives him a ticket, and my pops goes, "Yo, you have a really nice voice. You should come work for me," which is not how you get out of a ticket. The cop's name was Don Cornelius. And so Don Cornelius eventually, after about a year, quit Chicago PD, looked up my pops, called him and got a job as a news reporter at WVON. And that started Don Cornelius' immersion into the world of media.
Wow.
And eventually into television.
Speaks, it gets better.
Well, Don Cornelius, for anybody who doesn't know, founded the Soul Train.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we're going.
Okay, I just want to make sure we filled in that context. Go ahead.
So there's American Bandstand with Dick Clark, and it's a pretty successful show. And Don Cornelius gets it in his head that, yo, man, there's no black version of this. They don't put black artists on Dick Clark enough. We have good musicians. We should have a show where black people dance and celebrate things. And this is an important backstory. My father was a civil rights journalist. He only covered conflict. He never covered a regular local news story. He covered civil wars in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Vietnam. He covered every riot, every civil right, anything with a dog and a fire hose and a Klan. That's what my pops covered. That's important context. So Don Cornelius comes to my pops and he goes, "Hey, man, I'm getting money from people to shoot a pilot for a show. I think it'll be moving and grooving like a train of soul where it just never stops. Would you like to be a part of it?" And my pops was one of the people who loaned Don Cornelius some of the money to shoot the pilot for Soul Train.
Oh my God.
But it gets better. Yes.
Takes Don Cornelius too long to sell the pilot. So my pops, one of the investors, "I need my money back. I give you like $1,000. To which Don Cornelius says, "Hey, Roy, dig this. Instead of me giving you your money back, how about you just stay on as a producer and you can be a part of the train of soul when it leaves the station?" To which my father looked Don Cornelius in the eyes and said, "Hey, man, nobody wants to watch black people dance for an hour. Give me back my money. It is a terrible idea." And with that, my father signed away any piece that he was entitled to of the Soul Train empire. But you have to understand, there was no show this black and this happy on TV at the time. It didn't exist. So this man who has done nothing but cover war and death and struggle and injustice, and then some Afro nerd comes walking in, "Hey, dig it, baby, cat daddy, shake it down. We're going to be dancing, and we're going to have a scramble board and figure out sentences. Get your ass out my office.
And give me my money.
Give me my $1,000.
And give me back my money." Like, that's a serious amount of money at that time. It was like $1,000, I think, like $2,000. Like, it's a lot. That's a lot of money. And yeah, man, I was never allowed to watch Soul Train growing up. I don't know if I ever told you that. I could watch Solid Gold.
Wait, your dad actively was like, "You can't watch this show that I didn't
Turn that
invest
off.
in."
Turn that monkey-ish off. Like, openly hate it. You know how Sundays it's cartoons and then it's like Glow or roller derby. You get gorgeous ladies or wrestling or worldwide of sports, or you get Twib.
This Week in Baseball, baby. That's right.
Yeah. And then Soul Train will come on before college football. And my pops would be like, "Turn that monkey-ish off." Just a hater. And I love it. That's how you should be. I want you to fail.
That was my technique was being dissected by Olin Kreutz, and I'm not going to say how I did.
It was something. Hopefully never see it again.
I mean, look, Lawrence, let's do some of this. It's a Spiegel and Holmes show.
Some things you can't unsee. You know what I mean? Like,
it wasn't that bad.
You can't show it to me again.
All right, you tell us. You tell us. Hold on.
Let's see it. Anybody got this on film?
Yeah, now this is on video. This is gonna live forever.
My mind, at the time, if we're the pitching team doing that, that means things didn't go that well that day. Yeah, I mean, it's hard because you understand why you do it. You want to protect your team for the next game, the next few outings. You don't want to cover one game and lose other ones because you didn't have the pitching that you needed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer. You know, I don't really know what the right answer is to how to get through those innings and get through those games. But you know, it's very happy for us, for our offense, and for the day that those guys had. So I think anytime we're facing, you know, a position player throwing, it's gonna be great.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. That is, of course, Tommy Hotovy. We just talked to him. And good for the Cubs when they get position players throwing.
Bad for baseball.
Bad for everyone,
Bad for everyone, really. I think that there should be no earlier than the 8th inning, maybe. I don't know if you can enforce that.
Well, you've had a long, long, horrible night when you're in the 7th and you're starting to bail on.
Well, I think it also gives you and maybe it was just the way that McKinstry was pitching, the looping eephus pitch style, 35 miles per hour. Everybody reasonably, if you're a major league position player, should be able to throw it up there between 60 and 70 miles per hour, right? Just go through the motions. You're not going to have a cut fastball or a moving breaking pitch, whatever. You're just trying to play catch with the catcher. You can do that better than just looping slow. Come on. It's not slow pitch softball.
I mean, like, think about some of the former players, how fast they could throw.
Yeah, they were former pitchers.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen first pitches. I think Ichiro hit 93.
Yes.
I mean, Ichiro.
And I respect the fact that Anthony Rizzo once struck out Freddie Freeman and everybody laughed.
Yeah, everyone laughed.
And everyone had a good time.
Yeah.
But those are the exceptions, not the rule. The rule is it makes a farce of the game. And I think that's what, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but this is the way Pat and Ron saw it unfold.
Zach McKinstry is a position player. Of course, you know that. He used to be with the Cubs, and he played right field for most of last night's game. He has come on to pitch for the Detroit Tigers in the bottom of this 7th inning. And his first pitch high and inside to Ian Happ. And the next offering is a changeup low and inside. This guy is really throwing slowly.
I don't know about changeup. I would say gravity ball.
And the next pitch is outside.
Now, for you people, at home, when you were a kid playing in the park and you were playing like 4-on-4, and the guy would lob it in there, like lob league is what we'd call it. That's what we got going on here.
And I understand why teams do this, Ron. They don't want to burn one of their regular relievers in a ball game. They'd rather rest him instead of working him on the mound. But there's just something about watching it that tells me this is something less than big league baseball.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think this is not good. I think the league, in this union agreement that's coming up, there's a lot of issues going on, and there's a lot of things that need to be discussed. This is one of those situations. If you call Uncle as a team, kind of, in these last 2 innings, there's got to be some kind of roster move available or something like that to allow teams to keep pitching big league pitchers, because this, as our fans here at Wrigley are booing, and I don't blame them.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat and Ron.
Pat
Thank you.
Especially seems to despise that, as I recall.
I think they both do.
Over the years.
Pat has been consistent.
Yes.
And the way Coombe described it was perfect. And there's so many issues to address in the next CBA, assuming they come to an agreement on a CBA. But
where's the priority of that? You know what I mean?
It's probably low.
It's probably very low.
It's in the weeds.
I mean, it's something they should discuss and they should do something about it, but it probably doesn't profit them.
I'm not suggesting that it's a high priority.
I wasn't implying
but I
you
think
were.
when you talk about things that rankle you or bother
Yes.
you, it's like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's look at in contrast. The White Sox trailed 9-0, 10-0 in the sixth. They were behind. What did they do? What did they do? They ended up going to. Did Acuna pitch an inning for them last night?
I had already turned it off, my friend. By that point, I couldn't torture myself.
So they did a similar thing, but only for one inning.
Yeah.
So it happens.
So you'll
it
let
shouldn't
that
happen.
go?
I mean, I think you have to be realistic, and yes.
Yeah.
My big gripe was that it started in the seventh, and when it started, it was farcical because of the gravity ball, as Coombe described it.
Gravity ball.
It could have drawn rain. It's like, okay. I don't think that it's any fun to watch. And it did kind of not reflect big league baseball, as Pat put it.
We should tell you that tonight the Cubs take on the Tigers again in the series finale at Wrigley Field. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:35. First pitch at 7:10. It's the only local broadcast of tonight's game, and it can be heard on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Meanwhile, the Sox back in action against the Rangers, and the Sox are doing so without Kyle Teal, who, as we heard yesterday, out 6 to 12 weeks, which sparked all kinds of trade speculation since his injury because they are lacking oomph from the catching spot. We have mentioned Hunter Goodman. We mentioned Langoliers from
Shea Langoliers,
yes,
from the A's.
From the A's, but also Adley Rutschman, the fine catcher for the Orioles, was brought up by Ken Rosenthal on the Foul Territory podcast.
Let's get into it. Adley Rutschman on the IL. You wrote a column about catchers being trade possibilities. He was one of the ones listed. How does this hurt him and the Orioles? And then what are the other catchers that are possibilities of being traded? Because there's some teams out there, maybe the White Sox, with Kyle Teal. We don't know how hurt he is after last night.
Well, I wrote about 3 all-star catchers, and Rutschman was one of them. Shea Langoliers was another, and then Hunter Goodman, of course, being the third. And just the chances of them being traded. Now, the reason I wrote this was because a lot of people are speculating that with the Yankees in need of a catcher, they're going to go after these guys. And people just list names this time of year. Hey, here are the catchers who could be available. Well, in each circumstance, they're not necessarily available and not likely available. And I'll start with Rutschman. So here's a guy who now has been on the IL 5 times in less than 400 days, right? A little more than a year. And that's not good. This will likely take him to the deadline or past the deadline. The Orioles have played better. They've won 7 of 8, so they're not going to be as inclined to sell just at this moment anyway. But the real issue with Rutschman is that he's a free agent after next year, the lockout year. And when you're the Orioles, you probably have one of 2 choices. Well, you do have one of 2 choices. You sign him to an extension or you trade him. It might be that neither happens. It might be that they don't get an extension done because he's this close to free agency. And it might be also, more logically even, they don't trade him, not now because he's injured and also because they seem to be somewhat in the race. They are in the race. So he's not going to go, I wouldn't think, unless a team is willing to take a chance on a guy who's been on the IL 3 times this year already. But then the question becomes, okay, what is his future with the Orioles? The president of baseball operations, Mike Elias, has said he wants Adley Rutschman to be an Oriole forever. Well, there's a way to get that done, and it's by signing him to an extension.
So there's a lot there. But it doesn't
I like that
sound
AJ is interested in the Sox.
AJ's smart. He knows what they might need, and he's projecting. I think any of the 3 of them are going to be difficult to pry away from their teams.
We didn't know it was a high ankle sprain when AJ inquired. Just pointing that out.
We didn't know?
We didn't know it was a high ankle sprain when he asked that question. We thought it might be a more serious injury. That's all I'm saying. It's still a very serious injury.
Yeah, it's still a season ender in all likelihood. So it's
maybe. I liked your other idea, the whole Kyle Schwarber comparison. Why can't we go with that one?
We can go with that one. We can live there.
Did you see there are some win totals out for the Bulls?
Did not see that.
Yeah, DraftKings and FanDuel, I think, were the two sites that have already started.
Give me some numbers.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Get a hold of the desk and hold yourself up. 24.5 wins.
Oh, really? That's real low.
25.5 is the other.
That's low. I think you take the over.
Okay.
Barely.
I mean, they were kind of awful last year. They had 32
Why are you picking on
wins.
Matas?
I'm not picking on Matas.
Why are you saying that Matas isn't going to work with Caleb Wilson?
I think.
Why did you say that?
I didn't say
there
that.
You go. Last week you're putting words in Ruthie's mouth, and this week you're picking on Matas.
Yeah, I felt really bad that Ruthie caught grief on that.
Yeah, she did.
I understand that happened.
Thank you. I mean,
apologize to her.
You apologized to her. That was your fault.
I said apologies to her.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Isn't that
I leave for a day and you start putting words in her mouth.
I was surprised that she came in and was just shooting off about. No.
What did we hear from Matas, though? We heard from Matas recently, not in response to you and Ruthie discussing the Bulls last week.
Okay, we're going to listen to this, but I want you to think of one thing.
Okay.
Who put the idea in Matas's head? I think this is a seriously good idea, and it makes me wonder if his new coach may have been a, what would you call him, kind of a good idea whisperer. Let's listen.
If you could spend the offseason training with any player, who would it be?
To reach his peak, probably ZO2.
For real. Oh, so we playing 2K. To be honest, what I like, who I really want to work with is Denny Advia. I've been talking with him. It's just I feel like I was shooting too many threes. Like I need to get to the rim more. I want to know like how he lowers his shoulder, how he attacks.
Yeah.
I seen him in Vegas. We're supposed to work out this weekend, so we'll see. But he's somebody. Franz Wagner, probably him. KD, of course. Like that's who everybody needs to work out with. But I think right now Denny Advia.
So that's Matas on the Ball in the Family podcast, the Ball brothers together and talking some basketball with Matas.
Denny Avdia, of course, Blazers, former first-round pick that played for Thiago Splitter and became an all-star caliber player by being more attacking, more aggressive, and
Thiago.
shooting fewer threes. Yes. If that's the model that Matas wants to follow, it would be a good one. It would be a very good one.
I love the idea that the Bulls don't take enough threes. Let's get a guy who takes them to stop doing it.
I think both are worthy goals. You know, if you want three-point shooters, if you want to have that kind of spacing and shooting, then you need to draft and acquire those guys. I'm not sure that he's a natural fit for that kind of role.
I totally agree.
I think he's more of a fit for a guy that is attacking the basket and has a kind of explosiveness.
I think he's also kind of the ultimate team player who doesn't care who gets credit for being better or worse than him. He's just a super good guy, Matas Buzelis.
I do too. I think he's. I know you're going out of your way to be very generous.
See what I'm doing
with the compliments and the praise. I think that's good, and I think Matas seems like the kind of guy who needs to hear it. He's still a little sensitive. 2 years in, right?
I
little sensitive.
It's a team sport, David. I don't know if you've heard.
It is. I know, but that's what he said. Nobody was saying it wasn't. I listened to
all of it. I know.
I went back and listened to make sure that nobody was, being taken out of context here. But yeah, Matas, big year for him. The Bulls starting five gives me reason to believe, and even guys then off the bench, their starting five and the couple veterans they have coming off the bench, if they can stay healthy, I do think that the over-unders that you just posited, win total is a little low.
I hope it's low. I mean, as I said, they were terrible last year. It was an awful year to have to live through, and they won 32 games.
But I mean,
so there's going to be 24-5.
If you've got 6 years to get to the playoffs, I think that you're going to be fine.
Oh, see, now that's just mean-spirited. You know what the
That's
problem?
gonna be clipped.
But here's the problem. Yeah, now you're going to get in trouble. The problem with that is that it's like saying, you know, the Blackhawks, you know, Kyle Davidson has just started this rebuild. He's only been there 4 years. But they didn't make the playoffs in the 5 previous seasons before he started getting there. So it's a 9-year drought, excuse me.
Well, they got during the bubble year.
But I mean,
but asterisk, technically correct.
You and your bubble year.
No, I'm just saying. They played in a playoff
I'm
game.
saying that for some people who have been in town, you know, the 6 years and then title appearance seems like way too long.
I agree. What is too long? That's why I was at least encouraged by Kyle Davidson identifying this year as a season in which they are thinking playoffs.
Yeah, let's hope
That
so.
is the goal.
That'd be great.
I do think they are a veteran shy of making that realistic.
Is that veteran
It could
number
be Patrick
88?
Kane. It could be, I don't think it's Tarasenko as a consolation prize. I think they need some offense. I think they need Bedard to stay healthy once he begins his season. And they need a lot of things to happen. A lot of prospects to take a big step forward, and Frankie Nazar to stay healthy.
You know what's funny, and it's not amusing funny, but what's odd is when you look at them and their prospects, they're still just barely 20, 21. Like, they're very young. They remain, I'm talking about guys that you hope will be their best players, remain very young.
Very young. They are. Yeah. They're full of guys who are really not established yet.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is that you project when they are established, boy, this team could be really good, but you wonder what gets in the way before they get there. Injury, inconsistency, maybe one of those guys are traded.
Failure to hug the prospect. It's always a problem.
You love hugging those prospects.
As you have been pointing out.
The prospect hugger.
That is so not true.
I mean, really.
I am the prospect evaluator. Let's not keep a prospect because he looks like he's a grindy guy. Why not keep the all-star you're trying to give away?
I'm not giving away anything. I am looking at value.
Why did you then consult on the Fernando Tatis trade? You're the one who brought his name up.
I am not scarred by one incident in the past.
Rick had never heard of him until you mentioned it. All right, we'll be right back. I believe we have a full house.
All right,
we've got Layla and Marshall and Grote. We'll talk to them next. It's Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
You want to know how good Ben Johnson is and why he's going against the grain in the NFL? If you're a defense and you're trying to figure out, well, what look is he going to give us? You have no idea.
And now they're armed with 3 tight ends.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Break it down, though. Break it down. Here's my set. Oh, don't see. That's terrible, man. You gotta have the Z in the knees, right? I'll bring your feet in a little bit. You gotta have a little better posture. I mean, you look like a camel. You have a hump in your back. We gotta get the hump out of your back. We gotta work on your spine extension, of your lumbar and your, mid back.
Are you about to show us your bucket step too?
Yeah.
Is that happening?
Just watch this stuff behind you.
Yeah, really.
I don't know oh, wow. Okay, your hands can't be out there. You got to be armless from the back. So turn so the crowd can see you. Turn back that way. Don't do that. Please, no one teach your kids to block like that. Turn this way. Turn this way. Okay, now get your elbows so tight they can't even see your arms. There. Yeah, no. Yeah, just turn your palms up, knuckles up. There you go. Perfect, man. Yeah, and we'll just hope no one comes.
Wait a minute. So who would get by me? Everybody?
Nobody. If no one came, nobody.
Our best moment, though, Lawrence, was talking about the play calling on the Mighty Sequoias back in the day. I was telling him about the inside reverse that we used to run, where we'd fake a halfback sweep, and instead quarterback would hand the ball to the slot receiver coming back the other direction with a guard pulling in front of him. And what'd you say? What is that?
That's Pop Warner's old single wing inside counter, man. That play's undefeated.
It used to destroy in our flag football league.
Yeah. We called that 43 counter when Little League at St. Mary's with my kids. No one could stop it.
You can't stop
You low
it.
power one side the whole time, and then you run counter. And the whole time, I wait for them. The coaches on the other side are yelling, "Watch the reverse." And as soon as they stop, then I run it.
So
as long as they yell, "Watch the reverse," then I run power.
So I think we've established that I might not be the best center on the air staff. I think Olin has that. But am I the best offensive coordinator on the air staff? I got one play. That was it.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, you're better than Danny Parkins, so there it is.
Please make this personal.
Okay. Freddie Gibbs is joining us here on The Score. Freddie, thank you so much for blessing the show by coming through, man. We appreciate it.
Bear down, bro. Bear down. That's all I can say. That's all I got to say.
How about it? How about it? So how much fun are you having with this team and this season? It's like it's emotional and psychological, healthy to live this thing, isn't it?
I mean, it's just an emotional thing being a Bears fan, and we've been going through so many dog years, man. I was so frustrated with the team the past 3 years with Eberflus. I just felt like we wasn't making any strides to get where we needed to be. And I'm so thankful for Ben Johnson, man, because he has a mentality, not only the game planning, but just the mentality that we need. Like, he hate the Packers like we hate them. We love Ben Johnson.
It's funny that you say that because we were actually talking about that in the last segment, that the other coaches that have come through since Ditka, they all were saying like, hey, we want to beat the Packers, but there's a difference between I want to beat the Packers and F the Packers. And that's
no, you can't you have to hate the Packers to be with us. You can't, like, I've seen a picture of Eberflus at a basketball game with Matt LaFleur. You can't do that. That's why I said we had to get him out. I'm so glad he's gone. And now Dallas let him go. Just let you know, man. We just needed a change of, scenery around here, and I love Coach Johnson, man. Love him to death, man.
Yeah, they were sitting next to each other at a Marquette basketball game. Looked like both of them had like a vodka tonic or something with a lime and a straw in it.
A lot of keying going on there on the sideline.
Right. Get him out of here, man.
Yeah, there's no way in hell Ben would spit in that drink and walk away. And it's football.
Yes.
We need that in our lives. So who were you with? Who were you with on Saturday? Paint us a picture. You went with our friend Spice Adams. Is that correct?
I went with one of my good friend, Anthony Adams. That is my dog. Shout out to Spice. I love you, Spice. That's one of my close friends. He always comes support me. So, we share this mutual love for the Bears. So we definitely gonna go to the game. I'll be there Sunday too.
Oh, that's outstanding. And then there was a picture with you and Spike Lee together on the sidelines. Did we see that?
You know what? I said, you know what? This is how I know that the Bears, we are America's team now, because we have Spike Lee at our game. I said, Spike, I looked at Spike. I said, why are you here? And I love Spike Lee. I made some jokes about him a long time ago. It was just funny, but we love Spike Lee, one of the probably the greatest black director of all time. But why he was at a Bears game still boggles me. But that lets me know that we are America's team now. We're taking it over. Roger Goodell was there. I was like, all right, we in there. We in there. When Spike come to the games, then it's America's team.
Well, Spike was there because
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. He is a well-missed man. Still with us.
We do miss him.
Getting us
I saw him
away.
last Saturday at the Gallagher Way when he was there for the vote. And I was like, Jacob.
Did you just hug him?
I didn't get a chance to really talk to him because I was on the air and walking by.
We're thinking of
ships passing in the night.
I want to thank everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Wednesday, the 22nd of July.
Oh, you and you're sneaking in that extra day. I had it as the 21st. Maybe Dustin is at fault. Thanks to him. He's our executive producer, Dustin William Rhodes.
Runner goes, and a fly ball to deep left center field. That is back, and that is very gone. Way back into the bleachers. Oh, Nando. His 8th home run of the year is a 2-run shot.
Well timed.
David's
well timed. Fernando Tatis Jr.
Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your hard work.
Here's the after.
Oh.
So they said you could wear this thing. So I'm like, all right, how do you do this? You got to take it off. There's a little hole underneath.
Oh,
and
John.
then it just, didn't really work out.
Man. I was trying to post a picture on social media.
Fun at the ballpark, nothing
that?
like it.
Sriffin dropping the
John
nacho
Sriffin.
hat.
Oh, did
Yeah,
he drop it?
yeah,
Okay.
It happens. Layla Rahimi in the house. Hello, Layla.
Hello. I got to see that video during the broadcast, and I visualize it when I hear. I know exactly what happened. It's like Kevin in the chili from The Office.
It's good.
That's funny. Marshall Harris,
Guys.
right here, shaking his head.
Why was Schiffman trying to put the nachos on it? You're supposed to eat it, then you wear it. It's
He
very
thought
simple.
he had eaten enough nachos to then put the hat
It's very
on.
simple. You eat the nachos, then guess what? You have a souvenir. You get to wear the hat. You don't take the ice cream helmet and put the. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know the ice cream helmets. We used to get those. My kids still love those things.
Collect
They're
them.
so great.
Is it the Yankees that have the tiramisu helmet?
Probably. That
Yeah.
sounds like something.
That's
very
classy.
bougie. Very bougie.
That's
there.
very
Have you ever been to
fancy.
the
Yeah, but am I interested?
Grote
Maybe with a glass of white wine?
Hey, I'm very angry at David Haugh right now because you, sir, have given me FOMO. That's fear of missing out. I feel like I need to go to the Rush concert. I have been wanting to go to these concerts.
Man,
but the
that's
price.
hilarious.
But do I want to spend $300?
$300 to see
Wow.
Rush?
To go see Rush. And Dustin's right. Like, they were at Alpine Valley like every other summer, and I went to many, many shows. I never thought that they would perform again because of the death of Neil Peart. Now I have anxiety over Rush.
Why are you mad at me?
Because you brought it up.
You did bring it up.
Okay.
You did make it sound
I
somewhat
did.
fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you said there are like men the same age as Rush
Yes.
wearing in line with black T-shirts,
Black T-shirts and blue jeans.
Mark got very
Yeah.
jealous.
Molly-
I have a black T-shirt.
Molly, where else can you go to hang out with 17,000 other white men at the United Center? That's what's going down.
Well, if
Yeah.
you go tonight, let me know. I'll see you on the way out.
There is a
Can you
joke
get me
about
in?
women hating
Maybe.
Rush, and I agree.
Oh, is it? Do women
Yeah.
hate Rush?
Yeah, it's a
I
whole
hate
thing.
Rush.
Hate Rush.
Honestly,
Why?
I was told.
I can't explain it. I
was
just know I
told-
fall in line.
I didn't know this, but I was told that Pink Floyd is an all, like only men like Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that sounds
women
right.
never liked, Ummagumma or Dark Side
no,
of
I
the
don't-
Moon or any of those albums.
Nah, Pink Floyd kicks ass, but I don't know that I go to the concert. But Rush, no, I fall in line on this.
You don't like Rush.
Nope.
Okay.
Women
Some-
don't. They make fun of it. Rush has made fun of the
I mean,
fact
and
that they have no women.
I'm all for mixed timestamps and whatnot. I did go to a jazz school, but no, that's where I draw the line.
Well, I guess the white men in the black T-shirts and the line, "We are the priests of the temples of Ceres."
Hell yeah, man! 2112, Molly.
Sounds like a Rush concert trip to me.
The priest of the temples of Ceres. You got to get that Geddy Lee register,
All
man.
the gifts of life.
Yes.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it. I'll leave that for y'all. Y'all got it.
I mentioned it. I'm not even a big Rush fan. I don't even know what those
People
lyrics
were
are.
like
But-
commenting on my social media, like, you better go see Rush. And I'm like, no.
Well, that's just it, David. Since I heard that they were going to perform, I've had this anxiety. I missed out on the first wave of tickets, and I've been thinking about this up until this point. I had let it go, and then you guys brought it up this morning, and it made me think: do I need to get to this Rush concert?
I'm sure you know people.
You do. You do.
You know a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah.
You work at the United Center, David.
Yeah, can you just slip me through there? I saw you guys on the big pro football show yesterday. I saw the Jordan statue in the background. Oh,
Yeah.
get me in.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Borrow his ID. hey, let me go over here.
Hello, I am David Haugh, columnist for the Chicago Tribune.
Morning, Mully.
What have you today?
We got to talk about the Cubs redeeming themselves, and then I think there were some truths told in the White Sox game last night. We'll go over the Kyle Teal news, and frankly, does that change how you view the trade deadline? Dare to dream. Mike Florio is at 11. We asked the question at 11:25. When is it okay for a position player to pitch? 5 on it is at noon. I have reverse beef with Grote about the Bears at 12:25. Sure. Bob Nightingale, Odyssey Major League Baseball Insider, is at 1.
Ooh, have a good show.
Spirit of the radio.
Looks good, Grote. Morning, Grote. Looks good on you. Looks good on me. Morning, Mully.
In baseball, changing the game begins with rethinking it, like the way we keep fans' heads in the game, with walk-up songs, on-field audio access, and more. The same innovative thinking that changes the game could change your portfolio. Invesco QQQ gives you access to the innovators who are rethinking the world. Invesco QQQ, the proud ETF partner of the Chicago.
When did you get in?
Okay.
AKA, when did you get into spring training? Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer, take it away.
7th inning. Ron, I've been in Arizona now for a few days. I know you've been out here for a couple of weeks. But you always hear the similar questions when you first arrive. And it becomes kind of comical after a while. You anticipate hearing them, and then you just smile when you do. But it doesn't take long. Do you remember the 4 questions that we have informed our audience that you invariably will hear over and over and over again every single spring? You'll hear 4 questions. Do you remember what the first couple were?
Yeah, I remember them. Go ahead. No, I do. I know. This is.
Well, the first one, they see you.
Yeah.
Usually they've forgotten your name. That's A. And then B, when did you get in? Here's a ground ball to short. And the throw to first is going to be in time. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Bottom of the 8th inning gets underway. We were chuckling about the 4 questions that you hear when you arrive at spring training every year. The first one is, when'd you get in? And that's exactly the way you hear it many times, too, especially if the person hails from the southern portion of our great country. When'd you get in? So, in other words, when did you arrive? Then the next one, where are you staying? That one always kind of puzzles me. Where are you staying? Do you really care where anybody else in the entire traveling party is staying during the spring?
No, nor do I really care to share where I'm staying.
Exactly.
I'm in the state of Arizona. How's that?
Yeah. I sometimes think that question is put to you only so that they can then tell you where they are staying.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Yeah, we're staying over in Scottsdale, real fancy place.
Well,
good for you.
Yeah.
I'm staying over in the Mud Flats.
Yeah. Oh, solid. Yeah. The old Mud Flats.
Yeah, the Mud Flats section
of
the Valley of the Sun.
Glad I haven't been over there lately.
Nah, you wouldn't want to be. And then those of us that arrive in spring training, did you have a good winter? And I'll tell you why it confuses me. How much detail do you want? Here's the pitch on the way, a swing and a chop foul. Most of the time you just say, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel like discussing things in detail.
Do you ever go into detail about your winter?
Well, our dog got sick and had to put a bandage patch on him for a while. The last one is always, well, have you lost some weight? You look good. Have you lost some weight? I like to say, no, but I've gotten a little taller. I have. I'm working with a trainer and some real good stretching, and as a result, I'm actually much taller than I was a year ago. Thanks for asking.
I didn't know at our age we could get taller.
But it's a lot of stretching.
Yeah, a lot of stretching.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I need to get one of those machines for the house.
Mm-hmm.
Very first day I got into camp, I wasn't thinking about your 4 questions, to be honest with you, but I got blasted with the first one really before I even got out of my car.
When'd you get in?
Right now. because I pulled into the lot, saw somebody in it. That was the first question. And I'm like, well, I still got stuff in the back if you want to help.
Sure.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
And next year I'll send you my itinerary, so you'll be waiting for me.
He's not wrong about the questions. It's
not at all.
Right?
As somebody who's been to Arizona, those are generally, and they might be different variations of those 4 questions. That's great.
When'd you get in is the best.
When'd you get in?
And did you notice Pat tried to be formal about it the first time? He said, when did you get in? And I'm like, nah, Pat.
When did you get in?
But then it became, when'd you get in?
I don't necessarily ever remember it always being the Southern accent with the when did you get in part. I love that that's what it is because that really makes the whole bit. But I don't necessarily remember in my 3 years of covering spring training full time having an extra amount of Southern accents.
The underrated one. The underrated question in there was, how was your winter? And it's usually, how was your off season? But that's a big question that people ask when I haven't seen you since the postseason.
Yeah, the weight loss thing too is real.
I definten ask about the off season.
See?
I ask how people's off season.
How was your off season?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you staying?
That's a safety concern. I don't know if I like that one. Huh?
Yeah, don't tell him.
I think Coon was on to something. It's like, I really don't want to tell you.
Nick, Mark Grote is a treasured member of our air staff and is terrific at impressions. He does a great Les Cropsky.
The Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station, 104.3 The Score, is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously,
especially when they give advice.
Do not take Marshall's analogies literally,
especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey.
The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time.
It's just sports.
Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
That is the voice of George Kittle, who was having himself a time at Wrigley Field yesterday. I love a man who can yap, Marshall, and I feel like George Kittle is not only an all-pro on the field, but an all-pro yapper. That man absolutely should be a full-time broadcaster after he gets out of the game. I know he's got the podcast, but he was on one yesterday. It was party time with George Kittle. George ends up in the whole booth with Rick Sutcliffe. Alex Cohen did a great job hanging with him, too. The humor was on 10. So George lets you know what time it was when he was out here talking about how he became the noted Cubs fan he is, and we all know he loves the Bears.
I love the Bears.
Makes me sad.
I grew up in Iowa. My dad said, hey, we're Bears fans and you're a Cubs fan. I said, sir, yes, sir. And here I am. I grew up drinking beers in the bleachers, so happy to be back.
Moral of the story, listen to your dad.
Listen to your dad, listen to your mom. 2 things that work out most of the time.
If you wanted story time from George Kittle, you got it.
Am I the only one who thought it sounded like a first date? Like I know about you, but I don't know enough about you. Let's find out some more.
George's first date with Alex Cohen and Rick Sutcliffe.
Because he was asking questions too.
He was. My favorite part of it was they stayed talking to him through the pitching changes because he was so chatty. And then they were trying to get out of the inning. It was the last batter of the inning. You were at a late count in the last batter. And at the end, he's like, what do you guys think about ABS? And I'm like, yes.
What are your guys' thoughts on ABS? Brought to you by T-Mobile?
Love it. By T-Mobile.
T-Mobile is a sponsor of my podcast with my wife.
Look at the synergy. Give them all the love you want. Go ahead.
We love T-Mobile.
I need more George Kittle. It wasn't like he was just talking about himself. He had a lot of questions.
A good first date.
I was giggling the whole time. And then not me thinking back to the 2017 draft where Kittle was drafted in the 5th round and Adam Shaheen was taken in the 2nd. Not me doing that. Never.
Shaheen's talented.
No, because no.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Oh, Grote and I, the way we both clutched our pearls when we heard Ryan Pace say Adam Shaheen was talented. No, he wasn't.
Former 2nd rounder who was compared to
Gronk.
Maybe the best tight end of all time. Gronkowski.
Which is, you know what? That's why I hate comps. That encapsulates
They'll burn
why
ya.
I hate comps. Because if you had just, I don't know, maybe judged everybody for who they were, then perhaps you would have seen the talent that was George Kittle.
Shaheen's talented.
Even
Yo soy
Gronk.
fiesta.
Even Gronk, when
He
asked
was a
about that,
freaking fiesta.
was acted like he didn't know who Adam Shaheen was. He was
He
like,
probably didn't.
Right? Remember that, right? It was
Oh,
kind
I
of,
remember.
Remember? It was
Wasn't
just
his
kind of,
determining personality trait that he loved Chipotle? Hi, you're friends with you and 30 million other people in the United States of America love Chipotle. What a defining trait.
thank God for Coastal Loveland. There's a tight end on the Bears.
Not that I'm bitter about this. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score, and this is not how I wanted to start my day, but
Bears.
by
Shaheen's
God,
talented.
I will go there.
I had some Chipotle yesterday for lunch, just to let you know.
Yeah?
You apparently you could be a second round draft pick for the Bears.
What's your go-to, buddy? What'd you get?
That would be a bowl, brown rice,
very
but
healthy.
about half the brown rice you normally put in there, black beans, double chicken, fajita veggies, mild salsa, green salsa, the cheese, and touch of sour cream.
No
Just a
notes.
touch.
I mean, I don't do the sour cream
That
thing.
sounds
But
great. And right now,
Ray and I are both
guys,
like, no
right
to
now,
the sour cream.
No lettuce. No lettuce.
I had
right
a salad.
now.
I broke down. I had a salad yesterday.
And
How'd it
look,
go?
you're
You
still
all right?
with us
You
now.
good?
No,
We'll
it
check in
takes
2 to
10
12
days.
days.
Yeah, to incubate.
Okay.
I did too. I gambled. I had a salad.
Ray and I
We'll
were
see.
both jonesing for a salad after the show.
Explosive diarrhea!
It's a roll of the dice.
Is that a Rush song?
I think it is. By the way, the Rush Tour is literally called the 50-something Tour.
Good for them. 847 is offering you tickets on the text line.
Really?
No,
Reasonable
815
price?
comps, like comparisons to other players. Yeah, I hate them. For that reason.
Yeah.
Could be Kawhi is on my list now.
For a certain Patrick Williams?
Oh, yeah, it
Yeah.
could be. You know what? And,
Remember? That was a comp, Marshall.
And I could be
The
Cindy
paw.
Crawford, right?
What?
They called him the paw.
Oh, they did call him the Paw, didn't they?
Like the claw.
The Paw, part 2.
Ooh,
And
the paw.
he's handled this so well, but it's just not.
Yeah,
his
you know
fault.
why?
'Cause he
Because
got
that check
paid.
clears.
Got paid.
He's not. He's not. He could
LG,
be-
life is good.
Life is good. He's getting paid for another couple of years.
Does he drive the Jeep with the little "Life is Good" tire cover with the flower and the
He
smiley
can.
face?
He could drive that. He could also drive a much nicer car if you would like.
I mean, if I'm
Sure he
balling
does.
out with that kind of contract, don't you have to go G-Wagon or something?
Mm-hmm.
Understated.
Hey, Instagram, when I got hacked, I was told I was driving the G-Wagon.
Oh yeah,
people
your
were suddenly,
your crypto business.
Yeah, people were interested in me at
How's
that
your
moment.
crypto business
Yeah.
going, Mark?
It's terrific.
Please don't observe Grote's old social media accounts.
No.
Grody, why don't you invite us to your mansion, bro?
Well, I'm thinking about
Hey
having
man,
a little.
look at my mansion with my crypto, my G-Wagon.
Bro, pre-rush party tonight. It's got to start early.
You got offered
Yeah, before
tickets.
he takes us to the suite.
This is Grote's day of gifts. Even for this, even for you, you've been bestowed a lot of gifts today.
I will have a full gratitude list during halftime today with all the gifts that I have received, including the shirt that I'm wearing right now, which says Bears. If you are watching on Twitch.
Okay, so good things happened in the Cubs game yesterday.
Immediately.
There were 2 beatdowns yesterday involving Chicago teams. One was good and one was bad. We'll start with the good one. We were concerned about the Cubs using 8 pitchers yesterday against the Tigers and losing the game in 10. Oh, well, who's going to be out there? David Peterson's got to go to the distance. Not always easy if you're a ground ball pitcher who doesn't ground ball. You got to hit your spots. Wind was blowing in, but that didn't stop the Cubs from hanging up 6 on Framber Valdez and the Detroit Tigers. My goodness. I was not expecting that. They batted around in the first inning. I was like, oh, we're in business now.
Yesterday was just such a distinct reminder of the difference between Pete Crow Armstrong a year later. He's going up against a lefty, right? He's like, I'm going to get the party started with a triple. And by the time the batting order comes back around him, because they went 12 hitters in the first inning, he draws a bases-loaded walk to knock Framber Valdez out of the game. And that encapsulates how far this man has come. You know, he's had over 1,000 plate appearances coming in this year, and he had walked a total of 53 times. He's got 52 walks this season.
It's that part for me. Like, if you need any indication, pick your stat when it comes to Pete Crow Armstrong. Chase rate would be mine. But working walks is as much going to add to his offense as anything.
And he worked that at bat. I mean, it was a full count. He worked it to 3-2, accepts his walk, and then AJ Hinch could not get out to that mound faster. Come on, Framber. No more. We're not doing this anymore. Your attitude is already bad. You're already getting angry. You're probably going to start throwing at guys at some point in time. So let's go ahead and get you on out of the game. But yeah, no, I loved David Peterson did exactly what you're supposed to do in a game like that. Throw strikes. You're going to give up a little bit of contact. Just get out there and coast.
I know that the trend in baseball was to start getting these guys who can throw gas, and everything became high fastball, tunneled with whatever. But I am still very, very fundamentally here for the ground ball out guy. You've got to hit your spots, but he did the job, and that's more than what we could have asked for given the state of the Cubs bullpen. Valdez hadn't pitched since the 9th of the month, and that was a very different outing for him against the Athletics. He went 7 innings in that game, gave up only 1 earned run, and had 9 strikeouts. The Cubs were like, nah, we're teeing off on you today. He was so flustered. I mean, that was I loved how they got to him, but then the fact that they just kept being relentless, and it open the floodgates. I mean, when you give a guy 6 runs of run support, things start to look a lot easier, and everybody fell in line after that. You couldn't have asked for a better response.
It's the fact that because the wind was blowing in, it's not like they were hitting the ball like to the gaps and out of the park. They were just like nickel and diming him.
Ground balls too, on a day where the wind was ridiculous.
And that's the takeaway here was he got to face 12 batters. Or excuse me, he got to face the 10 batters because he wasn't getting major damage done off. It was like you're thinking he'll get one more out somehow, some way. But the PCA, he broke him. PCA broke him in that second at bat in the first inning.
Well, the first at bat let you know he's like triple. Okay, thanks, bye.
Did you guys know that was going to be a triple?
Come on,
like,
I
from
thought
the
it was
second.
No, I thought it was going to be a double. But
Really? I thought triple.
Yeah, really?
Right
to
away.
start the game?
Yeah.
Guys, I can't go that far. I can't dream that big.
Yeah, no, I understand it. One thing that I really liked last night is, and there's one, I do like this. I like interleague play at Wrigley because it's a destination for other fan bases throughout the country. You always get a huge contingency of opposing teams' fans.
They were loud Monday night.
Exactly.
They were loud.
And the Trianos got shut up last night.
Not the Trianos.
That's what I call them. They are the Trianos. The Tigers fans got shut up last night. They never had a chance because you're right. They were heard
Robbie
on
Triano,
Monday night.
He's on our Twitch stream right now in the chat.
What up, Tree?
Twitch.tv/thescore
You
Chicago.
shut your mouth, Tree.
Not the Fighting Trianos.
The Trees got shut up last night. They had 0 chances. Maybe they got excited for Zach McKinstry pitching. Maybe that was about it, but that was nice. I do have a complaint about Detroit, and the White Sox should have a complaint about a certain player that plays for the Tigers. Dingler! Dylan Dingler is a White Sox killer, and he is a Cubs killer. He got a home run last night.
Another one.
I've had enough of Dingler, okay?
Mark.
Yes.
Dylan Dingler's just a flat-out killer. It doesn't really matter who he's facing. He's
true, but he's
got 22 home runs this season.
Yeah, he got home runs 21 and 20 yesterday.
He's really good.
Or 2 days ago,
He
rather.
is very good.
He's a really good player,
but
but
I
I've
think
had it with him.
For the Cubs,
Weimer,
when you get up 6-0, the job for a starting pitcher becomes so much more simple. Just throw freaking strikes.
Yeah. He just got to go into cruise control. Also, David Peterson looks tall. Like on the mound, I know he is tall, but he looks extra tall. I feel like his legs are like 4 feet long. I'm like, man, that is kind of difficult when you're that tall to be a ground ball pitcher. Like that is a very downhill movement. But he went exactly what he was supposed to do. 6 2/3 out of David Peterson. Then you had Savali come in. Hey, he's back, by the way.
Savali.
We're just gonna do the Date Your Exes tour. Everybody who's ever pitched in the bullpen for the Cubs. Once again, Aaron Savali does the job. I mean, how many times have they asked him to hit? Hey, we know you just got here. Can you throw multiple innings for us? Yup. Okay, thanks.
The first playoff game against Milwaukee last year that they lost. They're like, hey, we kind of lost this game. Can you give us 4 1/3 scoreless? And
somebody's got
to
do it, right? And you said the Date Your Exes tour. Look, all I know is sometimes it doesn't work out. You got to just spin the block. The Cubs have been spinning the block heavy.
They
this
have,
season.
but they've also not been afraid to then re-break up, a la Drew Pomeranz. Yeah. So, but again, Savali just missed her show and go. Okay, 2 1/3, got it, guys. Like, just comes in.
No problem.
Incredible.
And you can't help but give up the dingler
over,
homer.
right? It felt like the game was over
The
after
dingler?
the first inning. And really, I say after the first inning, but I'm going to say after the first inning plus the top of the second. Because I need to see, hey, David, are you going to have a shutdown inning after your team just put up 6 runs?
Yeah, the reason I had faith, because of course it's Wrigley Field, with the wind doing what it was doing last night, blowing in, which has been a rarity lately. I mean, the winds have been favorable.
Weather's
at
nice
Wrigley.
today, isn't it? That walk today?
So nice. I'm wearing jeans today. I mean,
that's crazy.
Yeah, man.
In July.
This is my perfect weather.
Yes,
right here.
San Diego-esque.
This is what's happening.
Yeah, breezy on the walk in, but other than that, you really can't complain.
You're not going to fall out of a tree today, are you, Layla? You're not going to go iguana, because I know you have that issue when it gets too chilly.
If it's too cold, I do just stop moving. And you'll see it in the studio. That happens pretty often, no matter what the season is. Just an excellent showing all around. Pete Armstrong, like, how many different ways do you need to say he needs to bat leadoff forever? On base 5 times. You can't ask for much more. It was an outstanding response. And now, hey, guys, you have a chance to go win the series. So please make that happen. That would make me feel great.
Colin Ray on the mound tonight.
Colin Ray on the mound. And also, I want to pass along this note because, once again, Michael Conforto just doing the damn job. This is from John Steinmiller. He is with the Cubs PR team. Cubs franchise record for pinch hit home runs in a season is 4 by Glenn Allen Hill in 1999. Michael Conforto hit his 4th pinch hit homer tonight in game 101 of the season.
I have to mention, he has been a straight-up weapon off the bench or in spot start situations out there in the outfield because he's batting .333 as a pinch hitter. He's leading the major leagues in home runs as a pinch hitter. It's been a solid addition, and if you remember that first week, we were all kind of like, I don't know about this.
If Seiya Suzuki is not hurt to start the season, does Michael Conforto make the team?
That's a very good question.
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, they deserve to run into one and be fortunate because of injury.
And
they do.
Good and it seems like the Cubs players love Conforto. It feels like, I don't know this because I'm never in the clubhouse, but it feels like he's one of their most popular players.
He's a vet's vet, too.
Yes,
we also need to get to the bottom of how they thankfully changed their home run song to Boosie instead of Whoop There It Is.
Yes!
They've gone from a 35-year-old song to a 20-year-old song.
So they made themselves a little bit younger, a little bit more hip.
A little less rush.
Mark Grote would say.
And also, that's a Dansby Swanson walk-up, too. So Boosie has disagreed with Caleb, and I'm not happy with Boosie about it. I'll say that. I don't like the criticism that he's had toward Caleb Williams, but I like the newness of the music.
I almost asked which Caleb because that's where we're at.
We are not there yet. Caleb Wilson is who he is referring
Hell
to.
yeah.
That's just us Summer League sickos who have a problem.
I'm going to tone it down.
Also,
but then I'm going to turn it back up.
For the record, it is okay to like Chipotle. I just don't know if it's a personality trait. I think it's just a commonality. For the record.
To Chipotle?
Adam Shaheen. I can't. We are broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Breaking news on the Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Ray Diaz is on the ones and twos today. He is also our executive producer. David Dykstra is helping us out as well. As I mentioned, we are on Twitch and YouTube. The Score Chicago is our address. You can chat with the mob and Robbie Triano and give him some guff about his Tigers losing to the Cubs last night. You can also find us on our text line. 312-644-6767 is our number, and you can call us there as well. Let's go to the other team in town because it was not a lovely day in Texas for the White Sox, but we're trying to figure out if it's even good news or bad news regarding Kyle Teal. Chime in if you want. 312-644-6767. It's Rahimi, Harrison, Grote on the Score.
Hey, Chicago baseball fans. 104.3 The Score is your MLB trade deadline headquarters.
Will Chris Getz and the White Sox be aggressive as they contend for a playoff spot?
We're going to look for opportunities to help this future now.
Will Jed Hoyer make a splash for the Cubs and acquire some much-needed pitching?
You can't have enough pitching. You never have enough.
Keep it here as we approach the August 3rd MLB trade deadline on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
Of course, a phenomenal Harry Carey, but his Harrison Ford in The Fugitive is just remarkable. Today during transition, we told him you were coming on, and he added to his roster.
Nick Friedel is going to be on because if you have a Tibbs story, you are obligated.
Let me tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in.
Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
Tibbs. we just need it to be a little deeper, guys. That's all. I didn't realize I was that slow, though. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Steve. What's happening? Yeah. It's crazy down here in Florida. I miss Chicago. Tibbs is a madman, but the Knicks made a big mistake. I mean, come on. Let's rev it up just a little bit.
I got to say, I think Grote's Friedel might be better than your Nick Friedel.
Tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in.
Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
Oh, boy.
Flattery, baby. Flattery. That's what it is.
That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is. Look. I think that when you're that good at the less impersonation, everything else can kind of be on the side. But when you go back to number one in that case, and you can keep going to the well, more power to Grote for trying at least to broaden his horizons a little bit.
I like it. I like the response.
I miss you guys. I'll see you later.
See, look at him. He's doing Friedel on the way out. See, now you're doing an impression of an impression.
I know. It gets bad.
And it almost felt like Danny, like you were doing like a little bit of, but
really,
two Syracuse guys though, right?
I slipped into Joe Benigno there.
This is a disgrace.
And I imagine at some point those two
crossed over
paths.
I think Nick's a little older.
Yeah, but
Danny.
But at the places that they worked, I think they probably crossed paths. Like maybe when Danny was interning, Nick was working. We'll figure the math out on all of it.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Grote's Baby T impersonation? This is very inside, and I don't care, but it makes us laugh on this side. You guys
wait.
Yes.
Wait, is Tyler Farringoul impression?
No.
Yes.
Really? What?
Yeah. I'm shocked he hasn't heard this.
Let's do this.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
It's pretty good, Baby T.
Yeah, it's very inside. I don't think even Tyler Farringoul gets it.
It's very inside. It's very limited also to this point. He's workshopping it, but I think we have a basis of a good impersonation.
That's good.
The day that happened, the next day, I was working with Baby T on the morning show, and there was only one cut left on our monitor from the night before, and he looks at it, he's like, wait, Grote did an impression of me? And I saw him listen. I saw him look at it, click on it, listen to his, and he's like, no. That is accurate, though.
It's pretty.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC, and we get our bags, and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office, and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up, and H.W. Bush comes out, and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course, and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart, and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart and he says, young man, take me to my ball. So I'm driving him, and I get on the on the side of the elevated green, and the cart starts to slip, and the Secret Service jumps out, and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look. And I get over by him. He goes, "You are not driving anymore. No more." And the president looks at him and says, "Wally, let him drive." So I didn't know who to think. I'm talking about
I mean, it used to just be a radio call-in show. Now I got to put clothes on to do this thing. I can't peak too early. I got to kind of try to control my peaking. So, it's a little early to already put a shirt and a hat on.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Oh, man, this is not a good sign. Kyle Teal will have to be helped off the field. And he is having trouble putting weight on that left leg.
Yeah, it was horrible when we saw it. That call courtesy of John Schriffen. Dan Plesac also on the call down in Arlington. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. And it was one of those days where you were thrilled to see how well the White Sox won, touched up Jacob deGrom, ended up winning game one of that series by a final of 10-3. And then you turn around and it was injury to insult yesterday. Teal goes down. The Sox lose 10-0. And in the meantime, you're trying to kind of sort out the details from a game that I think told us a lot about this team. When you consider, number one, Noah Schultz was on the mound. You're trying to separate that information. He goes 3 2/3, gives up 11 hits. First home run to a lefty this season in Brandon Nimmo. 5 earned runs for Schultz on his ledger. And then Teal, you find out the good news is it's not as bad as a lot of people feared. People went to the Achilles, and I see why. I see why you did it. Always good to wait for the news. You find out it's an ankle sprain, but the problem is the worse the ankle sprain, the worse the time is. He's out 6 to 12 weeks. 12 weeks is the end of the regular season, friends. It's like that.
It's also the end of what would be the wild card round if you end up there.
Yes.
And it's really disappointing just because if you look at what he's done this season, the man's only played 19 games. He's had a couple of setbacks and now this coming out of the World Baseball Classic. And I think that is just a really big blow to what I believe made the White Sox so special this year, is that from top to bottom, that was a full lineup. Now, you didn't necessarily see it on display last night. They had 3 hits. And I looked up, and every time I looked up, I was like, are they going to get another hit?
They had what they did to the Rangers did to them.
It was a get back. They got their get back.
They got their get back
immediately.
Right? See, look how far you've come in a year, Mark Grote.
See what I'm saying? I evolve. I am always getting better. I don't give up as I get older.
Now,
I get better.
Down south, we say get your lick back.
Oh wow, that's next level. Let me just continue to focus on.
Let's also separate that is the South and not Texas, because I hadn't heard of either of these things.
I had
we
not.
just called it revenge. Also, credit to our texter 630. John should have done what you always do when a player gets injured in Texas. Go down to the clubhouse and check on him.
Oh, man.
Put your headset down.
Wait, did that happen in Texas?
Let me tell you about Todd Frazier.
Such a good call.
I'll use the 19 games a little bit differently than you just did, Marshall, with Kyle Teal, and I'll say you have gotten to where you are in this White Sox season without Kyle Teal, okay? I mean, just the 19 games. He's 589 OPS, only hitting 190. He does have 14 RBIs this year, but you have been fine without Kyle Teal. Are you better with Kyle Teal? Of course you're better with Kyle Teal, but I don't look at this as like some sort of awful, damaging thing for the rest of the season, because they have done what they have done essentially without Kyle Teal.
See, you say that, but I want to remind you of a couple of things. Even though they have been in first place in a bad American League, they're only 6 games over 500. They're 11-8 in games that Kyle Teal has played. And while you look at his overall numbers and you don't think much of them, one of the reasons he makes such a big difference, even though he's batting under 200 on the season, is because he has been big when it mattered most. 292 batting average, 346 on base, and a 375 slug with runners in scoring position. He puts the ball in play and drives people in, to what you said, the 14 RBI. I just don't like that there's now this kind of hole in a league now, in a sport where you have the DH and the pitcher doesn't bat anymore. If you can just not have any easy outs, you're so much better off. And most teams do have easy outs in their lineup.
Yeah,
and the White Sox weren't going to be one.
If you don't have any easy outs, you're the Dodgers. I am sad for Kyle Teal, because as an individual who we wanted to see come up, who we wanted to see come into his talent. And we got so excited watching him in the World Baseball Classic because he was such a factor for Team Italy. We were thrilled to know that he was on the White Sox and that he was going to be a part of this team, but they're winning. We talk about the loss yesterday, but they got to Jacob deGrom. That's not something the Northsiders could do, for example. That's no easy feat. The offense sustained Munetaka Murakami missing 35 games. They still had 3 All-Stars. This is an offense that has shown you they can hit. The catching position, I know we talked about this. We're going to get into it a little bit in the next segment. It's not always where Major League Baseball teams expect their offense to come from. We're frustrated, and I'm sad for him because this was supposed to be such a good season for him. So let's listen to it first. He'll talk about the actual injury.
Twisted around to go get the ball, put a tag down. Just felt like I made contact with somebody and I didn't. I just felt like I got hit in the leg with something, hit in the ankle. So, yeah.
Lower body, man. He's had numerous lower body injuries, and that's what's not scary but concerning. Is that a fair take?
Absolutely, because you're wondering what's happening in the chain, right? The posterior chain that they talk about, where first it was a hamstring, then it was a setback. Now you have this. Like, what are you doing to help yourself teach your body how to fire right? And sometimes it's strength imbalances. You're doing a lot as a professional athlete, but then there's also morning of a season that even if he's back 6 weeks from now, even if this is a best case scenario, it's still sad to see what's happened for him this year.
Very frustrating. It's not how I anticipated this year to go. I put a lot of work in this offseason. I just want it really bad. It's very unfortunate, but I'm not going to sit around and feel bad for myself. I'm just going to keep pushing every day and do everything I can to help this team win when I'm back. It felt like as I played, as I got more at bats, I started to settle in, and I felt like I was improving every day, and I felt like I was just getting my feet under me, and I felt like I was just getting started. But I'm going to do everything I can to get back as soon as possible. That's the number one thing for me right now. In the past, I feel like there are times where I take this game for granted, and I'm just, I'm grateful to be in the position I am in to play this game every day, and this is a small bump in the road, and I'm just going to do everything I can to get back. I think that it's important to listen to your body. I think that's like the number one thing. Don't try and rush anything. I don't want to hold myself to a timeline that's where I'm not ready. It's just listening to your body and communicating to people that you're working with about how you're doing.
Wow, the background music really hammered the point home there,
No,
didn't
but
it
did. The soundtrack was perfect for what he was talking about and how he was talking.
Just a wistful background music in Texas while he's talking about his season passing by him. Damn.
But I like his attitude.
Didn't have to go that hard, White Sox.
And maybe he can grow from this because, like you said, I've taken this for granted at times, baseball, and like what he's been able to do. He's been great as a prospect, and then coming up and what he did last season. And he's got a road to come back. And he doesn't even know like the true results of the MRI yet, because that's why you got such a big gap in terms of 6 to 12.
It's such a fickle injury, though. High ankle sprains derail many people's entire seasons.
All of this, too, like as we're talking about Kyle Teel and listening to Kyle Teel, it's really too bad that Edgar Caro has not developed at the rate at which a lot of us thought he would. And it's not like I'm giving up on Edward Caro. I mean, he's too young to say that. But we thought the Sox had 2 really good catchers, and right now he's a bit suspect. We know Drew Romo is suspect. And a texter asked the same question I asked us backstage today. What about Corey Lee? I knew he was in the organization. What I didn't know, and what Marshall told me, is that they're making him into an outfielder now. They don't like him as a catcher, apparently.
Yeah, that was an early decision. They had, remember the 3 catchers coming out the gate in spring training, and he was like, okay, not Corey Lee.
No, it's that fickle where you thought you had a dearth of catching, or actually a bevy of catching talent, only to be only to be a lot like the rest of Major League Baseball and have a dearth. And it's very quickly, Mark, I think about when I thought about Caro and at the time when he was still a higher valued prospect, it reminded me of the flex that like the 2016 Cubs had when they could carry 3 catchers. Do you remember that? They were outright carrying 3 catchers, and it was such a flex to the rest of the league.
Ross, Montero, and Contreras.
Yeah, and you can't say that. Teams can't do that anymore, especially with bullpens needing to be so flexible. And unfortunately, I'm more in Kyle Teal's season more than the White Sox right now because they've been able to win without him. But it really does stink for Teal, who I was looking so forward to seeing kind of ascend this year.
And I know people are saying, well, they're still in first place, which they are, tied with the Guardians as far as the games back column and whatnot, percentage points ahead if you want to get real technical about it. But I think without Kyle Teal, there's just this luster that comes off the idea that they were going to take this surge of a next step. And Noah Schultz being on the mound last night, you wonder how he fits into that also. I mean, we've gone from feel-good story, as we know, first half, to you are in a freaking pennant race.
But you're like, oh, they're only 6 games above 500. That's good for first in the AL Central.
For now.
Yeah, but at the same time, you see everybody else fair to Midland still. Yes, the Red Sox rattled off a 14-game win streak, but at the same time, they're still, for their expectations, for what we thought of the White Sox, ahead of schedule.
They are ahead of schedule, but I believe expectations have been raised, and now they've taken a little bit of a little arrow.
I like where you are because you're kind of uttering the idea of you're not just happy to be here anymore. It's on. Now you got to do everything you got to do to win and get yourself into the postseason and let happen what happens. And I think that you are, indicative of White Sox fans who have been cautiously optimistic, right, throughout this season and wondering if it's real. I think that you amplify a lot for White Sox fans when you say, like, I'm bought in now, so it's a little bit more stressful and not just, yay, we're 6 games over 500 and we're not going to lose 100 games in a season again.
I'm still happy to be here. The choice of Acuna at short was an interesting one yesterday, but
and pitching.
What's that?
Just to see him there.
Oh, no, Colson Montgomery's
he got scratched.
He's got to come back with the injury.
Yeah.
But again, that man's batting over 400 since the start of June. So that's a month and a half plus of him coming up big.
A 1, 2, 3, 8th inning. They had a couple ground outs to short, a little liner, a little soft liner.
5
third.
pitches, Mark. 5 pitches. That's all I need. You guys can't pitch the Rangers. Let me handle this.
Of all the position pitching that went on last night, that was the only good part right there.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk about that later.
Even Anthony Rizzo has pitched in a ball game. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of general admission tickets to see Tool, Morrissey, Nas, Social Distortion, and more at Riot Fest on Saturday, September 19th. For tickets and more info, go to riotfest.org. Tickets provided by Riot Fest. So let's look into the future a little bit. We touched on it yesterday. Now that we have the news on Kyle Teal, there is a timeline. How does that affect the White Sox potential moves at the trade deadline? We discuss next.
Cubs fans, tonight the Cubs take on the Tigers at Wrigley. And 104.3 The Score is the only local broadcast, so get all the action right here.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone.
Pre-game coverage on The Score starts at 6:35. First pitch with Pat and Ron, 7:10. Tonight's only local broadcast of Cubs versus Tigers. Of course, it's right here on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network, official radio home of the Cubs. And in Chicagoland, always live on the free Odyssey app.
I actually go by Haugh nowadays. I don't know if you guys had heard that, but Haugh is what I like to be referred to as. Or Hall. Hall is good too.
Where's
Mark Grote.
Where's the K in there?
I've had enough Mark Grote in my life, I got to tell you.
Did you ever think about putting a little accent on it and making Mark Grote?
Oh my God. See, now you don't even know what you just did, Marshall. You don't even know what you just did.
Did I unlock something?
You just walked me right into one of my favorite stories, personal stories ever.
Okay, well, tell it.
And you're going to love it. You're both going to love this. So back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was a member of the Miami Heat, I was covering that Bulls playoff series in which Shaq was part of the Heat. So I was assigned to, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I was assigned to the shoot-around at the United Center to cover the Heat, their shoot-around. And one of the good things about these things is you get great access when you're there because it's just the beat reporters and maybe a few stragglers as well. So
I see Shaquille O'Neal, and it's just like he's there, and just a couple reporters. He looks at my credential, and he's like, who's that? Mark Grote? Is that your name, Mark Grote? I said, actually, it's Grote. He goes, no, I like Grote. Grote's better.
Not him strong-arming you into changing your name.
Yeah, well here's part of the reason why is because I did ask him. I said to him, this was that he was starting to age, and Shaq and I are the same age. So I felt comfortable in saying, you're getting a little bit older now. Teams are defending you differently. And he looked at me, he goes, you're getting older too, Mark Grote.
Oh, my God.
I do love that. I'm not going to lie. I like that story was worth telling, yes.
I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's more, but that is the Grote-ness of it all. Shaquille O'Neal making sure that I was Mark Grote.
I would almost do what Joe Theismann did, just go with that pronunciation for marketing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially if a man that is 7'2", 350 pounds says your name is Mark Grote, go with it.
Mark Grote.
Grote.
Can't you hear him say that?
Yes, he's got a very deep and unique voice, Mark Grote.
Monotone. Yeah,
I do like calling you Mars Hall.
Mars Hall is one of my many I have a lot of nicknames, and Mars Hall is up there as one that a lot of people call me, or just straight Mars.
Didn't it come from grade school?
Came from grade school, kindergarten, first day of class. We all have name tags on. This girl, super, thinks she's smart, walks up to me, points at my name tags like, Mars Hall. I was like, it's actually Marshall.
I just got it. So that's what you were doing earlier. I just got it. It took me 3 or 4 times. That's the way it works. I'm a slow learner.
Sometimes it's shortened to just Mars.
Yeah, okay.
I call him Mars a lot.
I like it.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Yes! Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No. I call myself that.
I see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara Walters' reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
your what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. Your what?
Your what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man. How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking some baseball, and a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out, and I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that. I think
You guys, you do a phenomenal job. Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score, and I've seen various discussion about this on social media since we got the news about Kyle Teal, White Sox catcher, high ankle sprain out for 6 to 12 weeks, whether or not the Sox should trade or pursue one, whether or not they can just go on without him like they had been for a lot of the season. And then we got the report yesterday. ESPN had written the article about the top 100 players most likely to be traded. Jeff Passan did a deep dive on that. Definitely recommend checking out if you get the chance. But I just don't know if the White Sox want to make a move like that. Replacing an injured player, to me, maybe says they're in win now mode, but we still don't know what mode they're in.
I mean, you can be in win now mode if you go make deals. You should let us know, by the way. I'm seeing some of these texts. Call us as well, 312-644-6767. Do you want the White Sox to give up some capital and go get an established catcher? Because there are all-star catchers out here available that can be had off of very, very bad teams like Hunter Goodman, like Adley Rutschman. You can go down the list. Shea Langoliers, you just saw what the White Sox did to them before the break.
Didn't we talk about how Ken Rosenthal yesterday said it's very unlikely that either of those guys get traded?
But if you got the prospects, pony up. You can, what is it? Money talks, some other stuff walks.
Adley Rutschman was a 1-1, friends.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to give up a ton. I mean, you ready to give up Hagen Smith? You ready to give up Tanner?
I mean, that's it.
Are you ready to give up Noah Schultz?
It might cost you
Maybe.
a pitcher with years of control, though. Think about that.
Noah Schultz has years of control.
Noah Schultz, by the way, has not walked anybody for 2 straight games.
How'd that work out last night?
Well,
the 11 hits.
Well, there's the 11 hits. There were some soft hits, though, last night.
So what you're saying is he threw strikes.
Yeah.
Which are the best pitches to hit?
A little too good in the zone.
Little too good in the zone.
I might say it might be reliever time for him.
6.04 ERA, by the way.
You say reliever time, but it may be a situation with all the stuff they have coming up with Shane Smith's return, supposed in the next couple of weeks, with Hagen Smith, Tanner McDougal might be guys.
Yeah, Hagen Smith, I'm keeping an eye on.
He may just be back in AAA throwing starters innings and trying to work out his stuff.
Remember what Josh Nelson shared with us? What I hadn't realized is that Hagen Smith and Tanner McDougal currently working out as relief pitchers. So that's one of the great things, too. We're all talking about the trade deadline. What if you do get a boost from one or both of those guys in your bullpen? And this is something that lots of teams do with starting pitcher prospects. We've seen the White Sox do it with Chris Sale, with Garrett Crochet, hell, with Mark Burley. Burley started off as a reliever, and they were all successful in those roles.
I would like something akin to the David Price out of the bullpen in Tampa Bay go all the way to the World Series.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Remember that?
I mean, yeah, but I will say it worked out very well for Sale and Crochet. Like, it was a White Sox.
No doubt. And Burley.
It was World Series.
Pretty good.
It was a White Sox practice. That was one of their best practices. And Crochet didn't see time in the minor leagues because that was 2020.
Pandemic, yeah.
And so it was a very different situation, taxi squad situation for him as well. So I think because of that, you see how it's worked out. And when they moved Crochet appropriately from reliever to starter, you remember he was supposed to start opening day. And at that point, he had still been a reliever, and that was a very big deal. So they've taken the risk and had it worked out, but they might have to reverse engineer this one.
I look at what they have right now, and I still do like, basically what the lineup is. I love the bullpen right now for the Sox. Can they keep it up? Do they need to add a veteran? We'll see. But when you look at catcher specifically, I do wonder how they're going to piece this together from here on out. Is it just going to be Romo catching 4 to 5 times a week? I mean, is that what we're looking at? Edgar Caro hasn't shown the growth, the bounce back of a bad first half, and that's what got him sent down in the first place. That's why when Teal was ready to go, and again, he only has played 19 games, but since that time, Caro's been in the minor leagues.
I got to believe they're going to acquire somebody. It's probably not going to be, but it's going to be a name that we're not even thinking about,
backup
right?
catcher.
Yeah, it's going to be something
Dave
like
Pearson got traded today for another person.
For another person?
Yep.
In a career?
Yeah.
After getting kicked off the 40-man, DFA'd. Yeah, he got moved.
Okay.
So, look, what's interesting to me is that it's July 22nd. We're less than 2 weeks from the trade deadline, and I feel like it's going to be a very late avalanche. And so, Layla, you've talked about jumping the market, skipping the market, however you want to put it. Do the White Sox need to have that mindset as well as the Cubs, or do they need to wait to just see what happens?
I am very much a market dictates what you're doing right now, and the fact that it is okay in baseball to have a catcher not contribute to your offensive production. It's happened, and it's been a best practice now for many years. When you look at Passan's list of catchers who he names, just names, and he put out there the names of Langoliers, Adley Rutschman, and Goodman. Langoliers is on this list at number 5. The chance of him being traded is 10%. It was updated this morning. Hunter Goodman is on this list. The chance of being traded is 15%. Again, it was updated this morning. Then you have to go down quite a bit to get to Adley Rutschman. His chance of being traded is 30%. I don't know why the White Sox would do that, given that they've been winning without Kyle Teal. And then you have to go all the way down to the group that doesn't have information attached. Like they're just a name on a list. Ryan Jeffers from the Minnesota Twins is number 30 on this list. And that's it. Those are your catchers out of the top 100 that he's named here. So that doesn't give me... Oh, and Victor Caratini is a name that is also on this list at 69. So there are a few names, but...
That's the type of guy. The Victor Caratini, I think, is the type of guy they're going to get.
Torrens or Tyler Stevenson. Like, this is what you're looking at here if you want to make a move. And the price is going to be high because, as we mentioned, these are your options.
I understand what you guys are saying about catchers and the offense of it all, but the good teams do have catchers who produce. You go back to the World Series last year. Look at the teams that were in the World Series and tell me their catchers do not hit. They do.
Carson Kelly and Miguel Amaya, I think they were talking about them last year. What are they, like top 5 catching duo tandem in baseball? And their numbers are not great relative to the other positions, but to catcher.
Oh my goodness, Carson Kelly, I think, is the most where the Cubs are getting the most bang for their buck as far as a guy who just consistently produces. He was part of that first inning last night that gave you 6 runs.
Kelly was batting cleanup, which I know you love to see.
I did love it.
Little dribbler.
And played it off.
Yeah, just barely snuck through on the right side, and the gates were open.
224 to me is in the right area code, maybe wrong zip code. They say on our text line, your conversation about the catching position's value, midseason or not, only enhances the Cal Raleigh MVP convo. Suit up back there and hit 50. Yeah, I absolutely thought that what he did was such a rarity for his position last year. And we know it is because he's not doing that this year.
And the Mariners are just treading water. I mean, they're right there at the top of the West, but it's a bad West.
That's why it's really, to me, this is a market issue. You know, kind of like third base. You can only trade for what's out there. And if you try to trade for what's not out there, you better ante up. And I don't know that they want to do that.
815. Who brings back the most in a trade? Colson Montgomery? Pull the trigger.
Oh, my word. You know what?
Not that guy.
Do you know what I say? Get it out of your system. Get all the crazy trades out of your system now before you dare to use them in a real trade. Because, I know all the GMs are texting us right now.
They have another Montgomery, though, Layla. They've got 2 Montgomerys. How many Montgomerys do you need on a team?
Right now, they need 2. No less.
Yeah, they need 2. But I will say this about Colson Montgomery. Even though he has had a phenomenal first 162, I'm not 100% positive he is the White Sox shortstop of the future.
But it's given the value and the years of control and the fact that we still don't know how they feel about their team. It's just, that would be one where, okay, yeah, we got our answers if they made that move. But until Chris Getz tells us what they want to do more publicly, I don't mean a Bob Nightingale report here and there. He is on our show, so we should ask him. He's on later today.
That's
going to
be great. That's all I've been thinking about.
You know that Bob Nightingale knows what's going on there. But until we get some answers, I think, from Chris Getz about where he wants his team to be or what the outlook is for the rest of the season, I don't know that we have all the answers yet as to taking them seriously when they want to backfill an injured position like that via trade.
Is Rock Chalowski going to be playing shortstop by, August next year? Is that what we're looking at
Okay,
here?
I thought you meant this August, and I was about to lose it.
Oh, no, that's when the Bears Stadium. That's when the shovels will be in the ground. Wait, is my date pass for shovels in the ground?
No, because you're after me, and I'm August
You guys
6th.
were both delusional.
It's this week, I think. Actually.
Delusional.
Yours is before mine?
Didn't I say July 24th?
You may have.
I think I
just
did.
know mine's August
I'm
6th.
about to be out of the competition.
All I'll say is if
we all have been out of the competition. There have been no winners, and it's the worst story.
If Rock Chalowski is playing for the White Sox next year at this time, that means something's gone either really, 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 really good or really, 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 really bad. Think about that.
What's the bad? You mean like they had to bring him up because things went okay? Oh, hurt. Yeah.
I don't know why you're putting that out there, but you can deal
Marshall.
with that.
Come on, Marshall!
With the fates. You can shake your fist at that cloud. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grote, I am happy to inform you people start to report to training camp this week. So let's talk about it with Mike Florio, creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk, next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin.
That he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
Nope.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1.
I think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make
answer
a bet?
is yes.
Okay, then I owe you
Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you if we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet.
You walking the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I need the ID just to get where I need passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have $1. I don't have $1.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the back of your
didn't.
neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile, you
something
got
was
Layla.
going on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, "This is
Yo,
guy
you and your
paying me
street
off
Is there a
for
slice
these
of
bets
pizza
I
in there
made."
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
That was right after
ago.
Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, "There's no way that anybody's trading Nico," and you were like, "Yeah, they're gonna trade Nico." And I was like, "No, they're not gonna trade Nico." And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So that's probably
fine. That's
fine. Wasn't when he said the Bulls were going to win 45
I knew it was
games?
a long time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, "Oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now."
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much they might trade Nico. Because
what show is it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want my $2.
Yeah, was
Better
that a
Off
Cusack
Dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go. Yeah.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
$1 the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't find my wallet,
you better run that $1.
I might be in trouble because
Run that $1, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them severely tips something this way and the other just kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1, he goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
you know what he did? He played defense.
Yes. He played better defense than Austin Rivers. I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you are mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show. But it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond, we weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you could think of in high school. I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were a really good
Home of the
guy.
Chicago Cubs. Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft. That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
On Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
I want to keep talking Legos.
We love talking Legos and more with Mike Florio. He was also one of our World Cup correspondents. I miss the World Cup. I miss having to watch sports on a random weekday with a game of consequence. But we get games soon. Preseason is about to begin. So is training camp in the NFL. And that is why we love having Mike on, the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. He joins us on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago. Mike, how are you today?
I'm doing great. And yes, all the soccer haters out there that want to say it hasn't become a mainstream sport, 63 million people in the U.S. watched a game that didn't involve a North American team in the World Cup final. 63 million, more than twice the amount that watched the NCAA College Football National Championship game. Yes, it's a mainstream sport. Whether you like it or not, it is.
Yeah, completely agree. And now, conveniently, I feel like it is given way just in time with the final concluding on Sunday. We got players reporting to training camps this week. Mike, Bears rookies report on Saturday. What's the latest you're hearing about just people being able to report where and when and how everybody's getting the process underway this week?
No one holds out anymore. The latest CBA made it so expensive per day, it makes it impossible for a player who is yet to get his 4 years of service to avoid losing a year of credit toward free agency. He used to have a little bit of a buffer to stay away and make a point. Now, if you don't show up, you lose that year. Guys who want contracts will show up and not practice, the hold-in. So we'll be watching for the places where players are there, but they're not practicing as they address their contractual issues. And as Bears fans saw with Roquan Smith a few years ago, there is a point where it gets awkward because games are coming. And at some point, the hold-in has to end. So holdouts are a thing of the past, unless any of the unsigned rookies don't get their deals done, which rarely happens now. But hold-ins are the things to keep an eye on as these teams gather and start to practice.
Mike, the way that we consume sports has certainly changed over the years, and now we're kind of seeing some of the fallout of the ESPN NFL network takeover. What do you make of the layoffs, just the way that the NFL network is going to look from now on, and how this might affect the average viewer?
When ESPN acquired NFL Network on April 1, a lot of effort was put into creating the impression that nothing will change, everything stays the same, and in the NFL Network, employees still under contract, they're going to be welcomed in once their contracts are up. We'll talk to them about new deals. And then here we are 3 months later. It's not just NFL Network employees, it's ESPN employees. And in every industry, there are moments that will arise where you have a legitimate, plausible reason to take a broader look at the full workforce and make some cuts. And ESPN has taken full advantage of it. Long-term employees gone, people from NFL Network gone, recognizable names gone, just like that. And it's one thing to do it, but it has been handled so poorly with people finding out about it through media reports. Ryan Clark getting let go while he was on the air because they were concerned he was going to find out from someone else, which is still better than, I would submit, being fired while on the air. They've got some people in there that are chatterboxes, and there's a cultural issue that I think they need to address. Too many people talking and making this process far uglier for ESPN than it needed to be.
Well, go ahead, Layla.
Oh, no, I think you're right. We've seen, especially with the advent of really the purposeful downgrading of Twitter verification and having just having credibility, that there was no better example than all the fake news, which is really what it was out there from accounts claiming to be people like John Rothstein. There was the Jay Billis account. People are still talking about Jamel Hill weirdly, although we know why they're still talking about Jamel Hill. But there was never a better example of how this all can come together in a storm that you really see the downgrading of the news process than what we've seen out of the ESPN information.
And it creates awkwardness for the select handful that are making a ton of money and are poised to make even more money. Pat McAfee had to address it yesterday. It's hard to reconcile. It is. When there's talk of paying him $60 million per year or more, and they're making these cuts with people that have been on folks' TV screens for 30 years or longer, it's just a bad time. It's a bad situation. And my guess is they sat down with a calendar back when they absorbed NFL Network and they tried to figure out when's the best time to do this, when's the best spot to implement this. And this week clearly was the week they picked.
Do you think there's going to be more streamlining and not necessarily more cuts, which I'm sure we should probably anticipate? But when I say that, just in terms of programming, like right now, there's two draft shows, things like that. Do you think that it'll be more streamlined or consolidating into one?
I think in time it'll happen. They do have to be sensitive to what the consumers are accustomed to seeing. But anytime you take an existing media outlet and combine it with another existing media outlet, there will be duplication that doesn't enhance profitability. Why do we want to have two separate studio shows on a Sunday morning? Why not just have one and put it out through both ESPN and NFL Network? They did it with the schedule release. That got overlooked because I don't think the schedule release show is appointment viewing anymore, because you just go to social media and you see what the schedules are. But they just kind of quietly didn't have an NFL Network schedule release show, and they've had one for years. So I think it's going to happen slowly. It's going to happen gradually. But at the end of the day, the bean counters win. That's one thing I've learned in 25 years of doing this. Creativity, production value, all that stuff takes a back seat. When it's time to put numbers on the board, the bean counters win.
No, I think you're right. Mike Florio joining us as he does each and every week on Rahimi Harrison Grote. He is the publisher and publisher in chief and creator of Pro Football Talk. Mike, I'm looking at this article that ESPN, where they decide to go after the Rooney Rule and try to address it, understanding they are deep now in bed with the NFL. Were you surprised that they're even going this route, trying to understand what the Rooney Rule is, and in terms of the Brian Flores litigation against the league?
I think they have to engage in a certain amount of journalism directed back at the NFL. My question is, how will it be showcased? How do they time the release of these articles? There was an era pre-NFL alignment where the ESPN people would look for the best possible time to drop an article, to create the biggest buzz, to ruffle the most feathers. And you would see the writers of the article appearing on every ESPN show. That's what I want to find out. Will this thing be showcased by ESPN, TV, radio, podcasts, the way that some of these stories would have been showcased in the past, with the writers going through the full gamut of the ESPN car wash? That remains to be seen. But I think it's an important article. It's an important issue. And my big takeaway from it is it shows just how important the Brian Flores litigation is, because the only way this problem is ever going to be solved for the NFL is to have full accountability, transparency, litigation in front of a jury that's going to look at all this evidence and come to a conclusion as to whether or not the NFL has had a racial bias issue for decades when it comes to the most important jobs. That case needs to keep going. It's been 4+ years, and it's finally going to start moving. If that case goes to a verdict, win or lose, it's going to shine a light on a lot of stuff that we otherwise wouldn't have known about.
No, Mike, I think you're right. And we're already seeing some articles come out today, like ESPN had one talking about the Rooney Rule. And even though we knew the bedfellows were very close when it came to the NFL Network and ESPN, a lot of what they were doing was in deliberate competition to NFL Network, a lot of the shows they created, the way they programmed their year-round calendar. And now I can't help but wonder, is it advantageous to you as ESPN to excuse the behavior of the league rather than shine a light on what you think is a real deficiency that is being battled in a court right now that had major courts and high courts say, no, this is worthy of discussion? You know, there's a real conflict that might come out here, and the propaganda is already, I wonder, starting to take place.
Well, one of the issues with NFL Network from the moment that it launched, having reporters whose checks are signed by Roger Goodell, how far can you go when it comes to journalism directed at your employer? And at first, there may have been a firewall, as there should be in any journalistic endeavor, between gathering, reporting, analyzing news, and the business itself. That line got blurred over time at NFL Network based upon some of the things that former NFL Network employees have said. But now we're at a point where ESPN, 10% owned by the NFL, is going to have to navigate that minefield. And it's going to lead to some spirited internal discussions and debates on how far to go. Because if you go far enough, hell, I know as somebody who works for an NFL broadcast partner, not an NFL corporate partner, but just a company that pays the NFL billions of dollars to broadcast its games. There's a point where I know if I go far enough, there's going to be a phone call that's made, and it's going to make for an awkward, potentially ugly exchange. Now you've got the NFL with a 10% equity stake in ESPN. It just creates a minefield that they're going to have to constantly try to tiptoe through on various issues that the public wants ESPN to cover, but they know if they cover it too aggressively, it's going to create a problem with their 10% limited partner.
That's Mike Florio. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on The Score. Back to the training camps. Will Aaron Donald show up to Rams camp a week in or 2 weeks in? How is that going to play out?
Everything that we see keeps pointing toward Aaron Donald coming back. Just now, with the latest comments from Adam Schefter, that it may not be right away because he wants to get himself into football shape. Well, why is he trying to get himself into football shape? It reminds me of the old Jerry Seinfeld bit. All these people trying to get in shape. What are they getting in shape for? I'm just trying to get in shape. In shape for what? Well, we know what Aaron Donald's getting in shape for. He's not just getting into football shape to be able to say, hey, I got myself back into football shape. He's trying to get into football shape so he can play. And is there really a rush? Donald is a guy that I think they would want to have back to full strength when the season reaches its fever pitch. How they don't play the Seahawks until week 15. The playoffs are where you want him to be a difference maker. So I don't think there's a rush early in the season. He may have no desire to go to Melbourne to play the week 1 game. So I just feel like everything is pointing toward him coming back at some point this year. And now the wind is blowing in the direction of him maybe not being there for training camp, all of it, most of it, part of it, maybe not around for the first few weeks of the season. There's no rush whatsoever. They have an extended runway before they have to activate him from the reserve retired list. They can take their time and make sure he's ready to go.
Not playing the Seahawks until Christmas Day is quite the gift, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it assumes that both teams are going to be highly competitive by the time week 15 rolls around. That's one of the realities of the schedule. When it comes out, we look for the games that we consider to be must-see, but then life intervenes and games start being played and injuries happen and teams that we thought were going to be good aren't good. By the time week 15 rolls around, that game may mean nothing for one or both of the teams. Who knows how the season's going to play out?
No, I feel you, Mike. I think my biggest concern right now is not where Aaron Rodgers is going. That's settled. It's really about Aaron Donald. And even on the Aaron Rodgers tip, it looks like he's turned over a new leaf. You know, pictures came out this week regarding him and his family. It seems like they've been in reconciliation for what is reported to be years. he might actually be changing.
Well, and look, this is good news. You know, family's the most important thing we have, and it's sad anytime that someone becomes estranged from their immediate family members, and it's playing out publicly, and it's been a public thing for years now with Aaron Rodgers. It's just good that the ice was finally broken and the family is back together. That's a win for Aaron Rodgers and his family, and I think it becomes an important example to anyone else out there who's having issues in the family. Sometimes both sides are leery about making the first move, so the problem never gets solved and it just continues indefinitely. Someone needs to make the first move. Very rarely when you make the first move is a family member going to tell you to shove it. They're waiting. Both sides are waiting for someone to melt the ice, and it's good that it happened with Aaron Rodgers. And hey, I think that if you draw a dotted line to football, it shows that this reunion with Mike McCarthy maybe really will work, because by the time McCarthy got fired from the Packers, things were strained, to say the least, between McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, I want to ask you a question about the Bears division, the NFC North, and each team has, it feels like every team has a lot at stake, with LaFleur's job being questioned last year, with the quarterback situation in Minnesota, with Detroit having been in last place last year. The Bears are the Bears. They won the division. Which team in the division do you think has the most at stake going into this training camp?
I think it's the Lions, because I remember when they blew the 17-point lead in the second half against the 49ers, failed in their golden opportunity to get to the Super Bowl for the first time in franchise history. Head coach Dan Campbell was very public at his post-game press conference. He said, "I just told the guys this may have been our only shot." 2 seasons later, that's proven to be an accurate prophecy of where they are. And since they failed to make the playoffs last year and actually landed in 4th place in the division, this is the year we find out. Is the window still open? Was last year the aberration? Or do they still need to do a lot of work to continue to be a high-end contender? They're now a team that draws big ratings on TV. They've got a national following. Everybody loves the Lions. But if that window's closing, there's going to be some people who are upset locally and nationally about what's become of the Lions. And that's when people in the key jobs start to feel the flames a little bit, and it sets the stage for change. Not anytime soon, but I think this year is going to be the tipping point. Are they still in the window, or are they not? And what happens this year is going to be a key piece of evidence.
Now, Mike, I do remember you feeling the same way about the Bills at one point, and they did get really close again to the Super Bowl last year.
Well, and there's pressure on them as well. When you get to overtime at the divisional round game, and you're in a position where you could have beaten the Broncos, should have beaten the Broncos, you still believe you got screwed on a call, although I think it was ultimately the right call. It's just a rule that's applied inconsistently in the league. But now you fire your head coach, you promote the general manager, you promote the offensive coordinator. There's pressure on this team going into the new stadium, getting deeper into Josh Allen's career. Are they finally going to find a way to bust through? And how can you say anything less than what they did last year is anything but a failure? This is an expectation they're going to get to where they were last year and get farther, and for them, get to a Super Bowl for the first time since the 1993 season.
Love it. Mike, thank you so much for spraying to all fields, and I hope you enjoyed also being Pro Football Talk.
Hey, I can't wait. Well, other than the fact that I'll be 4 years older, I can't wait for the next World Cup.
Amen. Mike Florio, thanks as always. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, have a great week.
That is Mike Florio, creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk, and moonlighting as Pro Football Talk with a lot of World Cup discussion as well. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, we had a situation last night where no matter what baseball game you watched from a Chicago team, a position player pitched. So we asked the question, when is it okay for a position player to pitch in a game? We examine next.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Back toward the wall, Pete Crow Armstrong makes a great catch. He made it look easy, and it was not at all easy.
Defensively, there's just plays that he's making that nobody else is making the plays. You're going to have to watch baseball a long time to find someone who's going to make the plays. That's how good it is.
Listen to Every Game with Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
Player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months, something you could never do. Talk about I was, one of the featured guys. No, I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC, freshman player of the year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. NBA, hey, man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right? You got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherewithal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with a Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up. It's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? Coming at me? Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. Backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told no lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, He gonna put you in the plan, and He gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But when it's your time and He put you in position, you just got to go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Nah, not really. Because,
Hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. It's not my first rodeo. It's not my first go-around. I've been thrown in the fire plenty of times, and I've excelled. So, I mean, I'm taking the same approach, and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to this.
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Hallis Hall today. I'm walking out of Hallis. I knew the question was weird, trust me. But I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there, so I wasn't really like, I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard. You kind of shaking your head at God.
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at God?
Were there shaking your head at God?
Were there any snickers? Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that because it's a very weird thing
What
to
happened
ask.
with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight face.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Oh, my God. Right, looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah.
You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so
so great.
You going to ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do.
I think I
Please
get one
do.
God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get a talking to.
No,
you know?
work it in. Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Haugh, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
All us God guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it. We're dealing with it.
Of course I follow Mark Grote on Twitter. I love you guys, and I'm thrilled to be here. I've been listening to The Score for many, many, many years.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
That was our
and
friend.
The next pitch swung on, drilled into left field. There's a base hit for Bregman. And you cannot blame at all a hitter run trying to get hits. That's his job. That's what he does. You can't tell a guy don't get a hit.
No, we wouldn't want that. Pat Hughes, Ron Coomer. Thanks to the Cubs radio network. The Cubs absolutely whooped up on the Detroit Tigers last night by a final of 11-2. We mentioned it earlier. Pico Armstrong on base 5 times. Alex Bregman also chipping in with the offensive production. It was that kind of night for everybody.
He was like, everybody else got a hit around here. I need to get a hit. I don't care who's pitching.
I was about to say everybody, and I'm like, is that too much? Did I do too much by relaxing?
No one's stopping me from saying it, so
Amen.
don't worry about it.
Amen.
Getting tipsy? Is that what you're saying?
They got hitty. I mean, they definitely had a lot of hits. They got hitterish. I don't know if that counts, but we'll take it.
There it is. There it is.
Is that song? I think that song is older than the
One?
Boosie song they're playing right now for Home Run.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm with you on that, Layla. I'm glad you pointed that out.
I hate to admit it. I hate to be the one to say, hey, all the bangers of our youth are 20 years old now, but Back That Ass Up by Juvenile was don't forget, he said Cash Money Crew is taking over for the 9-9 in the 2000s.
2004.
So
that's when Tipsy came out.
Okay. I do like that but I'm not happy with Boosie criticizing Caleb Williams. He was in the wrong. Ray's just going to kick it on the 1s and 2s right now. I'm into it.
Good with that.
I'm good with that. I love the fact that the Sox just opened up the can. David Peterson got to pitch hopefully a little bit easier last night. And I don't know why. I think I'm on the Mark Grote side of absurdity is fun in sports with this. The position player pitching moment that happened, especially a few years ago, you'd giggle like it was a sign of your team doing well against somebody else.
It was novel.
Players on the mound would laugh at themselves, see Anthony Rizzo. And then I got scolded by Ozzie. Ozzie Guillen, when I worked with him on White Sox pre and post game, was like, no. He was like, I hate it. This is the worst thing. He was always concerned about injuries. He thought it was a bad idea. He just thought it sent wrong messages, and he was always worried about a position player hurting themselves in some way, shape, or form when they were on the mound. And Ozzie had a point. Like, I always listen to Ozzie's baseball sensibilities. Well, we had Zach McKinstry on the mound in the 7th. And then on the other side, poor Luis Angel Acuna had to do a little bit of everything.
See, you say poor Luis Angel Acuna, but when you only have to throw 5 pitches, it takes him longer to warm up than it did to actually go through the order 1, 2, 3.
At least you could kind of laugh about it on the Sox side because it has been such a rarity.
And it was just 1 inning.
It was just 1 inning. McKinstry, who if you remember my 2023 Odyssey with the Cubs, I wasn't sure was real at times because it was a name. I'm like, is he really real?
He was a Cub. He was really a Cub. I looked it up again. He was an actual
Him and
Chicago
PJ
Cub.
Higgins, which also sounded like a fun place to
God.
enjoy time with your friends and maybe have a turkey O'Toole sandwich or something. Mudslide, Kahlua drink. Anyway, Zach McKinstry was on in the 7th.
7th. That's the problem.
And it's one thing for us to talk about this. But when guys like Ozzie say something, or Pat and Ron, okay, then I'm listening.
Zach McKinstry is a position player. Of course, you know that. He used to be with the Cubs, and he played right field for most of last night's game. He has come on to pitch for the Detroit Tigers in the bottom of this 7th inning. And his first pitch high and inside to Ian Happ. And the next offering is a changeup low and inside. This guy is really throwing slowly.
I don't know about changeup. I would say gravity ball.
And the next pitch is outside.
Now, for you people, at home, when you were a kid playing in the park and you were playing like 4-on-4, and the guy would lob it in there, like lob league is what we'd call it. That's what we got going on here.
And I understand why teams do this, Ron. They don't want to burn one of their regular relievers in a ball game. They'd rather rest him instead of working him on the mound. But there's just something about watching it that tells me this is something less than big league baseball.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think this is not good. I think the league, in this union agreement that's coming up, there's a lot of issues going on, and there's a lot of things that need to be discussed. This is one of those situations. If you call Uncle as a team, kind of, in these last 2 innings, there's got to be some kind of roster move available or something like that to allow teams to keep pitching big league pitchers, because this, as our fans here at Wrigley are booing, and I don't blame them.
Okay. Maybe it's not as fun as I thought.
It did used to be fun. It did used to be a novelty. Now it's done so much, and the Cubs have been guilty of it plenty. Like Craig Counsell has done it a ton of times since he has been here. It's not as exciting and fun and novel as it once was.
Can I give you my favorite example? Actually, my first example of seeing a position player pitch. It's relatable because it was a Cub. The year was 1990. Do you know who the player is? He also did it in 1991. What's great about this position player is he has a career ERA of 0.
Was it Andre Dawson?
4 games. No, 4 games, 5 innings. Doug DeCenzo.
Oh, Dougie
was out
Doug.
here giving work.
Little Doug.
Pitched 2 innings of scoreless baseball in 1 outing and pitched 1 inning on 3 other outings. And I was like, this is cool, like what you're saying, right? But a couple of different things about back then versus now. Number one, the DH wasn't universal. So, like, that kind of adds to it because it wasn't like somebody just coming in and doing it.
You hadn't expected out in the National League when your pitcher came up to bat, typically.
Exactly. And so I just think this takes away from the game in so many ways. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying something probably needs to happen so that we're not seeing in the 7th inning of a game a position player on the mound.
And McKinstry knew the assignment. You saw his facial expression on the mound. Like he was, I feel like he was failed smile because he knew he was up there. This was not Anthony Rizzo striking out Freddie Freeman on a curveball. Wasn't it a curve that got Freddie?
That I don't remember.
The old 40-mile-an-hour curve?
Maybe. Did you guys see Ian Happ get hit by one of the... I don't know if it was McKinstry or Jake Rogers, who also pitched last night for Detroit, but it was so weird because the depth perception, the velocity being down, it was like a 3D ball. He didn't know how to get out of the way of it. In theory, with the ball coming at you 34 miles per hour, which is where the radar was, you should be able to get out of the way. But I think Ian Happ, and I'd love to ask him about it, and we will have the opportunity to do that here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Go back and look at that. It's not funny that he got hit, but it was hilarious trying to watch him get out of the way, which he should have, but he didn't know how to.
What about the challenging of the play, the double play?
Yes.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
we're really doing this. But I get it because it does mess with people's money. The stats do affect guys' money.
What's interesting about the Ian Happ thing?
Yeah, did you see that?
It was a 3-1 pitch. So, that
was
was ball 4.
Oh, my God.
Either way you want to look at
it.
And he was batting right-handed.
He could have gotten out of the way, couldn't he have? He was just so freaked out. I don't think he knew what to do.
I think he would have gotten out of the way. I mean, like I said, it was ball 4. It wasn't like he needed to get hit to get on base.
Right. No, I'm not even saying he was trying to absorb the hit to get on base. I just think it was just confused. The depth perception. I don't know the phrase I'm looking for, but
the
something was just
move
off.
The same
You'll
way.
see a lot of switch hitters.
You expect how the ball moves.
You'll see a lot of switch hitters bat not opposite of the thrower when it's a knuckleballer. I don't know if you've ever noticed that.
That's a good comp.
Yes.
That's why I think
well
he
said.
chose to bat right-handed. As far as the double play that was challenged, I mean, if you're Craig Counsell, you ain't going to let your guy leave stakes out there. Say Suzuki gets an RBI because that play was challenged. That's why he challenged.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out whether or not it was a ground ball out. Like it was first considered a force out, and then it ended up being Seiya Suzuki was safe at first. And there was one pitch where whoever went to first was far and away safe because the ball just got back to the shortstop so slowly.
Yeah. You got to provide your own power in these situations.
And I do want to laugh at this, but I also see why. When Ozzy, Pat, and Ron say something, I'm like, okay, I've been overruled.
Their baseball
I'm sorry to be
sensibilities.
juvenile about something that you guys actually take seriously.
Do we have any solutions is my question. Because
We had one from the text line, which isn't bad, actually.
Well, Bruce was talking about the taxi squad and not being so stringent with the 13 and 13 rule players versus pitchers and just making more availability for your pitchers. It eventually has to be fixed.
847 said, rather than having to put up with something I can't say on the text line, blank, last night, we had to watch the last couple of innings in that Cubs game with that weak-ass pitching. Funny. Major League Baseball needs to come up with the game conclusion agreement, GCA, that allows both managers to end the game. That was garbage baseball. That's not a bad idea. We all know what the issue is. Bullpens have gotten so expensive. You cannot waste these guys in a situation like this.
Can't end the game because of the fans.
Yeah,
Fans pay to see 9 innings of baseball.
That's a bad look. Now, the fans were booing last night. If
They
I
were,
remember correctly.
but they didn't want to go home.
Yeah, they didn't want to go home. They just want to
Well,
see
you
better
better
baseball.
decide what you want to do, fans.
They want to see better baseball. It's not the first time fans have booed at a baseball game. It was just the reason why it was very pointed.
You're right about the Tigers fans being loud, and you know what else? I think they got confidence because of those stupid Lions games that the Bears lost to the Lions. It wasn't even the Ben Johnson year. It was the year before that in 2024. I remember Sunday morning walking around and seeing nothing but Honolulu blue downtown, and I was like, this isn't going to go well. And then they took over. And that's when Derek Stevens was in the suite that he talked about getting at the game.
That's right.
Oh, that is right.
I have heard from Robbie Triano. I can't read the text that he shot at me because I was saying that the Detroit fans, the Trianos, if you will, were quieted last night at Wrigley after they were raucous.
The trees.
In
The
game
trees
one.
got cut
the
down.
trees.
They got cut down last night.
Yeah, they did. They got cut down last night.
How do you like that, Bob Tree?
Yeah.
I also want to hear from Tommy Haugh. Mully and Haugh asked the Cubs pitching coach this morning about position players pitching.
Obviously, if you're on the wrong end of a score like that, there's a lot of things going through my mind. At the time, if we're the pitching team doing that, that means things didn't go that well that day. It's hard because you understand why you do it. You want to protect your team for the next game, the next few outings. You don't want to cover one game and lose other ones because you didn't have the pitching that you needed. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't really know what the right answer is to how to get through those innings and get through those games, but it's very happy for us for our offense and for the day that those guys had. So I think anytime we're facing a position player throwing, it's gonna be great.
I think he had to he had to play professional there.
I guess.
Well,
you can hear the giggle a little bit.
I think it would have been a very different answer if the Cubs were the one who threw the position players.
Well,
last
they've done
night.
it plenty, and I don't think they've done it in the 7th inning. But like I said, Craig Counsell has been quote unquote guilty of doing it plenty of times.
7th inning is crazy.
312 on our text line. The problem is alcohol sales have usually ended by the time a position player starts pitching. Who wants to see that while sobering up?
That is a problem.
That's fair, but you're waving the white flag. Do you guys feel like A.J. Hinch waved the white flag too early by throwing the position player in the 7th inning?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I
3 innings
think
is a long time.
Also, the ESPN story, it's kind of like the Back to the Future newspaper. The trade likelihood for Tarek Skubal went up to 60% after that game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's just going to keep fluctuating whether they win or lose that day?
Unfortunately, we can't watch the newspaper change in front of us. We just have to refresh the page.
That's kind of magical if we could do that, though.
It would be great, actually. So much of our lives have become like Inspector Gadget and Back to the Future. I don't hate the idea.
And then...
by the way, our Cubs conversation continues this afternoon when manager Craig Counsell joins Spiegel and Holmes at 2:30 right here on 104.3 The Score. So I think that means we're in the same 210 formation with those guys, I think. Oh, all right. Ray gave me confirmation on that as well. Coming up next, it is time for halftime, and the internet doesn't work at my seat, so I can't tease the story.
Uh-oh.
But I will get it to you next.
I've got a story.
Yeah. We need to talk about this.
I got gratitude I'd like to express.
Yeah, you really have to reassess.
I hope you're giving gratitude to us, and I hope it's in cash form.
Sure,
That's
too.
all you need is
Thank
cash.
you. Maybe
Okay.
I'll get the internet at some point around here.
Bears.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Nico Horner here with us. We can't ignore the fact that you have 10 hits in your first 4 games after the break. Doing anything differently?
Good line drives, like we've always talked about. Not hitting the ball like particularly hard, but just flush contact all over the field. Different pitch types, different types of pitchers, different situations, and sometimes you can't control for results. But when I'm doing that, I feel like I give myself a really good chance.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, look, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Can you see us? Because we have some stuff in the studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. There's this picture of Pyomai right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
yeah,
not Pyomai. That's a sad death.
Yeah. What happened was
spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Spoiler alert. The horse dies. Everybody.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pyomai as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house, so it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pyomai. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pyomai, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pyomai is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a 4-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So yeah, interesting psychology going on there. R.I.P. Pyomai.
Our pal Boog Shambi reported this morning that he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but it feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment because I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is connected to a family member. So, if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
that's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah, I feel kind of yeah. It goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you changed the bets. You said I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2 shots.
I think he said he was guzzling half a bottle.
I think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one.
Like Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off, I'll tell you that.
Boys on
Riz.
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan, hey, and he didn't look thrilled that the guy had, you know what I mean? You got to be a little bit careful about.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey. Okay.
Well, I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And he
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
He's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey. Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary. Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief? We'd
have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that
It's halftime here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, and we saw two big scores in baseball last night. One was good, Cubs beating the Tigers 11-2. One was bad. The Rangers got their get back against the White Sox and shut them out 10-0. We talked about the games. We also discussed Kyle Teal's high ankle sprain that could have him out up to 12 weeks. That would be the regular season, everybody. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. We talked to Mike Florio about the NFL opening up training camps later this week and asked the question, when is it okay for a position player to pitch in a game?
It's halftime.
Mark Grote once said nobody gives him anything. And then we proceeded to talk about all the gifts that he had received that week, either by his coworkers or from listeners here at the station.
Like gifts that he had already received before he made the statement. It's not like he said it and then we started giving him things.
And then we realized Mark pretty much receives a steady stream of gifts at all times. Like Topo Chico sending you a case of their sparkling water beverages. Yeah. I mean, you really are rolling in the dough.
Was it a case or a pallet?
It might have been a pallet.
It was a pallet.
It was a pallet because the cases were like...
Plus Smart Water.
And Smart Water?
Yeah, well, it's all part of the same company.
And the only reason he hasn't received a new pallet is because he just never told him I'm out of the stuff.
Yeah, he was very kind. Bad. He said, let me know when you... I couldn't do that.
Hell, sometimes I get gifts and they don't even get to me.
Sharing is caring. It's not always about you, Mark.
I still have water.
You still have more?
Recently, we're doing some work here, construction here at the Prudential on this floor in which we exist. And Ryan Porth, where I was storing my stuff in his office, finally had to say, Grote, come get your water. Come get your Topo Chico.
You were storing stuff in Ryan's office.
Did you get the water? Did you finally take it home?
I did. No, I moved the water into the pre-show meeting studio. Okay. So it's just 2 cases.
Oh, just
it's just kind of heavy.
Cases.
Like, so I don't drive here.
There's only 5% left of what I had to begin with.
Mark gets more gifts than what he can physically carry.
I have a lot of
today
gratitude.
was a ridiculous day in the gift department for you.
My gratitude is at a 10, so I'm glad that you are allowing me this opportunity. For those of you watching on Twitch right now, and some of you have asked about it, as a matter of fact, I am wearing a T-shirt, as is Ray Diaz, our producer. You can see both of us. Take a look at that right there. That simply says Bears.
Bears.
But it doesn't just simply say Bears. Why it's great is because there is a period on that shirt letting you know that much like no, Bears can be a complete sentence.
Exactly. And the detail of it's an orange period. So
aren't they all?
Whoa. Monthly visitor.
Whoa.
So, shout out to our people outside the male 25 to 54 demo.
Oh my goodness.
So I have to, for this is actually the second shirt that I received from this gentleman, Paul Rosa, who happens to be Ray Diaz's cousin's husband, once removed. And he makes T-shirts for Chino's custom store, myshopify.com. We literally had people on Twitch asking, where can I get that shirt that says Bears? So that's where you can get that, from Chino's. Not the lead singer of the Deftones. I think that's Chino, right? Or is that Chino too?
That's Chino too.
The town that is the home of the Ball
It's a different
family.
Chino.
I don't think it's ever Chino.
Lonzo and LeVar Ball, that's Chino Hills.
Okay.
I know that. And Chino.
The pants that people wear, Chinos.
Does anybody call them that anymore?
I just see them sometimes like, oh, Chinos.
Okay.
Wait, what's the difference between chinos and khakis? I don't really even know.
Dude, I have no idea.
See?
To be honest, I legit ass have no idea.
Marketing?
Probably price point.
Yeah. Price point. Yeah. So then another one. One of my favorite listeners here, and a guy that I have actually met, and he's a beautiful, beautiful man. Wayne from Lafayette sent me, and here's the note. It says, Mark Grote, love you. Brother, I hope you like it and it fits you. Your old buddy, Wayne from West Lafayette. He has sent me a Cubs number 9 and Baez on the back.
I love a good Scherzi.
Yeah.
I was never anti-Scherzi.
Okay. Honestly, this is my first Scherzi. This is my first Scherzi.
I'm not a Scherzi guy, but I understand why people have Scherzi.
Yeah, it's nice. So
I'm
thank
not
you,
a Scherzi or Jersey guy.
Thank you to Wayne.
Josie231 on our Twitch mob chat, twitch.tv/thescorechicago asks, do I gain extra bear if I wear a Bears tee? And we are going to do how many bears at 125?
You will earn an extra bear if you send me a T-shirt.
Oh, no, you can't be bought that easily.
Actually,
he can be bought that easily.
We have established the difference between chinos and khakis. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Khakis have a thicker fabric. They have pleats and cuffs. Chinos, lightweight fabric, no pleats, no cuffs. That's the difference according to realmenrealstyle.com.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that everybody follows those rules anymore.
And the khakis are the father of the chino. Like khakis existed before chinos did. So it's just a more casual version of what a pant would be.
I feel like that discussion went the way of the pandemic.
Mm.
Like when people don't, like jeans were a flex during the pandemic. You know what I
Were
mean?
they?
Yeah, dude. People would be at home. Like I'll never forget there was a meme that said, people quarantining in jeans. What are you trying to prove? I had friends call them leg prisons.
Leg prisons.
I was doing live hits in my boxers. I don't know what about
That's
y'all.
the point. So I'm out here in leggings. Those were my
Zoom
moves.
meetings, camera off.
Yeah, I have an endless supply of leggings.
I am accepting khakis, jeans, and chinos as well.
Stop it! People are gonna send you more stuff. And
Lululemon.
then I was also part
not
of the
calling it the
barrage. I was part of the Vuori. Vuori is a sponsor of Cubs baseball.
yeah.
I love the way their clothes fit. So I also want to mention this. I was part of the issue today for you because I also had something for you.
You decided to withhold it so that it would mean
No,
more
it's
when
in
you
the
actually gave it to
control
him?
room.
What?
Yeah, because Grote and I talked about a backpack, and the Chicago Marathon, who works with us at the Score, has incredible gear. So you should use the Chicago Marathon backpack that I gave you.
Thank you.
It's a bigger version of that backpack that is German up the desk. Hey, you put that thing on the floor. That can't be on the desk.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
Lysol that
Thank
later.
you. One final thing, as we were discussing this, Ryan Parth said, "Oh, by the way, Illinois State sent you something, and I just unpackaged it. It's right here.
Wait, is that an Illinois State envelope too?
It is.
How
It's
cute.
an official Illinois State University envelope. The school
Aw.
that
Let's see it.
And they have sent me. I haven't even looked at it yet. Oh, it's just a classic Illinois State Redbirds T-shirt.
You know what I have to say to that, Mark Grote?
Yes, sir.
It's no hoodie.
That's true. Marshall
well,
did. Marshall got me a sick Illinois State hoodie, which I wore too much.
Yeah, you said he was wearing it too much.
He wore it like 6 days in a row.
Marshall,
bro, let's not wear out the hoodie.
You've good taste in hoodies because the North Texas hoodie you got me was very snuggly.
It's soft.
I
Good
love a
material.
snuggly
Ray,
hoodie.
do you still enjoy your Bears hoodie?
I enjoy my orange Bears hoodie. It is also very soft. Thank you.
And they were from Home Field, which is a wonderful company. There's a Home Field North Texas shirt that I am low-key obsessed with, and it's not even low-key. It's out there. It's for the Super Pit, which is that's the court that we used to call. We still call it, I think, where the basketball teams play. I graduated on that thing twice. I need that shirt.
Do you guys remember the weatherman Willard Scott?
Yes.
Yes, of
Didn't
course.
he used to have a gift every day or a flower he would discuss or something like that? People would send him gifts, or am I off on that?
I don't know.
Didn't he do Smuckers too?
Snuckers, maybe.
Yeah, something.
They did the 100th birthday.
Yeah,
or
that was
whatever.
sponsored by Smuckers.
Yeah.
Now
I thought there
let's
was
see what's
something.
going on in your neck of the
You're
woods.
probably right. You're probably right. I'm just more.
Yeah.
That's just the beginning of my news consciousness.
Right.
Like, being able to pay attention to that kind of
My
stuff.
biggest regret professionally
is
not taking a picture with Katie Couric when I used to have breakfast at her table at the Olympics, and the table was like a 4-top. She used to sit with us and have breakfast.
What's wrong with you?
I was like, be cool. It's Katie Couric.
Right.
Be cool. I don't want to be rude to her. And she was at our breakfast table, our 4-top breakfast table for a week, and I didn't take a picture, and I'm really sad
For
about
a whole
it.
week?
And you blew it.
I bought her memoir. Like I'm really sad
Did you get her
about
to sign
it.
your?
No. She was so kind, and
What
I could have
proof do you
taken a
have that you
picture
met
with
Katie
Katie Couric.
There was somebody else
I
you
don't
said that
have
about,
it.
too.
AJ, Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell.
I hung out with Will Ferrell and waited in a small room sitting next to him, like next to him at a table. And it was just us two for like 20 minutes. And I didn't want to bother him. This is 2010. It was
Did you
peak
talk to
Will
him?
Ferrell. Yes, but I was there for work, and I didn't want to take a picture because I thought that would be inappropriate.
Is that your best random celebrity encounter?
It
Will
was
Ferrell?
2010 Will Ferrell. Do you remember when he was Rojo Johnson and he appeared in a Round Rock Express game as a pitcher?
It's halftime.
It was a bit.
He's got that golf movie.
He
yeah.
was not in a game of consequence.
Do you have a random celebrity
Katie Couric was my
encounter
biggest failure.
of that ilk?
That I didn't.
I have one.
What is
Go,
it?
You go.
The Walnut Room,
Yeah.
in Philadelphia, the
Yeah.
club. I had a little table upstairs. It's like this little lounge-ish area. This guy comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, can we sit here too?" Because it was a 4-top. I was like, "Yeah." I wasn't paying attention like who it was. It's kind of dark in there, as Layla knows. And I look across the table. I'm like, "That's Tay Diggs."
Oh my god!
Nice. And Tay Diggs is not like a big guy, so I just wasn't even really. And I just started talking to him. I was like, "Why are you here?" I guess he was filming something. I was like, "It was crazy though."
We're failures, friends. Failures.
I also have no evidence, but it was a dark
Katie
room.
Couric and freaking 2010 Will Ferrell.
Believe it or not, I have never asked for Eddie Vedder's autograph either. I just appreciated the
Did
time
you get
with
a picture
him.
with him though?
Yeah, I did get a picture with him.
Eddie Vedder
Yeah.
would appreciate being cool. I think I failed with Katie Couric. She would have
Yeah.
100% taken a
I don't know
picture
if I
with
was
me. She took
cool.
pictures with everybody else at our table.
Yeah, you blew it, Layla.
Oh, 100% I
Yeah.
did. It's okay. I'm sorry, the Today Show jogged my memory and my failure.
It's fine.
She probably appreciated you though. That
Oh
she
my-
appreciated your professionalism.
She's Katie Couric. She appreciates everyone.
Yeah.
My friend's on the
She's a
Today
good Katie
Show. I'm gonna
Couric.
get a picture with her and send it to you guys in the group chat.
Oh my God, I love that.
I'll see her in a couple of weeks.
Is she doing
That's
a podcast
incredible.
now or something? Isn't everybody's got a podcast? Is she doing a podcast?
I don't have a
Brian
podcast.
Williams is doing a podcast now.
I don't have a podcast.
What's
Pete
he-
Davidson's got a podcast. All
Brian
these
Williams
Netflix
is doing
ones.
a podcast. What's he doing? Just recalling events he wasn't at?
I don't have a
It's
podcast.
halftime.
Never gets
Oh,
old.
that's
Five on
the
it is
second it's
next.
halftime, guys. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Okay.
Five
Thank you,
on it.
everybody.
Yeah, five
Thank
on it's
you.
next.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Illinois State.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
Roma Dunze has been a disappointment at the 9th overall pick. This is a huge year for him to prove that he wasn't a bust. Luther Burden right now is a better option in Ben Johnson's offense. Roma Dunze is on the clock.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's sports radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
The weather is getting warmer, and the action is heating up at Circus Sports. It's sports betting the way it should.
I told Grote, I just like it when you two mess with each other. So sorry in advance if I just listen and giggle for some of the time where you two talk to each other. It just makes me happy.
I miss Grote a lot. He's good, but you know, he has to say something ridiculous. So once he starts talking, you know, I'll
I swear to God, I was
Shots
I was
fired.
just about to say, because I feel like I don't know, Layla wants us to fight or something. I don't know what's going
No,
on.
I
here.
didn't say anything about a fight.
Oh, just
You don't
entertained.
fight.
Yeah, no, but I was just about to say before you made the comment you made. I'm looking at you right now, and you look good. You look like you just got back from vacation. The hair looks good. The tie is tight, as if like you're just got off the air, but you're getting ready to go on the air. So you're looking good, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You're looking good, also.
Don't
yeah,
say
you know,
that. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it. No, this, you know, it's good. You know, this tie knot is great because I don't tie it myself.
What?
Yeah, they tie my ties. for
No,
me
they
around
don't.
here.
Are you serious?
Man.
Dude? Of course I'm serious. I've told this story before.
I've not heard the story.
Grote, not only do they tie the ties, not only do they buy the clothes, not only do they set out the outfits, when I step into the dressing room, the belt is already through the loops. True story. And I asked our lovely wardrobe designer, Christine, this was like a week into the job. So this is, almost a year and a half ago. At this point, I was like, why is the belt already through the loop? And she said two things that blew my mind. One, she was like, well, it's because our job is to make sure that all you guys have to think about is performing on the air, as if me having to put the belt through the loops was somehow going to take away from the takes. And then two, she said, no one had ever asked her about that before.
Of course.
I was like, wait, what? So all of these TV people are just so coddled and so spoiled that they think that is normal. And she's like, yeah, you're the first person that's ever asked. She's like, I've worked everywhere. I've worked at SNL. I've worked at Fox. I've worked at NBC. And she's like, you're the first person who's ever asked me that before. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is clearly different. So yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, you look good since going into TV. I'm like, yeah, none of it's me.
Well, okay. Here's the question then. Do they also derobe you like a boxing trainer? Like you get off and then they pull the mouthpiece out? Like, do they derobe?
Good question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, good question.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have to do that myself.
Oh.
Maybe, but on my next contract.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, on my next contract, that's something that I'm going to be looking for.
Well, then what the hell does Triano do over there? If he's not derobing you, what exactly does send him back? If that's all you can get out of him, then send him back.
Why do you think I put in the recommendation? I mean, the guy is excellent at tying my shoes. He's really good at it.
See, this is what I needed. This is what I came here for.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, you got scared, didn't you?
I did.
It's Ozzie Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it two different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster.
Well, yeah, why would you put that?
I don't know. It's
because you podcast love.
Right, I guess so.
This played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're live on the air.
In real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name. And then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Hallis Hall, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the scores. Chris Emma. Here, we literally had two different pronunciations given to us for Ozzie. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's Zapillo.
Okay.
What?
All right.
Wait, huh?
What?
Oh,
you said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
That's radio magic right there. Church, let's go Trapillo.
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzie Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
What
he loaded up the gun.
Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who didn't used to work here at the school.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey, guys, I think it means Grote, I don't want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's Zapillo.
What do we call that? Loud wrong?
I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still one of my
that was
favorites.
a Perkins special. Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. This hour is brought to you by Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Bears and whatnot.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score. I got 5 on it. Number 1.
What was your favorite part of the Cubs' 11-2 win over the Tigers last night?
It was the fact that Pete Crow Armstrong got on base 5 times. Like that's how you do it, right? If you're gonna lay the wood to another team, your leadoff hitter had better get to work, and that's exactly what happened. Also, everybody keeps talking about PCA's catch in the outfield. He had 2 incredible catches. Yes, the timing where There was a threat to score. Savali was on the mound, and he ran into the wall at the perfect timing. Just knows how to play with the Ivy now. That was incredible and great, and I thought to myself, and that's why they extended him. But there was also another play where the ball was falling to his right, if you were watching it, your left, into short center field. And he had to, like, get on his toes and then go straight up and then lay out to make the catch. And that, I thought, was pretty damn incredible. So not only did Pete Crow Armstrong get on base ad nauseum, 3 walks, 2 hits, just doing the job, he was also able to make some incredible catches too, when in a game like that they might have fallen by the wayside.
PCA is a good call. I enjoyed that. But my favorite part of the game last night, I think my favorite part of the game was watching Alex Bregman say, yeah, man, I need a 3-game hitting streak. There's a position play on the mound. Cool. Base knock.
Whap.
And the reason why that's such a big deal to me is, I don't know, they need that man to heat up. The Cubs are 5-2 in their last 7 games. Alex Bregman has 3 home runs in their last 7 games. He's now batting .310 over the last 7 games. His on-base percentage is now .394 over his last 7 games. He's slugging .655 over his last 7 games. The man has an OPS over 1,000 over his last 7 games. More the same, Alex Bregman. Just keep it coming.
Love that. I love seeing Justin Dean in the game. 0 for 1. No, that's not my answer. But it was cool to see Justin Dean.
I feel like that's the first time you've seen Justin Dean the way you've been talking about Justin Dean.
It is the first time I've seen Justin Dean.
Okay.
I think it was the first time for a lot of people.
Yeah. It's like Derek Hill, that Derek guy. Now it's that Justin guy.
Well, he's not that Derek guy in Philly. Seems to be doing fairly well for himself.
Yeah. I'll go. You know what I'll go? I'm going to go David Peterson. Because all he had to do was
9 foot tall David Peterson.
9 foot tall David Peterson. All he had to do was Lupe Fiasco. All he had to do was coast. And that's essentially what. And away we go. Kick, push, coast. That's what Tommy Hotovy told him. He said, kick, push, coast. And he did that. Because we all know that was the key. After that first inning, you knew it was over, assuming there was no funny stuff from Peterson. And there was no funny stuff from Peterson. The funny stuff came from the Detroit bullpen, if you want to call it that. But David Peterson, 6 2/3, did not allow a run, 3 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. He got you 94 pitches. An honorable mention to Aaron Savale, who comes in and finishes it up 2 1/3. He did allow a couple of runs.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I just want to let you know, Grote, Justin Dean is currently batting .333 and also OPSing over 1,000 during his brief Cubs tenure.
Look at him go.
Well, then I take it back. That is my answer. Justin Dean. Never mind.
David Peterson did a good job.
He did. Somebody had to give him a little credit, and I did.
9 foot tall David Peterson. He's going to be the new 5 for the Bulls at some point. I'm kidding. It's a kid. He's 6'6".
Number 2.
Bulls.
Kyle Teal has been ruled out for 6 to 12 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Here's the question. Will Teal be back before the end of the regular season?
I'm hoping and I'm praying, but it's more praying than hoping. And I think he will be back before the end of the regular season. But I don't think it'll be for a long time. I don't think he's going to be back for the whole month of September or anything crazy. Because, 6 weeks puts him already the start of the month. Because it's the 22nd of July today. Look, if he can come back for, let's say, the last 2 weeks and the Sox are playing for something, just that mental boost he can give his teammates, I think, is worth something. And also, I would like to see him finish the season healthy and playing baseball. I think that will do wonders for his psyche heading into the offseason. So, yes, I think he'll be back. But not for long.
I don't have a good feeling. I just don't.
Wow.
Like combining it with, and I don't want to.
Whap. That's what Grote just did to me.
Whap. I don't want to put this out there, but I'm going to. I mean, with the injury last year, with the injury this year, with the setback that he had earlier this year when he was coming back.
Sometimes your cleats get caught.
So I just feel like it might be best for everybody to make sure this guy is totally and completely healthy. You eventually bring in somebody. I'm not saying they're going to bring in Langoliers or one of the big name catchers, maybe a Victor Caratini, something like that. Like, I think that's going to be
here.
I know he was.
And then he was just here over the weekend because he's on the Twins.
I was there in the locker room the first day that Victor Caratini came into a Cubs locker room. I still remember that. It was on the road. I want to say Cincinnati. Somebody fact check me on that. I think that was the case. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be back this year. That's my answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned too. And we've got a lot of texters on our text line. I think we've blocked enough of the jerks, so now we're just getting interesting and funny stuff. People were like, hey, have you seen Kyle Teal's workout video? And I was like, no.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Oh, you need to see that.
I saw it now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man. Okay, so that may have something to do with the series of injuries and maybe perhaps a bit of issue to the posterior chain and how everybody's firing joint-wise. So that, I think it should be reassessed.
So I have a question about that, though. I wondered about the authenticity of that video. So that's legit. That's a legit video.
I mean, I don't know. That's the other problem. We don't know the authenticity. Sox on 35th posted it. You know, I know they are very plugged in. But at the same time, Facebook is just out here posting some crazy stuff. Unless it's got a blue check and you know who it is and you've got it verified. I wouldn't be out there.
Blue checks don't even mean anything on Twitter.
Well, then you can buy verification now anywhere, but you can't buy credibility, friends. And it takes a couple of seconds of work. Hey, I didn't give my statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too early.
So wait a second. After seeing the workout video and then after realizing that, there was the hamstring and then there was also the sprain of the right knee, get your ish together in your lower body, man. Yeah, take the 12 weeks. I don't need to see videos like that anymore.
5 on it. Number 3.
It's 5 on it on 104.3 The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote.
Mark, you're first this time.
Oh, wow.
All right, the question is, the White Sox lost 10-0 to the Rangers last night. Where did the Southsiders offense go?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of get used to them just thumping when they go out there. I guess we give a little credit to the starting pitcher. Do we give a little credit to Mr. Rocker? Kumar Rocker.
I gave him no credit prior to this game and thought that the Sox were going to hit.
I remember that. You saw that ERA, you were like,
It was, also, but then I was aptly reminded by Schriffen and Plesac that he's a bit of a Sox killer.
Mr. Rocker? Yeah. No relation.
My washing machine was a bit of a Sox killer.
Wait, what?
Yep. You know what happens to the Sox? They get stuck under the agitator.
Yeah, no, I figured that out later.
Yep.
Rocker, 6 innings, just 1 hit. Wow. 6 strikeouts, a couple of walks. It's really hitting me now.
You did watch the game, right?
I did. His ERA down to 4.12 because of that game. But you got to give him credit, and the White Sox did have their own little run-scoring party the night before. And as Pat Hughes would always say to me when I was on the Cubs tour, rarely are there 2 games in a row that are exactly the same.
Oh, he's so right.
He is right.
Yeah, Kumar Rocker, I had forgotten about his particular success against the White Sox because how can you really compare this year's team to last year's team? But the dude does like throwing against them. And I was sorely mistaken that they were going to change that trend. So I think Kumar Rocker happened. And, Ozzie and Chuck brought this up on the postgame show. Those guys, I've deferred to them a lot in my life when it comes to Sox knowledge and baseball sensibility as I talked about position players pitching. I might understand if that was a bit of a hangover because not even the Kyle Teal news. You went out there and rattled the cage of Jacob deGrom, which is not something a lot of teams can say they've done this year. So maybe there was a bit of that, but either way, just an anomaly offensively to only manage the 3 hits.
So the White Sox, in my mind, and this is how I'm choosing to believe how things are, they just hit the pause button for a night in Texas. Just hit the pause button. They'll be right back at it.
I've hit the pause button many nights in Texas.
They wanted it to be Jake Berger and Nicky Lopez's night. That's what they wanted.
Jake Berger had a night.
I know he did.
What's that celebration they were doing?
And Nicky had an RBI hit. The ex-Cub, the ex-White Sox.
Well, to be fair, when you give up 18 hits, everybody gets a hit.
Everybody.
Thank
you.
They got out hit 18-3. Like the 7th inning ended and they had 1 hit. It was a bad night for the White Sox offense. They hit the pause button. Today, we'll make sure that on their Walkman or whatever device they use.
Walkman?
They'll hit the play button. Is that too? That's not relatable to
the kids have no idea, dude.
Anthony K is due for like
you
a
can't even
good
say iPod.
performance.
Okay, so last year against the
Shuffle.
Sox, Kumar Rocker went. It was one of his better outings of the season. 5 innings, only 4 hits, no earned runs, 6 strikeouts and 1 walk. The guy likes to pitch against the Sox.
Fair.
Number 4.
On a scale of 1 to 10 on the newly minted Name-O-Meter trademark, where do you rate 8-Ball as a nickname for Bulls rookie Caleb Wilson?
That nickname goes hard, Caleb Wilson. And like a little unstable, but you've got 8 braided into your hair. I can't question this man's actions. I like what he's doing. I like his game. I need to become more familiar with it in general. He wants to play on the Summer League games. He wants to go out here and say 8-Ball corner pocket after he got named to the All Summer League team, which we sickos were happy to report yesterday. I have no notes. Like, if you want to do it, I'm in. I cannot question your behavior.
8-Ball is a funny name.
Did you give a number?
Oh, yeah, 1 to 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say 8 out of the spirit of the idea.
Oh, very good.
That is appropriate. I'm sticking with Mr. Wilson because until you guys stop saying Williams, I'm going to stick with Mr. Wilson.
We get 100 mistakes. That's what I thought.
I mean, we're about to get thick into football season right now.
Oh, man, it's on.
When basketball season pops back up, it's going to happen a bunch of times. So I'm just going to be like, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson. It's not just for me. It's for everyone's benefit. But 8-Ball does kind of, I feel that. If he's going to keep that 8 braided into the back of his head like he has it right now, and we know he's number 8, I hope to see a whole bunch of 8-Ball corner pocket threes this season.
Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be lovely. It would be lovely.
Don't want the premature 8-Ball because if that happens, then you lose the game. So this could backfire on him, too.
No, 8-Ball's always on time.
Oh,
always
like
on time?
in pool, you
yeah,
mean?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I hear you.
I'm more of a 9-ball guy. I prefer 9-ball in pool. Just less clutter.
Could just go with 2.
Less clutter. I will go with I love that. I think it's a great nickname. I think once you explained it to me this morning, I was like, I saw the question.
Mark was like, why
what happened?
What's going on?
Why are we doing this? 7.5. I can't do 8. I'll go 7.5.
Oh, I didn't give number 9.
Is it out of bounds that he's giving himself his own nickname and we're going with it?
Do we know that he's giving his own? Somebody may have called him that.
That
He
is
may
an
have brought it to.
important. It's an important question.
He may
here.
have brought it to everyone else's attention, but people may have been calling.
I mean,
him
he
this.
declared himself on Twitter, so.
Oh, so he did give himself?
We don't know.
No,
we don't
someone
know.
may have called him this, and then he just happened to quote tweet it with this.
Like
particular-
Caleb with Iceman.
Yeah,
So it's a question we need answered. for
okay,
sure.
we'll get answers.
Yep.
We'll get answers.
Does George Gervin also have that nickname? Because if he has that nickname, it's going to be a problem.
Funny you asked that question, Mark Grote.
Yes.
Number 5.
Here's question number 5 on 104.3 The Score. 5 on it. Do we think Bears quarterback Caleb Williams will solidify the Iceman moniker by the end of the regular season?
Friends, if you have a lot of time on your hands, as I tend to do sometimes on the internet when I go down rabbit holes, you will come across a Bears YouTube video where Caleb Williams tried to explain the latest in what was going on in his pursuit of the trademark of the nickname Iceman. And I love Caleb Williams, but it was a whole word salad. So that led me to ask the question, because I'm like, well, how confident are you that you want to keep this? Do you like abort mission, or do you just decide to keep going with it? The Drake album release may indicate that he still wants to do it, but then Drake was wearing a Packers jacket.
But Caleb has been showing Drake a lot of love because on his Instagram stories, he's using a lot of those songs from that 3-album release from Drake.
And mind you, the Chicago Bull DeMar DeRozan was in the Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us video. And if I were choosing a team, it would not be Drake in a Packers jacket. So I don't know how all that factors into the Iceman. Are you playing dangerous games?
I see. I don't think it matters because Drake has been in a whole bunch of teams, uniforms / jerseys,
And it usually goes
sideline.
bad for those teams.
Do you remember the Kentucky basketball one? That was a personal favorite.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't take it.
But DeMar, he used to support DeMar, and DeMar still went in the Kendrick Lamar video.
By the end of the season, I think Drake's going to be in a Caleb Williams jersey. How about that?
You got Raptors?
I mean, why are you wearing a Packers jacket? And
why not? I don't think it's that big of a deal for a guy like Drake. Drake is already
Oh,
showing
it's a big deal.
Mark just turned around angrily.
It's Drake.
Sir.
He ain't from here. He's out here fashioning away. He doesn't care.
No, you
can't
cannot
care about what Drake is. If you start caring about what Drake is doing, see, that'll take you down to a dark
so
place.
you understand where I'm coming
I
from?
do understand where you're coming from. It's ugly. It's gross. It's urine yellow. It's puke green. Can't have it.
I mean, it's just pick a lane. Either you're going to take Iceman from Drake, George Gervin, and that Wisconsin boot company that has the patent, or you're going to abort mission.
Drake has never picked a lane. That's the point. So, like, I can't be bothered with what Drake is
DeMar
doing.
DeRozan and Kendrick Lamar
But
did.
somehow I am bothered by
Yeah,
what
why are
Drake
you
is
letting
doing.
Drake's actions offend you? It's Drake.
Ray is laughing.
Because I represent.
Drake is for the streets.
Because
He's for everyone.
Bears.
Drake is for everyone, though. That's the point.
Is Drake
Not me
really-
anymore.
Ray, why are you
That's why.
laughing?
Oh, because
Drake is for Chase Mydroff and Dansby Swanson. Both used that new song. Was it Shabuzi? What is it?
Shabuzi's a separate artist.
No, wait. What's the name of the song that's out right now? It's a popular song.
I don't know because
Shabazz?
I have had to abandon.
Oh,
Drake.
you're talking about the Drake song.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking.
Yeah.
Unless it's from the album like Take Care.
Shebang. It's Shebang, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you were talking about.
Sorry.
My
Took a
Drake
hard turn.
fandom is ending at nice for what? After all of this, I can't support anything else.
I'm with you.
I can't give up Take Care. Take Care is one of the best albums. But I.
And that's the point,
DeMar.
Mark. What you
I
just
follow
said.
DeMar.
Drake knows you won't quit him, so he does whatever he wants. He doesn't care.
Listen, if I am asked to be in one of their music videos, it's Kendrick Lamar. End of story.
Okay.
Period. Paragraph.
Start from the bottom.
That's fine, but you can't concern yourself with what someone like Drake is doing because that'll get you riled up for no reason.
Okay.
'Cause
You've
he's
helped me
gonna
a
do
lot
whatever
with
he
my
wants to do.
anxiety throughout this week.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Stop advocating.
I'm not advocating for Drake.
Kendrick Lamar is not for everybody. But when Serena and DeMar have chosen, I respect it. So he's not using Iceman?
I think he is. Yeah, I don't think he's giving up on that. I think he's going to prove that he is the Iceman.
Yeah, that was the actual question.
What about Paul Wall? Nobody even asked him. He sings about it in his song. Paul Wall would answer. He was actually at a Cubs game recently.
Maybe, how about this? Maybe Caleb Williams only has 3 fourth-quarter comebacks because they're freaking winning games.
Right, they're winning early. You don't have to worry about that. That's the whole theme of this year.
I said
Doesn't
that
mean
out
Drake
loud.
should be wearing a Packers jacket.
I said
All
that
right, now
out
back
loud.
with Layla.
I said that out loud, but I also want to remind you, they still have that defense that they have.
Just apologize to Kendrick Lamar, and we wouldn't be in any of this mess. Instead, you decided to sue him. That admits guilt.
We're going to be all right.
I don't think that's a Drake song.
That's
No,
it's
it's
a Kendrick Lamar.
She just said Lamar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grote, I got reverse beef with you.
Oh.
Do you know what reverse beef is? It means support. I think you went too hard on yourself. And I think that I have some evidence that proves it. And it's Bears related. And speaking of Caleb Williams, it involves him too. We'll do it next.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh, yes.
Layler, I don't even know her.
Oh. Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
Is this
man.
thing on?
I'll tell you, man. It's the big ant factor.
That's what I bring out of
It's
people.
a foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off.
Yeah.
He has
That's
taken
it for
the
you.
jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show.
Ant is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're just left
drove
with the
all the
throuple.
way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
it's surreal. Still running. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami, and people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. Yeah. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was going to mess with me on the team? Or like it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back, and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired and you just look ahead, is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way, and do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in a Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
The Marconi right there.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grote on 104.3 The Score. We've just been alerted that yesterday was Baby T, Tyler Farringall's birthday. So,
happy
mentor
birthday.
Mark Grote.
Yes.
Tyler, we want to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy belated, but also that man he grown now. He can rent a car without paying the extra surcharge. That's a big birthday.
25 for Baby T. Isn't that?
He's still just a baby.
He is still just a baby. I love using that phrase because we've used it for every adult who isn't basically Joe Tooney or Grady Jarrett because they get rest on the practice report.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure they're going to come after us at some point or another for calling them old.
I call it the Mercedes Lewis rule because he's 40. That's why he's not practicing today. He's 40. You don't need to look at the injury report.
There it is. So I know you guys touched on this when I was out of town. There was a discussion surrounding fairness in Caleb Williams. And I know, Mark, you have talked about this before because hosting Take the North, the podcast with Dan Wiederer, you guys get a lot of feedback from your online audiences. And I would say at times chronically online audiences, because a lot of those people have many accounts to troll all of us as well.
Right. And because I have been, I guess you could say, conservative in my evaluation of Caleb Williams, that people think that I hate Caleb Williams, and those are the kind of tweets and feedback and, as you said, online, YouTube, wherever, and it's on me. I shouldn't even look at the comments, which a lot of the times I don't.
But the problem is it's the vocal minority, and they're like, Lila said this, except I never said it, and you just need to use me to feel better about yourself that day because you can't calm down as a person.
Right, and I think that because Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams, there are a lot of people that are afraid to be less than glowing about everything that Caleb Williams does, and so people are afraid, and I am not one of those people. Like, I will tell you what I think. And by the way, I did manage to get Caleb Williams into my top 10, as you guys both know, as we all did. Well, except for Marshall.
Yeah, I didn't have him in the top 10. He's at 11. He's knocking on the door, though. But I want to make sure people understand. Mark's not afraid. He's just anxious about Caleb Williams.
You're not. I don't even know if it's anxious. It's just we're still in somewhat of a wait and see mood. So is the general manager, Ryan Poles, who would love nothing more than to point to the scoreboard and get all the accolades for drafting Caleb Williams, has said he's not ready to give him an extension yet. Said it was a yellow light. That was the direct quote. But try to tell the commenters that, who are very obsessed with you or us or anybody. And I'm not talking about the normal people who interact on, like, you know what a normal interaction is. You're on Twitch, you're on our text line talking to us like we're people. Right. These are people who are out to get people. They claim you say stuff you never said, but there's a lot of them. And I think, like, it does affect you because your job is to listen. And the reason I have reverse beef with you, aka support, is because you're not the only one who feels this way. The Athletic conducts good surveys. Now, you're getting a different portion of fans because they pay for the Athletic subscription, which is roughly $72 and change a year. But they do conduct big-time surveys. I talked about the one they did of the entire football responses regarding the third-round picks that the Bears didn't get. And they overwhelmingly, the NFL responded in that survey saying, the NFL fans, that the Bears did get screwed out of picks. So the same is said for the Chicago Bears fan survey. Kevin Fishbane conducts this every year. And the first question out of 3,500 fans responding, how confident are you that Caleb Williams will be a top 10 NFL quarterback by the end of the 2026 season? 42.2% said most confident. 41.1% said the next level, 4 out of 5 next to most. 13.7% were in the middle. Then you had a negligible amount left with least and then the next to that. So the point is, there was still a big amount of people, 41.1% in the survey, who think he's likely to get there, but they aren't as confident as the most. And that's why I say to you, you're not alone in that.
Because I think most reasonable people can, and this is me, like, I think Caleb Williams is a really good quarterback who could end up being great and possibly even elite by the end of the season if he takes care of a few things that have been a little bit off. And we all know what those things are. And if you just want to narrow it down to accuracy, you can. And it's perfect, too, because another one of the questions in the survey is, where do you expect to see the most growth from Williams? Accuracy comes in at 57.7% because reasonable people know he has to get better at that. And I think that is something he can get better at. But until I see that, I'm going to keep him out of the top 5 and out of the elite conversation, which maybe he can get into by game 17 this year.
Okay, is it bad that I read this completely differently than the way you guys are presenting it to me right now? So we talk about the confidence that he'll be a top 10 quarterback this season, right? And, 42.2 are at a 5. The scale is from 1 to 5, 1 being the least, 5 being the most. 41.1% are at a 4. I think the way I'm reading this is that 83.3% of people believe that Caleb Williams will be a top 10 quarterback, because 4 isn't like a neutral thing. 4 is like one step down from 5. It's still very much, I think this. I just don't feel as strongly as the people in the group that said 5 out of 5.
No, that's the point. But I did want to show Grote that there's a level of 4 that's pretty strong. And I feel like that's where you're more at with this.
Right. Like that people
you are at 4.
That people are not just blindly saying, like, that's it, he's here, he's elite. That's really that's all I've been guarding against.
The second question is completely what you've talked about.
Right.
The completion percentage.
Which we've all talked about.
And frankly,
I'm not original in that.
We're looking at that, I think, a little differently, too, because the fact that we can even talk about a quarterback with a 58% completion percentage being a top 10 quarterback is wild. That is a good thing. And the fact of the matter is, if that's the thing he needs to work on, the simple throws, that's why I think this is a good thing. But the completion percentage, 100%, Mark, speaks to what your concern is. You were not alone on this.
Right.
And that's why the feedback you're getting online is just that.
Right. The quarterback's coach was saying the same stuff. Just be a little more simple. Like, pull back just a little bit. Not even has to be a home run in the first half of games. Like, if you have to do it at the end, then you have to do it at the end.
Caleb was saying the same thing, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
He echoed that same
Head
sentiment.
coach sure as hell did.
And I think the Venn diagram on the 2 most popular answers to that question, accuracy and early game performance, they go hand in hand. If he was more accurate early in the game, he'd have a better early game performance.
Right, but then
I think it's that simple.
Right, but we wouldn't have had the magic that we had last year and some of the dramatics.
That's fair.
But of course,
when you're talking about the growth, I think, I'm guessing, because I don't know how these people filled out the survey, like, how would you have answered? How would each of you have answered that question? Which box would you have checked?
So the verbose, the verbatim question is, where do you expect to see the most growth from Williams? Accuracy, early game performance, deep ball, other. I think I would have said early game performance, but that leads into accuracy.
Right. And so you have to prioritize one. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You would have said early game performance, but with the understanding that, hey, you need to be more accurate early in the game.
Well, if you're better at early game performance, you're going to be more accurate.
Right.
Because
Which way would you have answered that question?
One thing leads to the next. Yeah, I'm going through it right now. You know what? I'm accuracy. I'm going to say accuracy.
Yeah, I'm accuracy as well.
Yeah.
And I think if he was just more accurate early in games, that goes away, the problem with the early game
Another
performance.
reference in the Kevin Fishbane fan survey here in The Athletic. He said several of the write-in comments included consistency and taking the check down more often. Beyond fair.
Yes.
I think if he were being honest with himself, Caleb Williams, he knows that's a part of the game that he probably wants to help refine.
No doubt. And here's the thing, too, like where it gets complicated is I don't want, like, you still want to see the bombs and the great plays and the go for it. Ben Johnson's going to want to see that. He's going to want to go for it a whole lot. There are just sometimes when you can just make it easier on yourself with doing the simple stuff better. I did notice, too, I don't have it right in front of me, but he asked one of the questions from Fishbane was, who's the greatest Bears quarterback of all time? It is Sid Luckman for the survey, but Caleb Williams is number 2.
And we forget, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm probably going to get flack for it.
No, go ahead.
Is there a bit of Jay Cutler erasure here?
I mean, like, he dropped in the survey. We talked to Fishbane on Take the North, the episode that's up and running right now. Jay Cutler dropped a 4th, I think, on that. I think McMahon is ahead of him.
13.6% of the vote. McMahon had 21.2% of the vote. And Sid Luckman edging out Caleb Williams, number 1, 31.8% to 30.7%.
I mean, the OGs know, Sid Luckman. I mean, we see the video every time there's a Bears game.
Well, and that's one of the things that Fishbane surmised is that you have maybe some older people in on the survey, and it is the younger people that probably were bigger fans of Jay Cutler or pushing Jay Cutler to be closer. Like, it really comes down to McMahon and Cutler.
I think it's McMahon. If you saw the Super Bowl era team, that's one thing. If you didn't, a lot of votes to Cutler now
Rex
converted
Grossman
to Caleb Williams.
just out here getting no love, having gone to a Super Bowl.
Sexy Rexy, and had one half of a season where he was an MVP candidate.
I also love this. If you want to talk about something they did reply, I think, in line with the online zealots or whatever you want to call it, everybody's in lockstep about this pretty much. How confident are you in Ben Johnson as a head coach? 3,477 responses. Number 5 is the most on the scale. 80.1% was 5.
Bears.
At 18.1% when it comes to 4. So I don't know who the 2 people are who are concerned about Ben Johnson, but That is a whooping in the survey.
Here's a surprising part about the Ben Johnson love. The question of what impressed you the most about Johnson's first season. 63.8% said how players responded to him. And that sounds good because they did respond well to him. That's what you want if you are a head coach. But his play calling only gets 17.6%. That shocked me.
It does, because I think there was such discussion on our show where players would talk about how they wanted to be managed and coached differently. I could see why that dysfunction spoke to that answer.
Oh, the players responding to him.
You have to look at it from a fan standpoint, and I'm not speaking for all fans, but the feedback that I was getting was they should be better than this record because the coaches should be able to get them to do what needs to be done. And when you hear the stories, as Layla's talking about, of the players of not being coached well, they were just happy somebody was getting something out of this team.
Okay, you guys have talked me into it.
I also think there's something to be said here for we cover the team every day. And it's what were the lasting moments and questions that Bears fans had? They're not talking to everybody every day. They don't have to get new responses. If that was the lasting impression of their 2025 season, then, or 2024 at that point, so the 2024 season, if that was their lasting impression of that year, then it makes sense as to why that was the response.
How about his post-game speeches? Only 0.9%.
He took his shirt off for you.
I mean, good, better, best. I guess maybe no good, better, best.
Speech, again, the Venn diagram thing with that, post-game speeches, players responding to them, that's the overlap. And the players responding called to more people.
Okay. I want to get into this Bears fan survey a little bit more. I think it's a really good primer for training camp opening up with the rookies reporting on Saturday. So we'll continue to talk about it. Bears next on The Score.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible. But Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the Chicago community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at Chase for...
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that. Okay. Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building.
Morning,
in the house, in the studio.
Wait, should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
Do that.
Whatever, the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want that. So
technically,
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand by it, but it's just okay.
If you don't get a Grote impersonation, are you even here?
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up baseball savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. If pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, if it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't say it.
Zip it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people say things to soften, and in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
brevity,
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
it's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave Feldman was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about Dave Feldman.
And whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then boom, here it comes.
And boom.
I mean, wham. I love that.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions t-shirt
Yes,
today.
get it out of here.
Thank you.
People moronic.
Thank you.
I thought it was a Chicago Lions shirt.
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, no, it's the Art Institute, you fool.
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride. Yes.
Does Detroit get all the
That's
lions?
a band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember the band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense. But I hate your family.
Yes!
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is on
is
fire.
made.
Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
God.
on fire.
From
What
the
a-
University of Texas.
Oh my God.
Chuck Swirsky.
Yes.
Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly
I
1,000.
told you guys, that's
Hey,
crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier
Yep.
prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about. 6'6", 211 pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year.
I feel like I made it to the big leagues when I get on the score and get on your show. I appreciate you guys having me.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
We love Vinny. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. It's our ode to Ben Johnson with the North Carolina song. He did take his shirt off after a game. He did not swish it like a helicopter. We can only ask for so much.
Missed opportunity.
Going over the athletic fan survey conducted by our friend Kevin Fishbane. And we talked about the Caleb Williams aspect of the survey. Another question that I think deserves some discussion. It was, which departing veteran will you miss the most? And again, around 3,500 responses. 45.3% said Drew Dahlman compared to 30.4% for DJ Moore. I think that says a lot about the concern that fans have when it comes to the importance of the center to this offense.
Well, they had just restored order to the position
Correct.
with Drew Dahlman. Like when you go through, I'll just the Lucas Patrick, right? Like, does that not epitomize?
You could just keep going backwards from there.
Right.
He did. He fell down and went boom and got blown off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and
He's a jerk. He deserves all the shade I'd give him.
Talking about Lucas? Yeah. Well, Lucas Patrick I had a little run-in with him, and then he apologized, sort of.
Oh, he did? I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah,
what was
the run-in? I don't think I remember this.
can't
He was pretty combative with the media, and that's why I'm harsher with him.
Welcome to Chicago, a major city with accountability.
Right, he had not been playing well, and then I brought up something, and he's like, oh yeah, that's what all you media guys are talking about, and I continued with the interview, and then he went through a PR person and specifically said, tell Mark Grote that I'm sorry.
Wow.
So
okay.
so I got a
Sorry,
good place
Lucas
for him.
Patrick, you are not a jerk.
Right, like he was nice about that. When they signed Lucas Patrick, I thought it was a good signing. It was a 2-year deal.
It made sense at the time.
It did, right? And coming from Green Bay and all that stuff. So
we just didn't know the drop off was going to be as bad.
Yeah, it was too bad, and there was some injuries as well. But it just took, like, on Ryan Poles' watch, the center position just was never established. When we were talking about Coleman Shelton competing for a job at the center position, Ryan Bates' name came up. So then when they finally get Drew Dahlman, who was the best available center on the market, it was like, great. And then all the credit that he got justifiably for the season last year, and then all of a sudden you've lost it. And Fishbane is right, too, because he wrote in the blurb, this town does love its centers with Owen Kreutz and Jay Hilgenberg. Roberto Garza is another good example as well. So that there's all truth to that. So once I thought about all of that, it made sense. But the DJ Moore, people are going to miss DJ Moore, I think.
Yeah, how much they miss DJ Moore, there will be a direct correlation with what Rome Odunze and company look like out the gate. Like, I feel like we're going to know pretty quickly because it's year 3 for Rome, just like it's year 3 for Caleb. And there are expectations when you're a top 10 pick.
Somebody in that wide receiver room is going to have to run a lot more than they realized, because a lot of what DJ Moore would do are the crossing patterns where you go across the formation, run down the field fast and then run back. And his track speed was elite. And I think we forget that too. The formations could look remarkably different as well. So that's going to make this, I don't think we're fully prepared to see how different the offense might look without him.
Khalif Raymond, come on down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Savin Thomas.
Here's another one that I think we can all tip our cap to ourselves on Team RHG. And if you're listening to the show, you have also been with us on this. Which position concerns you the most? 3,465 responses with a country whooping percentage in the survey. Defensive end at 51.2%. Next was defensive tackle at 31.8%. Then it was offensive line. And then the rest of the positions in a minute order compared to that. So we're together on this. So everybody seems to be together according to the survey.
The 83% combined for the defensive line tells the story, especially when you understand all they're saying, the people who pick defensive end over defensive tackle, I need something from the edge. Anything from the edge. Can you edge me up? Can you line me up?
Y'all got any of that pass rush?
Let me tell you.
Scratch at your neck and start twitching?
I'll tell you the best part about this. It's not the defense. Everybody's right about that. The best part about this is that quarterback is 1% of a concern. It doesn't get old saying that. I mean, that's where it should be.
You're right.
Wide receiver. Chicago Bears. In a career, I mean, there's been problems with wide receivers in this town. The concern level for wide receiver is 0.7%. And as Fishbane mentioned on Take the North, too, there were a lot of years where safety was a really rough position for the Bears. And every year they were drafting safeties and trying to get safeties. 0.6% concern about the safety position, too. Does not get old, even though they had good safeties last year as well.
They asked the inverse. They said, which position concerns you least? Tight end, 47.9% was the overwhelming majority, and then quarterback at 39.3%.
Just to go back,
how times have changed.
To that last question, though, I want to have a conversation with the 34, 35 people who thought quarterback was a bigger concern than, I don't know, defensive end, defensive tackle, offensive line. I don't know how those 34, 35 people came up with quarterback.
Maybe Mark Schlereth was voting. I don't know. Old Stink, remember?
Snap.
Old Stink.
But I do think we forget sometimes 39.3% of people saying which position concerns you the least.
That's great.
That's incredible.
Beautiful.
That's something you really enjoy seeing. What letter grade would you assign to Bears chairman George McCaskey for the past year? 7.8% said A, 36.8% said B, 32.1% said C, 13.4% wanted to give him a D, and 9.9% said F. That's almost a bell curve, actually.
But you know what? I feel like stadium weighs heavy there.
Of course it does.
It does. And owner. I mean, owners are just never going to be popular.
The buck stops with George McCaskey, obviously. And It is interesting how spread out, how many, like almost a third right down the middle. Like, yeah, you know what, George, you didn't screw us, but we want a little bit more from you.
No, I mean, to get your first playoff win in 15 years, largely because you also hired the head coach, I want to be on the record as saying both George McCaskey and Kevin Warren deserve credit for that. They hired the right guy.
What about Ryan Poles?
Yes, I mean, I'll include him in that.
But
but
they
I
allowed
think
the resources.
That's it. You get what you pay for, and
Yes.
they conducted the proper process to get the right guy, and that will never be lost on me. Yeah, I'm mad about the stadium stuff, but you got the right guy.
Well, the blame about the stadium stuff is really interesting too. He has 3 different choices for that. Who do you blame most for the ongoing stadium situation? He has a category of everyone, the Bears, and the politicians. Everyone is the most, 45.1%. The Bears, 38.8%. And the most unbelievable part is the politicians of Chicago are only blamed 16.1%. The politicians of Chicago have won the PR battle.
That's crazy. But that's my point, is the comments online are a very small portion of people. That's why they don't want this to go to a ballot. It got smoked in Kansas City where they win Super Bowls. 58% of the electorate said, we don't want this. And we read the comments because it's our job to read what people say.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that those are the sources we need to be listening to all the time.
Things are
Doesn't
changing.
mean your voice isn't worth anything. It's just the people who complain online are the people who complain online. That doesn't mean they make up the majority of what we're seeing.
We're at a time when the quarterback is king and the politicians of Chicago are getting the benefit of the doubt. Where are we?
I think this is but The Athletic, it's a paying subscription. You have to understand it's also a bit of a biased sample because it's a certain group who pays for the Athletic subscription and wants to respond to the survey. But then the other one that I want to hang my hat on is, where will the Bears be playing home games in 2034? And 71% of people said Arlington Heights.
Everybody wants it. That's, as I think Fishbane said too, is that wish casting? Is that what everybody just wants, even if it doesn't make sense?
That is of no shade to the state of Indiana. It's just because of where they bought the land. So very interesting. Definitely recommend checking it out. We will talk to Kevin Fishbane about this on Friday. Coming up next, we got a lot of questions from Bob Nightingale. You know him, of course, as the baseball newsbreaker. He's also an Odyssey Major League Baseball insider for us, and he joins us next.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, if your commercial business needs a new roof or has persistent leaks, call a Chicagoland Roofing Council roofing and waterproofing contractor whose service technicians all complete.
Which and you will improve. And he's shooting 54% from the field, and if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, that you can get to the cup and finish around the rim.
Yes, and that's his calling card, right?
He's a slasher.
The Bulls got 2 guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right? That's an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the stat, a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Fallon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense, because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Fallon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with the second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second-round picks as well. But these are two guys that they should get big minutes next year right away because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like, he's ready to come in and start playing.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting around Caleb Wilson because I think he's a super talented prospect who also has some very real holes in his game. So I wanted to get, a look at what he's like as a person, not just a player. And everyone I talked to around Caleb Wilson believes he's the type of guy who has the right mentality to improve his weaknesses and the curiosity to continue to get better. I talked to his high school coach, Mario Mays, down at Holy Innocents High School in Atlanta, and he told me that Caleb logged by far the most hours on their data watching platform, Huddle, 3 times more than anyone else in the program, to just study his opponents and study his own film to see where he needed to get better. I talked to Sean May, who told me how Caleb became a leader at North Carolina as a freshman, despite being one of the youngest players on the team. And I just became more convinced that, he's someone who has a little bit of boom or bust potential, I think, especially compared to the other top 3 prospects in this class. But he has the right mentality and he has the drive to become the best player he can be. So I think that, the Bulls will have a player who has the highest potential on the team and someone who could one day become the star they really need to level this thing up.
What fits in the bust category for him?
Yeah, well, I think a couple things. One, he doesn't shoot threes at all. That's a pretty tough thing for a modern NBA forward to have to deal with. He's also 211 pounds, so he really plays a power-based game. He plays like he's a center, but he's going to be severely underweight for an NBA power forward, let alone an NBA center. Also measured at a sub 7'1" wingspan. So, not a ton of length, not a ton of strength, and doesn't shoot. He's not someone who really was running pick and rolls as a ball handler at North Carolina. He didn't have a lot of opportunities in isolation. So he's a very unique player. And to me, it puts a lot of pressure on Tiago Splitter as the Bulls head coach. I think that you just have to use him in unique ways because he does have a lot of shot creation potential, but it's untraditional. You're not going to be able to let him be, your lead pick and roll ball handler. Instead, you got to put him in the middle of the floor. You have to surround him with shooting. And I think you got to let him work out of the post a bit, and you got to let him take some mid-range shots. That's not something the Bulls did last season. The Bulls were 30th in mid-range frequency under Billy Donovan. Who was number 29 in that stat? It was Tiago Splitter's Portland Trailblazers. But a good coach has to adjust to the talent they have. And Wilson is such a unique prospect. I think that it's worth it for the Bulls and for Splitter to sort of bend his philosophies to suit him as best he can.
That's really interesting stuff because, we've heard the Kevin Garnett comp thrown out a lot on Caleb Wilson, which is asking a lot. But KG, not a guy with a superior handle who got offense through pick and rolls. He got offense in the post and through spotting up and rolling on those pick and rolls.
And he was 7 feet tall.
And he was 7 feet tall.
That part can't be glossed over.
Seems important. For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butts clinching, literally, right?
It starts out with a bunch of tight ends. You had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it, we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
We put ourselves in a really good position. I'm not ruling out any kind of position player transaction, but the expectation would be that we'll focus on our pitching staff.
We feel really good about where we're at, and candidly, it's one series at a time. We'll prepare for all different scenarios, and we're going to look for opportunities to help this future now and for the future, whether that be now or further along.
Those are the voices of the chief baseball men in town. You heard Jed Hoyer and Chris Getz. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. And we are happy to go to our hotline, joined by Odyssey Major League Baseball insider Bob Nightingale. Our insider calls are presented by Grainger. With professional grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. He is at B Nightingale on X. You probably know that already. Bob, thanks for joining us.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you.
Well, and we have a lot of questions that I think you can help us answer. The first one is we're still trying to figure out, especially with Kyle Teal's injury, for example, with the White Sox, how much they think they might be buyers at this trade deadline, or is it a situation where they still have the long term in mind? You have your finger on the pulse of that organization. What do you know about this?
They still very much have a long term, future in mind. Hey, if they make the playoffs, it's a great season, no matter, if they get past the first round, if they win a single playoff game. So what the last thing they're going to do is mortgage the future. I mean, they just, went through this whole pain to get these prospects and everything else. They're not going to suddenly, give away some top prospects just to get into the playoffs. So a year from now, I think it'll be different, but I think it'll be more moderate right now.
And when you talk about moderate, are you saying at the deadline they won't be active in trying to maybe find something that's cost control beyond this year? Because I certainly don't want them mortgaging the future, but I like the idea of getting in on something that could help them maybe now and in years into the future.
Yeah, that part would make more sense for sure. Whether it's a Reed Detmers or Jose Soriano, out of Anaheim, that sort of thing. I'm not saying a Mason Miller, but a guy with control. What does not make sense is like for them to go after Tarek Skubal and you just give me a short-term rental. You're not going to do that. But yeah, if you got some control with it, absolutely. And they'll take on money too. But they just don't want to give up, say a top 10 prospect for a rental.
You mentioned Mason Miller, who would be under control, but would also cost a haul. Do you think he's getting moved at this deadline? And if so, who do you think the top suitors are?
No, I do. I think there's such a mess right now, and I think they're the one team that can trade a Mason Miller and say, you know what, we can get some pieces and still hang in this thing. Then we get some, starting pitching sort of thing. Looking at a team like, Seattle, for instance, they can certainly use a closer. The Yankees, I would think, Seattle or the Yankees would make the most sense for a guy like that. And, you have him under control through 2029, but you're going to have to surrender at least two of your own top 10 prospects, and probably one would be a number 1 or 2 prospect.
Whew.
Yeah, okay. Well, that answers what I was about to ask. And what is a haul? But I guess you just answer that. And I don't know if the White Sox are prepared to do that, as you indicated. So I guess going back to the White Sox with Kyle Teal, the White Sox starting catcher, out for a while, we should not expect them to be talking about Langoliers or even Adley Rutschman, who supposedly could be available as well. Those guys are probably off the radar for the White Sox, dudes like that.
Yeah, very much so. They're just so expensive. No, if you want to talk about a Victor Caratini or something like that for the Minnesota Twins, so be it. I wouldn't say a Ryan Jeffers, but like a Caratini, that sort of thing, I think they'd be all in. But not for one of the big names, particularly when they have, Teal coming back at some point. I mean, certainly he should be healthy for, come to spring training in 2027.
Yeah, I think that's how we're looking at it too, Bob. We were talking to Bob Nightingale, national columnist. He is also our Odyssey MLB insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. And Bob, we're happy, to be talking about the turnaround the White Sox have had where they could potentially be buyers, but it says just as much about the American League as a whole. We've talked about that too. How do you see this shaking out, knowing there are so few teams that are selling and so many teams, even more than last year, who think they might still be in it for the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to stink, this is here to stink because, it's, like you said, it's going to be certainly a seller's market. I mean, you're going to get a ton for guys. So teams like the New York Mets, San Francisco Giants, it should clean up here. With the Giants treating, Robbie Ray and Luis Ariz, both rentals, but they'll get a lot more than they would normally. Same with the Mets. So the one thing about the American League, like you said, it's so wide open in the sense where you look at a team like the Tampa Bay Rays, they've been more conservative in the past. I don't think they had any inkling they would be, sitting in first place because they were kind of retooling. They were making trades for the off season, but now that they see an opening, I think they'd be very aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them right in the middle of the Tarek Skubal talks, if he's available, or some of the big boys. Because I think in the American League, if you get in, you got a chance to be the last one standing, at least for the American League pennant.
I know it's a lot different in the National League where the Dodgers reside and exist and are perpetual, maybe in the nightmares of all the other teams in the NL. When you look at where the Cubs are right now, what do you think their course of action will be in the next 2 weeks going into that deadline?
I think they got to get a starter, a frontline starter, no matter who it is. I'm not saying the Skubal, but could, whether it's certainly, I don't think Sonny Gray now will be available from Boston, but Robbie Ray definitely will be. Freddie Peralta, would be. So I would think they kind of swim in those waters and try to get a frontline guy. And, the difference is in the American League, it's so wide open. Nationally, when you get in, you still got to get past the Dodgers, Philadelphia, Atlanta. I mean, that's a nightmare. It's tough to get by those teams. Where if the American League, you don't have to worry about it.
What would a Freddie Peralta? What would that cost the Cubs?
I don't think that much. Certainly not what the Mets gave up to get him. I mean, he's having a down year. He's only going about 5 innings a time too. I'm sure the Brewers will be swimming those waters trying to, get him. They need a starter as well. So maybe, if the Mets are smart, create a little bit of a bidding war. But it's not like you're getting an ace. Maybe he turns around, but you're talking about a guy going, 5 innings at a time. So right now, instead of getting, an ace that the Mets thought they're getting, you're probably getting only maybe a number 3 starter.
So there are rumblings that the Brewers are interested in reacquiring Mr. Peralta too, because we all sort of jumped when you said that.
Yeah, they are. I mean, obviously they had him. They love the guy. Didn't want to really trade him, but when Brandon Woodruff took the qualifying offer, they had no choice. So no, they would like to get him back. And the scary part about the Brewers is when they get these pitchers, it seems like they go up a different level.
Yes, they do.
I feel like I'm reading your column right now, Bob, where we read the lead, we read a couple paragraphs in, and then 10 minutes into this interview, a real nugget that ends up taking off is what happens. It's like a Sunday with you on USA Today. This is game-changing information for us because I don't think any of us thought that would be a possibility again.
They need another starter. They really do. Those guys are getting banged up, and Mizrachi only went 4 innings after taking 12 days off. So a little concern there. Kyle Harrison was like the number 2 starter in the Cy Young race for a little bit. Now he's on the injury list. Who knows, exactly when he comes off. So, they want to do everything possible to get in. That would be, a nightmare for them to have the best record in baseball just a day ago and somehow miss the playoffs.
Did they just have the best? I hate saying it. Did they have the best infrastructure like in baseball in terms of what you were saying? Like they have a tendency when pitchers go there, they get better. Position players get better. What is it about the Brewers, Bob?
Yeah, they actually have some kind of secret formula there. It's actually called the KEG, where they have all these algorithms and everything else. But you're right. I mean, Tampa Bay, the same thing, and the Dodgers,
Cleveland to some degree, certain degree too. Cleveland,
Houston, even at a time.
Sure, Cleveland, absolutely, yeah. And how scary would these two teams be if they had money? It's unbelievable what they're doing with these small payrolls.
People in Chicago definitely don't want to hear that.
We're in a real life Bob column right now.
Yeah. Welcome to Chicago Sports Radio, Bob.
Bob, do you have an MVP vote this year in the National League?
I do.
Okay. I need you to lay out to me what Pete Crow Armstrong needs to do, and I guess also what Shohei Ohtani would not do for Pete Crow Armstrong to get your first place MVP vote in the National League.
Well, Shohei Ohtani would have to quit playing for the rest of the season, and Pete Crow Armstrong would have to take up pitching. I mean, it's pretty much Ohtani's award every year, unless he's hurt. As long as as long as he's doing both. He'll be back in a few weeks as a pitcher, but still so good offensively. Obviously, Crow Armstrong has the advantage defensively since Ohtani's just a DH. But yeah, it's almost impossible for Ohtani not to win this thing again. I think we're going to keep saying this thing almost every year as long as he stays healthy. But just, it's such an inherent advantage when you're a two-way player. I know we talked about Pro Armstrong at the All-Star game about that, and I think his line was maybe this winter I'll go to a pitching lab and see if I can become a closer for the Cubs.
No, we saw that. I was just curious if there was any type of, whether it was OPS plus or a WAR number that he could hit that would make you reconsider, especially because Ohtani is taking some time off from pitching, and so maybe he doesn't pitch for another month or so.
Yeah, but he still has the big numbers, the power numbers, and he's been consistent all year. And Pico Armstrong started off very, very slowly, and then took off obviously in June. So Ohtani's got a 2-month head start there. And there's other people involved too in that MVP race. But no, I mean right now it's a decisive lead. I mean Ohtani would have to fall apart, and Pico Armstrong would have to, what he did in June, would have to do the next 3 months as well.
All right, here's another great sports talk radio question for you. Are you one of those that considers Shohei Ohtani right now to be the greatest player of all time?
You can certainly make the argument. I mean, the only thing with Babe Ruth is, when he was hitting his 60 home runs and or 50 home runs, he was hitting more home runs than every team combined.
Yeah.
I mean, so for someone to do that now, they'd have to hit 300 homers, something ridiculous. So I mean, you can make the argument too is that the greatest player I've ever seen, I think a lot of players will say this, is Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still the best player I've ever seen, and I know what Ohtani's doing, but he's not Barry Bonds.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale, our Odyssey MLB insider, and Bob, kind of similar to your nugget about the Brewers that you just released with us with Peralta. Is there any pitcher, outside of Skubal? I know you mentioned Detmers too. We've talked a lot about his likelihood of being traded. I think about Joe Ryan often, like whether or not he should have been moved last year. What other starting pitcher comes to mind for you who you think people might not be thinking about as often when it comes to the real likelihood of them being on the move at this deadline?
Well, people are talking about him, but I think like Robbie Ray, I think he's a great acquisition for the Cubs or somebody else. He's a veteran, former Cy Young winner, been through the ropes. He's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, so it behooves him to have a great second half. So a Ray jumps out the most. And I know there's teams that are kind of hoping the Diamondbacks fall out of it, so you can get like a Merrill Kelly who's pitching well, and Eduardo Rodriguez was an all-star. But they're hanging around enough where it's tough to see those guys suddenly become available. But I think of all the guys that will definitely be available, I think Robbie Ray may top that list.
And what do you think the return is going to be, knowing what we just talked about with it being a seller's market? What do you see a team having to give up to get him?
For him, not that much, just because it's a simple rental. Might take two of a team's top, 20 prospects. Maybe probably a number one. I'm not number one, but a top 10 for sure. Just because he's a free agent in 2 months, and he's also he makes $25 million a year. So you're gonna have to pick up a big part of that tab as well.
And Bob, I just want to make sure I got you straight. Barry Bonds' numbers is what it would take to beat Shohei Ohtani in the MVP vote. Just want to get that clear. Make sure I'm understanding.
Oh, for Armstrong. I'm not saying he's got to hit 73 home runs, but just he would what he did in June, he'd have to do the rest of the year, and Ohtani would have to come to a screeching stop.
I got that. Yeah. I just want to make sure I was straight on like where you stood on that. And then in the American League Central, do you see a scenario in which Skubal A stays with the Tigers? And do you feel like that division is up for grabs, or do you have a favorite in that division?
I still think Cleveland wins the division, but I do believe it's up for grabs. And right now, 29 other teams in baseball are rooting for the Cubs to knock off the Tigers because everybody wants a chance at Skubal. But as long as the Tigers, if they win and, win tonight, I think that might be 5 series in a row. They're not going to trade them. They can't. I mean, the fan base would go ballistic. Obviously, you suck the life out of the clubhouse. And with the American Leagues being so wide open, if you got a chance to go Skubal, Framber Valdez, and Jack Flaherty and Casey Mize in the playoffs. They got much a chance as anybody in the American League.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let me swing it back to the National League Central now, and I'm staring at the Cardinals right now because in theory this was supposed to be a rebuilding year for them. They're 51-49 and 11.5 out in the division. They happen to have lost 4 straight games. Are they just a hold at the trade deadline, or is there any selling or buying with the Cardinals looking ahead to next season?
No buying. They'd be selling pieces off, whether like a Dustin May, that sort of thing. So, yeah, this is a complete rebuild. They've helped a lot of teams. If the Boston Red Sox get to the World Series, they should send a share to the Cardinals. And they gave them Contreras. They gave them Sonny Gray. They really helped them out big time. So, same with Arizona. They gave Arizona Nolan Arenado for nothing. So, they're selling off, and they're looking for the future. And good for them. They had the great first half.
Yeah.
But it's not going to last.
And I know, Bob, we've mentioned individuals, or I mentioned starting pitching, for example, but just in general, anybody who you think we need to keep an eye out for potential targets for either the Cubs or the White Sox at this deadline, who we have not mentioned yet.
Yeah, the big thing will be the Angels. Both those guys have 2.5 years left to control. Detmers and Soriano. So that would fit, what the White Sox want to do. The other guy is Clay Holmes, who the Mets took on and converted him from a closer back to a starter. He's done very well, and now he's on a rehab assignment. He's been out since May. He got a comebacker off his shin, and so I know the White Sox are watching him. They're there, and I'm sure the Cubs are too. So that could be a deal where, both teams are looking at him. He's under contract for next year at $12 million, but he's got an opt-out. So, pretty much people think that he'll opt out at the end of the year. So he's probably a rental, but he's a guy who can start or relieve. He's a good addition for a lot of teams.
The White Sox are looking at Clay Holmes.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah.
Well,
he was supposed to pitch last Saturday, but he rained. So then they did a side session. So his next start is, in a day or two from now, and the White Sox will be there watching him.
Well, them looking for starting pitching is a big deal to us. As usual, Bob, chock full of information. We sincerely appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thanks, Bob.
Right,
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. That is Bob Nightingale, our Odyssey MLB Insider, brought to you by Grainger. With professional-grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. We want to remind you the Cubs take on the Tigers in the series finale at Wrigley Field tonight. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:35. First pitch is at 7:10. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine and Cubs radio network. Excuse me? Clay Holmes could be... What? It was just like his columns.
Freddie Peralta
to the Brewers, and the White Sox are looking at Clay Holmes.
Oh, man.
And PCA is not winning the MVP.
Right, there's that. We learned a lot from Bob.
No, the PCA MVP thing, okay, I understand. The Bonds comparison was to Shohei for greatest of all time.
Yeah.
But then, and he said Bonds was the greatest player he's
ever seen.
Yeah. It's
Clay
fair.
Holmes,
It's fair.
excuse me, do we know this? I'm like grabbing my mic emphatically, but God, it's just like a column. That's why I asked him. I'm like, is there anybody I didn't get?
Good job, Layla.
Would you like to add anything else? What else? Like, you just have to ask that question. It's like, otherwise, you're missing something.
I like the idea of the White Sox and the Cubs going after Clay Holmes, and one of them comes out of the octagon a winner.
But the fact that the White Sox are trying to get some starting pitching fortification, and that falls in line with what Ken Rosenthal had to say about the Sox being more aggressive than we may have thought.
4-4 with a 2.39 ERA for Clay Holmes, the 33-year-old hurler.
I would just like to say, you see what happens when you don't talk to the media, Chris Getz? We got guys. We had guys on payroll. We'll find out what's happening.
We blew his secret, I think. I think he's like, damn it.
The jig is up.
Yeah.
Dang. That was informative. How many Bears is next?
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
What kind of year is he going to have? How important this year is for him? 6'3" Rome Odunze, the guy that should be able to win any jump ball. Make sure that you're a guy that is on the field and ready to play, and nothing is your new normal other than getting 100 yards a game or something. I mean, really have yourself a hell of a year, Rome.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 104.3 The Score.
Hidden Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh,
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries.
Do you
Unfortunately,
have
we
to?
lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people were reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I thought
this
about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
bit
your
of the
tight
joke
end.
You
the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon
Reclench.
Davis was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait till
are
you get
relaxed.
me, and wait until I get you in my clenches.
I
Especially
can't
seen as
believe
what-
that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the past
They ran
tense.
it by
wouldn't.
somebody.
It's
I
the-
wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olchek referred to a high heavy shart that it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And that it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on
Scared-
vacation. Mitch has got a
scaredy cat.
big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice
Yes,
how
it
We
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
it was
Right.
That's right. It
I
was,
didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would
You
never bleep
all-
anything.
You all had to score.
was the word wet in it?
No.
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 But Katy Perry
Wait, yes,
was.
it was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Butt 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
there you go.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
Now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to get
that-
bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if
Wait
you
a
wanted
minute.
to.
Yeah, what's the
Same effect
updated
either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe with.
It's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah,
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that. that pad.
You did.
And then I believe it's a like a sim game or something like
He's
that.
6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies or both baby toes for 6'6".
I'd do that too. I got to be. I still want to make the NBAs.
I got to tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What?
You
No,
do not.
mother, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. If you're 6'6",
Yeah, I can only imagine. I
you
mean,
don't
proper
fit into a
beds,
bed.
you don't- yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an
How
airplane.
many Bears?
Brandon Johnson was on here, and he admitted to the following.
Getting in and out of Soldier Field is an absolute nightmare. Let me tell you how bad it is. Bears versus Packers. I'm at the game. We're losing. I decide to leave to beat the traffic. Before I get out of the footprint, the Bears had come back to win.
For admitting it on a 50,000-watt AM/FM station that he left a Bears-Packers playoff game, which the Bears won early, he lost 10 Bears. He is at -5 Bears.
How many Bears?
I said it was going to be controversial.
On 104.3 The Score.
Mark Grote is here. It's a Wednesday. You know that music. It means. Also, I think Anthony Rizzo probably heard that music this weekend. You were there.
This is not, actually not, I know it sounds similar. This is actually not the Rizzo
Oh, that's
song.
right, because his is this is Delirious Boneless. His is
I don't know the name of it.
Intoxicated.
Intoxicated, yes.
Thank you.
Which is like similar, powerful sounding, but not the same.
Yeah.
Very DJ, sunglasses on, day party.
In the clear.
There's a pool behind you.
No doubt.
All the things.
Yeah.
We-
Pool in front of you, too.
We know the vibe.
You're
for
between two
Anthony Rizzo.
pools.
Ooh.
DJing.
Yeah. Actually, we would 100% hear all of those songs at Stadium Swim at Circa.
This song
Not even a doubt in my mind.
This song blasts at Bears games, though. That's why it's always in my head.
It's a banger.
It is a
It's
banger.
one of those that it's like if Jock Jams were a CD created today. This would
Hell
be
yeah.
on Jock Jams. So we have to get the party started on Mark Grote awarding Bears with the lovely delight that was George Kittle in the marquee broadcast booth. Let's be reminded, he on a podium said, "I bleeping love the Bears," but he didn't bleep. So knowing that, let's listen to this.
Alex called Rick Sutcliffe and noted Chicago Cubs fan.
Absolutely.
George Kittle. How did that come?
I grew up in Iowa. My dad said, "Hey, we're Bears fans, and you're a Cubs fan." I said, "Sir, yes, sir." And here I am. I grew up drinking beers in the bleachers, so happy to be back.
Moral of the story: listen to your dad.
Listen to your dad. Listen to your mom. Two things that work out most of the time.
I got to tell you, man, hadn't thought about this, but his dad deserves Bears.
Bruce
the way
Kittle?
he said that, Bruce being
Yes.
like, "You will be a Bears fan."
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't like a conversation.
Play that one more time. I mean, come on. He said that as a 49er.
Oh, man.
It makes me so sad.
Yeah, he's almost from Chicago.
I know he loves playing the Bears.
Yeah, because he gets 2 billion yards every time. He really does get like 200 yards playing the Bears.
Man.
Grote's still having flashbacks from 2 years ago.
Who isn't?
Oh. Nobody covered him.
Is that important, covering George Kittle?
Yeah.
You see why Ben Johnson might want one of those guys?
Oh, I thought you meant as a media member. No, you mean just like the players on the field.
Oh, yeah, the game. Like, George Kittle, like, just demolished the Bears, and so did everybody on
He
San
wasn't
Francisco.
even healthy the last time, and he did it.
Man, you know, this is a long time coming for George Kittle because of the comments at the podium, and then I mean, my goodness, I am so cold right now because of goosebumps. The Wrigley Field, he was hilarious throughout that whole thing, and just as you heard some of his love of Chicago and drinking beers in the bleachers, and there is a kinship, I believe, with the state of Illinois and the state of Iowa. There's a lot of love between the two states.
So many Iowa
Chicago
alums.
gear.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
that?
he bought the T-shirt stand guys' shirts. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He didn't. He was like, I'm not getting certified merch. I'm supporting the little guy on the street.
And then he went and sat in the stands after he did his thing in the booth with the guys.
Alex
with
and
Alex.
Rick,
Yeah, I
yeah.
wasn't sure if it was Alex or WEEKDAY. It was Alex that day. Yep.
Nice going.
All right. I am going to go for George Kittle
The 49er.
8.6 Bears.
The Bears.
8.6 Bears. You thought higher, Layla?
He's a 9. George
Okay.
Kittle's a 9 Bears.
direct
The
rival
only
to the
reason
Bears is amazing.
the only reason he's not a 10 is because he's not a Bear.
Well, that's it. So you're where do you stand on this? Layla says it should have been a 9. Marshall, am I right?
I will co-sign both declarations. I mean, it's your thing. So
Yeah.
if I feel like you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, I will tell you.
Oh, I
but
know.
I think the only thing keeping him from more Bears is the fact that he literally kept the Bears from being the 1 seed last year, if I remember correctly.
Wow. Hadn't really thought of it that
I
way.
think there was a Niners offense together. I mean, they ran the ball
He was a
effectively.
big part of it.
They ran the ball
That's
very effectively.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, I understand where you're coming from. He's got a chance to continue to earn more Bears, though. Like, if he keeps this up, if he continues this public stance of Bearsness and Cubsness, then he's going to earn more Bears. But 8.6 for now.
Damn.
Is that what I said? 8.6. Yeah.
8.6 for
Yeah.
George Kittle.
Maybe it'll pop up at a Bulls game.
It takes me a lot to get into the 8s. So, I'm a tough
I
grader.
hear you.
Okay.
Now, next up on How Many Bears is Mark
Yes.
Grote. On Friday, the White Sox #1 overall pick, Rock Chalowski, told Mully and Haugh about his sports fandom.
I'm a huge college sports fan. So, seeing, Caleb Williams at USC, being able to watch him in person, and then Caleb Wilson at UNC, big college basketball fan. So, seeing those guys come from there and, be a part of Chicago is pretty cool. But, I'm a big sports fan. I've started to look more into, the Chicago teams. I grew up with Riley Urlacher, who's one of my best friends, who's the daughter of Brian Urlacher. So, I have him as a resource. Kind of told me that, whatever I need out here in Chicago to, hit him up. But, the Urlachers have been great to me there and, getting me acclimated to the city.
The Urlacher bump is huge here, kids. I mean, not that the Caleb Williams, Caleb Wilson mentionings wasn't big, especially for a guy who's a UCLA guy. I assume UCLA and USC, they hate each other, right? Like, that's the rivalry, right?
Depends on
Yeah.
who you ask.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like USC.
They can hang together, you think?
No, but it's, they didn't have a football team for a while. Like, people would cheer for USC regardless because
Yeah.
LA didn't have a football team. Like, Zach LaVine went to UCLA, but he cheers for the USC football team.
Okay.
For example.
All the USC and UCLA people I know, and I know more than a handful, they hate the other school.
Like, my brother went to UCLA, but he doesn't, hate USC.
Is he a sports fan?
Yeah. He's a Cowboys fan, even though he was born in LA.
That tells me everything I need to know about his sports fandom.
He shot up to an 8.2 on the Caleb Wilson and the Caleb Williams stuff, just talking extemporaneously like he was. Obviously, he asked the question. But when he throws in Urlacher, I go up a little bit. That's an 8.4 Bears for Rock Chalowski.
Hold on.
But he plays for the White Sox.
0.2 Bears separate George Kittle, who basically devoted his life to Chicago sports outside of the Bears not drafting him.
Yeah.
And Rock Chalowski, who's just a baby in
He is
Chicago
just a
sports.
bit. And Rock Chalowski, he's got all the time in the world to go even higher. No, well, he had 3 things right there. I mean, with the Caleb Wilson mention, the Caleb Williams mention, and the... I'm sorry, it's personal when it's Urlacher. He's my favorite Bears player of all time.
That's what this is.
That's what this
Urlacher
is.
is the multiplier.
He is the multiplier.
So if George Kittle had mentioned Urlacher, then what?
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, he might have been. We might be talking about 9 territory for George Kittle. Hey.
So just
my
mention
rules.
Urlacher to Grote. You know the combination to the lock here.
That
and
is-
then he's just going to fall in love with you. And if you give him anything, something, then Grote's going to probably give you 10 Bears.
It was the only time I ever called the score was after watching Urlacher play at Soldier Field as a rookie. And I was like, I got to talk to somebody. So I called Doug Buffone.
I got to talk to somebody. What did Doug say?
Oh, he was all into it too. I was asking, is this for real? What I'm seeing, like this linebacker with this ridiculous speed going sideline to sideline, chasing everybody around and like acting like a safety out there on the field. And the hype was real. We were all seeing it in real time. The Urlacherness.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that you called into the score to talk to
I did.
Doug.
I did.
Later, Mark would work at the score.
That's right. I kind of was actually at the time too.
You called in working there?
Well, I was very distantly working. I was only doing like once a month. I was living downstate. I would do an occasional Sunday here doing updates at the score. Wasn't here. And so I didn't feel like anybody knew who I was. So I felt anonymous.
My follow-up question was, did you use a fake name? But you didn't.
No, I didn't. And there were people that did know who I was, but I was very.
Hey, that guy works there.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of us can get away with that. Some of us can't. Like I think if I called in using a different name, you guys would be like, "What are you doing, Layla?"
Well, you're well known though. I'm saying I was not well known.
I use my name when I call Gabe.
Oh yeah, you do.
I love that you call Gabe.
I remember you doing that
Call Gabe
back in the day.
Like midnight when it's coming off the CBS shift, or 4 o'clock in the morning when I wake up on a
talking sports.
Monday.
I love that kind of stuff.
Marshall just illustrated that he only sleeps for 4 hours a night.
No, that's one. I was working night shifts, and then once I started working regular shifts, it'd be the early morning.
And Marshall takes naps.
And I take naps.
Oh, sleepy.
Might have one today, but don't sleep on How Many Bears.
You guys warned me about this. Okay, next up on How Many Bears with Mark Grote.
Yeah.
Cubs outfielder Pete Crow Armstrong was mic'd up during the All-Star game, and he couldn't help but Bears.
You catch Bears fever?
Oh, yeah, big time. I went to like 5 games last year. Went to every playoff game. It was a blast, man. They're fun to watch.
Or did your dad pass on Bears fandom to you?
He absolutely did, yeah. He was a big Bears fan, so I grew up like a huge Devin Hester was my guy. I love Matt Forte. But I'll still watch like Devin Hester highlights to this day. So big Bears fan through and through, man.
Also, that is courtesy of Fox. And Mark, are you okay? I saw you Polish sausage.
I had I got a Polish sausage lodge right there in the lining of my heart. I mean, the way he was like kind of like exuberantly bragging, yeah, man, I went to like 5 games this year. I went to all the playoff games, and then name checking Matt Forte and Devin Hester.
And he still watches the film?
Watches the highlights.
Such athlete stuff.
All right, guys, hold on to your butts here.
Oh, no.
9 Bears.
The Bears.
9 Bears for Pete Crow Armstrong because of just how genuine he was. And how, like,
it's in his blood.
It's in his blood. And his dad he should share his Bears with his dad. That's what I would like him to do, is share his Bears.
I don't know. I think
Dad
his dad
Crow Armstrong has. They're definitely voice twins. I know that his name is not Crow Armstrong. That's the joke.
Dad Crow Armstrong, did you say?
Dad Crow Armstrong.
I might need to get him his own set of Bears, Mark. His dad.
Yeah.
He might need his own set
he's
of Bears.
even been on the score.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was on with Spiegel at Holmes, I believe. Not that long ago. So you guys are asking me to give him Bears
in
too?
In the future, we'll
do dads. George Kittle's dad, obviously. Bruce deserves some Bears.
I just love that he shouted him out by name. He was like, "My dad, Bruce."
Yeah, Bruce.
And I just texted you guys in all caps, Bruce Kittle.
Oh, PCA, 9 Bears. Congratulations, Pete Crow Armstrong. Yeah, that's right, Lawrence.
I still think that George Kittle deserves more, especially when he's going against the actual 49ers. Like he's denouncing his team in the name of the Bears.
All Bears are final, Layla. All Bears are
not.
final.
No, they're not. See Jack Sanborn. You took them away from him, and it wasn't even his fault.
Forget about that.
He could have been better.
He literally just told us there was room for growth for Rock Chalowski and for George Kittle. He just told us that.
All Bears are final for me.
No,
wait.
Not.
Not for you. Wait, what am I saying?
You know what? I don't know what you're saying.
How many Bears is also situational? Like, people can change their rankings, but the situation itself, like Pete Armstrong talking on the air during the All-Star game about the Bears.
Well, and you can, like, as you continue to build your resume, if you say more things, go to more games, say more things about the Bears, of course you could.
Somebody
you can earn
needs
more
to
Bears.
go to the Wiener Circle in the name of all of this. Like, we need more Wiener Circle discourse surrounding how many Bears.
I did that. I did the Wiener Circle bit last time, so one of you guys gets to do it this time.
I love talking to Poochie. She's amazing.
The
best. They treat us so well there. Like, it's also the backyard right now on a day like this, to have a Wiener Circle dog on the backyard would be incredible.
Sounds great.
Very sublime. Vibes are high.
Bears.
John Triffin, welcome to hanging out with Layla when it comes to food and mishaps. We'll do that next.
Hey, Chicago. This is Dansby Swanson.
Cubs lead, 9th inning. The pitch. Line drive. Diving backhand catch by Dansby Swanson. Sensational play. And the Cubs win the ball game.
Right now, you're listening to the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote Show. 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments.
That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not going to be a regular guy. I'm going to be a superstar. I'm going to be something that's making money where I have custom-made beds. I got
now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this.
We'd be on the same team.
6'6".
Gabe and I'd be on the same
batting
team.
2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes. I would be. Let me see.
If
What
you
would I
were
be?
6'6", you'd be.
I'd be
Gabe.
the Paraguayan
You'd
goalie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what
No.
you would be. You would be just a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh my God!
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96.
Yes.
The idea.
I
that
wouldn't
the
be at
only-
B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6".
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has gotten up and done pass blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time, just to show what he could do. He told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
No, you
you chose writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And
about
Olin is a bad dude,
Right.
but he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin? It's about 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he had the mean streak in him. He knew what he was doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's a huge factor.
Yes. Huge. All-state wrestler.
Dustin, the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims of 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your NBA career, like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't make
a lot clumsier than you are.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
Check my statistics at Lane Tech basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches onto it, I think I'd been all right. Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were the two twins that were like 6'5". Dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after.
Do you find the expression "two twins" a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
"So there weren't two sets of twins?"
No.
Okay.
One set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See? Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought and then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only 7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Pinky toe. I wish it would have happened.
Wow.
It's all right. Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our life
with all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah,
See Deion Sanders, right?
Gonna put it back on there. That's all right.
But
you know what? Fortunately, we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because of.
We have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow back.
Got new toes.
It's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. if you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg. I got a new leg.
Would he go to Home Depot? He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it? I mean, no, of course it didn't happen.
Chia toes.
Dustin said, look, Lieutenant Dion got new magic toes.
It's going to be called Don't Be an Idiot with Marshall Harris.
Whoa. I'm not an idiot.
Middays 10 to 2.
Don't be an idiot.
On 104.3 The Score.
Tortilla chips with processed cheese with maybe, give or take, depending on how you want, pickled jalapenos. That's not nachos. That's
Spicy
chips.
meat?
That's chips and cheese. Like nachos has like tomatoes and lettuce and cream and guac and meat or beans. And what do you expect for $15.95? It's chips and cheese. Right? It's chips and cheese. That's not nachos.
He's right about this. Dustin with a hot take this morning. There's a lot of people who get away with calling chips and cheese nachos, and Dustin is correct. He said that this morning on Mully and Haugh.
Isn't that more just like chips and dip, like chips and queso?
But you know how like you're out of concessions are notorious for this.
Oh.
You'll be like, yeah, I'll get the nachos, and it's not nachos, it's chips and cheese. He's right.
With some jalapenos.
And that's not enough.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
So Dustin, you are correct. Real nachos is what we saw presented in the hat yesterday in Arlington when the White Sox were playing the Rangers, and many have tried. I would have tried by now. I know Dan Plesac was giving us updates on CHSN during his consumption of the 2-foot-long hot dog, lovingly referred to as the boomstick in honor of Nelson Cruz, which is what you call his home runs. But Shriffen, unfortunately, fell prey to the force known as gravity.
Here I am sitting up with you trying to digest this boomstick we've been working on. Oh, man. 3,000 calories. I'm about 1,500 in right now.
I thought it was just the boomstick we'd have to deal with, and then they brought the nachos hat up with it.
Ooh. The rally nachos. The rally nachos and the boomstick.
I will say they were good. Pro tip, do not try to put the nacho hat on. I made that mistake earlier.
Kind of made a mess of the booth up here. There were a couple of chips I have a 30-second rule. I saw a couple of chips with cheese and jalapeno on them. I grabbed them bad boys and just gobbled them up before you put them back on that tray.
Wait, I'm saying, you said what? 30-second rule? Isn't it like 3 or 4 seconds?
No, it's 30 for nachos. Are you kidding? With cheese and jalapeno? A jalapeno was dead center cut of the nacho, too.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Come on.
They clean the booth up here every day.
Do they?
For a while. I mean, there were days when growing up as a kid in Gary, Indiana, you drink out of the water hose. Turn the hose on and drink the water. You didn't think anything of it.
Okay, drinking out of a water hose and eating a nacho that's been on the floor for almost 30 seconds. I don't think it's apples to apples. So they said you could wear this thing. So I'm like, all right, how do you do this? You got to take it off. There's a little hole underneath. Oh, and then it just, didn't really work out.
Man. I was trying to post a picture on social media. Good thing they didn't keep the camera rolling. Watch me pick up that nacho, the chip with a nacho on it. Jalapeno with some cheese.
Can you imagine if I actually got that thing on my head and then it fell apart?
Oh, we wouldn't have had it on camera open, I can tell you that.
My goodness.
That was so good on so many levels. And poor John, man, he had too many nachos left on the hat. That was his flaw. And he tried to put the hat on still with all the nachos and it just fell on either side.
I don't think he got any of it on him, though. That was the most amazing part.
That's impressive,
yeah.
right? But let's go back.
So then
the real
Plesac has
topic.
decided to bend the 5-second rule in the name of nachos. And Schriff is right. There is a huge difference between, all of us have done this where you drink out of the water hose. I have not picked up a nacho after 30 seconds on the floor.
The fact that he tried to correlate drinking out of a hose to a quote-unquote 30-second rule. Do you understand how long 30 seconds are? You can tell a whole story in 30 seconds. You not know this? Not only have I been a sideline reporter, not only have I told stories on this airwaves in less than 30 seconds, but that's what a commercial usually is. 30 seconds. They're giving you a whole pitch for a product in 30 seconds.
Oh, now we got people in the Twitch chat saying, this one is wrong. Actual nachos are chip and cheese with jalapeno. It's not enough, okay? That may be the OG definition, but especially in Texas where Tex-Mex reigns supreme, I am not going to hear this crap from y'all. I know exactly how they construct nachos over there, and I grew up with them being a lot more than just that, unless it was at a high school concession stand where my friend was making the food and the cheese was in a can. Otherwise, you have no place here, especially when that's my territory. Y'all can tell me about a lot of things, but not that. The 30 seconds is outrageous. I'm scared for them, and I'm worried because there's a parasite outbreak. Like, what if it's on the floor or something?
Oh, my goodness. They clean it every day, Layla. Didn't you hear, Mr.
Dude, Dan is wild for this.
But John's reaction is even better than him actually saying it.
Like, what?
He had to pause, think about what he just heard, and then run it back. Wait,
I love it.
30 seconds?
From Gary, Indiana.
So the important question is, are there any amount of seconds? Like, do you abide by the 5-second rule, or do you... people look at me like I'm bougie as hell because most of the time I just charge it to the game and I will not eat whatever I drop.
It depends on where I am.
Where you are. Yeah.
If I'm at my place and I drop it, I know when I have cleaned and when I have not.
Right.
Okay, so 815 has a very important delineation. When you have a toddler in the house, 5-second rule turns into like a 5-minute rule.
Yeah, but you also clean your floors because you're at your house.
Yeah, like I don't do shoes on in the house. I take them off. And you heard me yelling at Grote because his bag was on the studio counter.
It's down there.
But I build in some childproofing of myself. Like, I'm not saying this to be clean. I'm saying this because I try to prevent myself from calamity. But the 30 seconds, oh my word. Dan, please, Zach. And I get it with the garden hose discussion. That is the comp. That's what you do. But John is right. Those are two different things.
How did the hose, which like you said, we've all had water out of a hose.
I know exactly how it tastes, especially on a day like this.
Tastes like rubber.
How did that become Dan Plesac's barometer for this is the same as that? That's why I just, and he was very comfortable with it.
Because
He's
Dan
30-second rule.
Dan Plesac, friend to all, who still can play the meanest golf game I've ever seen and probably can throw a pitch or two, turned out fine.
He's an athlete.
But I have bad news for you, Dan. Not all of us are fine.
That's fair. You know what? In his mind, we're probably all soft.
Dan Plesac is sturdy, resilient, and lovely. and that is a good picture of Dan on a given day.
There's something to be said about the elder generation being able to stomach through things that we couldn't even imagine.
But Dan would be encouraging about it. He wouldn't be like, you suck because you don't do it. You know the difference?
You know what that reminds me of, Layla?
But I'm not going to sit here and listen to actually about Tex-Mex nachos at the ballpark.
Do you remember?
No. My taxes paid for that ballpark. I'm not hearing it from y'all.
Do you remember when you had that picture on Instagram of, I think you probably still do, the pizza, right?
It's on Twitter. It's my pinned tweet when I came across the pizza in the street.
Yeah.
Did you eat it?
No.
Oh.
I mourned it appropriately and then took a picture and illustrated the emptiness that was life. But yeah, a lot of people told me to eat the pizza.
Yeah. Well, which was that pizza was, it wasn't face down, was it? Or was it crust down?
No, it was sitting on the, how they have the extra cardboard underneath? The
yeah,
cardboard.
so it had
separation from the street.
It was on the cardboard circle. Here's the part that I didn't tell you. On the other side of one of those support beams was a whole other stack of pizzas. What the hell happened?
Whoa.
I never got to the bottom of that. I'm like, what calamitous event happened?
Do you think
here?
if they had to run, was it they stole the pizza and they had to drop it and run?
Something happened where they had to abandon that pizza.
I think they stole pizza. I think that's what happened.
Someone said
pizza. All by myself. Nobody else eats.
See, and look what happened to MJ.
10 Bears.
219 on this old text line. Growing up in Gary, Indiana, where I was always drunk from the water hose because you couldn't go in and out of the house, 3-second rule.
See there?
Yeah, I understand all of that. Also, 847. When you have a toddler in the house, you're also playing, quote, is it chocolate or poop?
Oh, God.
Question mark. Quote, rules don't apply, let alone food rules.
Okay, see, all these things are important. All of these things are part of the discussion.
That's why we've all bypassed that part of our lives.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we're the degenerate show where none of us have kids or own property.
I'm a good uncle. Great uncle.
I'm a decent uncle. I'm a great uncle.
I'm still just a sibling. I'm sorry.
Oh, you'll get there.
Yeah, you'll get there.
I mean, it's not really up to me at this point. It's up to my brothers and sisters. Yeah. Okay. Now that we've had that existential thought of life,
love it.
Spiegel and Holmes are next.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
You want to know how good Ben Johnson is and why he's going against the grain in the NFL? If you're a defense and you're trying to figure out, well, what look is he going to give us? You have no idea.
And now they're armed with 3 tight ends.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's sports radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
The segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore. Ready to refresh your home? Benjamin Moore offers premium paint and over.
Lieutenant Dan has magic legs. Good God, that is so weird. It's weird that you both have the same kind of secret, I don't want to say desire, but bizarre self-belief that you would have been this had you only.
So what else would you have needed to have been a pro soccer player?
Like a new body, like a different identity,
like a prosthetic body, or
I need
a brand new one.
I needed to lose about 5 inches.
Well, perhaps you were too tall, right? You were too tall.
No, I've always enjoyed I've always felt I was the right height for me, just for me.
Comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah, I kind of accept how I turned out.
Yeah.
That's it. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I've never wished, oh, God, if only I was 7 feet tall.
And sometimes people like to listen to a podcast about crime because it provides justice. There's an element of somebody being brought to justice. Do you like Law and Order? You probably like seeing a perpetrator be brought to justice. So when I saw this story, I thought it fit into that. U.S. man, this is from The Guardian, Alabama man, dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Justice.
Wait a minute.
Eye for an eye.
Can you read that headline one more time?
Man dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Well, you can't ask him. A man died in Alabama from a heart attack while trying to discard his girlfriend's body after he strangled her, according to authorities. At the center of the unusually macabre case was Daniel Robbins and Jessica Folds. Chambers County Sheriff's deputies reportedly found them dead next to each other on the morning of June 10th in a wooded area nearing an abandoned vehicle in the town of Lynette. So, he died of a heart attack while he was trying to bury the body. Investigation by local and state law enforcement combined with autopsy results determined Folds was strangled, the woman, and it appears the man, Robbins, was attempting to dispose of her body in a remote location. The truck near the bodies was still running, and the driver's side door was open when deputies arrived to find them. The tailgate was down, and there were drag marks into the dirt, into the woods where the couple was found. So he wasn't covering up the tracks or anything.
I'm guessing he's an amateur murderer.
574. Can we even read that on the air? Marshall, aren't they all amateur murderers until they become serial killers?
Well, yeah, 574. I had the exact same thought. It's true. You got to kind of build up to that status. Not that you should be aiming for that.
Okay. How about this? What I was asking is...
It's not a murder-suicide because they didn't plan on dying.
Yeah, nobody planned on dying. One man planned on the woman dying. Look. The amateur...
And it's not tempers. A lot of times it's related back to shame. Did you know that? It all goes back to shame that they can't acknowledge.
No, I don't doubt that.
There's behavioral science studies. We're just getting
these text responses.
630, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
Can't have the United States lacking in that category. Come on.
Everybody, because Layla was laughing so hard, might not have heard that. 630 texting, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
How did you say that? How did you just do that?
So no. Listen, when I said amateur status, I was like, do we know if he was a repeat offender? If he had murdered anyone else? That's what I was asking.
Oh my word!
If he had a record.
No.
Y'all are hilarious today.
847. Can he still declare for the supplemental? I can't.
It's not going to be a supplemental draft this year. Brendan Sorsby wanted me to tell y'all.
Will you please?
Who's on your serial killer Mount Rushmore? 312-644-6767.
815. His record is 1-1 now.
Okay. I'm going to try to just read these so they
His
make
record
sense.
is 1-1 now.
You went out even.
I can't do it. I can't
Oh,
read
my
these
goodness.
Speaking of can't do it, the guy that used to do that segment on this radio station coming up at 1225, Danny Parkin.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm going to try
that's a good
this.
update. That's a good date.
I keep just looking at the text tonight.
815. Premium membership at Naperville Top Golf. Oh, my goodness.
Nope. I can't.
Now, his record is 1-1 now, might be the top team.
Practices are almost here, and we'll be covering it every step of the way. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. WSCR, WSCR-FM, and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Thanks to Ray Diaz, our sound and executive producer today, pulling double duty. Thanks to David Dykstra for helping us out. Thank you to Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerland. Thanks to Bob Nightingale for letting us in on some major news when it came to the Brewers and Peralta and the White Sox and Clay Holmes. And thanks to Mike Florio. It's time to turn it over to our men, Spiegel and Holmes. Hey, guys.
What's happening, y'all? It's good to see everyone. I see that Grote is handing out bears. Like, that's really exciting. The pixelated shirt on one, Marshall Harris.
I wore it for Speaks to remind him of his victory.
Oh, that's kind of you right there.
Can you see the picture it illustrates?
Oh, yeah, well, the buff helps on the bottom.
Layla, it cracked her up because she's like, well, it's the same thing as on the screen, but it's so much bigger.
Like little, it makes sense.
That's what she said.
Very
Totally nailed
funny.
it.
Little, it makes sense, but when you expand the tech, I'm like, oh,
That's what happens.
So
Yeah.
those
Like,
are,
if I
those
was
are all the
further away, would
pixels
that
we
help?
got, huh?
Yeah, we need more bits.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not,
that
it's
helps.
not enough bits.
Well, Super NES was 16-bit, and that's when all hell broke loose. So
More bits, more Bears.
NBA Live 95, NHL 94. What's up?
That's what's up.
I love me some Clay Holmes. We did a long segment on it yesterday as we're debuting a thing we're doing now called Targets, about trade targets.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
I have heard of this. Does it mirror our stalking segment?
Yeah,
that we
pretty
do?
much.
Targets. That's a nicer way to put it.
It's the same thing.
Trade targets.
Trade targets. But like
We're out here just
It's got a
online
built-in
creeping.
sponsor if you can go get it.
Clay Holmes is
So
going to be the front of somebody's rotation in the playoffs. Front.
But how about Nightingale saying Clay Holmes and the White Sox?
Sure.
And you know if Bob Nightingale
Everybody.
says it, if you know what Bob Nightingale says about the White Sox.
Lawrence, would you sign up for that for the White Sox?
It's been a little weird with Bob and the White Sox over the last
I don't
few
know,
years.
man. I still know that he's kind of more plugged in than others are.
They're interested, but are they more interested than other teams are interested?
But I'm just saying Bob is plugged into factions of the White Sox which have varying levels of power. You know what I mean?
Isn't that kind of how it always is when you're reporting, though?
Maybe so.
Yeah,
But yeah, I see what
that.
you're saying. Like sometimes when you've got the guys,
When you got
here-
guys and then they stop being the guys in charge, but they're still your guys, then what do you end up actually reporting? It gets messy out there. Sorry, Marshall, you were asking Lawrence if he'd be signed up for Clay Holmes?
Yeah, because of what you'd have to give up to get now. That's a rental. That's not really my first choice.
It's like a $5 million rental. I can see it not being as expensive as you may think it would be. My concern is what version of you is coming back and how much time do I have to make that determination if I'm the White Sox or the Cubs or whoever else might be trading for them.
Let's start with this question. If they got a starter tomorrow, what are you doing in your rotation? Who's out? Is it Fetty out? Is it Schultz out?
Schultz is.
Yeah, that's what I think. But I'm just throwing this at both of you.
We were talking about this a couple weeks ago. I think that if you're going to keep him on the major league roster, then you're going to make him a reliever. if you would like to keep developing him, I don't know that this team should be the team that's developing him.
I thought he should go back to AAA and get it all together. But if you want to keep him, he can be opposite of Sean Newcomb in that long reliever role when you're down as opposed to up.
Problem is, doesn't get lefties out.
Clearly, that's what Brandon Nimmo told me last night.
Sure did.
Well, yeah, that home run was that was a first for him, but the home run part of it all
the lefties in the lineup got to him, I think, yesterday.
Well, yeah, but that was the anomaly, right? Like that was the new development, but unfortunately in the wrong direction.
He didn't walk anybody. I mean, that's a real problem.
And that's something that we're going to explore on the show today. Is there a trade-off that's happening? Are you trading velo for control?
Right.
I don't think he should make another start. I don't think you should make another start for a team that's tied for a playoff spot, tied for a division. I think the year has changed into what you were thinking it was going to be. So
I'm 100% in agreement with Mr. Spiegel.
I love that the Sox, too, are attempting to see what Hagen Smith and Tanner McDougal can do in the minor leagues out of the bullpen, to see if they can kind of hire from within once the call-ups begin, to see if those guys can be effective. Obviously, there's no guarantee, but that is something that has obviously, in White Sox history, worked in the past with guys like Garrett Crochet and Mark Burley
and Chris
Sale. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if that's going to work, if they're going to develop that way for now, but that would be something if you can get something for nothing, obviously.
Hey, 23 hours ago, we talked to Shove and Sean Burke. That was so damn fun. And
it was great.
That guy's so good right now. It's
Sean
like
Snacks Burke.
You're trying to nail it with guys on the ascent, because it happens, and like Sean Burke is on the ascent. That's why I'm all about Clay Holmes.
I think my concern with the White Sox is because they're preparing these guys in the minors right now to see if they can go out of the pen, and then Noah Schultz, you're not sure what's going to happen. You're literally running out of time to make a decision because the trade deadline is coming very quickly, very swiftly, and a lot of moves are about to get made in a very short period of time.
Here's what we've got coming up on the show today. Joel Lorenzi is going to join us. We want to pose a question to him about this group of draftees and their level of confidence and whether or not they know that they're going to get hit in the face by the NBA in the NBA season. So we'll talk with Joel about that coming up at 4 o'clock. Craig Counsell is going to join us at 2:30. It's been a month, right? Because he was on, and then there was a weather thing, and then there was the All-Star break.
His team is playing well. On the offensive approach last night, he said, "We just did a wonderful job." Man, that's nice when you're a manager and you feel that way about your entire offensive approach.
I think at some point we should talk about, and I'll ask Craig about it, but the Conforto move seems like it was a sneaky great move.
Also, Rollison has given him a lot of credit, too.
And the guy that started last night, too, Layla. Like, there's some moves in there that they should be really, really proud about. So we will talk with Craig about that coming up at 2:30. But first up, we've got Tanny's Open, which is must-listen radio. It's next here on The Score.
And this segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for great meal deals like value packs of fresh Purdue chicken drumsticks at just 99 cents a pound. Limit to...
I mean, some have been waiting for me to have my Cubs meltdown after the start of this season. Well, we finally reached it. The kettle is boiling. It's ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber has hit 225 home runs for 3 different teams since he left Chicago. He hit 20 in 2022. He hit 46. 23 he hit 47. Last year 56, and then he had that down year in 24 where he hit 38. Okay, the Cubs had 3 guys hit 30 last year. 2 of them at 30. But besides that, it's been quite some time since Cub hitters have had 30. You know when you go back to 2019. You know who did it?
Yes,
Kyle Schwarber.
I do know
Kyle Schwarber.
Thank you.
I mean, give me a. You know when the last time a Cubs had 40? Well, I don't know, but Kyle Schwarber somehow managed to have it 3 times. So again, you can't let that guy go. And then tonight, we're going to have an opener because we're afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we just cancel the game?
You should be afraid of Kyle Schwarber.
Why don't we just cancel the game? Just little league it. We don't have enough good pitchers. We are afraid of Kyle Schwarber, who we let go.
Who do you think is making that call?
I have no idea.
Front office or Craig Counsell?
Good question.
Is Craig Counsell making that call? You think are you calling Craig Counsell afraid?
That's why I'm really curious, because of the way it's been handled and all. So we don't want Colin Ray to face Kyle Schwarber. So we're going to get tricky. We're going to have so are they going to bench Kyle Schwarber because the Cubs are going with an opener? Oh, no. That's what the Cubs do with a guy who hits 30 home runs. They bench their left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher because they got no onion.
So now how about a standing ovation for what he did? For the first thing out of his mouth to apologize for what is going on and owning it and saying, I have to take responsibility for this, and I do. And then just amplifying on what you said there, Mully, that was going to be my part where Bryson talked about we will get together and we will, get the next head coach of the Bulls. And he was like, no. This is I interviewed you. I learned about you. This is now your organization, and I'm going to stay out of the way. And we get that from George McCaskey a lot too. I'm not the football decision maker. You guys are. And I think what we heard from Michael Ryan's, I'm not the basketball decision maker anymore. You are, and I like that.
And for those not watching on Twitch, Dustin actually was standing when he talked.
And he was
Mully would joke that I wasn't really standing.
No.
I was actually standing.
He might have been standing in a hole, but he was, for him, standing.
But Kyler Gordon's there, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, he's at the facility. He's in the meetings. He's watching the tape. Listen, does Jalen want to be any form of a leader at all? I mean, okay, why did you have to get married? You know the calendar. These are not voluntary. It's just another excuse. Like, oh, I got married. Oh, I want to see my. Everybody on that team has a wife or a girlfriend or a mom or a dad or a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew they want to spend more time with. But this is not the week or 2 weeks to do it, or bring them here while you're doing it, because you're not there all damn day.
Yeah.
Who else? Anybody else? Dustin, do you have any favorite team?
I would go with the Phillies. I've never been to Philly, and that probably would change it very quickly based on what I've heard. But obviously, I still struggle with Kyle Schwarber not being a Cub, and I know he was with other teams, and I know. But the point is that I like the way the Phillies slug. I know how chicks dig the long ball. I dig the long ball. I like the way the Phillies slug. Okay, that's what I like.
And you are beautiful.
Let
me just say
Appreciate that. Compliment. Mark that down. 5:54. Mully compliments Dustin. It's Friday, clearly. Yay! Jalen decided to go to work. Woohoo! Good for you. Way to go, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I love Ben Johnson. I'm still happy for him. So
you'd be killing Jalen Johnson if he didn't show up. Come on, you can do more than a golf clap. You would. You'd be killing him, right?
Oh my God. Okay. There's a nice pregnant pause while Dustin refuses to answer another question.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye or whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long.
Hour is being brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on The Score.
Former Cub, current Tigers announcer Bobby Scales. What do you remember about Lou Piniella?
Lou Piniella was old school, man. I loved playing for him because you knew exactly where you stood. It was straight, no chaser. And if you couldn't deal with it, that was a you problem.
You're damn right I thought about it. You think I'm stupid or something? God
aren't he? He had this way of looking at you, but looking through you at the same time. So I try to just channel that when I'm doing it.
And then I bring in a reliever that's throwing 30, 40-foot curveballs.
We all do a Lou Piniella impression. I mean, it's too much fun. If you live through that man's time here,
Hey, where is Spiggs?
Your voice goes up a little bit, and mine's terrible.
He does these impersonations. I swear, you would think it was the real people.
Dempster tells a story.
Hey, Larry, get Wirtz up. And Larry kind of looked. He goes, Lou, remember we sent him down before the game. And he didn't even miss a beat. He just goes, well, then get another righty up.
Yeah, we can sneak Chief Wahoo over there. Who is this? Ronnie Wahoo over there.
When I was here, we had a Rule 5 guy named David Patton, and David Patton had fire red hair. He says, "Hey, Larry, get the red-headed Rule 5 kid up." And Larry goes, "You mean Patton?" He goes, "Yeah, whatever his name is."
I took a nap. I didn't watch the whole game. You can get the summation from somebody else.
That's what it is. That's how he remembered it in his mind. And, that's fine. And David Patton got up, went in the game. I think he retired the side order, and that's what,
Unbelievable. I have smoked dope one time in my life. It didn't do a damn thing for me, and I never tried it again. But a lot of people do. You can buy it in California from a pharmacy. What do I know?
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
You knew where to buy weed, Lou. Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we've got you until 6 o'clock. It is a full boat show, and there's a lot for us to get done, including talking with Craig Counsell. That'll be coming up in about 10 minutes. Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic, who covers the Bulls, is going to join us at 4 o'clock. We want to ask him something about this year's draft class. On top of that, there's some, I think, legitimate conversation about who the best player is in baseball right now. And we will discuss. Peter is with us for the next couple of weeks. Baby T is back in the chair because Alex is traipsing around Europe on his Euro trip. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Hello, boys. How you doing? I like that Peter gets top billing, gets first billing, because we have an intern for a couple of weeks. It's very exciting. Lively pre-show meetings, lots of opinions out there, a lot of thoughts. It's good stuff.
It's nice to have interns back here at the Score. Like that became a thing industry-wide where internships were not, to the company's thought, were not cost-effective, and to the interns' thought was like, I'm not getting paid for this.
Yeah.
And y'all sending me to go get coffee? I don't think so. So now we found a nice détente with all of that, and I'm glad that one of my kiddos is here working as an intern.
How did you manage the double blowout situation last night? Did you remain in toggle mode, if that's how you live, or split screen mode, or multiple screens mode? Both of them, in their own ways, begged you to not watch the local ball clubs last night.
It was, I went out to dinner last night with our friend Trista Crick, and we had a great time at Bar Avec. It was outstanding. I had never been there, and it was unbelievable.
It's a phenomenal place.
And so I'm watching the thing play out with the White Sox. I was like, oh, well, I can just get to the White Sox when I get home. And then I see the thing going on with the Cubs. I'm like, you know what? I can just enjoy dinner now. I can get to both of these guys after I get home from dinner. Made it home from dinner, and I was like, oh, look at this. This is fun. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, oh, look at this. This is not fun at all.
10 batters against Framber Valdez and the Tigers.
I am always here for when he gets blowed up. I'm here for it.
42 pitches. Yeah, no, I get that. Tell people about Framber if they don't know. There's been a lot of different things that man has done during his career.
As a former catcher, the concept of your pitcher throwing at you, crossing you up on purpose because he doesn't want to throw the pitch that you call.
And he doesn't like it. He's grumpy. He thinks you're the problem.
And then giving up a home run. And you're a bad guy. So I like the fact that the Cubs did their thing last night, and he was having a rough night out there on the mound.
I was surprised that the Tigers gave him a pile of money. I think their idea was, well, we can have both him and Skubal for a year and really go for it, and then Framber can just slide into the Skubal place. That ain't happening, folks. He's not good enough to be that. He wasn't good enough to be that. and he's falling backwards, and that was a brutal night from him at a time when A.J. Inch says every game for the Tigers is Game 7. And then on the south side, well, in Texas, that's really far south. We'll talk about Noah Schultz. 5 swings and misses on 43 swings.
He didn't walk anybody.
Only 5 times did people miss. He didn't miss any bats. Yeah, he didn't walk anybody. But the fastball was slower, and the stuff did not cut like it's supposed to. There's a lot of soft contact, but there's a lot of contact.
There might have been a reason, though, for the four-seamer being a little slower that we need to delve into a little bit later on. But, yeah. Oh, shout out to the 815 texter. Audio 2 gets top billing. You're damn right they do. Milk is chilling. Gizmo's chilling. What more can we say? Top billing. Fun fact that people might not know. They're MC Light's brothers. The more you know.
Told you, Spieg. Spieg said they weren't. I was like, of course
they are. I fought that. Wait, Audio 2? Audio 2 is the band? Or
Audio
is
2. The 2 is Audio.
Got you.
I've got a brother and his name's Gizmo.
Just when you have the thought in your head and you're like, no one else will understand what that is, and there's a person out there, we're doing it.
But somebody gives, I'm 100%.
That makes
I don't need to get everything.
Sing.
I don't need to get everything.
It makes my heart sing that some, like, because that's a pull. Like, that's a deep cut pull. Like, that's an old school, like, that song is probably almost 40 years old. Top billing. Great tune. And it's clean. You could play it on the radio now if you wanted to without any real problems. And they're MC Light's brothers.
There you go.
Which is amazing.
That's a big pile of stuff you can do right there.
So thanks, 815 texter. You made my day. Well, partly made my day. I got to see my parents this morning, so that kind of made my day.
How they doing? How the educators doing?
They're great. They rolled into Hyde Park surprisingly today, and my brother's like, your parents are here. And I'm like, what? So I went and met them, and it was great to see them. And I got them their stuff from Canada. Maple cookies and some maple syrup. They can have fun with that all day.
So you come by your love of maple products, honestly and genetically.
I don't know if it's genetically.
But they were in the house growing up?
I mean, syrup was in everybody's house probably, I'm guessing. But getting the cookies in, I think I started, once I would go to Montreal, I'm like, this is amazing. And then Trader Joe's actually has them. But I had my mom do like a taste test today on whether the ones from Canada were superior to Trader Joe's. She says yes. And the reason is that the cookie is crisper. So that's good to know.
There it is.
Tonight, the Cubs take on the Tigers in the series finale at Wrigley Field. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:35. First pitch is at 7:10. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard on 104.3 The Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
White Sox and Cleveland tied for first in the AL Central.
That's bothering me.
The Cubs 6 games back now of the Brewers in the National League Central, and in the wild card, the Cubs remain the top slot. They would host the Phillies in the playoffs if it began today.
I don't know if you noticed, but Cleveland's been winning, and they're getting healthier. There's still a little bit more time on Jose to come back, but DeLauder's back in the lineup.
Ramirez is back today. He's hitting second in Cleveland's lineup.
I don't like that.
Activated today off the 10-day injured list. They optioned the outfielder Khalil Watson. So
he said that yesterday he said he was still feeling a little bit of that break in his swing. But that's not news I wanted to hear. I mean, it is news I want to hear because he's one of my favorite players, but not when he and the White Sox are battling for first place. Like, you're supposed to get some space between you and them dudes while that dude was out.
Yeah, that was the whole angle. 5 to 7 weeks he was supposed to be gone. He was gone 5 weeks and 1 day. 5 weeks and 1 day, skipped a rehab assignment. You know, it's interesting. The White Sox were straight up even 18-18 without Munetaka Murakami. The Guardians, 15-15 without Jose Ramirez. Hold serve without your star.
And now let's run it. Let's see what happens during the sprint. More White Sox stuff coming up on the show this afternoon. Don't you worry. Cubs manager Craig Counsell joins us next here on The Score.
Cubs fans, 104.3 The Score takes you inside the dugout to talk to your favorite Cubs throughout the season. Talking to Ian Happ, Tuesdays at 11:25 a.m. with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
That's been our goal. Our goal is to win the division. We have to play our brand of baseball.
Nico Horner, Tuesdays at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Yeah, there's always ebbs and flows, and it's easy to feel what's most recent. I feel like we've responded to everything pretty well.
And Cubs manager Craig Counsell, bi-weekly, also with Spiegel and Holmes.
We've got work to do here over the last 70-ish games.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy bi-weekly with Mully and Haugh. We'll also talk to Cubs president of baseball operations Jed Hoyer and GM Carter Hawkins throughout the season as well.
We are your official radio home of the Cubs. Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
And causing sacks to happen has become what he's become, the third best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said, you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like he kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monangai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monangai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
Having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it. Even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, 5th in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Tanny, you were going through the Dempster baseball reference page.
Well, it's just like it's not often we have a chance. Like usually when Demp comes on, it's like 15 minutes at a time here or there, and we're talking about a specific thing. It's like it's not often we have a big leaguer in the house to like go over their career, especially someone who played as long as Demp. So
right,
it's like,
and you've never asked me about my baseball reference.
The phone's
page.
ringing.
Well, it's not good actually. Yeah, your reference page is not particularly good.
It really isn't.
So we were looking at. I was wondering, like Demp, do you know who you faced the most in your long career?
I think it's Albert, but it could be It could be like an Astro, like Lance Berkman.
I think you know your baseball reference page because Berkman is number 1, with 87 plate appearances, and Pujols right behind him at 79, number 2. Other notable names, and this is just a way to remember some guys. It's not a quiz per se, but Jason Kendall up there. Ironically, Jason Kendall, you hit him 4 times.
Yeah, we were just talking about that at the All-Star game.
A couple more real quick before we get to a break. Do you know who had the most amount of hits against you?
Council.
Craig Counsell.
You ever listen to The Score?
The Score.
You're on The Score, though.
I don't listen to The Score. Sorry. I did when I was a kid. I did. They did that segment, Who You Crappin'.
MLB veteran for 16 seasons.
Swing and a bouncer, shortstop, Counsell, throws, got him! Counsell picked it up clean and threw a strike to first.
Manager for your Chicago Cubs.
If you win a World Series with 25 guys, you're close to them forever. That's the reward. Like that's the best part of it. Like they're your brothers, they are your brothers. Like I'm on a text chain with those teams still. It's 25 years later. That's you keep in touch with those guys. That's how it works. That's what's great about it. Not with the 98 Marlins. The baseball vets got that one. The veteran writers got that one.
Craig Counsell.
Not interested.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 104.3 The Score.
Things have been going really well for the Cubs as of late, and Craig Counsell is a huge reason why. He joins us here on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest best casino. Craig, how you doing?
Afternoon, guys.
I had missed that amidst all the 2016 stuff. Lawrence, I don't know if you had missed that, but I sure had. The 97 Marlins, you guys are tight, having won a World Series together. The 98 Marlins, not so much. The 54-win 98 Marlins after Wayne Izenga blew that thing apart. Huh? That must have been a crazy 2 years of your life, Craig.
Yeah, no, you were playing Major League Baseball, so it was all good, but tale of two stories for sure. Tale of two, very different teams.
Yeah, a really interesting dichotomy for sure. Our segment with Craig Counsell is brought to you by Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. I made a note last night, and we had talked about it a little bit before you jumped on. The Michael Conforto deal, like you guys really, that's a sneaky great deal. What has he provided for you guys?
Yeah, I think, one, we're a little bit right-handed, so I think having a big left-handed bat's important. And I think the other thing is that Michael is like a veteran who's very content, kind of no matter what's in front of him. And I think that's important too. And it's a humility that is always good for the group. But yet he's accomplished a lot in the game. So I think, everybody believes in him. And I think, generally these are the guys that handle like the pinch hitting roles really well, guys that have, kind of been there, done that, and have a lot of confidence in who they are as players. And they're maybe on the back end of half of their careers and are able to take those pinch hit at bats with the right mindset.
That's an interesting dichotomy that you lay out there. Confident enough and experienced enough, but also humbled enough by the game. You think that's a key to a real good pinch hitter? Is it? The numbers are incredible overall. You think that dichotomy matters?
I think they're traits that help for sure. I do. I think it's an acceptance of kind of your role. I think pinch hitting is it's a hard thing to do. I mean, the league is worse, pinch hitting than the league average hitter is. So it's a hard thing to do. You have to accept one at bat, and then that's your day. Then you can't change your stance and you can't change your approach because of one at bat, and sometimes that's hard to do. But Michael's done a heck of a job at it, and hopefully we got a few more ahead of us.
Craig, I feel like we're watching like maximize PCA right now, and like last night, like I look at last night's game and I go, well, it's 2 hits, it's a triple, it's him making an incredible catch in center field, it's 3 walks. His on base percentage now is at 389. This guy is now legitimately statistically one of the best 2 players in Major League Baseball. How would you describe the growth that you've seen in him over the last couple of months?
Well, I mean, he's just playing out of his mind. That's the fact. I mean, that's whatever growth you got. He's just playing out of his mind right now. It's been fun to watch. He's the best. He's the best player right now in the game, playing in the field. There's no question about it. So, it's just been great to watch. I've never seen a player whose kind of swing decision profile has changed this fast and this abruptly. But it's testament to just a great athlete and at a young age kind of moving forward in the game.
Yeah, the swing decision profile. I saw this number earlier that here's the category, okay? Largest increase by any player who had a sub 5% walk rate from one year to the next, right? He's 4.5% last year to now to 11.8%. It's the best since Al Kaline in 1954 to 1955. That's a Hall of Famer. Like that is insane what he's doing. And it's obviously it's not just the walks, but the swing decisions. Is it personal comfort? I mean, that's got to be part of it. You've talked so much about him as an emotional person, and maybe how much does the comfort matter for this?
I think it's just the growth of a great athlete. I mean, that's what I think this is. Those things all come together for sure, like comfort as experience, trust in yourself, going through some failure. So those all contribute to it. But this is a great athlete, coming into the prime of his career.
How was your All-Star break?
All-Star break was excellent. Yeah, excellent. I mean, I think just, it was a little later this year than normal seasons, which, we're over the 100 game mark already. So I saw that today. So, it's a little later, but 4 days off is welcome during, the 180 day grind of a major league season.
Were you? I heard that you were at the Noah Khan concert with a buddy. Is that something we can ask you about on the air?
I was there with Mark Kotze, who was the manager of the Athletics, and our families were there. Yes,
that is a beautiful thing that you and Mark could go back to those Marlins times.
Yeah, Mark. So Mark and I were teammates on the '98 Marlins, so I do have a lasting memory from that team.
See, there's still some closeness there.
Yeah. Well, by the way, that '98 Marlins team, there's outrageous like broadcasting and coaching talent on that thing. Cliff Floyd, you know your teammates, but like for people who, I think you do, but for people who don't, it's like Dempster's there. It's quite a collection.
Derek Lee, former great Cub.
Yeah.
Derek Lee was there.
Yeah. Some damn good players.
Craig, is there any fun to be had even on a team that struggled like that team did?
Yeah, I mean, you're playing Major League Baseball. You can find ways to have fun, and we did for sure. And we do have. I mean, there's a lot of. I do have a lot of friends from that team for sure, and a lot of lifelong relationships from that team. But no group text thread. No.
Understood. Yeah, Kevin Millar also on that team. So you and Millar and Cliff and Demp not hanging out, just texting about stuff. I guess not.
Yeah, but I mean, we still laugh about it. There was some You lose 100 games, you better laugh about something, right?
No, there's no doubt about that.
Is Kotze one of your besties in the game?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, absolutely.
That's amazing. Do you guys talk manager stuff? Do you bounce ideas off each other? Or do you respect those boundaries? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the job, but I think we talk about challenges more than anything.
Nico was at the concert too, and he brought something up that makes a lot of sense. If you're a Cub and you go to a concert at Wrigley, you've got home bathroom advantage. And I want to know, did you take advantage of home bathroom advantage?
I did. Absolutely. Absolutely. Access to the clubhouse, absolutely took advantage of it.
That's a beautiful thing when you're at a concert for a couple of hours. You're like, you know what? I'm going to go to my office. My office is right over there.
Yeah, but the coolest thing for me, other than Noah Khan was great, the coolest thing for me was I was somewhere on the out in center field essentially, and one of the things I thought about is when looking back into the stadium, in a full stadium, and thinking this is what Pete looks at every day, with all these people kind of staring at him. And I thought that was it made Wrigley really special for me, actually, and kind of think about this is the view kind of Pete gets to see every single day at work, so to speak,
Yeah, absolutely. I think anybody who's been on that field for a concert identifies with what you just said, Craig. You turn around. I turned around all night. I was at that concert too, and you just keep turning around and looking up. I noticed that the press box was open and Boog Shambi's television booth also open. Those would have been good spots to hang out and watch, but I don't. But boy, it is special, and there's an amplification of the emotions and the specialness of that ballpark that you get to feel in a different way when you're at a concert there.
Yeah, it was my first time doing it. Really cool, really cool. I had a blast.
So with this team right now, and again, this is something that we talked with Nico about. How does it feel to see your team be able to really roll with the punches of what was a big portion of the first half of the season and see them get to this 100 game mark and be right in it for all of the goals that you guys had at the beginning of the season?
Well, I mean, I think, we're at the 100 game mark or whatever. And I think it just tells you that we got more challenges ahead of us. But we have built some resiliency to the group for sure. And we've gone through some things, and I think that toughens you up as a group and makes you understand that there's going to be unexpected stuff. There's going to be losing streaks. You can recover from everything. You can respond to everything. And, so it just toughens up the group. That's what resiliency is. And I think hopefully we've built that because there's more to come.
What you guys do every year with the bullpen is amazing. I think every year that you've been here, Craig, it seems like identifying different guys, different kind of pitches, or whatever you're looking at, and then slotting them in the right place. But this one specifically, do you look down? Is this one of the bigger challenges you've ever had with a bullpen? And do you have a sense of pride for you and Tommy and the pitching infrastructure for finding a way and working it out right now with the guys that you have?
I say this every year. I mean, every bullpen, we talk in spring training about, who's going to make the team and the bullpen, and you just know it's going to evolve and be so different than any plan that you've laid out in spring training. And that's what's the norm for most teams, I think. This year has been at times, the amount of change has been pretty dramatic. And I'm really proud of the players. I mean, they've responded to a bunch of situations. And then we've had some anchors. I think Jacob Webb's been a real unsung hero for this team. He's the guy he's the only guy that's been active down there the whole season. And he's gone from at the beginning of the year, kind of got off to a slow start to pitching in all of our biggest spots in the season. And then he's been a big key to holding this thing together.
With the trade deadline coming up, how often do you want to talk with Jed and Carter? Is it when they make a decision? Is it right before? Like, how does that relationship work?
Well, I mean, trades are like long, winding conversations. So, nobody, it's not just, you don't just get surprised and say, hey, we're trading so-and-so for so-and-so today. So they're long conversations and they're transactions that are hard to make. So they're all a process, and you're involved in it and kind of paying attention to it. But, that's about it. It's a long, difficult process.
What has been the key to helping David Peterson find this version of himself? I saw Tommy Hotovy talking about the bottom half of his body and his mechanics and getting that to work. Is that something mechanical that has mattered for David Peterson? He was awfully good last night.
Yeah, I think David, just thinking about him, he's a tall, long-limbed person, and for those guys, it's harder to kind of repeat your delivery. I think that makes sense, right? And so I think at times David has gotten out of sync with that, and that just affects his ability to his pitch shapes, and it affects his location. So just I think Tommy's efforts have been to get that more consistent, get it as consistent as we can. So if was happening on 2 out of 5 pitches, get it to 3 out of 5, or get it to 4 out of 5 pitches where his delivery is intact. And I think, hopefully that pays dividends, and we can get him into a more consistent spot. And I think, maybe we're seeing some early results. I still think we have room for improvement, but I think we're getting some little improvements.
Craig, have you ever pitched in a major league game?
I have not. No, I was never asked to.
Who was the best position player pitcher you faced, and who was the worst?
I struck out against Jeff Cirillo. I remember that. And after that, I would swing first pitch against every position player to prevent that from happening again. And then I actually did pretty good against position players after that, but that was not a good feeling. So I felt for Justin Dean last night. And the umpire might have not really helped him there, but I felt for Justin Dean for sure.
Zach McKinstry, I think, went from 39 to 81 in a couple of pitches at one point, just like a flat-footed infielder throw at 81. Did that feel? How did that feel to have a position player throwing in the 7th inning of a big league game?
Well, they were in trouble. When we knocked out Valdez in the first, I knew I didn't feel bad for AJ Hinch, but I knew he was in trouble. Their pitching was in trouble. They're counting on a big effort from Valdez, who usually gives it, right? So when he got knocked out in the first inning, it was position player was pitching. I guess what my thought was when Pete made that catch in left center. When Savali came in the game in the 7th, I think AJ Hinch was happy that he made that catch, because if not, they score and they have to keep pitching pitchers, and they didn't have any pitchers left.
Wow.
What a crazy thing.
That's kind of amazing.
So is this, because it's so weird. If you're a fan and you bought a ticket to watch a baseball game, or if you're a viewer, you're like, all right, this is now not baseball anymore. But I understand the conundrum where Hinch was. Is what's to be done about this, if anything?
Yeah, there's not much to be done. I think you're trying to protect pitchers' health. Like that's what you're doing when you pitch position players. You have tired pitchers who have pitched a lot, and you're protecting their health. So, I'm going to do the same thing when we have to. You're also making yourself better for the next day. So I know it's maybe not ideal for the fans, but I think it's a responsibility you have to your team to do it.
Do you have any rules for position players when they go in there to pitch?
No, I mean you just want strikes and you're just praying for outs. That you're just praying that they hit the ball at somebody or whatever, and you just get out of there. And sometimes it can be it can turn the page on a bad loss a little faster, I think, and lighten guys up and just kind of you start to move on.
Yeah, absolutely. It can lighten the mood. That makes sense. In all of sports, though, there's very little like it. I guess it's that emergency goaltender. Like NHL teams.
Hockey, where you can just call a guy from the stands and come down.
Yeah, there's like a dude up in the auxiliary press box. You know about that rule? And he's like, and maybe.
Yeah, I believe actually one of the. I mean, there's been a lot of proposals kind of bantied back and forth already with the next CBA for the league. But I believe one of the proposals has a third catcher in it, like the third goalie.
Oh, I like it. Just hanging out in the press box. There's room up there.
I think what's worse than actually a position player pitching would having to be send like if Nico had to go catch.
He could though, I bet.
Yeah, I feel like him and Dansby could probably catch if you asked them to.
Who is your emergency third catcher on this active roster?
I don't like to think about it. Actually, I don't.
It's John Steinmiller, isn't it? It's the PR guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be somebody who's not happy with me when I ask him to do it.
100%. That completely makes sense. The job that Shota has done all year and absolutely over the last couple of starts has been terrific. When he's on, why is he so difficult to square up?
Yeah, I mean, Shota's very much like a craftsman, so to speak. He's got to be precise, and he has the ability to be very precise with everything. And then he has to just continue to stay ahead of hitters, so not fall into patterns. And I think one of the things he's done a really good job of lately is just not getting into patterns. He sprinkled in just some more breaking balls at different times to just keep hitters a little more off balance. And I also think his split finger's been really good. The split finger's a difficult pitch to throw. He makes it look, in terms of throwing strikes with it, he makes it look pretty easy, and it's a pitch that he absolutely needs and counts on. But lately, it's been really good for him, and he's had really good command of a pitch that's incredibly difficult to have command of.
Craig, we appreciate the time. Get out there and text some 98 Marlins. We don't know what Gary Sheffield and Dave Berg and Ryan Jackson are doing. Maybe you could find out.
That's a great idea. I will send a text to a 98 Marlin right now.
We love that. Craig,
that's awesome.
Thank you as always. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, guys.
That is Cubs manager Craig Counsell.
Oh, man. There's some ridiculous things in there. Whoever the third catcher is will not be happy with him. It's got to be Nico. He brought it up. Like, Nico's got the flexibility, but also the squatness, the leg strength. Like, that dude's thighs and bottom half is crazy strong.
If you're trying to find guys to play other positions, you start with your shortstops, right? Because they're athletic enough to play all the positions. And so Nico and Dansby are both shortstops.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to think of who else. Like, could you put Seiya behind the plate? Is that in his bag somewhere? A long time ago, is that in his bag of things?
Well, that's what happens, right? Is you walk around and you ask,
who's done this before?
Has anybody done this before?
Do you need to change the pitch comm then in that situation?
Yeah.
If it's
you do. You have to change. You have to change the language on the pitch comm.
Yeah, a little software update on that.
Yeah, we're like, we got to go plug this thing into the USB for a second, and then he's going to be out here, and he's going to take. Although you can just kind of be like, all right, just numbers.
Signal, just signal.
Like what? And at that point, it's like just whatever. Just throw it here.
Well, I mean,
hopefully I can catch it.
You're a catcher. You were a catcher. What matters most? That the leg strength, the knee flexibility.
You're not going to be there for a whole game, probably, right? Because you're the third catcher, so you're probably going to catch 2 innings.
How about that AJ Hinch was glad PCA made that catch?
I bet he was. It's a really interesting perspective from Craig to tell us that. Like, that was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun talking with Craig.
Right. Let's
talk about one of his players, because look, I know that this will get clipped, and when it gets clipped, it'll be like, well, they're saying he's the best player in baseball. I'm not the one who's saying it, although I can say it. Statistically, Pete Crow Armstrong is the best player in baseball. And we'll break down some of those statistics and talk about it next here on The Score.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 to 10.
When you're on your way to work, we're bringing you the latest Chicago sports talk in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
Driving around outside of the Chicago area? Well, you can still get us on 670 AM or live on the Odyssey app.
You want to watch us do the show live? Check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking all of Chicago's teams. We're also on CHSN weekdays 7 to 9.
And if you're working from home, make sure you listen to us on your smart speaker.
There's no one way to listen or watch Mully and Haugh from 5:30 to 10 a.m. So listen and watch your way today.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
Skip Schumacher?
You do know your baseball reference page. Wow. 22 hits.
He named his dog. He got a dog, and he named his dog Dempster. I swear to God, that's a factual statement. It's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's so weird because you look at the list. It's like Skip Shoemaker, Lance Berkman, Albert Pujols. You know, that's
one
the top
of these
three right
things
there.
is not like
the
other
Yachty's
one.
there, Prince Fielder in the top 10.
Yeah.
So let's go with guys that Dempster owned. All right, so you have 2 Hall of Famers on this list. I'm gonna go minimum 10 plate appearances. Right?
Oh, if you give me a little bit more less play, like 7, I got a couple more Hall of Famers on there.
I know. I do have one with 7. Well, I think it's who you're talking about. But there's a lot of pitchers on here, obviously, and I won't name them except Glendon Rush had 16 at bats and hit 063 against you. And Glendon Rush, friend of the station,
yes.
So just got to shout him out.
Friend of Ryan Dempster.
Yes, great friend. Son Cade Rush just drafted by the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, didn't take up pitching until 3 years ago, FYI. So for all the travel ball parents out there who thinks you need to take your kid to every tournament from here to Indonesia, you don't need to do that. You can go a different route too. Back to you.
All right, so who are the two Hall of Famers? One of them hit 000, nothing against you, and the other one hit just 143.
But they're both pitchers?
No. They're position player Hall of Famers.
And this is minimum 10 at bats?
Well, one of them 7 at bats. The other
Joe
one's 13.
Mauer with the 7 at bats?
No.
He got a hit.
No, Mauer's got 13 at bats. He's the 143, so he hit only 143.
A double down the line, I believe, and then a single. I also, at one point, by the way, Joe Mauer in 2 games, he was 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts, and I'm one of only 3, I believe it is, starting pitchers to ever strike him out 3 times in 1 game. Small caveat: I had a nice strike zone from Corey Blazer behind home plate.
Way to go,
it's about
Corey.
this far off the plate.
I wish you were a White Sox. I wish
Shout
you were a
out.
White Sox from the years 2003 to 2010 for that reason. So
Mauer
the other Hall of Famer with 7 at bats hit nothing against you. 0-0-0.
Wow, nothing against me. Hall of Famer.
Just 7 ABs.
Just 7 ABs. It's a West Coast guy then, right? It's my guess.
Well,
maybe an East
he
Coast.
bounced around a little bit. Prime years, American League catcher, but also won a World Series as a catcher.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez hit nothing against our guy Dempster.
Tony Gwynn 1 for 7. Another one sneaky in
That's
there.
awesome. All right. Other notables here: Sammy Sosa hit just 222 against Ryan Dempster.
2 homers though. Totaled 7.8 miles.
Yeah.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Wait, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on The Score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question, scale of 1 to 10? He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Brody. Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. Like, that's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, the fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. Like, how does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by
Right.
that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, like, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband.
I was gonna say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in Oklahoma City he did a headband thing.
We might have had that.
It would be. Would he do like the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
mind.
like I said, like, I'm a long-haired hooper. Like, people call me the Giddey on a pickup court. Like, when I play, like, I have to have the hairband, or else, like, it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said,
The Hyundai Studios, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers, WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. Spiegel and Holmes.
Joe Madden joins us.
Lars is the best. We had some great times at that show weekly. Always wonderful to be with you guys. Your voices are very awesome for me to hear also. Continued success for you guys.
Afternoons on the Score.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, the on-base component of leading off is, that's a big deal. I mean, he's on base a ton for, some really good hitters behind him. That makes a huge difference. He's just a threat. He's a tough at bat for the pitcher in all ways.
Swinging a line drive down the right field line. That's going to be a fair ball. Bouncing off the sidewall. Pete's got 3 on his mind. Racing around second. He goes to third. The throw not nearly in time. Leadoff triple, Pete Crow Armstrong.
Defensively, we talked a little bit about it earlier. It's just, there's just plays that he's making that we'll probably, I'm glad we're still talking about it, we'll probably start to take for granted a little bit, but they're just plays that nobody else is going to make.
Deep drive, left center. Back toward the wall, Pete Crow Armstrong makes a great catch. He gracefully caught it, slowed down, gently collided with the ivy-covered brick wall. He made it look easy, and it was not at all easy.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on the Score.
I mean, he's just playing out of his mind.
What a quote from Craig Counsell. Run tell that. Pete Crow Armstrong. Now, if you looked at FanGraphs, and I suggest that you do, FanGraphs WAR leaders wins above replacement. Your top 10 in baseball, the guy that we saw last night, Kevin McGonigal at number 10.
Wow.
Christopher Sanchez at a 4.2. McGonigal's at a 4.
That's a shortstop and a pitcher.
James Wood, not James Woods. He is at 4.3. Otto Lopez at 4.3.
Dude, Otto Lopez. We'd be here all day if you're looking for people to come up with which Marlin is in your top 10.
Another guy that we saw a couple nights ago come up big, Dylan Dingler. He is number 6. No shock here. Jacob Mizorowski is number 5. Bobby Witt Jr. is number 4. Yordan Alvarez is number 3. Shohei Ohtani is number 2 with a 6 total WAR. 3 as a batter, 3 as a pitcher. Number 1 in WAR in baseball right now is Pete Crow Armstrong at 6.3 FWAR.
WAR, wins above replacement, the catch-all measure by which baseball players are evaluated, and every team either uses the same one from FanGraphs or has their own as a starting point for conversational value. Sometimes it feels like you can't see it. Like Yordan Alvarez, great hitter. Every time he hits, absolutely I see it. But I don't think about him. He's a DH. I don't think about him as a ball player.
You think about him in October.
Oh, for sure.
That's when you think about. You're like, oh man, this dude.
Right.
Oh, I got to figure out a way to pitch around this guy without pitching around this guy.
But if you're thinking about it like, all right, I am watching wins above replacement being accrued on the daily. You see it with Pete Crow Armstrong.
Bobby Witt Jr. and Pete Crow Armstrong are those dudes for me. Like, you go, man, those guys are, because Bobby Witt Jr. plays mostly the hardest position in the game. Pete theoretically plays the second hardest position in the game. So you're not surprised that those guys are on the list.
How about Dylan Dingler as somebody I should think about in that way? Catcher's very important. That's a full-time catcher with pop, getting all that done.
The problem with that is what's happening this year in Seattle, is that catchers do have years like this. And then if they've played too much, the next year is a real problem for them.
The kinetic chain that takes a beating when you're crouching every night.
That's why I kind of wanted Cal Raleigh to win MVP last year, because I'm like, you got to understand what he's doing, considering how many games did he play last year too.
I wanted him to. I thought he deserved it last year. I thought he deserved. Dude hit 60 home runs while playing that position and managing a pitching staff.
It's hard to not look at the Judge numbers as being like what they are and say, nah, he doesn't deserve it.
And he's really good in the field too, as Judge. But that's a catcher. That's
Cal
a catcher.
Raleigh played 159 games last year.
Outrageous.
And 153 the year before, and 145. And so, like, when you see this year, Cal Raleigh's slash line is 162, 269, 305.
I wonder if there's fans out there who feel like the defensive component in center field is overrated. You know, like as you're watching the numbers of it, because it's a big number.
Over-indexed by and over-fetishized by baseball people.
Yes. That you're watching it and you're like, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, he glides to balls. He makes some great plays, but he shouldn't be getting so many WAR points. Is that what they're called? They shouldn't be getting, the decimals should not be moving as much as they do.
I think that's what Joe Madden would call them, because he used to call runs points and he used to make people mad.
Yeah, man, when I hear people say it, like...
A lot of baseball people.
Yeah, but I hear non-baseball people say it. It makes me crazy. Like, people are like, oh, how many points do they have? It's like, you don't know the game.
Yeah.
Watching the game.
You need to step your game up.
Had Cousins over the house yesterday, and they're looking over there. It's like, oh, they're winning 7 points to nothing. I'm like, you shut up. You shut up. You get out of my house.
You shut your baseball non-knowing face up.
Anybody out there at 312-644-6767, you can text. I'm curious if you think that WAR is over-indexed as you watch PCA's defense in center field.
So what is it good for?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that what that dude does in center field is amazing. They had the numbers last night. He broke the record for 5-star catches, and he did so in 3,000 fewer innings than Kevin Kiermaier?
Yep. Now, look, Tanny has made a point about this, and I think that there's some validity to the point that there have been times this season where you go, well, wait, if you are the all-world center fielder, some of the easy ones that have gotten by you shouldn't get by you. But I guess he makes up for it by like the probability of some of the catches that he actually makes. Like that game against the White Sox where the incident happened, I honestly was shocked that he got to the ball. Like that, his route to the ball was incredible.
Well, that's the thing. Boog made the point last night, or I guess it was Lance Brosdowski who was doing a great job doing sideline and also adding context. He gets like 5 more feet on his jumps than just about every other center fielder. Because you look, his instant reaction and read and jump is just truly gifted, you know? So he's going on the direct line, but he's starting earlier than just about everybody. I thought that catch last night, reaching out and making like the basket catch.
Before I hit the wall.
Before he hurls himself into the wall and tries to hit the shoulder. And you could tell immediately Hap's like, are you okay?
Yeah, don't do that. Like, I mean, you have to do that or else your face runs into it. But like that's one of those things where it's a quaintness and it's a beautiful thing about Wrigley Field for sure. But it's like, man, that is so dangerous. Like, because those guys are going all out. And Pete goes all out for that stuff. And then you got to be like, all right, I got to hold up. I got to slow up because I have to space this out. I got to space my steps out so that if I do have to brace myself for running into a brick wall, then maybe I can not hurt myself.
I mean, the momentum was going to take him into there. He leads with the shoulder. That's the smart thing, right? I mean, should he go around an extra quarter rotation and lead with the back?
No, he did it right. And luckily, we are at the time of year
where there's some fluff in that ivy.
It doesn't help a ton.
You know what helps with the fluff and the ivy is all the ashes that people bring there and dump into
That makes me sad. You don't want to run through that if you're Pete.
Like, oh, man.
Oh, by the way.
Somebody's grandpa's helping
Of course, that's
cushion
a
me.
thing. Is that actually a thing, like on a daily basis? Like people will like,
Every
do
day.
that? So
Every
like you're
day.
sitting there in the bleachers with your peanuts, your little peanut pile underneath you.
Just think Shawshank for a second. Like, think about what Andy Dufresne was doing on the yard. And
he had the little rock hammer, and then he went out to the yard. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert is important.
Yeah, but he's
Well, it's all right. You didn't tell the people if he got out or not, so still watching.
But he would take a little piece of the wall over 25 years, and he would like let it loose in the yard. No one knew.
Yeah. It was falling out the bottom of the pants.
Bottom of the pants, and no one looked at his shoes because why would you look at the shoes of a prisoner?
Did he cut a hole in the pockets of the pants? Or just put it in the shoes too?
Cut a hole in the pocket of the pants so that they would just come out of his jean suit that he was wearing there.
We're giving away a lot. Giving away a lot.
I mean,
Zihuatanejo. It's a town.
I always wondered about that movie.
Tell me.
There's a lot of faith being placed in Red to get to the town, to find the tree.
Well, the rock.
Right. But like if you look at those rocks, like he had to sift through a little bit to get to the rock that was, what was it? How was it described?
That it doesn't look like it has any earthly business being next to a brick wall in Maine or wherever.
I think my favorite part of that scene is when Red gets the box and then he opens it up and then there's like birds in the background. And he's like, I've been found out.
Yeah, well, because he's looking at all the money and he's like, oh my God.
It's like, I've been found out. No one's there, Red. You're the only person in that place.
I think it's a great Family Guy bit, I think, where it's like, you remember the name of the town, don't you? And it's like, oh, damn it. He's on the bus.
Damn it. I almost remembered.
And now you can't get off the bus.
No.
But PCA, if you've been worrying about like a second half swoon, and look, the second half is not over yet, but I feel like we're watching a better player. And I know that Craig said he's just playing out of his mind, but I felt like watching last night's game was the apotheosis of him as a player.
In what way? You saw everything? All the different skills?
It was all the stuff.
2 for 2. What, he walked 3 times?
He walked 3 times.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I don't know if you know this. I know that you know this. PCA right now is getting on base 39% of the time.
I mean, that's a dream for a leadoff hitter to have a 390 on base percentage, and then when you're that fast, yeah, that's unbelievable.
So, like, seeing this play out, and I know that he had joked about it at the All-Star game because people were like, you're in the MVP conversation, and he was like, not unless I become a reliever. Like that guy in LA, and now
no.
Now Pete is the WAR lead, and like 0.3 is significant when you're talking about Shohei Ohtani having a lead over Shohei Ohtani.
Folks, Pete Crow Armstrong is 13th in on-base percentage in all of baseball. That is a staggering jump. I mean, the conversations that we had in the offseason, is it first half Pete? Is it second half Pete? Last year, his on-base percentage, even with the terrific breakout year, 30-30 in the All-Star game and everything, it ended up being 287. 287. The year before it was 286. So look, there were a ton of conversations that, I think this is just what Pete is.
Yes. And we said, I think we settled on 320. If he's a 320 on base, he's an all-star every year, and you're getting incredible center field play.
Yes. Yeah. And with the speed, a lot of those times getting on base will turn into essentially a double or even a triple with the speed and et cetera. So yeah, what's an acceptable on base percentage? We did that segment multiple times.
320 is fine.
How about 384? How about 384? This is what you're seeing. This is why you're reacting the way that you are.
Yeah, and I think I know that when it comes to PCA, there's been a lot of fanfare, and I'm like, he played an exquisite game of baseball last night, and I know it's a laugher and it's a blowout and all of those things, but the 3 walks, a triple, an incredible play in center field, like all of the stuff, and a walk to drive in a run last night, like not being so amped up at the plate that he then ends up in a bad strikeout. Now, look, it's not going to happen all the time. We've seen the Cubs as a team and Pete as an individual have some issues with runners in scoring position this year. I just felt like when you're watching the game and last night's game gives you a chance to focus in on that because you don't have to worry about the result. The result's not part of your viewing at that point. But when you're watching a guy have a sublime game like that, it's cool. Like, it's one of those things where a guy that I always talk about, Spiegs, as I love watching him play, is Mike Trout. Because Mike Trout would give you those types of games because there would be so many pitchers that would be afraid to pitch to him because he had home run power that he'd have, like, you look at a line and be like, oh, Mike Trout went 1 for 1 with 3 walks. That one was a triple. He also threw a guy out at home and made it incredible. Like, that's where Pete is. Like, that's what his game was last night. And I think that it's okay in some of these moments to celebrate that. And it's, as a baseball fan, like, that's the type of bleep I like.
Yeah, but
shout out to Chief Keef.
The full-on appreciation for where we are in a moment with this guy. I agree. I've often liked to sit in that pure appreciation space. I thought Craig gave us kind of all of the responses. Like, yes, he said, look, he's just playing out of his mind right now. And then we followed up on the walk rate jump, and he said, well, there's your growth, and like he admitted to the growth. I want to share that number once more. Like, if the category is this, the largest increase by any player with a walk rate under 5%, okay? Anybody who's played a fully qualified season with a walk rate under 5%, the biggest jump the next season to another fully qualified season is Pete Crow Armstrong. And the only one that's better is Al Kaline in 1954 to 1955. And
again,
folks,
walking with the immortals.
When you are trying to answer a trivia question, it's probably Al Kaline.
I mean, honestly, that's like kind of just fun with numbers.
It really is. It really is. Because here's the thing. Al Kaline had more than 10 gold gloves. Okay.
18 All-Stars, 10 Gold Gloves, the Clemente Award, a batting title, and a World Series.
Al Kaline, in fact, is one of the answers to a trivia question I heard yesterday because Nolan Arenado just became the 6th player ever with 10 Gold Gloves, 350 homers, and 2,000 hits. Nolan Arenado, the 6th one ever. The other 5...
Andrew Jones?
Good job. Oh, wait, no, we didn't. Really close. I had Andrew Jones. The other
Sorry,
5.
Lawrence, don't trust this information. Speaks
hey, how dare you? Ken Griffey Jr., Willie Mays.
Wait. Stop for a second.
Yeah.
Give me the category again.
6 players, 2,000 hits, 350 homers, and 10 Gold Gloves.
Because I was like, oh, maybe my guy is in there, but I don't think he had enough.
Which guy?
I was thinking of Curtis Granderson.
Yeah,
but
not
he never
enough.
won a Gold Glover.
Yeah,
never a Gold Glove.
No,
so.
that's the thing. Like,
and he only had 1,800 hits.
It's the 10 Gold Gloves. That's pretty special stuff. So I gave you Arenado and Griffey and Mays.
Bonds?
Not Bonds.
Neither of the Bondses?
Neither of the Bondses.
Gary, Gary Sheffield, because he didn't really feel like that.
There's a third baseman in the 70s and 80s. that Harry Callis used to call the Michael Jack Schmidt, number 500.
Well, I was going to think, is there another one? Is the other one Chipper Jones?
No, it's a good guess. I guessed and I was wrong on Cal Ripken. I was wrong on Roberto Clemente. I was wrong on Andrew Jones. Wrong on Barry Bonds. Wrong on Pudge Rodriguez.
Juan Uribe.
Nope. Wrong on Robbie Alomar.
Wow.
It's Nolan Arenado, Al Kaline, Johnny Bench. That's a hell of a career for Johnny Bench, man.
Yeah, man. That's
So
pretty good.
So, I mean, anyway, so that's the kind of rarefied air. So that's Al Kaline, one of the great players of all time. And PCA has the best jump and walk rate since that guy.
Walking with the Immortals. Pete Crow Armstrong right now, as determined by WAR, okay, is the best player in baseball. Think about that.
Probably going to win MVP.
I don't know if you want to say that.
Hey, man, Shohei's shut down right now.
Yeah, they're not letting him pitch.
That does a lot for your PCA MVP odds.
I will say, though, the idea of now Shohei has to concentrate on hitting is a little terrifying.
A well-rested Shohei.
Yeah. That he's like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to hit. I'll just hit 50 home runs. How about that? Does that work for everybody? And it usually does, and it usually works very well for the Dodgers. So we'll see. We'll see.
You know who's really bad on the Dodgers?
Kyle Tucker?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. He's terrible. He's terrible. And they're effectively paying him $119 million this year.
I haven't looked at Tucker's numbers.
Oh, my God, dude.
Oh, they're not great.
It's horrendous.
He's a 696. He and Alex Bregman are a very similar player right now when it comes to OPS and OPS plus.
I had to mention Bregman.
I mean, Bregman's
drags you right down.
Bregman's starting to, I think, come along a little bit, though.
Can I give you a Michael Conforto number real quick?
I love Michael Conforto numbers. Why I asked Kreger's.
Michael Conforto has 0.6 wins above replacement this year. He has been worth more, and he's a pinch hitter, essentially. He's been worth more than the following list of players combined.
All right.
You ready? Christian Yelich, George Springer, Willie Adames, Marcelo Zuna, Jaron Duran, Cal Raleigh, Owen Casey, Teoscar Hernandez, Brent Rooker, and Kyle Tucker. All of them combined, not as valuable as Michael Conforto this year. That from Brett Taylor over Bleacher Nation.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
We got numbers around these parts.
We do. We like numbers. Joel Lorenzi will join us at 4 o'clock. We will talk Bulls with him. And you'll also hear from Wani within this hour, so don't go anywhere. Coming up next, we now know at least how long we think Kyle Teal will be out, which I think emboldens something that Spiegel said yesterday. We'll discuss next on The Score.
With training camp coming up fast, the Bears will once again be a hot storyline in Chicago, and 104.3 The Score will be covering it all.
For Caleb Williams, it is the combination of knowing he can will to win a game where you run 26 yards behind the line of scrimmage before you pass the touchdown to Cole Kmet is the best example of it. It's also the example of the undeniable arm talent.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Chicago's sports radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
One topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product. Well, the Bulls heard your question, Robbie.
Heard.
And they have something for you. This is courtesy of Josh Giddey, his sister, and the Bulls.
What is this?
Whoa.
What do we have here?
What do
oh
ye
my
have?
God.
What do ye have for us today?
No way. I got the hair product. Let's go. I'm running out too, so hell yeah.
Is there a note? Is there a note?
Read the note hold it up for the camera.
There's
right
a
here,
note.
Robbie.
There's a note.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, here's a note. No way.
Oh boy.
Robbie, for keeping the flow fresh this season, Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Hell
Whoa.
yeah.
Oh,
Josh
they
Giddey,
gave
that's
you a
why you're
card?
absolutely the
Hold on,
best.
I'm going to go down there and see Robbie right now. He might be overwhelmed. I'll be right back.
You're going to go
faint.
check on him? Throw that headset, Hawk. Go get out there.
Josh Giddey, this is why you're the best. And because of this hair, that's why he's averaging a triple-double and will be averaging. And that's why he will be an all-NBA player by the end of the year and an all-star.
Robbie, you doing okay?
What is the
Thank you very much.
product?
Am I
Can you
Todd
tell
Frazier?
us what the product is?
Yeah, what's the product called?
Oh,
This is called
he's gotten a hug from Mark
Muck.
Grote.
MUK, raw muck styling mud. I got to take a whiff of this. Hold on real quick.
Is it Australian?
It's got to be.
What? Spell it again, Robbie?
M-U-K.
M-U-K, raw muck.
That doesn't sound like a hair product.
They
but
won't
I
let me
believe
open
him.
it. Oh, God, this is expensive if they won't let me open it.
I love it.
Robbie is opening the hair product that Josh Giddey and the Bulls gave
Take a
him.
whiff of that.
What does it smell like?
Smells Australian is what it smells.
Smells like a triple-double.
Like a kangaroo.
Yeah, this is fancy smelling right here.
Well, I guess I have to put it in my hair
Does
then.
it smell like something else? Is it eucalyptus scented? If we're speaking of Australia, like what is it?
I can't put my finger on it. We're gonna pass it around, and everyone can describe it for themselves.
Take a little dab. Put a little bit in your beard. Let's see how it looks, Ray. Yeah,
We're all
put a
going
little
to
bit
get
in
a
there.
whiff of the Josh Giddey hair product. So, how kind of the Bulls and Josh Giddey to
Thanks,
give you this
Bulls.
hair product that Josh Giddey uses. That was not the goal of the interview. Robbie was not trying to get this hair product. He's applying the product now through his hair with his fingers.
It looks like a.
How does it feel?
A thing of ranch dressing.
Now, this thing is thick, and I understand now why his hair is so firm, because, oh, my God, this stuff
it's
is
like
really
a
thick.
citrusy smell.
It smells unbelievable.
I'm going to pass this to Marshall. To see
Thank
what
you
he
to the
thinks.
Chicago Bulls. Thank you, Josh Giddey. You gained a fan for life.
20 years ago, I was there.
20 years ago yesterday.
20 years
that's
ago,
how this surfaced.
Back in Tucson, Tucson, as Uncle Terry would say.
Good old Pima County.
And remember that what happened is Frank got hurt during the championship run. He was an important part of that run, and he helps them win a World Series ring. He was hurt during the playoffs. He threw out the first pitch. And so it was like you have this like culminating moment, and then there was a contract dispute because there was a diminishing skills clause put into Frank's contract, and Frank didn't like that, and he felt disrespected. He ends up going to the Oakland A's, and he talked about how well he was treated at the A's and how poorly he had been treated by the White Sox. And as you can imagine, this caught the ear and eye of one Kenny Williams. And then Kenny said this.
Believe me, it's not easy to deal with an idiot. And this man, over the course of the years, has tried my patience and tried it. And we don't miss him, by the way. And if you go out there and you ask any one of my players out there, any one of my staff members, we don't miss him. We don't miss the attitude. We don't miss the bitching and the whining. We don't miss it. Good riddance. See you later. He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business. Matter of fact, I don't need to be talking to you guys. I'll say what I have to say to him directly.
Have you talked to Jerry? I know it's still early in the morning. Have you talked to Jerry about this story?
No, I haven't talked to him. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of guys around here that have been with the White Sox organization for, I'm one of them, damn near all my coaches, for 20-some-odd years. And Jerry's he is like a second father to a lot of us. For these backhanded comments, actually, I guess they're not even backhanded anymore. They're full frontal smashes right in our face. For these to keep coming, and again, for him to turn his back on all the things that Jerry has done, and this guy, of all people.
So, okay, here's the thing, and I love it because inside the Twitch, the experience that we had with young Sean and young Alex happened. People are like, wait, what? This was said about Frank Thomas?
Even Connor in the Twitch chat, like, it's the first time I've heard the full clip of it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are now getting the context. Now look, Kenny no longer works for the organization.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
I am getting to that. Kenny is probably really enjoying not having to deal with the day-to-day operations of running the White Sox anymore. But imagine you're Frank. Okay? And I get it. It's hard to imagine that.
Kyle Teal will have to be helped off the field. And he is having trouble putting weight on that left leg.
Very frustrating. It's not how I anticipated this year to go. I put a lot of work in this offseason. And I just want it really bad. It's very unfortunate, but I'm not going to sit around and feel bad for myself. I'm just going to keep pushing every day and do everything I can to help this team win when I'm back.
Kyle Teal's work that he has put in has come under question on whether or not is causal to why he is now going to be gone for 6 to 12 weeks with what the White Sox are calling a high ankle sprain.
6 to 12 is a very wide disparity.
Yes.
So that means they're not exactly sure how it's going to respond to treatment.
I mean, we see this with quarterbacks, right? Like, this is what we see when a quarterback has a high ankle sprain. It's like, well, 4 to 8, pain tolerance, flexibility, like all of those things go into it. And with him in particular, to go back to one of the points you made earlier today, the position itself doesn't lend itself to him going back early. You know, like with a high ankle sprain, to be down in a crouch for 40 games or whatever, let's call it 30 games, as you're trying to deal with this is not optimal. So maybe you do have to figure out a way to get him more involved, and maybe he plays first. If you believe in his bat, if you believe that his bat, the bat that we saw from Kyle Teal in 2025 is representative of who he can be as an offensive player this year, then maybe he plays first for you instead of catching.
And Murakami's a full-time DH?
I'm just trying to like work this through, but the 6 to 12 thing kind of feels like, well, we might not see him until July 2027 when baseball comes back.
Man, it's crazy.
And it speaks to your point yesterday.
Is this an opportunity in a moment where you should think about trading for a catcher? Because there are some real good all-star caliber catchers with multiple years of control out there. And it's going to be hard to pry them away. Hunter Goodman from Colorado, who I think has 3 years of control. Shea Langoliers, beyond this year. Shea Langoliers of Oakland, or not Oakland, not Sacramento.
Not Oakland, not Sacramento,
not Philly,
Las Vegas.
not Kansas City.
Not Kansas City.
The A's.
They are just the A's.
It's ridiculous, isn't it, Tyler? Isn't it embarrassing?
Ridiculous.
It's embarrassing.
And if you think they were kidding, we're not.
No.
If you go to MLB.com and look at the standings, you'll see all the other teams with their full names.
Are they going to be the franchise that has been in the most places? Like I don't know if people know that they were the Philadelphia Athletics, and they were the Kansas City Athletics, and then they were the Oakland Athletics,
What
and
about
then
the Braves?
But they weren't called the Braves.
That's true.
They got to be the team that will be the most places with the same damn name. That's crazy.
There's a banner you can hang.
Well, hey, it worked for the Capitals. Well, they actually won it.
Well, wait, though. The answer actually might be here.
The Cubs?
Yeah, because weren't the Cubs the White Stockings?
Yeah.
And
but again, that's
the Whales, right?
The Whales for a while, and
playing over at Wiegum Park.
Baby T, did you even know this was a thing?
I knew the White Stockings, but not the Whales.
Yeah.
But it's all in the same place. So as far as like different places, it's probably the A's. And again, go to MLB.com. Do it right now.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Go look at the standings.
So, and you've got Shea Langoliers.
And right.
And you got, yeah, well, I guess if they traded for him, then they would have a big home run swing from Shea Langoliers. Or they could trade for Adley Rutschman, perhaps.
Oh, by the way, Baltimore lost today to the Red Sox in Game 1. That's now 15 in a row for the Red Sox.
Last time they won 15 in a row was 1946.
I think is that the longest streak ever that they're going for if they get to 20?
I'm not sure.
I think that's it. So they'll have a chance at 16 tonight.
13-year-old Herb Spiegel loved the 1946 Red Sox. He cried at bar mitzvah practice because Enos Slaughter had just scored from first. And the rabbi was like, "Why are you crying?" And my dad tried to explain why he was crying, and the rabbi did not understand, just had no empathy whatsoever. 1946.
Texas Rangers 51-50, Seattle Mariners 51-51, Houston Astros 49-54, Athletics 43-58, Los Angeles Angels 41-61.
Los Angeles
it just says Athletics.
It's just outrageous.
It doesn't say West Sacramento. It doesn't say Sacramento. It doesn't say Las Vegas. It damn sure doesn't say Oakland.
And am I getting this right too? Didn't the trademark for them being called the Vegas or Las Vegas Athletics get denied?
Yes.
So what are they going to be called when this Vegas move officially happens?
Nevada? Could they be the Nevada Athletics?
The Circa Sports A's.
Hey, listen, in that ballpark in Sacramento, there's a lot of Circa signage.
They've got it on their they got a patch on their jersey too with that. So.
How about the Derricks? Huh? The Circa Derricks.
I mean, would any of us?
I'd buy the hat.
Would any of us be surprised if Derek has enough money to buy a baseball team?
Oh,
because I would not be surprised.
The stadium swims.
He pretty much owns Vegas.
Oh, imagine the logo on that one.
So the Raiders Stadium is the Death Star. Maybe we need to think of another Star Wars nickname for this A's stadium.
All right, athletics. I mean, this seems like a really good time, Tanny. The weather is getting warm, and the action is heating up at Circa Sports.
It really is.
It's sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees in Illinois. Whether you're betting on North Side or South Side baseball in the second half, or getting ready for your football future, Circa Sports brings your player-friendly pricing, enhanced game options, exceptional customer service, and more. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, look, here's the reality is that in the offseason, you would have said, man, the White Sox feel great about their catcher position. Got Caro, got Teal, even got Drew Romo. Like, I haven't felt this good about the White Sox catcher situation in a long time. And now here you are. Caro can't hit. Romo is, I mean, I know Sean Berg praised him, but I don't like the way that he defends at the catcher position. He's got troubles there defensively. And now Teal might be a guy that you move off of catcher. So because of all the injuries, and he's not available for the next 6 to 12 weeks, however that long is. So they probably have to trade for a catcher of some kind here at the deadline. If not one of those guys who's under contract for a while, then Ryan Jeffers.
Right. Is there a guy on a bench somewhere that you would want to go take?
Jonah Heim is the backup to Langoliers and played in the World Series for the Texas Rangers. That could very well be the kind of grab that they make. Or the aforementioned Ryan Jeffers in Minnesota or Victor Caratini. So, yeah, there are lower-end rental catchers out there that you can get, and maybe they'll have to.
Because, look, your pitching staff is in a good place right now for everyone who's not Noah. Like, things are actually in a good spot. So you want to make sure that whoever you bring in is going to keep that going. And that's why it was interesting to hear Sean Burke talk about Romo and the way that he had game planned and called the game and they were working well together.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to think about. Oh, by the way, this is completely random. After dinner last night, I'm driving down Orleans, and I swear I saw Caleb Williams. It wasn't. But I was like,
was it Caleb Wilson?
It was, well, no.
Was it Caleb Bonnemer?
Did you guys know what was going on here during the midday show today?
Going on what, downtown or in the office here? I can tell you there's a lot of things going on in the office here.
Yes, they were ripping walls apart.
They were breaking down the bar.
Man.
The bar. Are we supposed to clear our lockers today too? I thought someone said that. I haven't got an email.
Well, you finish your random thing, then I'll go to my random thing.
Well, I was finding a place to sit and eat my croissant, and I look up and Layla's like, she waves me to come into the studio, and she's like, "Hey, Caleb Wilson and Modest are downstairs," and I'm like, "Oh,
going to see Wilson?"
No, I think they went and got breakfast.
At Wildberry?
Yeah, because I think Modest is a big breakfast guy. So then we
guys,
were like,
guys.
All the places you
Look,
can
it's a great place. It's good, really good food. We get food from there all the time.
I would say it was fine.
That's the place to go where you want to be seen, meaning there's a lot of people there all the time.
Well, the beautiful thing is, like, at least on a day like today, maybe less people than usual, but it is summer shy.
I miss him doing overnights. Less people.
Yeah, he was very good.
Very good.
So then the question became, as I'm sitting there with my tea and my croissant, they clearly wanted to ask me to go book both of them. And because Ray couldn't leave because there was no one else producing the show. And I am a long ways away from being able to run a board. I could do it, but it would be real clunky. Anyhoozle, I said, well, let's send Porth. So I went over to Ryan Porth's office and I was like, hey, Caleb Wilson and Modest Buzelis are I think, at Wildberry, you'll be able to recognize them.
They'll be the two really tall guys.
I was like, they're going to be the only two guys that are taller than you. And he's like, I'm on it. And so he rushed down there and tried to find them.
And how'd that go?
He did not find them. They had already left.
Baby T, see if you can book Ryan Porth for later in the show.
Efforting Ryan Porth.
Please effort Ryan.
He's going to be
Porth.
easy to. Well, he might not be easy to find these days with the way that this place is
he's
going.
down there eating pancakes
with Caleb Wilson.
I ordered something to go.
Might be one of my easiest books yet.
We have faith, man. You can get that done.
Thank you. Baby T will get the job done.
Baby T, have you ever had a little Wildberry?
I have, yes.
All right. Look at you out here living.
My random thing is that the bar being dismantled, this bar that's outside of our studio, is making me oddly emotional. I don't know why. Because it's the bar. Because we've hung out at that bar. We've stood in front of it. We've stood behind it.
It's where our Renali's goes.
Some of the best free food I've ever had in our radio career has been right there.
I would imagine they'll build something.
I don't know.
But when you're compressing all of the stations into one small space.
Yeah, maybe not. Right?
Maybe not.
Maybe we don't deserve a bar.
No, I don't know if it's a bar that we deserve, but there should be some. Oh, there's Ryan Porth, by the way.
How y'all doing?
Asking y'all shall
I've got him,
receive.
guys.
Baby T, good job.
Hey, Baby T, you said
Closed
you
it
would get
down.
him,
Oh, wait,
and you
did,
got
did,
him.
did you slack him?
I didn't even have to slack
We
him.
can't put him on. We can't put him on.
He hasn't been properly
All right,
slacked.
let me type it right now.
He's got to be on Saturday's Suckage. We can't take him away.
I think he just slacked himself, so I think that we're all right.
We should all go slack ourselves.
Are you allowed to slack yourself?
Not on radio.
In mixed company?
No, you shouldn't do that.
He is officially slacked, so he can come on now.
Without the
okay,
express written consent of Major League Baseball. All right, so Porth, we're up against.
Ryan, go in there. Go in there.
Come on
please.
in, Ryan.
Yeah,
come on in.
come in
Yeah.
here.
Come on.
Seems nobody wants to hang out in a dank pit no more.
You ain't thinking of getting rid of the dank, are you, Mo?
Maybe I am.
Oh, but Mo, the dank. The dank.
The dank. That's the bar. That's why we can't get rid of the bar.
And now people will understand when we say that Ryan Porth looks like Ryan Day.
There he is. How's Ohio State's defense looking this year?
How y'all doing?
Thank you for leaning
I
into
can
the bet.
confirm that at 1:35 this afternoon, Caleb Wilson and Modest Buzelis were not at Wildberry.
Oh, you went all around? You checked all the
I got a
tables?
lot of weird looks walking around Wildberry.
I bet you did.
A lot of people ask me, where are you going? Like,
Right. Well, those were all
do you want a
Michigan
table?
fans.
Correct.
They're all Michigan
Yeah.
fans, yeah.
And you were like, no, I'm looking for a couple of bulls that were here.
I'm looking for a 5-star quarterback.
Mm-hmm. So they weren't there.
They were not there. I can confirm.
Oh man. Well, good job
Well,
going down there.
the word on the street though is that Modest is like he's a breakfast guy. So if we need to get him in studio, perhaps we can place an order at Wildberry and get him some pancakes.
Maybe some Schmaltz Deli.
That would be great.
He confirmed that with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
See?
During the season that he's a big breakfast guy. Because I think he just left the team breakfast to call in at that point.
Oh, all right. Then yeah, this should be pretty easy. And I said to Porth, I was like, yeah, tour them around the station.
There's a lot to show them right now.
There's not a lot. It's kind of sad.
Ryan can't hear me. Can you have Ryan send me an air check of this?
Yeah.
Ryan, you have to send an air check to Tanny of this particular interaction.
I'm on it.
See? There he is.
Yeah, that accent comes a little too
easy.
A
Yes.
little bit too easy
Yes,
to him.
Ryan Porth, who looks like Ryan Day. And
He
for those of
does.
you who are watching on YouTube or Twitch, you were like, oh, why is Ryan Day hanging out with Spiegel and Holmes? Because he's worried about Chip Kelly and what Northwestern's offense is going to do to him.
It's always college football season around these parts.
Well, Chip Kelly was wearing a hard hat today.
He was?
I'd like to know
where Lou Holtz is
right now. I wasn't kidding about that in the meeting. Chip Kelly was out here in a hard hat at Northwestern Stadium.
Someone photoshopped him into the Beastie Boys intergalactic video.
Perfect. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
That's your offensive coordinator of the Northwestern Wildcats, excitedly being a part of the opening of the new stadium up there in Evanston. How long did it take to get that stadium done, Lawrence?
3 days. It took them 3 days to build a 35,000 seat stadium that sits upon the lake and looks amazing. Don't worry, it's not on the docket for us to talk about the Bears Stadium, but if you know, you know. All right? When we come back, we will talk about the Bears, and Wani will help us in that regard. That is next here on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Craig Counsell.
Sensational play, and the Cubs win the ball game.
You're listening to the Spiegel and Holmes Show, afternoons 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay.
Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4.42. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn
Elliott. As a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching a solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year, and it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There was some late triggers, but he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer, but he was faster than I thought. All the scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58, so I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'll be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. It's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. David Weight Room Award. David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, and I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, a defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches.
Needs
Had a
on
10
all three levels of our defense. How much can we really improve?
So this track is audio too.
Ah, see? Thank you. I genuinely appreciate the knowledge and the explanation and the education. That's Dennis Allen being self-critical about his defense and his coaching. And I think that came after Ben Johnson was critical of Dennis Allen to Dennis Allen.
That is correct.
Right? So coaching up the coaches, which is good stuff. It's what you got to do as a head coach. You're the man in charge.
Yes, and if they can make a jump to being a team that gets a little bit more pressure, like it's hard to figure out. I don't want to call the Bears defense bad last year because they made a lot of plays. It's weird because it's kind of similar to Caleb, where it's like they weren't steady, but they were spectacular when they needed to be. Guys were making interceptions when they needed to get those interceptions. But they've changed some personnel defensively. They clearly have added a couple of guys at the safety position that I think are really interesting because of their ability to be multiple, and you can kind of use them the way that Seattle was using Kobe Bryant when he was there, like that sort of thing. But what is our guy? And what time is Wani tomorrow?
5 o'clock. Someone write that down.
Perfect. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Baby T.
With the talent.
All right. Here's what Wani had to say on how Dennis Allen's defense can take a jump in year 2.
I think there's excitement. I can't imagine what Bears practices are going to be this year. I mean, they're going to be so exciting up there. You know, the fans, I mean, they got a taste of it last year.
Right.
And obviously they want more. You know, and it's going to be interesting to see when you look around the division. It won't be easy. It won't be easy. I think there'll be a better team. Now, does it compute to more wins? That's the big question mark. People forget real quick. They forget about rebuilding, and they forget about injuries at the end of the year. Those are two things that fans and the media, they feel bad for you. Oh, I feel so bad. You know, you went into last season with 3 or 4. Remember, we had 3 out of our 4 defensive backs out.
Yes.
And, I feel so bad for Dennis Allen. Well, luckily, not luckily, but we're fortunate that we get those turnovers because our pass defense showed up. I mean, we gave up 23 touchdowns, I think it was, over 20 yards or more, which is tied for the most in the NFL. You don't realize that because we were getting turnovers. So my point is that we're going to be healthy. Dennis is going to be able to do his thing. I mean, he was really handcuffed from a coaching standpoint early in the year with that many injuries. You know, we're going to be healthy coming into this season, some good young talent. So the defense will make a nice jump. I really believe that. The position that has to develop to me is that defensive line. I'm a Booker fan. You guys know that from day one.
Yeah, have been, yeah.
And have been. But some of these other guys, I don't know. I mean, everyone talks, Jackson. I mean, 1 sack last year. I know he's hurt. I don't know. The kid they drafted, what's his name, out of Texas A&M in the 2nd round.
Shamar Turner.
Yeah, Shamar. I mean, he's not really a playmaker in my mind, So there's a lot that has to prove.
Feels nice to hear Dave Wanstead talking football, doesn't it?
It's a wrap, Speaks. Football's back. I watched quarterback season 3, and I actually thought it was pretty good, even though everyone was hurt on this year because it was Jaden Daniels, it was Cam Ward, Joe Flacco, and Baker Mayfield. I thought it was a really good season, strangely enough. So quarterback comes back first, right? So you got that. The Hall of Fame game is in 2 weeks.
Oh.
2 weeks. So 2 teams went to camp already.
I have to be honest and open and vulnerable about my knee-jerk reaction.
Baseball's not over. It's fine.
I know, but Lawrence, I'm just so used to raging against the dying of the light. That is the baseball season.
Well, here's the beauty of it.
I will not go gentle into that good night.
This year, there's no reason to.
because there's two playoff teams.
We don't have to rush to Bears coverage. It's there.
Well, I'm not even worried. Really, I'm not really worried about our show because we'll find the balance. And I love football and I love talking Bears. And you're a good partner and we have good producers and we'll figure it out. But
good, huh? Lawrence, good partner, good producers. Gotcha. I got it.
Hold on, let me say it right. You're a great partner. We have good producers.
That's fine.
Is that better?
Wow.
You like that better?
Hey, you're talking about Baby T, not me.
No, what I'm thinking
Everyone's done a nice job with Alex out, by the way.
When Hit and Run is displaced by Sunday morning Bears radio.
I mean,
where does
our Sunday morning show is really good?
It is
football.
It's called Hit and Run. Oh, the Wondering Football Season.
I mean, that's a good show.
Yeah. But the other one's a great show. See, now I know how it feels.
That's really good. I didn't say great. It's really good. But
it's every year. Every year, September comes, and I'm like, where do I go? What do I do?
But the thing is that you don't have to do that this year. Like, it's great because ordinarily what you're doing, like, we can just do like radio, like sports radio 101 here, okay?
Okay.
Or not for you because you're an expert.
I'm
in
listening now. Yeah.
But for most of the time in Chicago, one of the teams is falling away.
One of the baseball teams?
Yeah.
Yeah, it tracks.
So once you get to, it's the third week in July, I guess we can talk about the Bears now, too.
I got turned into Bump and Run on a Sunday morning.
This year, you hope that what we're seeing is a convergence of all of it. A convergence of, that's why I have like these really lofty ratings goals for us for the fall. Because there's a convergence here. It's the Cubs maybe being a playoff team. It's the White Sox maybe being a playoff team. It's everyone going crazy about the Bears. It's a new thing at the Bulls. The Bedard thing kind of messes it up because you're like, man, if Bedard was healthy, that would be, what's the word for five? It's not a five.
Quintuple?
Is that what it is in racing?
Quinella.
A quinella. That would be the quinella. And now we don't have that.
Yeah. No, not quite. But then the Blackhawks can just announce the Patrick Kane signing.
That's possible.
You know who's going to announce the Patrick Kane signing? The Miami Heat on their YouTube page. They're going to do that.
I think we've all been there before. We've seen something like that happen here.
Yes, we have.
Joel Lorenzi will talk to us about that and much more next on The Score.
As Pete Crow Armstrong continues to shine for the Cubs, his manager Craig Counsell joined Spiegel and Holmes and had this to say about his all-star center.
Broad jump, 4.940. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that. I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick. Mm-hmm. The coaching staff really loved this guy, and they were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we have a grade on this guy? So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. He's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got the story as always.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got Joe Madden booked later today?
No, Joe is not coming on.
Why?
He wants to replace the manager.
You got to because you got to get with Joe because they're going to need the petting zoo, and then they're going to need the magician.
Wow.
9 in a row, it couldn't hurt, Brad. You know that. You're asking about the Cubs to further inflict any kind of pain or distress on people who are hoping that they win, and it's not appreciated.
Well, the pitching was built on guys with pretty significant injury histories, and now they got every time Tyon and Shota pitches, it's baseball giveaway day in the bleachers. So it's because they're actually healthy, but you guys better get Dustin on the horn with Madden because they got some serious problems there at the Federal Landmark.
Yes, they do. Thank you for acknowledging.
Well, just wondering if there's any chance of the Bears kind of being able to just keep bringing in star after star like the Chicago White Sox seem to be doing, buddy.
How about that last night?
That was great.
I mean, the brutal execution of these bunts. And Venable's got to answer for the strategy there. But however you feel about the calls, the execution was worse. Montgomery saved his ass last night.
But I know you love the broadcast, Brad, right? You loved Costas and Stoney in the booth.
That was top notch. And Dave, I'm looking forward to you, kind of ramping up the platform of Steve Stone to win a Fort Frick Award, because he's the best out there. He's the standard bearer, and Costas was great. Maybe they could go to that for a full season, Costas and Stoney.
I'll get right on that.
It was phenomenal. It was great stuff. Brad, did Cairo Santos tell you if he's going back to Brazil? He's probably one of the few humans that could afford World Cup tickets and follow Brazil if he wanted to.
Oh, is that started?
It started yesterday night. Brazil hasn't.
I know you were busy
yet.
watching the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hey, Council, he solved the riddle. If he goes out there and complains, like, it was awesome. It was like the umpires wanted him to really have to beg to get ejected, right? So it just kept going on and on. And the base umpire is headed back to first, and he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just really beg the home plate umpire to run me here. So he gets run, and they win the ball game.
See, there you go.
That's all it takes.
Have you checked out, Dave, you get your baseball show tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Take a look at that Iowa pitching staff's ERA.
Okay.
It's at about 6.5. It's the worst in the International League, and there's like 2 teams that are worse in the Pacific Coast League where they're playing at like a mile up, like Albuquerque. Like nobody, you could send Cy Young and Walter Johnson there, and they'd both have an ERA over 4.5 because the ballpark's a joke. That's how wretched the Cubs pitching is. It's not just the big league, brother.
I'll get on that. That'll be the 9:45 segment.
It's not just the big league. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate it.
All the advice.
Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
To let people know when I read that book.
That's my bit, okay?
Many years ago. and I'm not trying to steal
Don't
anybody's...
steal my bit.
No.
If this isn't Steve Allen, he's stealing my bit. How's the crusty sound in that?
It's really good. It really is.
That's my best. I'm most confident with that.
I have not heard somebody, honestly, in my life do a better crusty. So, yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought the Generals were due.
Why don't you run past Grote your latest creation?
So, Grote, I've been working on it, and I was like, we are going to change the mix of players, just change it up. And the second-round picks, now they are currency. We have to admit that I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle. So I'm working on it.
Arturas Kartashovas.
Thank you very much. You
didn't even have to tell me who it was, so that's good.
That's a good
sign.
sign.
So you've hit the impersonation baseline. I knew what you were trying to do.
Okay, you can be honest with me, though. Tell me.
And it
not
needs bad.
Not bad, right?
I don't know. Like, I think that the more you do it, like, it'll get even better. Like, it's not even something you have to sit and, like, work at. Like,
well, here's the real question. As long as we're talking, it's just us talking, right?
Yeah.
When I do these impressions, I leak confidence almost immediately. Okay? And it starts to get worse.
It's true.
And when I look over and I see Chris Tannehill laughing, it gets even worse. So Lawrence gave me the fine partner advice yesterday to just do it and not look for the approval.
We're about volume here. We need the attempts. We got if we can't get him doing the impersonations, then we're not going to be able to run play action.
I think they talked about it on your afternoon show, Lawrence and the other dude, but
Matt speaks.
They call it a swag.
He's the other dude. Yeah.
Afternoons on the Score.
Warriors
championship here in 2026 in Las Vegas belongs to Golden State.
Redemption for Yaxel Lindeborg. 2 losses to Cameron Boozer, 1 in college, 1 earlier this week in Summer League. But he gets the big victory, just like he did at the end of the NCAA season, winning a national championship.
And he had a lot to say as to how the game was going to finish. 9 for Lindeborg in the fourth quarter alone. He finished with a double-double, 21 points and 10 rebounds as well.
The Summer League in Vegas was really interesting because there are a lot of proud young players that have jumped into the league, and they seem to all want to dunk on each other. It is very on their mind. So we figured that we would talk with someone who covers this league on a daily basis, and Joel Lorenzi does a really great job of covering the Bulls and the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us now on the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest's best casino. Joel, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here.
Hey, Joel, these kids, man, do they all just talk like this? Now, look, my kid who's 14 years old, when he's playing video games, he is talking smack like crazy. So maybe this is part of a generational thing, but you've written about it. We've talked about Caleb Wilson. We can get to him. But after that highlight that Tanny just played, the game, Yaxel Lindeborg said this about the Grizzlies, quote, "Man, their butts got tight. They puckered up." You know what I mean? Some of us are built for the moment. Some aren't. So when you get those opportunities like that, you go attack the moment. I mean, and he like that's who decided that game. And he said he's like wanted to prove it to Carlos Boozer. Like, this is crazy.
Well, not Carlos.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Although I guess maybe Carlos
Probably. Yeah, right.
Cam.
Exactly. Cam. But family tree. Are all these kids genuinely feeling it, or is this just kind of the way young people talk these days?
I think 2 things here. I think one, we are witnessing the maturation. Well, maturation is probably the wrong word. They are graduating from adolescence. This generation that is like has mastered disrespect. They like do not care. And I think what you are seeing, the other thing you're seeing is that you're seeing a couple outliers in Yaxel Lindeborg and Caleb Wilson, specifically Yaxel Lindeborg. I mean, this guy it's like a master class, and like that we like to say the guy needs PR training. Like he not only does he need it, I don't think he cares for it. And I think it's gonna be a fun element to this Warriors team. But like if you watch the guys' TikTok lives this year, anything he's like he has zero PR training. It's his personality. Like it's what draws people to him, I guess, and he's a good player. So I think you are seeing an outlier, but this is just he is like the pinnacle of like a generation that like does not care. That's all you're seeing.
It's fascinating to me, Joel, like looking at the top 4 guys, right? Where if you're AJ, you're like, yeah, I deserve to be number 1. If you're Peterson, you're like, no, hold up a minute. I probably deserve to be number 1. If you're Cam Boozer's like, I'm tired of people saying that I'm just NBA ready and I can't be a superstar. And if you're Caleb, it's, man, if I wouldn't have hurt myself, I would have been the number 1 pick. And so you got these 4 guys like going to war of words inside of Summer League. But we were joking about it yesterday. I guarantee you Darius Acuff is somewhere right now being like, oh, everyone's wrong. I'm the dude, and I'm going to show everyone when I get the opportunity.
Yeah, no, they all got the credentials to talk. And I think we are seeing a unique draft as far as like bragging rights and like I can't remember a draft where all these guys had an argument for number 1. They're like, sure, AJ DeBonta was the consensus safe number 1 overall pick for a while there. But I never thought there was a consensus order, or that, you know, I walked away from Vegas thinking that, like, while there were still plenty of AJ DeBonta believers in Vegas, don't get me wrong, is like this circus of overreaction.
Yes.
I walked away hearing like a lot of mixed reactions about who could have been number 1, namely with like Caleb Wilson coming to the surface, like the stuff he showed, like even in a place where they tell you like not to overreact, he warranted overreaction. So I think we're just seeing a unique draft where all these dudes got the credential to talk, and no one knows how it's going to play out, but they're all sort of capable and got the cachet to say what they are.
Man, Joel Lorenzi covers the Bulls for The Athletic, and part of the reason we want to talk to you is because you're younger than us, and like maybe you can relate to what these guys are doing. Like you said, they've mastered disrespect. And that made us both stop and laugh. So is it just a tactic, or is it something that drives them? Like, what is it, like, do they intentionally master disrespect? What are these kids doing?
I don't think there's an algorithm. I think it's just how they come up now. They got access to social media and so many different ways to talk to other players, and they're like asking like, oh, what put this song over my edit. Like there's a different bravado about them that comes with like the publicity and knowing the celebrity they have. They bask in that. I think this generation does, and you'll see a lot of that. And then there are some. I actually think Caleb Wilson's sort of Machado is more like it's a little vintage, if you will, a little bit from y'all era where he does not have to. Sure, he's very chronically online. I'll give him that. But he is different than Yaxel in that. I think his stuff is like less targeted and more about like y'all don't know who I am. Like Hubert Davis didn't help me show y'all who I am, but this is who I am. I'm shooting pull-ups. Like look at me. Whereas Yaxel is a little more. It's targeted and it can be crude sometimes. He has a different sense of humor, but it's just it's this next generation. There's a gap between my generation and theirs.
Yes.
I went to college. My freshman year was Michael Porter Jr. and he's a unique case in himself. We could talk about that later, but there's a generational gap between me and him.
Wait, there's a lot of interesting stuff in there, like how Yaxel is more targeted as he's going after people, and Caleb's comes off more internal. I agree with that it seems like more his internal drive, and that does feel like a throwback to Michael Jordan. This is why Casey Johnson will reference that, or like people who covered Michael will bring it up.
It's why I think, and we didn't get a chance to really talk about it, it's why I think the KG comp makes more sense to me now than on draft night. And I don't know, I don't even want to compare games.
No.
Yet.
You said the attitude and the mindset.
But now I'm like, oh, I see it. I see that thing that they're talking about when it comes to KG and Caleb Wilson.
Yeah, and because I wonder, and maybe it's sort of reminded me of, let's say, Michael and Gary Payton. Because Gary Payton was targeting people, right?
Yes.
Gary was about going after you and trash talking you.
I mean, even in The Last Dance, those two had that interaction.
And Michael was more internal. Is that the way it comes off to you, Joel? Looking back, that Michael's was more internal in that way.
Yeah, I do think, again, you guys have better credentials to speak about those guys than I do. But like, look, I do think from the lore we do know about Mike and Gary Payton, like those guys, I don't know. I think those guys even take it a step further than Caleb Wilson does. I seriously think he's intrinsically motivated, and like, yes, what I think we're seeing is he's kind of better than most 19/20-year-olds are at articulating these feelings, and he's a little less scared of, like, he's so confident in himself that he can get in front of us and be less scared of like poking the bear or stoking the flame, if you will. Where I still think there's levels though. Like I think it mostly is a thing with him and him being internally motivated, like you guys say, whereas Yaxel Lindeborg actually more resembles the KGs and the GPs of the world to me, because he is like going out of his way to like, he's saying dudes' butts are tight. Like, who says stuff like that? Like if KG had TikTok Live, he'd be talking like this back in the day.
Yes. What would Michael be doing? Would Jordan be out there? I don't know.
I mean, we know that KG talk crazy like that.
Yes. KG's in a class of his own. Like, let me be clear. But like Yaxel is like trying to bring that back. While I do think Yaxel and Caleb do sort of bridge this gap between that era of like not being afraid, because I do think at some point, this is a larger conversation to have, media kind of scared players into like muffling their thoughts and who they really are. I think you're seeing these two dudes are like not afraid of that at all, and specifically Yaxel Lindeborg. Like I think he acts like cameras don't exist, like it's like the 60s.
So Joel, let me ask you, because you've covered this league for a minute now.
Yeah.
What are these guys like? Because it's real easy to be puffy chested at summer league. What are these guys not ready for?
Who the ones who don't need to talk and will dig into you for 48 minutes or 40 minutes, and the ones with the motors who talk with their motors, and the ones who got game, like they're like Caleb Wilson, and I do think, like, the distinction I'm trying to make between him and Yaxel, I do think there's a humility to him, despite, like, he's very layered. He can be boyish, but he's also emotionally intelligent and very confident, as you've seen. But like, he's gonna run into like a Bam Adebayo or like somebody. I mean, Draymond Green. Like, he's gonna run into somebody where it's like, oh, these dudes got the motor, they got the game. This is just the league. Like, there's just levels to this. So I don't know. I think they're just gonna run into the natural course of NBA life.
Yeah, I kept thinking about that from the standpoint of the schedule. Like, the people that, because we kind of got into a conversation of like, well, these guys, they got some killer in them. And I'm like, there's guys in the league that are like, KD is still out here. There are guys that are still lurking, and then having to deal with that in an 82 game season. We've seen Modest go through the growing pains of every night when you're the guy, you have to bring it.
Yeah, I mean, and Modest is poking the bear with Luka. Like, that's a guy, like, if you give him a reason on a Wednesday night, he'll give you what you want. KD, there's a nonchalance about that guy, but he can still give you what you want. And these guys, it's not like these guys are running from it. Caleb Wilson is not running from the smoke. I think that's what was most evident in summer league when like I saw one of the clips from one of the scrums. Some people were spinning it as if to say like he was specifically talking about like AJ and Darren, when he said, like, I don't know about those guys. I enjoy basketball. I love this bleep. Like, I don't think he's specifically saying those guys. He's probably thinking about them. But the question was not specific to those guys. It's just in general. Like, why do you want to play 3 or 4 games when high draftees tend to shut down? And so I do think like, Caleb wants to smoke. Like, that much is clear, even if it's not as targeted as some of these other people.
Mm-hmm.
And there's plenty of that to go around.
I think what you're pointing out, Joel, and we touched on it when we talked about Caleb the first time, is there is a difference between earned confidence and just sort of chaotic arrogance. And I think Caleb is on the former, and we'll see. It'll be fascinating to watch. Joel Lorenzi from The Athletic is with us. All right. The media is essentially calling it the relegation zone. It's the bottom 3 teams in the NBA, and they get penalized in terms of the lottery. The Bulls are not in the running for that next year, are they? Like, they're going to be bad. But, like, you really don't want to be in the bottom 3. And, like, you're talking about the Grizzlies, the Kings, maybe the Pelicans, maybe the Bucks. I don't think the Bulls will be that bad. Do you?
No, I don't think so. And I was doing this exercise with somebody in Vegas before I left. And I will say the amount of teams that you could really point at, I mean, obviously, when you look at this past year, there were so many tanking teams, like so many bad teams, to where, like Adam Silver feels like he has to move a muscle. Like, the conversation lasted for months about tanking and sort of adjusting the rules. I don't think there is many teams that you can point to that are obvious contenders for the relegation zone this year. I mean, the league all around, to me, just got better. And, like, I think some of the candidates you named are, like, in the mix. Like, Sacramento is, like, an easy one to me. I think Memphis is, like, better than them, but maybe Memphis just by, like, default. New Orleans. Dallas won't be worse than any of these teams. Utah was at the bottom of the conference, and they actually have expectations now. You look at the East, like Washington was at the bottom of the conference. They have expectations now. Like, there are not nearly as many candidates. Maybe Brooklyn, Indiana was at the bottom of the conference, and they have expectations again. Like the teams, maybe Charlotte. Like, the teams are fewer in this sort of reshuffling. I think there are just less candidates. That said, I think the Bulls are in a tier above some of these teams. I think what they have to worry about, and they have to choose whether this is a bad process or not. They have to decide if they really want to take that risk and be possibly in the mix for a high draft pick in this draft because of the new rules, because they can't get a top 5 pick 3 years in a row. So if they do get a pick here, and whether you trade it or not does not matter. Once you earn that pick, it is your pick. This upcoming draft is horrible. Like, it's dog water. Like, I don't want to see a mock draft as early as November. I really don't. And so, like, but the draft after that's elite. That's the kind of draft you use to surround, like give Caleb a co-star, give your franchise a chance. And so they have to kind of decide. I don't know if that's a bad process or not. The GM job is hard, but they have to decide with these new rules if they want to be in the mix or not. But because this year, I don't think they're as bad. I agree.
Is the leak in Miami mean that LeBron's going to Miami?
No, my take on that, because I saw that in the middle of the night too. I'm online too. I thought, because you know the way this thing goes, Shams has a monopoly on the news breaking thing. What I thought that was I thought somebody's Miami's social guy who is not in the loop at all. He doesn't have a clue before Shams Charania does. I thought he just pre-uploaded it, like embargoed a video with the chance that LeBron could go there, which is a pretty normal thing. We as sports writers pre-write stuff all the time, pre-writing that Trey Jones might get traded. Like, you get an inkling of this stuff, or that there's a chance. I mean, it's been well reported that Miami is one of LeBron's destinations. You prepare for that. I don't think that means they have information. People are going to speculate, like Underdog NBA is going to speculate. That's all I thought that was.
Joel, this was a pleasure. And I suggested you for this segment in this conversation because when I met you at Summer League last year, I was like, oh, he is very confident. And I was like, he is
Jackson confident or Caleb confident?
Caleb confident. It was really like when I was like, man, this dude is ready for this.
That's better. So you're MJ, not Gary Payton. Take that. You run with that, sir.
And that's my bio now.
Looking at the coverage, I would say I was right.
Spiegel and Holmes say I'm more like MJ than Gary Payton. That better be in your bio.
It's true. From a kid from the city, that's a beautiful thing to have on your bio. Joel, we appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, man.
That's Joel Lorenzi.
I had no problem with the glove.
And he had no problem with the glove. Good call, Lawrence. We need to get younger and hipper for that segment. That was the right guy.
I like when I met him, like it was one of those things where like, oh, I need to stand up a little straighter. Like I'm out here slacking and he is not. He is standing up very straight. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, I like the energy that is happening right here.
I didn't realize that about Yaxel. That makes more sense. This is not the first time Joel and others have noticed this about Yaxel, that he goes out and targets people.
Well, and the other thing that Yaxel at least gets to hold over everyone else is like
he just won a title.
I have a title. Like I was a real big part of a title team. And I played hurt in the tournament. And so I mean, like I would imagine he is still riding very high off of all of that.
He saw college teams whose butts did indeed get tight.
I hate that Yaxel is clearly taking his lead from Herb Lawrence. Like, that's, TBS. Oh.
We saw Herb walking around here.
No, not that Herb.
Oh, it was different Herb. Oh, it was Herb Kent. That's who it was.
No, not the cool Jen. If we had seen Herb Kent, that would have been a story.
I think about him every time I see anybody named Herb, including my dad.
Well, I mean, now I believe honorary Herb Kent Avenue is right in front of the Obama Center.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's right there off of Stony and 59th.
It felt like he was on all day Saturday.
All day Sunday.
And all day Sunday.
Battle of the Bands, baby. Battle of the Bands. We did see Herb Howard, though.
That's the Herb we saw.
Herb Howard and Eugene McIntosh and Terrence Tomlin, like the bigs were in the building, and that was good for the soul.
That means football's coming. That's what that means.
Well, I mean, look, those guys
they cover everything.
They cover everything, and Eugene is a crazy baseball guy.
Oh, I see Eugene all the time in baseball press boxes, and Tanny told me he's known Eugene for what, 2 decades?
Yeah, well over 20 years, because Eugene and I go back to the hip hop days where he used to manage like local acts. Shout out to my guy Mick Luder. Like when I was at WLUW at Loyola, like we would do the show and he'd bring artists by and we'd put Eugene on the mic too and just talk about, Chicago hip hop stuff. Amazing. So I've known him for a long time.
Gene is like one of the coolest dudes ever. And we were joking because we were, talking baseball and stuff. I think this is right, and Gene can text me and tell me. I think he was the first black starting pitcher at Mount Carmel.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well, also, I think Gene was like in that basketball lineup at Mount Carmel with Donovan McNabb and
Antoine Walker.
Antoine Walker, yeah. And then there's Eugene.
We actually need to.
Let's get him in.
We need to
He
get.
was just in.
We need to get Twan back on the show because I think he's having a camp.
Antoine
soon.
Walker is?
Yeah.
Oh boy, was that fun. Let's do that.
Yeah, big fella's having a camp. And you should go be a part of that camp for sure. We need to take a break. Since we asked the question of Joel, we will talk it through. Joel gave a really good answer on it. It's what I thought, but he was better in explaining it technically.
Because I saw this story and I thought of A.J. Hinch and Dave McGinnis.
Ooh, shout out to Coach Mack. R.I.P. Loved Coach Mack.
Lawrence and Matt, you've been around this game a long time.
You guys have been around football since what, the 70s? Like, I mean, technically, I was born in 75, so yeah, I guess. We will talk about whether or not LeBron is going back to Miami, bienvenido a Miami, or if he's going to end up back in Cleveland. You think Cleveland's cool? I don't know. Back after this on The Score.
Cubs fans, tonight the Cubs take on the Tigers at Wrigley. And 104.3 The Score is the only local broadcast, so get all the action right here.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone.
Pre-game coverage on The Score starts at 6:35. First pitch with Pat and Ron, 7:10. Tonight's only local broadcast of Cubs versus Tigers. Of course, it's right here.
So it doesn't
to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 104.3 The Score, powered by Circa Sports, the official sports book of The Score. Circa Sports, sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees.
Hey, it's Black.
And Abdallah.
When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path.
A sharp turn could take you by surprise.
It's our guy. He has left us, but amazingly, we still have access to him.
To Heavenly Doug.
We are the only show in town, the only media entity anywhere that has access to Heavenly Doug. And what a thrill it is to welcome him to the Zoom. He's on Zoom, too, which is incredible.
Yeah, we never thought that.
Heavenly Doug knows how to use Zoom.
We're gone? Are we good to go?
We're good.
Are we back?
We're back.
We're live from 6-7 at 6 Heavenly The Score. I know we're not supposed to call it that when you guys 104.96 or I don't know. Go to the calls all the same. It still works. If I'm pushing, I dropped it. I dropped your Zoom. Stop yourself, Matt. I see you, little pal, laughing at me. You think I know how to do technology? No. I know how to talk to men like they're boys and make boys act like men.
Well, go ahead.
And I'm happy to do it.
Do that. Go ahead and do that. Do whatever you want.
I'll tell you. Okay. All right. I got in a hell of a fight 2 nights ago with Brett Favre's dad and Paul Horning up here because they want to tell me that they still got something over on the Bears. I'm going to tell you right now, you got none, zero, nada, nothing. Okay.
Are there post-game shows in heaven, Doug?
But we also know you 3 kings came down here to win championships. Not 1, championships.
Not 2.
LeBron, tell us about that.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. Hey, and when I say that, I really believe it.
They got 2. LeBron and Dwayne Wade were very productive, and Wade did a good job of icing everybody else out for LeBron's services, and then doing a good job of kind of being like, hey, let me ingratiate you to Miami, and folding Chris Bosh into that mix as well.
That's triggering to hear that.
As it should be.
We have lived through a lot in this sports city, and they became
public enemy number 1.
The evil empire.
The entire league.
The NBA's evil empire.
And here we were with Derek.
Mm-hmm. But like I hear that, not 1, not 2, not 3, and then I also picture the Sports Illustrated cover with Dwayne Wade standing in the front with the look on his face that said, "Look at my junk, look at the majesty of my junk," and Chris Bosh in the back just like, "I'm happy to be here," and LeBron just kind of off to the side, not the centerpiece, even though he was the best player in the NBA.
It's kind of amazing, like some of the erasure of Chris Bosh as a player because he got sick at the end, and so he wasn't able to play a 20-year career. But Chris Bosh in Toronto,
it's unbelievable.
Was a problem.
Oh, so that's why when that whole thing came together. But like here we are. Maybe it's Bam Adebayo and Giannis Antetokounmpo and LeBron James. A link for a live stream that was titled, quote, LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, unquote, scheduled for July 27th, was briefly posted on Tuesday to the Miami Heat's YouTube channel. It was later deleted. A team spokesman said the post was a mistake and was just an effort to be prepared in case James decides to sign with the Heat.
That's what Joel kind of walked us through, like either getting all of the scaffolding together for this digitally, and then someone hit send and they shouldn't have hit send.
You wouldn't need to really get that scaffolding together for July 27th, would you?
I mean, if you're trying to, like, maybe you got a couple days off. You're like, oh, I got to get this done. Like, I got to get this done before I leave for the weekend.
I mean, you had, or is it a prank from somebody inside the Heat just to stoke the flames?
Look, I think that Joel's, it's an Occam's razor type thing. I think Joel's explanation of this is pretty close to the reality of it, of someone there being like, all right, let's get all this together. Oh, I just sent that.
Did we ever get clarity on the brand new White Sox manager A.J. Hinch graphic that was out there and released accidentally before Tony La Russa had his face and his name on that exact graphic? Did we get clarity on that?
I think there are some similarities.
That's what I'm saying. It feels incredibly similar.
I believe AJ asked Hinch about it when he was on Foul Territory, and it was sort of one of those, like, he definitely saw it and remembers it, but he didn't want to, he took the high road, obviously, but he definitely acknowledged that it was a thing that did happen.
Google says that the design team for the White Sox had prepared multiple graphic templates for different candidates, and they forgot to remove Hinch's signature on that specific version.
I mean, yeah. That era makes me sad. I remember seeing Rick Hahn, and I'm like, oh, man, poor Rick. Like, I remember, like talking to people who were in the room that day, and it was like, yeah, like, you kind of wanted to come up and give Rick a hug with the Tony La Russa thing.
Oh, for sure.
Because you got to remember, like, look, they had a manager that was clearly A to B and did a wonderful job of getting guys to that next spot in Ricky Renteria. And the question was kind of like, hey, are the White Sox big boy enough to fire a guy who's a good manager?
Oh, yeah.
To try and get a great one.
I remember somebody in the front office telling me on the phone that offseason that Ricky needs to go, even though he's a friend to the players. If you want a friend, get a dog. And I've never forgotten that.
They went completely opposite.
Whoops.
Completely opposite of friend of the player.
Yeah.
And that was...
They went to friend of the owner.
Yeah, they went immediately to friend of the owner.
That's a terrible Grateful Dead song, by the way. Friend of the owner. Oh, man.
I always toggle back and forth between him falling asleep and when they did like the sideways cap thing with him. And I'm like, oh.
How about him running out there to argue? Him running out
there. I like that. That was kind of endearing. He went out there after Jose Abreu got hit, right? That time you're talking about?
Yes.
I go to the...
and he was hustling. He just can't move very fast.
High-kneeing his ass off, I believe is how Lance Lynn put it.
I go to the post-game when he admitted to James Fegan that he probably knew the rules better.
Yeah, that was a rough moment.
Oh, man.
There are some rough moments in there.
Yeah.
But things are better now.
They are a lot better now.
Things are better now.
So is it more like that? Is this Heat thing more like that? Or is it like when Michael McCaskey told everybody that Dave McGinnis was going to be the Bears head coach, but he wasn't, and then Dave ended up scuttling the deal because he didn't like the way the whole thing was handled and what they were asking him to do? Like, are the Heat...
That is way worse than what the White Sox and the Heat have done.
But... Did the Heat leak this, and now LeBron and Rich Paul are going to be pissed that this was leaked and say, you know what, we're not going there. You guys don't have your ish together.
I don't think that a Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra org is going to leak anything like that. Like, they're probably appalled at the fact that this got out, and maybe it does hurt their chances. But what the Bears did to Coach Mack was willful. Like, it was
mean.
We will corner you into, we're going to have this press conference. You're going to take this really bad offer that we made you.
That is so true. Like, they said, we're going to tell people you're the coach.
And then
we're
you
going to
can't leave, but he did.
And we're going to make your assistant coaches this god-awful offer. And they're only going to get 1-year deals or 2-year deals, whatever it was. And so he was going to end up having to fire assistant coaches or let them leave.
Yeah.
And he's like, I can't do this. You're not going to do this.
And I mean, heads rolled after that at the highest level of the Bears.
Michael got kicked upstairs.
Yes. Like that there were real consequences for it. And I don't want someone who's probably at the bottom of the organizational depth chart to feel too many bad consequences for something like this. But it's really weird.
Corey in Whitewater, Wisconsin. Were you talking about La Russa falling asleep in the dugout or at the stoplight?
Oh.
I'm guessing you know the rules better.
Yeah, you know the rules better.
Now I know. And no one's half the battle.
Tanny, do you have his alphabet attempt? Is that in there?
I don't know if we need to.
When he got stopped.
We are up against it.
Oh,
here.
it's too bad.
I don't think we need to do that.
Okay, it's too bad.
But we can remind people about what he did to your mean with the weird-ass Minnesota Twins.
Man, it's terrible. It's terrible. I wonder how he would have felt about Zach McKinstry throwing 39 last night.
These are rough times for. There does need to be some sort of solution. I just don't know what it is.
I thought Craig Counsell was great today, by the way, with us at 2:30. Go back and listen, Cub fans.
Yeah, you should listen to it. It was very fun with Craigers, and maybe the idea is maybe you do have something like hockey, like in case of emergency, break glass for pitcher.
Yeah, Rick Sutcliffe was upstairs.
Isn't he going to pitch somewhere else?
He's pitching this weekend at Wrigley. For the Savannah Bananas.
Okay.
Bananas. I love them.
All right, Red Baron.
Tristan Peters likes them too.
Well, he does. He had it embroidered into his suit for
he
All-Star
did.
game.
Mm-hmm.
He got a nice round in Toronto. He got a nice round of applause when he was.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they did an incredible post All-Star video for their All-Stars because the whole coaching staff went to. It was really well done. It was one of the things that they played like right before you got it started Friday night. So the place was like hyped up, and the White Sox kicked their ass.
Bananas are awesome.
We started a thing yesterday on trade targets for the Cubs and the White Sox alike. And we talked about Clay Holmes yesterday. Let's talk about a different one today. And this one, I think, has a chance to be the one that jumps the starting pitcher market. Let's discuss next on The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for
Right up here, majestic third star to the left and straight on till morning. Brought to you by Black Poles Gentlemen's Club, or Black Cats, or Pole Jacks.
Something like that. I figured, hey, if you want to take some calls, go ahead. You go right for it. It's your show.
Let's go to Eric in Wakanda. Eric, are you on? No?
No,
Fine.
sorry about that.
Hey, that's fine. We'll go to Steven in Milwaukee. Let's see if somebody with half a brain cell moved north of the border. I'm going to tell you something else, too, about these Chicago Bears. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Jerry Angelo, okay? You can call yourself anything you want, but you can't call yourself likable. That's what other people call you. You got to earn that.
Why did Jerry... I'm confused. Oh,
Did he
no.
hang up?
Yeah, I guess Steven in Milwaukee hung up. Yeah,
Let's go to Donna on the 355 extension. Donna, I'm going to answer your question before you answer it. I'm going to tell you this. I still don't know why we signed Mano Money Luna, Manamaniolo, whatever his name was. That guy was a waste of money and cash. Give me that and a half a sack of garbage, and I'll buy some soup that we can all drink out of a can.
Doug, you spent a lot of years in Rensselaer, Indiana, doing camp. How would you feel if the Bears went to Indiana?
Oh, it's a good question.
Don't care where the Bears go. First of all, half the people living in Portage say they live in this city anyway, and they can't afford to even do the coat check at Gibson's, but they more than welcome want to claim the city. And if any other Packers fan wants to come at me who lives in Illinois and say, how dare you, your team crosses state lines, all of a sudden you care about a state line and whether or not you can be a fan of that team? Because I see you on the way to Rockford driving between two lanes and I got to go in the shoulder to get around you with your Packers decal. That doesn't stop you from having an Illinois plate. So I don't care where the Bears go. I'm going to follow them. Now, if you want to make them the New Orleans Bears, maybe I'm not as much of a fan, but when I go to New Orleans, I'll be wearing a big C when I'm walking around the Big Easy. Okay, that's my team, no matter where I am or they are.
Luke Getsy interviewed for a head coaching job this past cycle. He's doing a great job, clearly, with Justin Fields. I am worried, Boomer, about Getsy taking a head coaching job, so much so that yesterday I suggested I would fire Eberflus to keep Getsy for continuity for Fields. People hated that. Yeah, they hated that take.
That didn't go well for him.
I hate that too, Danny.
Yeah.
I hate that too. That's a Narpian take, just so you know.
Narpian?
Yes, yeah, non-athletic regular person.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly who I am. That's exactly
That's
what I
so
am.
good. I've been calling him. He's also an anti-defensive coachite. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't.
Narpian rolls better off the tongue, though.
Sure, maybe, but he can be both. But like he does. He didn't give Pete Carroll any credit before or now. Really, it's all about Geno Smith.
Bill Belichick's a defensive coach.
Yeah, look what he's doing without Brady.
See?
Gee, I don't know. He just passed Papa Bear Hallis for second all time. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's fine.
Narpian is outstanding. That's just.
Look at
I call
Tom
my
without
guys that I work
Roethlisberger.
with in the morning. I call my guys in the morning that I work with a bunch of narps, and sometimes their take on things like Danny's is Narpian. So, and I think that's a very Narpian take on your behalf, there, Danny.
Roy, I got to ask you, and I know that you've talked about this on stage. I've seen you talk about it in interviews, but for the Score audience, can you please share the story of your dad and Don Cornelius?
Oh, you did some homework. So my dad moved to Chicago when he was 5 and eventually worked his way up and ended up back in the city working at WVON in the 60s. And he gets pulled over one day for running through a stop sign, and the cop gives him a ticket, and my pops goes, "Yo, you have a really nice voice. You should come work for me," which is not how you get out of a ticket. The cop's name was Don Cornelius. And so Don Cornelius eventually, after about a year, quit Chicago PD, looked up my pops, called him and got a job as a news reporter at WVON. And that started Don Cornelius' immersion into the world of media and eventually into television.
Speaks, it gets better.
Well, Don Cornelius, for anybody who doesn't know, founded the Soul Train.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we're going.
Okay, I just want to make sure we filled in that context. Go ahead.
So there's American Bandstand with Dick Clark, and it's a pretty successful show. And Don Cornelius gets it in his head that, yo, man, there's no black version of this. They don't put black artists on Dick Clark enough. We have good musicians. We should have a show where black people dance and celebrate things. And this is an important backstory. My father was a civil rights journalist. He only covered conflict. He never covered a regular local news story.
Look at this shot. The power is on display as Langoliers launches his 21st home run of the season.
If it makes sense for us to make a move to help us, then we're going to consider that.
Targets.
Clay Holmes facing his former team, the Yankees. Chisholm with a big lead, not running, swing and a miss, strike 3. Third punch out for Clay Holmes.
I've said a number of times, I think you have to go into the deadline and think about it analytically. There's so much uncertainty about who's going to be buying, who's going to be selling.
Where'd you get this? In the toiletries section. Hey, where are you going? Sweet Mary Hart, I found it!
Targets. Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on the Score.
We are trying our best to see where things stand with both baseball teams as we count down to the trade deadline and try to get them some help wherever we can get them some help. So Speegs is looking around and he's talking to people and he's checking box scores and seeing who's coming off the IL and saying, is this guy a match for the Cubs? Is this guy a match for the White Sox? Who's the target today?
The target is Robbie Ray, because per our conversation in the pre-show meeting, which helped kind of crystallize what we should think about today, some starting pitcher is going to get dealt soon to jump the market, And it's not going to be Tarek Skubal.
I was thinking of another guy from the Giants, honestly.
Logan, he might not get dealt at all.
Yeah.
Because of all the control that's there.
There's a lot of weirdness going on with him out there, though.
Yeah, there is. No, you're right. But I think the guys who are most likely to jump the markets have to fit a few basic qualifications. You got to be a pure rental. So somebody who's a free agent at the end of the year. That's going to jump. Because those guys are gone. And you got to be on a team that is definitively losing it out of it right now. So looking around at, Casey Mize of Detroit, no, the Tigers still might think they're in it. Jose Soriano of the Angels is a possibility I thought about, and it's got to be somebody who's really, really good right now. And Robbie Ray is really good right now is on the 5th and final year of a 5-year contract, so he's a free agent to be, and the Giants are, 18 games under 500?
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
They are freaking toast. Robbie Ray right now is, in his last 6 starts, 4-0 with a 1.21 ERA.
That'll work.
He's been phenomenal. And you look at this year in full, Robbie Ray has an ERA in the low 3s. It's 3.33 in 20 games, 19 starts. Last year, a 3.65 in 32 starts. He is healthy and productive right now at age 34.
Almost 35.
Yep, for sure.
Whip is a little higher than I would like.
Overall?
But okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like that seems to, and I do feel like to a degree, when we start thinking about this in terms of like the White Sox, like we are definitely thinking about like cost control. Like we're not thinking money is no object, which kind of frustrates me a little bit.
But I think that's true for most teams because of the uncertainty of 2027.
No, you're right. And both guys that you've mentioned make sense from a pitching and financial and what you would give up standpoint.
Right. So Clay Holmes yesterday, Robbie Ray today. I'm looking at dudes who I think are going to get moved and might get moved soon. So I started with Clay Holmes. Now he's got a rehab still, at least 1 start, maybe 2, but I think he's definitely going to move. Robbie Ray, if it happened any day now, I would not be surprised. Like if you told me Robbie Ray was pulled from a start in San Francisco and is about to be dealt. And don't you think he also has the pedigree that pleases a fan base?
Oh, sure.
He won a Cy Young Award in 2021 with the Blue Jays. He also was an All-Star and a top 10 Cy Young guy with Arizona back in the day. And as I say, pitching really well this year and last year after some injury-riddled seasons in 24 and 23.
He doesn't have a no trade, right? He's like... I know that with a veteran, you're going to probably send him to where he wants to go, but I don't think he has a no trade in there.
I don't believe he does either. No, and I think that the Giants ought to move him. And how would you feel as a White Sox fan base if I told you, man, Robbie Ray's here, and now does everybody bump down? Is he your one, and you Sean Burke, Davis Martin?
I want someone to try with those guys.
Does he feel like a big enough name and upgrade to satisfy you?
Robbie, let's play it out. Like, let's visualize it. Robbie Ray, Game 1 starter of the ALDS. How's that sound?
Hey, man, I told you he's 4-0 with a 1.2 ERA in his last 6 starts. If he finishes, great. If his last 9 starts, it's an ERA in the low 2s.
Logan Webb sounds better, but considering the contract, I'm all right with that.
You might even put him in between. Maybe Sean Burke is your number 1 starter. If he's great between now and the end, you go Burke and then Ray.
You got to go match up whoever your opponent is.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at. Like what that matchup is.
Tanny, how's that feel? Does he feel like a number 1? Does he feel like a big enough ad?
No, I don't. Yeah, other than Scooble, I don't know if there's any true number 1s out there. To me, like the way I see it is just make an upgrade. You know, like
just add.
Because like when you're talking about getting into the dance, like in the variables and all that, you just want to be able to say, hey, we did try and to make an upgrade, and we did.
I think you need,
and we have someone who this guy can compete.
I think you need
someone who's done it.
4 starters or bulk guys if you're gonna play quirky and opener, and you need 4 starters you feel good about.
Okay,
so who you got?
I think you're right about that.
So right now you got Burke.
Well, wait.
Wait.
I don't think you need that early. I do think you need that late.
Well, I was going to say, it's been a while since my team's been in the postseason. Is it still best of 3 round 1 if you get that bye?
No.
Or is it 5?
It's best of 5.
Okay.
Because the Brewers were sitting there waiting for the Cubs, and they had more starter/bulk dudes to get through that series.
But let's prepare for the possibility that they might end up in a series where...
Right. And also, Will Venable, no matter what length of the series is going to be, he may bullpen an entire game. And he may roll Grant Taylor out there to start a game.
Yeah, he might look at someone's lineup and say, Oh, they're 1 through 3 guys. Oh, they can get a load of this.
So who's your game 4? You ready for Brian Hudson followed by Eric Fetty in your game 4?
I'm just telling people, don't freak out if it happens. Like if that happens, obviously they likely did not make an upgrade. So that you should freak out about that.
Is it Grant Taylor followed by Anthony Kay?
It's Sir Anthony Dominguez to start. Just get it out of the way.
Sir Anthony Kay. Sir Grant Taylor.
Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Sir Sean Newcomb.
Sir Anthony Newley. Is he knighted? I don't believe so.
Just send him and now here's your starter. Sir Anthony Dominguez.
On your feet.
Checking to see if Anthony Newley was ever knighted.
Oh, by the way, this morning, I was watching MLB Network. And they were having a conversation about Luis Arraez. And they were like, man, all the credit for Luis Arraez being a better player should go to Ron Washington. And I was like, you're damn right it should.
Damn right it should.
He said it right here on the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Yeah, he did.
He told you exactly what Luis Arraez was capable of and that he just needed... You don't remember? It's your thing.
He needed
some love.
He needed some love. No, he needed and I
do the work, do the maintenance.
Yeah, but there was the other. It was like
you care about how much you love. You
care.
Yeah.
They won't. They
won't care about what you know unless they know that you care.
That's it. They won't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That's it. Damn it!
And it just made me smile.
Oh,
and I was
beautiful.
Like, look at that.
Look at that.
Wash out here doing baseball magic all the time. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, let's talk about Noah Schultz. Let's have another serious conversation with some expert thoughts on Noah Schultz. We will do that next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on the...
He covered civil wars in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Vietnam. He covered every riot, every civil right, anything with a dog and a fire hose and a Klan. That's what my pops covered. That's important context. So Don Cornelius comes to my pops and he goes, hey, man, I'm getting money from people to shoot a pilot for a show. I think it'll be moving and grooving like a train of soul where it just never stops. Would you like to be a part of it? And my pops was one of the people who loaned Don Cornelius some of the money to shoot the pilot for Soul Train.
Oh my God.
But it gets better. Long. Yes.
Takes Don Cornelius too long to sell the pilot. So my pops, one of the investors, I need my money back. I give you like $1,000. To which Don Cornelius says, hey, Roy, dig this. Instead of me giving you your money back,
oh no,
how about you just stay on as a producer and you can be a part of the train of soul when it leaves the station? To which my father looked Don Cornelius in the eyes and said, hey, man, nobody wants to watch black people dance for an hour. Give me back my money. It is a terrible idea. And with that, my father signed away any piece that he was entitled to of the Soul Train empire. But you have to understand, there was no show this black and this happy on TV at the time. It didn't exist. So this man who has done nothing but cover war and death and struggle and injustice, and then some Afro nerd comes walking in, hey, dig it, baby, cat daddy, shake it down. We're going to be dancing, and we're going to have a scramble board and figure out sentences. Get your ass out my office.
And give me my money.
Give me my $1,000.
And give me back my money. Like, that's a serious amount of money at that time. It's like $1,000, I think, like $2,000. Like, it's a lot. That's a lot of money. And yeah, man, I was never allowed to watch Soul Train growing up. I don't know if I ever told you that. I could watch Solid Gold.
Wait, your dad actively was like, you can't watch this show that I didn't
Turn that
invest
off.
in?
Turn that monkey-ish off. Like, openly hate it. You know how Sundays it's cartoons and then it's like Glow or roller derby. You get Gorgeous Ladies or wrestling or Worldwide of Sports or you get Twib.
This Week in Baseball, baby. That's right.
Yeah. And then Soul Train would come on before college football. And my pops would be like, turn that monkey-ish off. Just a hater. And I love it. That's how you should be. I want you to fail.
That was my technique was being dissected by Olin Kreutz, and I'm not going to say how I did.
It was something. Hopefully, never see it again.
I mean, look, Lawrence, let's do some of that. It's a Spiegel and Holmes show.
Some things you can't unsee. You know what I mean? Like,
it wasn't that bad.
You can't show it to me again.
All right, you tell us. You tell us. Hold on.
Let's see it. Anybody got this on film?
Yeah, now this is on video. This is gonna live forever.
Break it down, O. Break it down. Here's my set.
Oh, don't see. That's terrible, man. You gotta have the Z in the knees, right? I'll bring your feet in a little bit. You gotta have a little better posture. I mean, you look like a camel. You have a hump in your back. We gotta get the hump out of your back. We gotta work on your spine extension, of your lumbar and your, mid back.
Are you about to show us your bucket step too?
Yeah.
Is that happening?
Just watch this stuff behind you.
Yeah, really.
I don't know the Oh, wow. Okay, your hands can't be out there. You gotta be armless from the back. So turn so the crowd can see you. Turn back that way. So don't do that. Please, no one teach your kids to block like that. Turn this way. Turn this way. Okay, now get your elbows so tight they can't even see your arms. There. Yeah, no. Yeah, just turn your palms up, knuckles up. There you go. Perfect, man. Yeah, we'll just hope no one comes.
Wait a minute. So who would get by me? Everybody?
Nobody. If no one came, nobody.
Our best moment, though, Lawrence, was talking about the play calling on the Mighty Sequoias back in the day. I was telling him about the inside reverse that we used to run, where we'd fake a halfback sweep, and instead quarterback would hand the ball to the slot receiver coming back the other direction with a guard pulling in front of him. And what'd you say? What is that?
That's Pop Warner's old single wing inside counter, man. That play's undefeated.
It used to destroy in our flag football league.
Yeah. Called that 43 counter when Little League at St. Mary's with my kids. No one could stop it.
You can't stop
You low
it.
power one side the whole time, and then you run counter. And the whole time, I wait for them. The coaches on the other side are yelling, watch the reverse. And as soon as they stop, then I run it.
So
as long as they yell, watch the reverse, then I run power.
So I think we've established that I might not be the best center on the air staff. I think Olin has that. But am I the best offensive coordinator on the air staff? I got one play. That was it.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, you're better than Danny Parkins, so there it is.
Please make this personal.
Okay. Freddie Gibbs is joining us here on The Score. Freddie, thank you so much for blessing the show by coming through, man. We appreciate it.
Bear down, bro. Bear down. That's all I can say. That's all I got to say.
How about it? How about it? So how much fun are you having with this team and this season? It's like it's emotional and psychological, healthy to live this thing, isn't it?
I mean, it's just an emotional thing being a Bears fan, and we've been going through so many dog years, man.
Start. Noah Schultz, ERA, a little misleading at 5.60. 47 strikeouts in those 53 innings. And listen, this is only his 12th big league start, so every start for him is something new. Pitching on a different mound, warming up in a different ballpark. Lots of different thoughts going through your mind when you're learning on the fly. It's so important that you can trust your catcher and Drew Romo that does such a good job handling the pitchers, working with the young pitcher. It's not an easy thing to do at times when you're 6'10" like Noah is. It can be easy to get out of sync and you lose that release point.
There's another bloop that will fall into center field. As Osuna scores, and that makes it 5-0. Rangers on top. RBI single to Nicky Lopez.
Highlights or lowlights courtesy of CHSN. And yeah, Nicky Lopez.
That's the one that broke you, isn't it?
It bothered me. It bothered me quite a bit. Nicky's having a nice time, though, in Texas. He's actually doing okay. out there. So I'm happy for him.
He can actually hit.
He's a good ball player.
Yeah, he's like a totally decent ball player. He doesn't have any pop, so that makes you dismissed by just about everybody. He's not super fast and not like a Gold Glove caliber defender, but he can play lots of places and he can make contact.
Nicky Lopez as a Ranger / line, 331, 361, 378. He's a 739 OPS player. He's a .2 WAR for the Rangers in 44 games. That's really good.
Anytime the OBP is that close to the batting average, you get why the value is not seen by front offices. You know, never is really walked.
I do think that his value is pretty.
It's pretty low.
No. That is not.
Are you going the other
what I'm
direction?
saying. I think that people can see his value, and it's just like. It's a rough life. Like, it's a rough way to make a major league living of like, all right, I'm on a roster and things are going great. But if I have a bad week, they're probably going to DFA me. And then I have to make a decision on whether I'll take the minor league assignment or if I'll try and find another team that values that I can play a couple different positions. I can be a defensive replacement. And sometimes I get on base. It's a really like kind of amazing career when you see like, Royals, Atlanta,
Braves,
Angels, Cubs, Rangers, like White Sox, like all of these things that he's done since 2019.
But and he is that guy to make some contact. Maybe it looks like weak contact, but he gets on and it falls. And that's what was happening to Noah Schultz a lot.
With lefties, specifically last night.
But he didn't give up a lot of rockets last night, Noah Schultz. What he did not do...
Well, he gave up the one rocket.
Yeah, one big one. But what he did not do is miss bats. And he's supposed to be this young... big-armed prospect with a wipeout slider that tunnels like the fastball, and the fastball is so good and the slider is so good that he gets a ton of swing and miss, and this is why you're a first-round pick and you're somebody that Sox fans have dreamed on for a long time. But right now, it's a really rough spot for Noah Schultz. The wildness came first, right? The wildness came first and presented scary problems in that way. And
my issue is that the velocity is he is in last night's game in particular, he was in the perfect range to get hit. He was with his four seam, he was like 94, 95, and I'm like, ooh, that is like if you're a major league hitter, you're like, oh, this guy is getting 94, 95, and he's keeping it towards the heart of the plate. Yakatao time is what's going to happen to you, and it's what happened to him last night. It's weird because when I watch him, like my amateur scout eye is this. He doesn't have enough stuff to overpower you, and he's not crafty enough or doesn't have command enough to get you out that way. And so you're kind of stuck if you're the White Sox because this is someone, I don't think that he's a lost cause. I think this is a guy that's trying to learn how to do this.
I think that's absolutely true. I think, for sure.
And it's like how, if you're the White Sox, if this was the year that most of us thought the White Sox would have, you could send Noah Schultz out there 22 times and be like, all right, this game, this particular start, we are going to work on you establishing your fastball at higher velocity. And don't worry about the walks. Don't worry about getting hit. But now this isn't a developmental year for the White Sox. It flipped. It flipped. The guys develop maybe even faster than the White Sox thought, where Vargas is an all-star. You make this move from Murakami, and he comes in and he does stuff. Chase Meindroth has been a really good baseball player for them.
Braden Montgomery's here.
That guy.
He's a toolsy, talented young man.
He's got a lot of the things.
Yeah, he does.
He's got a lot of the things to be successful at this level.
I think you set up the context extremely well. Because then when we think about Noah specifically, remember, this is a dude who, in the minors and along the way, he's a guy who's 6'10" and throws 98 miles an hour. 6'10", 98 miles an hour with tons of arm side movement scares you. Like Chris Sale scares you. Like Randy Johnson scares you. Like lefty, enormous, big time sideways delivery and throwing crazy
and
heat.
it gets on you fast because
extension.
he's so tall.
Absolutely. But those guys can be problematic. As Brian Bannister said succinctly, said perfectly in a scouting adage to Mully and Haugh.
Knows an exceptional athlete, and the kind of the old mantra in scouting and player development for ultra tall pitchers, meaning pitchers probably 6'7" or taller, is they're really good for their second organization.
Isn't that funny?
I don't like that.
We all laughed, and then you remember Randy Johnson helpless on the Expos, and then Randy Johnson in Seattle helpless for a little while,
and then the most dominant pitcher in the game.
Correct. So is Noah Schultz somebody who's going to figure it out on the next team? To Brian Bannister's adage,
I'd like for him to figure it out here. It just it stinks for him that. Well, it doesn't stink for him because his team is winning. But as far as his development goes, it stinks for him that this year is now like, hey man, we're trying to win. Like we're trying to fight off Cleveland. We're trying to win the American League. Like all this stuff. When I imagine that the conversations with Noah Schultz at the beginning of the year were, man, you're gonna have all the time you need to develop. We're
going to take our time with you. But
don't feel like you have to rush to where you're at.
I also remember Bannister saying, and maybe he was trying to encourage Sox fans that, like, these guys aren't blocked. It said, like, Hagen Smith and these guys, like, they're not blocked. When they're ready, we'll bring them up. And like, all of a sudden, like, hey, by June, you never know who's going to be here. Well, here we are. So do you think they're trying to develop Noah Schultz on the fly, and that's why we're seeing some things adjust, like the fastball not being what it was and all of that?
I think that then becomes the job of Will Venable and Zach Bove to be like, all right, we got this guy who might be a weapon for us. Let's figure out how to do it. You don't want to sacrifice games to do it when you're in the race to win the division, but I'm sure that's a part of it. And that's why I pointed out, was it the last start that he had where I was like, they did it perfect. He got his 5 innings in.
It was the last start.
And they were like, okay.
He didn't walk anybody.
Come sit over here. Mm-hmm. Like, we're not gonna push you farther than we needed to in this particular game.
Ozzie Guillen in postgame last night on CHSN diagnosed. Oh, it was on the morning show. Thank you. This morning on the morning show was diagnosing what he sees in Noah Schultz's struggles, especially last night.
Well, we're going to put a little bit doubts about it because, listen, he went back to the mound with 9 days rest. I don't know how many people can handle it. There's a lot of days without seeing a hitter. I know you've been throwing the mound. He was doing his work. But it's a little bit different game time. We just in the throwing the mound. Okay, I got to wait to his leg start to see how it handled it. It was a little struggle. It happened pitching. Be honest with you guys, maybe two good games, and last start before last night, it was better. But I see his velocity a little down, maybe because they don't want him to throw harder. Maybe because they want more control, more strikes.
Right.
But right now, I have to wait to see the next start, how he handle it. Then we have to make the decision. I don't think he continue to struggle like that. Unfortunately, they got to do something about it, or just say, you know what, just keep it in here and see what happens. Hopefully, we straight him up. But right now, he's not throwing the way people should be throwing the big league level.
Well, that's interesting. That's Ozzie Guillen, who says he thinks that they've asked him to lower the velocity to get more control. That's a classic thing to ask.
I think that if you watched last night's game, there was some of that going on, which is why I'm not concerned that like there's a dead arm period or anything like that, although you wonder. But after a long break, it is weird for pitchers to go back out there again. So I just went and just quickly looked at Savant on Noah Schultz and Chris Sale. And Chris Sale, at this point in his career, Chris Sale right now, his average fastball, his average four-seamer is 96 miles an hour. Okay? Noah Schultz's average four-seamer is 95. And you're going, Sale's, 37 at this point? And you're saying, is there more there that we're not seeing? And can the White Sox afford to let him just be wild for a little bit so that he ends up getting command of that four-seamer and that sinker? Like, and those are organizational questions. And it's great to have, as weird as this sounds, it's great to have this conversation about the White Sox because they've been in a cycle of burn it down and development for the last couple of years. And now it's like you have to have a discussion. Chris Getz and his staff have to be like, guys, are we doing right by Noah and the rest of the guys in the clubhouse now if we send him back out there some more as a starter? Are we doing right by Noah if we then turn him into a reliever when he could be getting starts in Charlotte? Like, the value of it is fascinating.
So I wouldn't give him another start. Set in transition, and I feel that way. I would make a deal. I would jump the market for something like Robbie Ray. I would go out to tie our last two segments together. What if you did that? What if you went out and you got yourself a starting pitcher like Robbie Ray or somebody like that, and you put him in there? And I would put Noah in the bullpen. I'd say, hey, man.
Let it loose.
Let it eat. Just throw your heat. And maybe for a few games, we'll, keep your leverage low. You don't even have to say that, but just let it eat when we throw you out there. But you as a manager can choose to keep him in fairly lower leverage. You can send Schweitzer down and let Noah be your Schweitzer right now, because that guy only pitches when you're out of it. That's or when you're dominating.
And you could also maybe mitigate some of the wear and tear.
Sure.
By being like, I need 1 inning with all you got instead of 5 innings of you kind of tinkering around with stuff.
And maybe you can get 2 innings and then have him off for a few days because of what he's been trained at and what he could be. And then guess what? You know what you're also doing? You're arming Will Venable with the kind of weaponry you actually need in the postseason. Like last year, Pat Murphy is using Mizorowski in the middle of games for 3, 4, 5 innings. He's using Chad Patrick in the middle of a game for 3 innings, in game 5 to beat the Cubs. It's like you just need weapons who can give you multiple innings.
Here is the slash line for Noah Schultz against lefties. 250, 400.
400 on base percentage.
375. So 775 OPS against Noah Schultz. Lefties are doing that to him.
Only 375 slugs. So
that's good.
Not a lot of homers.
That's good.
Brandon Nimmo raised that up a little bit.
But you're putting people on base. People are getting on base. And lefties are fighting off. Like your fastball is not turning into outs on Nicky Lopez being like, hey, look at this, right back up the box.
I wonder if they're laying off the slider. If those lefties are laying off that breaking ball going away.
Well, if a guy's throwing 94.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that.
You can cover that fastball, be looking for other stuff at 94.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the beauties of Mizorowski. You have to be... You can only be thinking about the four-seamer. That's all you can think about.
And the thing is, like, that dude had Eno Saris on Hit and Run on Sunday. I love that guy. But he had predicted Mizorowski to win the Cy Young in March. And so we replayed the clip and talked about it because Mizorowski throws strikes with the slider and the cutter now. And he has separated them into 2 distinct pitches that he uses in different circumstances. Lawrence, you got the stats there?
Damn it.
Find me the whip of Jacob Mizorowski.
Sure.
Okay.
I can do that.
The whip is walks plus hits per innings pitch. I'd like you to look at the walks plus hits per innings pitch.
This is going to be disgusting.
It is for a guy who throws 105 or 104, has thrown the fastest pitches ever.
Good Lord.
Hit me with the whip.
Yeah. Look at Mizorowski's whip.
His whip is .77.
0.77 base runners per inning. Well under 1 base runner per inning.
His career is .94.
But look at in terms of the best whips in MLB, and yeah, like a lot of people like to be hit with the whip. Mizorowski,
as long as it's consensual, 0.77.
The only other dudes under 1 are Yamamoto, Cam Schlittler, Drew Rasmussen, Logan Gilbert. But yeah, he's by far the best whip in MLB. And oh, by the way, he throws 104. Just ridiculous. But the point is, his secondary stuff is so good and under control, and the fastball is so good, so you got to worry about everything.
But my point about Mizorowski versus Schultz, guess what? You can get away with a 102-mile-per-hour fastball. A guy might foul that off, or is probably going to foul that off. 94, they're going to drive it. And even if you get inside, and I thought that Noah actually did a pretty good job of that last night on some of the lefties, but they were able to fight it off because it's 94 and it's not 98. It wasn't even 96 with bite. And so I think Ozzy's probably right about this, that maybe one of the teaching tools here is, all right, Noah, we want you to take a little bit off of your four-seamer, and let's see if you can command it. It's possible, Speegs, that right now over at White Sox, they looked at last night as a success, even though he got bludgeoned.
Maybe
because it's like, hey, we asked you to take some miles per hour off.
And he did it.
And he did it, and he wasn't wild. He didn't walk anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that Bannister could be looking at the reports and be like, okay, this is now we can change a couple of like a little tweaks here and there mechanically and get him to throw his faster four-seamer in the zone more. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a possibility that that's what's going on.
It's worth watching and noting, and good to hear Ozzy talking about it from earlier today. The Cubs might have figured something out with David Peterson. We talked to Craig Counsell about that earlier. Rick Sutcliffe is a legend and a hilariously entertaining man who on the broadcast last night opened up quite a bit. There was a few different things he got very, theoretical about and kind of sentimental about.
I was watching it later, but I had seen like tweets about stuff, and I was like, what was happening on the broadcast tonight? And then you go back and you're like, oh, Sut was out here spinning yarns. Mm-hmm. I'm here for yarn spinning Rick Sutcliffe. That's next here on The Score.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score.
I was so frustrated with the team the past 3 years with Eberflus. I just felt like we wasn't making any strides to get where we needed to be. And I'm so thankful for Ben Johnson, man, because he has a mentality, not only the game planning, but just the mentality that we need. Like, he hate the Packers like we hate them. We love Ben Johnson.
It's funny that you say that, because we were actually talking about that in the last segment, that the other coaches that have come through since Ditka, they all were saying, like, hey, we want to beat the Packers. But there's a difference between I want to beat the Packers and F the Packers. And that's...
No, you can't. You have to hate the Packers to be with us. You can't. Like, I've seen a picture of Eberflus at a basketball game with Matt LaFleur. You can't do that. That's why I said we had to get him out. I'm so glad he's gone, and now Dallas let him go. Just let you know, man. We just needed a change of, scenery around here, and I love Coach Johnson, man. Love him to death, man.
Yeah, they were sitting next to each other at a Marquette basketball game. Looked like both of them had like a vodka tonic or something with a lime and a straw in it.
A lot of kikiing going on there on the sideline.
Get him out of here, man.
Yeah, there's no way in hell Ben would spit in that drink and walk away. And it's football.
Yes.
We need that in our lives. So who were you with? Who were you with on Saturday? Paint us a picture. You went with our friend Spice Adams. Is that correct?
I went with one of my good friend, Anthony Adams. That is my dog. Shout out to Spice. I love you, Spice. That's one of my close friends. He always comes support me. So, we share this mutual love for the Bears. So we definitely can go to the game. I'll be there Sunday too.
Oh, that's outstanding. And then there was a picture with you and Spike Lee together on the sidelines. Did we see that?
You know what? I said, you know what? This is how I know that the Bears, we are America's team now, because we have Spike Lee at our game. I said, Spike, I looked at Spike. I said, why are you here? And I love Spike Lee. I made some jokes about him a long time ago. It was just funny, but, we love Spike Lee, one of the probably the greatest black director of all time. But why he was at a Bears game still boggles me. But that lets me know that we are America's team now. We're taking it over. Roger Goodell was there. I was like, all right, we in there. We in there. When Spike come to the games, then it's America's team.
Well, Spike was there because the Giants and the Jets suck. That's why.
For sure. Definitely. What they get, like 6 wins combined this year? Or?
Not even.
He was definitely trying to catch the vibe. Like, there's no doubt about it.
I tell people we got room on this bandwagon. We not tripping. If y'all want to jump on the bandwagon and push the Bears, it's all good. You know what I mean? We America's team now.
I love hearing you say that. You were rocking the Peyton jersey on the sideline. Is that a McKinnon that you're rocking now?
Nah, this is a Gibbs jersey. I made this. This got my name on it.
That's what I like. Well, how many classic jerseys do you have?
I probably have at least 45 Bears jerseys alone.
Whoa!
I'm about to go buy DJ. I need a DJ Moore. I need a Caleb for sure. I'm about to. Hopefully, I get a Caleb jersey.